Cool just happened. Like, oh, okay, that was neat. Yeah, a little bit of a golf clap. Not bad. Oh, something actually pretty interesting. A Pokemon you really wanted to see. Wait, your favorite player is on stage right now. Holy moly. Oh my gosh, they just won NAIC. Pretty good.
Love that energy to start this off.
It's a good way to start. This is a pre-show, so it doesn't matter, and we're going to nerd out about all of our games here for a little bit. I'm going to be talking about Unite. Hi, I'm Jake, Content Cowboy, all the things hee-haw. Martine here from Go, Sierra from VGC, formerly VGC, currently champions, and Ethan from TCG. We're going to talk a little bit about some of the big moments from day one, some things that stood out. Sierra, why don't you start us off?
Yeah, we always start off with the best, right?
I agree.
Let's go. But for NAIC, we are starting our first international with Pokemon Champions. The game is still so new, so fresh, but it's such a big tournament. It has been so nice to see what trainers coming to the forefront of this new game, of this new meta, and it's really fun to see. It's a new game, but we're seeing a lot of old talent really step up. Our two undefeated players currently going into today, two former world champions in Wolf Glick and Kosukude, which is so exciting. And I cannot wait to see who is going to be our Pokemon champion of the weekend, and if it will be a former world champion for our Pokemon Champions champion.
And that game again is Pokemon Champions?
Pokemon Champions, yeah.
Okay, just making sure it's Pokemon Champions. I know you have to say that 50 times throughout this pre-show, and you got halfway there already.
We're close,
I think
we're
it's
close.
Pretty good. For Unite, we have an amazing competition. This is the final stretch. So one final Worlds invite. We know every single team that will be at our World Championships except for one, and there are so many great teams still in the hunt right now. I think what's most exciting are we have great teams that have already qualified for Worlds here, and we have so many teams unqualified that are beating them. So all these grassroots teams, teams that didn't get to play in our league, teams that don't get to show up to a ton of these tournaments are here. They are showing out, and it's really exciting. It's anybody's game right now, which I think is very cool. Let's talk a little bit about Go.
Well, the cool thing that we have, Spraggles, is that for every international championship this season, we have a limited meta. And for NAIC, the theme seems to be flexible movesets. Anything can just hit anything. Normally you have Pokemon typings and you just want to align everything well. Not this time. So what you see today, yesterday, and tomorrow, you're going to see so much skill and Pokemon that are involved. Grumpig, Galarian Weezing. I don't know if you see those in your games at all, but we have them. We have all of these Pokemon that kind of look like farm animals. You have Miltank as well. Yeah, we have these being meta in our games, so we have that going for us.
I do love that. First off, every time I hear about Go, as someone who plays it very casually, I love hearing the meta is like Grumpig and Shadow Poliwag and things like that. I always love hearing about a Go meta, and I also love that it's very farm animal based right now for NAIC. I think that's pretty great. Tell me about TCG. Does anyone play Dragapult currently?
There's a couple of people in the room, maybe more than 3,000. Not that many, you know, but 35% of the room showing up with Dragapult EX as, you know, to be expected. It is the most dominant deck in the format, and it has been since the rotation happened a few months back. It's play Dragapult or beat Dragapult, and the latter is a lot more difficult. You've got Phantom Dive, which spreads damage. Players playing Crushing Hammer to try and gain that extra energy advantage against their opponents. And the weakness, well, Dragapult is not weak to anything in the Pokemon TCG. That's the specialty that Dragon-type Pokemon currently have. All of those things combined, a lot for these trainers to overcome, but there are a few decks out in the field that do have the potential to take it down. I've seen a little bit of Crustle action. We have two of our 9-0 players are playing Crustle, a deck that fares pretty well into Dragapult, but can struggle against some of the other off-meta decks. So that sort of matchup battle, so to say, what decks you get paired against will be very important for these trainers in the second phase of competition.
Yeah, I guess that's one of the hardest things, right, is trying to figure out exactly what you're going to run when the competition is so huge. You know, there are going to be thousands of players. You could run into a ton of Dragapults, but if you aim to counter it and don't run into them, you could have a rough run in the tournament, right?
Absolutely. You know, a lot of Pokemon, you know, you've got to play great, but we always say to have a deep run, you have to have good variance on your side. You have to hit the right matchups. Your deck has to function the way it does in practice and in testing. If it doesn't, you're going to find yourself like a lot of our players so close to that finish line.
Now, we want to talk a little bit about some impactful moments from day one. Maybe a cool thing that stood out. All of our games, I know, have a ton of amazing moments, especially in these early stages where you get to see a lot of diverse competition. But I want to hear a big moment from each game. Sierra, Champions is the name of the game?
Yeah, we're looking for a Pokemon Champions champion. Make sure to get it right over there. But talking about impactful moment from yesterday, we'll talk about a champion that is popping off in Champions. There's 2 world champions I got to focus on, but I want to talk about Wolf's Glick match in particular because he's coming off a 2nd place at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Did it with a crazy Pokemon. He swapped it up, and we get to see a couple of very different picks on his team. The Toxapex and the Mamoswine. Toxapex put in a lot of work in the first couple of games, but then we got to see a statement in this game number 3. The Hydreigon with the Draco Meteor, Oko's this Garchomp, then you get a double KO. It was such a crazy set between the 2 of them going up against Alex Underhill, but a dominant game 3 to secure this win and keep on his winning ways. It was awesome. And yeah, Toxapex, we don't really get to see the most of that. And for anyone who's not familiar with VGC, what it does is be super annoying. You're getting a little bit of that passive damage over time. Toxapex is so bulky and difficult to kind of take down, and just Toxics all over the board, just slowly KO all the Pokemon. It's a strategy that we don't necessarily see within Pokemon Champions, and I love that back-to-back tournaments for this world champion that we've gotten to see very unorthodox picks, but how skillfully he can pilot them and take them to the top. And with only a couple of more wins that he needs to secure a top in Stop Cut, I cannot wait to see how he's going to play today to try and secure that.
Yeah, obviously, I think a lot of people have their eyes on Wolfie all the time. You know, such an exciting player, and clearly the truth. You know, there are some people who might question the biggest Pokemon YouTuber and a former world champion, and he shows up and wins time and time again with a unique strategy time and time again. It's really impressive to watch.
It is so skillful too, because we've seen, especially we have a very limited meta as well at this point with Pokemon Champions, but to be able to kind of dig deep within this meta, find picks that nobody else is really using and be able to pilot them to the top just shows such mastery of a meta that is still like a game that's just so new, right? And I cannot wait to see how he fares going into today.
I want to talk a little bit about Unite now. We had some pretty exciting moments in day one. Again, in our group stages, there's always such diverse competition, a lot of strategies being thrown at these teams that you wouldn't expect. One of the wildest things that we have seen on the Unite stage, we have 3 Charizards in our game. Charizard, X, Y, and regular old base model Charizard. And one team here, Dream Max Aftermath, picked up all 3 in a single game. It was absolute chaos in the best way. Pretty hilarious to watch, as each one of them has a seismic slam that they could use over and over and over again in some of these big fights. So Charizard would take you up into the air, and then Charizard would take you up into the air, and then another Charizard would take you right up into the air. It was brutal, it was hilarious, and it gave them the game win here. Pretty amazing. They are moving on to day 2. They are undefeated in their groups, and they have a shot at that final World Championship spot heading to Worlds in San Francisco. It's great to watch. I love it when a team does something unique, kind of crazy, and at the same time, it really, really works. It's just one of my favorite things to watch. Tell me a little bit about Go.
Yeah, in Pokemon Go, I picked a moment here that is kind of representative for what I talked about, the skillful that you see here in this tournament. And this trainer, Golf Professor in particular, is his username. He is making a play called a sacrificial catch in this moment here. It's where you're like waiting, is he going to do it, yes or no? And he does. So basically in Pokemon Go, you're tapping your screen until you have the energy for a charge stack, which you see the trainer on the left launch here. But the trainer on the right soaks it on the Pokemon with almost no health, that otherwise would have dealt devastating devastating damage. And this is just such a beautiful moment for this trainer who actually didn't even have accommodation booked for day 2 because he didn't expect to get farmed.
Buenos dias,
So
chat.
the
Como
call
é que vocês
yesterday was
estão?
like, hey, I need another night here, by the way. So
Salve
also,
Zoom, salve
yeah, very cool to
Dragapult,
see
salve
trainers all over
Alexandre.
the world come here and get farmed.
Desde já um ótimo sábado,
plays
gente.
that they need to do rather than just
Lembrando,
having
queria dar uns recadinhos aqui. Quem puder.
That, by the
Bom
way,
dia, bom
is
dia.
a story I hear
Quem
time
puder
and
tá
time
passando
again
esses
at
recados
these
pra quem
events. I do
for
think
chegando na live,
possibly a
seguinte,
path
vamos lá.
to making it to day 2 or
Eu vou
championship
precisar fazer um
Sunday.
negócio aqui,
Book your
então eu
flight
vou
as if
deixar
you're gonna lose on
a
day
parte
1.
do meu
And then
microfone
you're
mutado
gonna win
na
and you
live.
have to reschedule.
Vou
Book
deixar a
it
live
as if you're
correndo.
gonna, there's no way you're going to Sunday.
Durante
Then
o tempo
you
eu
win
vou
again
vindo
and you
aqui
have to move it again. I really do think it's the play.
Wasn't that like
pra
last
falar
year's
alguma coisa com
EUIC
vocês,
where
pra,
the two
né,
grand
pra ver como é que estão os
finalists
jogos.
VGC didn't have their
7 horas da noite.
Let's not talk
É o
about
tempo
that.
que eu acho que ela
Let's
ainda
not-
vai estar tendo um
let's
pouquinho
not
de
push
live.
this as the strategy,
Vai começar o jogo
alright?
do Brasil,
No.
né?
Book your
Então,
flights as if you're gonna
durante
win. Believe in
o
yourselves,
dia, talvez
gamers.
I was
tenha
gonna say, that's not
alguns
champion
fogos
mentality
ou
right
outros,
there. You
né?
gotta assume you're
Mas
going all the way to
principalmente
Sunday
às
to go
7
play some
horas eu vou
Pokemon.
That's
tá,
true. I think
vou
that's a good
deixar
strategy. Tell me
mutado,
about TCG. What
tá?
happened?
Porque
Well,
eu,
to no one's surprise, we
além
have to
de
continue to
também
talk about
estar
Dragon Ball
e
because it
assistir o
truly
jogo,
is that serious. But
vai
there's
estar
plenty of ways to
provavelmente
go
muito
about
foco,
playing
muito
Dragon
barulho
Ball.
dessas
One
coisas.
variant that has
E eu vou
popped
deixar
up
só
has been this
o áudio
Blaziken EX
da
version.
live
Its
pra
ability
vocês
allows
estarem
you
ouvindo,
to
entendeu?
attach energy cards from your discard pile to your
É mais ou
Pokemon,
menos esses recados que
accelerating
eu
board
queria
to
dar aqui
play
pra vocês.
and flooding the board. And we see on
Agora
this
é
turn
esperar
a
o...
pop-up. Rare Candy allowing you
Agora
to
é
skip the
esperar
stages of evolution,
o...
pivoting with that air balloon, and phantom
começar, né, de
diving
fato.
early in the game.
Eu vi que já falaram do Wolf, né? Vocês estavam falando que até zicaram o cara. Vamos ver se ele chega até a esses demais, né? Lembrando, quem quiser garantir já o seu Mega Blastoise pro Pokémon Champions, lá na roxinha da Pokémon, se você assistir o VGC por 1 hora, você consegue o Mega Blastoise, beleza? Deixa ele já garantido, porque assim que sair o Champions no dia 17, você resgata ele na mesma conta que você colocou no seu Pokémon Champions, aí ele vai estar lá pra você, beleza? Mas é isso, agora é só esperar mesmo o pessoal passar o tempo aqui, né? É isso, daqui a pouco eu volto pra montar só a parte da música e depois colocar o áudio de volta aqui. Então é isso.
Pokemon, it's got an ability where every turn you attack it, you have to flip a coin, and if heads, you prevent that damage done to the Pokemon. Threw a bunch of energies, tried to make a comeback, slowly but surely kept flipping heads to buy time. And this Cynthia's Garchomp, it wanted to go out with a bang, swinging for 260 damage on the last coin flip and flipped tails to hit through the Pheasantipity in a game that was so back and forth. Fernando, almost a 10-1 underdog in that spot, found the line, tried to attack with that Pokemon, and if that coin flip went wrong, could have squeaked the victory out. It's those 50-50 moments sometimes in Pokemon that can make or break your tournament.
How many did they hit in a row?
Well, there was a lot. There was 2 or 3 in a row, and then they flip tails once, and this deck plays a lot of ways to heal your Pokemon. So then you'd heal it back to 0. And then they try to hit it again, and then flip heads a couple more times. And it does have an attack on it, does 30 damage for each energy card. So while you're buying time and blocking the damage, you start to slowly attach those energy cards, and who knows, that Pheasantipity becomes a very cruel threat quickly.
Sounds pretty amazing. I know everyone at home is waiting for us to talk about what you get just for watching our games, and we do have some cool treats for you. Sierra, the game is Champions?
Pokemon Champions, yeah. And if you want to be a Pokemon champion of Pokemon Champions, well, you gotta have champion-worthy Pokemon. Maybe it's not the Charizard we see out in the field, but what beats fire? Water, surely, right? So you can go ahead and redeem to get a Blastoise in-game. Mega Blastoise, the amount of damage you can do, especially with the full HP Water Spout, is amazing. You can Shell Smash to get those healthy little boosts to try and push on forward. And of course, Cherish Ball is the coolest Pokeball in the game. I do not make the rules. Make sure you get this while you can.
Amazing. Let's take a look at what you get just for watching over on the Pokemon Unite channel. You get yourself a little sticker to let everybody know that you are watching live, and a platinum boost emblem of none other than Blastoise. A little bit of a theme going on, it looks like. You get a Blastoise, we get a Blastoise. Everybody gets a Blastoise just for watching, so make sure you head on over to the Pokemon Unite Twitch to check that out. How's Go doing?
For Pokemon Go, you don't get a Blastoise. You get a Seeking instead, inspired by the victory of Batman at EUIC. It already has a...
Sim, Pokémon Company, o Blastoise vai solar o Charizard com o tipo de vantagem. Vantagem do tipo desafio. Se for o Mega Charizard X, talvez.
I gotta say, I always love when the drops are
pode ter certeza que esse... Assim, eu tenho quase certeza, na verdade, que esse Blastoise, ele vai vir com algum golpe de gelo, entendeu? Eu acho. Ele vai vir com algum golpe de gelo.
Nice little leather jacket. So no Blastoise theming. You see a little bit of the deck box going on. We've got a little bit going there, but I'm really looking forward to using that leather jacket in game.
Amazing. We are going to be starting our show here very soon. Make sure you are watching all of our broadcasts, of course. Make sure you're coming back here for Championship Sunday. It's going to be very exciting. The last international competition of the season before Worlds. I am very hyped about it. Are all you guys ready here in New Orleans to start this thing? I am as well, but I believe I actually have 30 seconds before I can start it. Is that right? Is it about 25 seconds? All right, we have 25 seconds. Let's be completely silent.
Lembrando que provavelmente hoje são os 3 últimos rounds que faltam, né? Os 4 negócios, né? 4 rounds, que é o 10. Não, na verdade 3. O 10, 11 e o 12. Aí vai oitava, top 8, top 16, né? Top 8, top 4. E aí a definição da final. Entendeu? Aí através da definição da final, eles vão colocar para amanhã junto com todas as finais das categorias que tem, né? Que é Pokémon Unite, Pokémon Go, TCG e o VG. É isso. Lembrando que esse é o último evento antes do... Como é que fala? Antes do Mundial, que é em agosto, beleza, gente? Se tudo der certo, estaremos acompanhando aqui e fazendo live dos dias do Mundial, beleza? É isso. Agora é esperar aqui 2 minutinhos e let's go. Já volto assim que eu coloco de volta o som assim que for, né? No caso, já para a partida. Eu já volto, gente.
International Championships.
We saw some incredible battles on this stage and out on the floor yesterday. The field has narrowed, and the trainers that still remain have another day of intense matches ahead of them.
Yeah, we can't wait to showcase some of those battles right here on our main stage, but also on our feature match tables as well.
Now, the question on everyone's mind is, who is gonna make it to Championship Sunday?
In Pokemon Unite, DreamHack Esports, Deep Cross Gaming, and Fulcrum have yet to earn their World Champions invite, and they might be able to do so in this event.
In Pokemon Go, this season's LAIC champion, Nighttime Clasher, EUIC champion, Padoman, reigning world champion, Beelzeboy, reigning NAIC champion, It's Axton, all made it to top cut from the winner's side of the bracket.
Wow, and in the Pokemon TCG, Dragapult has dominated the meta, as we thought, but a few players like Rule Ready, Carter Malnick, and Cooper Call are using Crustle to try to stop it in its tracks. And with James Kowalski sitting near the top of the leaderboard with his Lily's Clefairy deck.
And in Pokemon Champions, previous world champions Wolf Click and Ko Tsukide are coming into day number 2 undefeated at 9-0. But reigning NAIC champion Federico Camporesi is still very much in it at 8-1.
Now, with that, competitors, it is time to lock in for your next wave of battles here in day 2.
And for those in the audience here and at home, time to grab a snack, get comfy, and cheer on your favorite trainers.
All right, NAIC, one last question for all of you. Are you ready?
Let's get this party started. Over to you, casters.
Last year, two-time world champions Luminosity Gaming completed their IC sweep after a tense 4-game set against Revelation.
One of the best to ever do it, Luminosity Gaming!
It's Axon battled tirelessly through the losers bracket, resetting the bracket in the grand finals and winning his second NAIC title.
Race for It's Axon. He is your 2025 North America International Champion!
After coming up short in the past finals, Isaiah Bradner pulled it all together to claim his first NAIC trophy in the Masters division.
Isaiah takes the KO, and he is the North American International Champion.
And Federico Camporesi claimed yet another champion title for Italy in an exciting 3-game match against teammate Marco Silva.
Federico Camporesi is your 2025 North America International Champion. Here we go.
Welcome to the 2026 Pokemon North America International Championships. Let the games begin.
Let the games begin indeed. Welcome everyone to Pokemon VGC here at NAIC. It was a wonderful day 1 of competition as trainers made their way through phase 1, kicked off phase 2, and of course today is going to be the climb to see who makes their way to top cut and will compete on Championship Sunday. I'm Sierra Dawn, joined here by Lee Provost. We're so ready for today. It's going to be an epic battle.
Yeah, what a great start. We've had that brilliant run in with the recap show, and then to hype us up to get into day 2, I think, yeah, I'm very excited to see our players who will rise to the top and make their way into Championship Sunday, because the action yesterday was incredible, and it's only going to get better as we go on in this event.
We had to talk about some of the action that we saw yesterday because, of course, with Pokemon Champions, trainers came out with every strat that they could. This is going to be the last time that we see this current meta, this current format. So nowhere left to hide, no secrets. And we got to see some really innovative team building. Looking back even at previous earlier rounds, including one with our 2019 world champion, Wolf Glick, with a very interesting team.
Yeah, I mean, I think out of all the teams that we featured yesterday, this is probably the most unique one, right? With this Toxapex, the Mama Swine, which we didn't get to see. Hopefully we get a little showcase of that at some point today. Hydreigon as well was so impactful, but the Toxapex is so disruptive, right? It's a tank. It takes hits so well, and against the really common threats in this format, the Charizard, the Floette, we're going to really struggle against this Pokemon and allow it the room to get those all-important infestations off to trap opponents, chip opponents each and every turn that is active. And on top of that, you've got to worry about the Toxic that just chips away each and every turn when that is set. Really unique team, and it looks as though the field is really not kind of set up to deal with it that well.
And I mean, if we're not going for the, you know, slow mode with the Toxapex, why not just do big damage? Hydreigon, a perfect example of that. Draco Meteor, I mean, we take 1 KO. Draco Meteor, not as impressive the next turn, but that's where you have Charizard, which can also do a crazy amount of damage. And to be able to see that different playstyle going from game 1 and game 2 to then how crazy game 3 was so impressive. And as we talked about in the preview show, and now undefeated, so we'll have to see the run that he can put ahead of himself today.
Yeah, and I think we saw how much of a high-level player Wolf was in that match as well, conditioning Alex in that game to bring the Garchomp in game 3, and then switching it up and saying, okay, well, this is the time I'm going to bring my Hydreigon, not bringing it in games 1 and 2, and really catching Alex on the back foot there and just locking that game up. So sweet, simple, and straightforward. And
not the only case of innovative team building that we got to see from a phenomenal player. Let's talk about Dawei C, because Dawei is someone that's known within this North American circuit for some of these, you know, off-the-wall picks that she'll bring out. And we got to see Cerulege, and this Cerulege put in so much work. You get bulk ups, you get defense, attack, and all of this heal with big damage.
Yeah, I saw Dawei and Indy running the Cerulege and loved it as soon as I saw it. So I'm really happy that they brought it back to this event as well and having so much success with it. And I think it's a good showcase to say, bring things that you're comfortable with into these big events that you know, and you have that confidence in these Pokemon to kind of carry you all the way and deeper into these tournaments. And against Justin Tang, I mean, how much higher of a class trainer do you want to go against to kind of prove yourself? Taking that, it was a real back and forward kind of chess sort of game as well, but Dawei coming out on top, and that Cerulege was definitely the MVP, the star of the show on that one.
And sometimes when we get these innovative team buildings, it's a Pokemon for a particular matchup. We put it on broadcast, we don't get to see it showcased. But Cerulege stealing the show, I think, was just so cool. And Dawei currently sitting at an 8-1 record. So, you know, 1 loss, yeah, it's okay. That's only 1 loss. And Dawei is just until renowned for incredible runs over in North America. So again, I cannot wait to see how that shakes up. But we have one more match that we wanted to feature going into today, which is our other undefeated trainer and our other Pokemon World Champion. Let's talk about Kosakide.
Yeah, I mean, Ko came off the back of a top 8 finish in Japan Nationals last weekend, coming straight into this event. Had a great warm-up for NAIC and just making a slight tweak to the team that they used over there and bringing it into such good success. We saw in that round 9, it was a real back and forth with James. James against the wall and a lot of times, but Cole just so precise with their move decisions and game planning as well around those obstacles like the Venusaur that were so threatening under the sun, especially when your main Mega that you're piloting in that game was kind of helping it out with that chlorophyll and you setting the sun.
And to be able to go from the back-to-back tournaments, like just last weekend, getting that 7th place to then into NAIC is so impressive. The World Invitation has already been locked up, but of course you have traveled far and wide. You want to keep this run going, maybe become NAIC champion. And with someone with such high skill, it is definitely possible. So yeah, these are some of our Phase 2 players and so many really stacked names on this. I mean, we focused on 2 World Champions. Why not add a 3rd to the list? Shohei Kimura's in this. I mean, multi-national championships. We had Alex Gomez, like Federico Camporesi, a reigning NAIC champion.
Yeah, I mean, the roster here is just incredible. The talent that we see right across the top and the bottom is amazing. And what we've got to look forward to today with our matches throughout as we get deeper into the tournament. I mean, just to mention, Colin Hire, one of the players I love watching from the North America region, has come into this format, has been really, really good and having a great start to this event. And I think he could have a really deep run in this tournament as well. maybe hasn't had that like big finish more recently, like with an IC win, but definitely one of the players to keep an eye on, I think, capable of doing it. But yeah, Federico still keeping themselves in the mix as well, our current NAIC champion from last season. Can they do it again? That's a big question. Federico definitely possible, but you look at the talent on display here, and it's going to be a hard task.
I mean, I feel like we could spend ages talking about each one of these players and each of their accomplishments. We haven't even scratched the surface, but we do not have that sort of time. We need to talk about the Pokemon as well. We're going to see before we get started with our first match of the day. This is our Phase 2 Top 12 Pokemon. I'm not going to address the 70% King Gambit in the room. I don't want to do that. I want to talk about these Pokemon at the bottom line that have made their way in. We have seen so much Lycanroc going into the weekend to be countering these Charizard teams, and to get onto the graphic as well is amazing.
Yeah, well, that wave started over in Turin last weekend with the Lycanroc teams, with that Mega Frozlass Scovillain team, and that seems to have really kind of washed up on the shores here in New Orleans and really making a big impact this weekend. For good reason, that team is very solid. It's built so well, and that Lycanroc, a real good deterrent against those Charizard Ys that we know are in abundance out in the field. And progressing to day 2, they must have had a lot of success against those archetypes yesterday. Charizard, though, still sitting pretty high in the usage stats as well, so not as high as probably what I would thought it would have been, but still high enough. But the 2 standout megas, I would say, are Frozlass, Scovillain coming into this one, really making an impact and going to cause all sorts of problems for the remaining teams in the tournament.
They really, really will. But before we start getting into today's tournament, of course, our thought and what we kind of thought going into all of this, this is teams we'd bring. And I feel like you can see the players that are like, you know what? I could take this. I could win. Picking up top Pokemon. And then you can see that I'm just looking to have fun at this tournament. I think the team is fun, and that is what I care about. I would not I certainly wouldn't be I wouldn't be 9-0 like some of those trainers out there.
Never know, there might be. I haven't looked specifically if there's any Klefki in the field yet, but I think it's a good pick. It's a good prankster Pokemon. It gives you a lot of flexibility. Set the screens up, be disruptive with Thunder Wave. There's still options out there. I think it's a good example. I was very close to going with the Charizard Y kind of Mega Floette stuff, but I thought I'll go something different. I really liked the teams from Japan Nationals last week, and I really liked the Rain Dance Frozlass that was there, and I thought maybe some players might pick it up. Archaludon Rain feels good against Charizard if you can position yourself well, but I haven't seen any of that really. But I do like the other choices. I think Lenstin tried and true to their heart with the Mega Tyranitar like yourself, and I think a really good pick as well with the Hisuian Arcanine as well, which I do like a lot in this format. Any rock type you can tag on, and it gives Charizard a hard time.
And you have the same weather. You got snow. You're sharing that with
we have to give Joe a little shout out.
Yeah.
I think with the Mega Charizard X team, they made quite a splash last week in Turin.
Yeah, but okay, we're so close to getting started, guys. We're so close. But of course, we have to get into our Swiss standings. Again, 9-0 is fantastic. 8-1 also great. But you're looking to get as many wins as possible, because Top Cut is what you have your sights on set next. So no slacking now.
No, and I think if you're at the better end of these records, of course, you've got an advantage going into the tournament, but anyone progressing with that X&2 record at this stage, you're still in contention. You still got a chance. You just got to give it your all each and every round. Take every round as it comes. I'm sure our players will be doing that exactly, but yeah, these players here performed so well yesterday. They put themselves in the driving seat coming into today, and hopefully to carry that confidence and the ability to go further in the tournament on.
And of course, sitting at the undefeateds, we had to showcase them first. So going on broadcast for our very first match, to be starting off day 2 of NAIC, Wolf Glick going up against Kosukide, a world champion matchup, but only one of them can remain undefeated after this.
Yeah, and what a way to start. You start as you mean to go on, and this is the best way to start day 2 here. But we can't just concentrate just on that match. We're going to be featuring that, of course. There are some amazing other feature matches here that are going on this round as well. Emilio versus Shohei, one of those players will be out of the tournament running to progress on. So yeah, really, really tough matchup for both of those trainers.
There's so many fantastic matchups here, but we can't showcase them all. while we're getting ready for the match, one last final thing, of course, if you want to be a Pokemon champion, you need to have championship-worthy Pokemon. Your opportunity, watch for 60 minutes, and you can earn a special Blastoise. The Cherish Ball 2 is absolutely amazing. Do not miss your opportunity to get this. These drops are so awesome. You need more and more Pokemon. And of course, how to earn the Twitch drops. Take a screenshot. There's a lot of text here, but I'm believing you guys. I'm sure you can figure it out. Long story short, rewards.pokemon.com. But how about we start getting started with today?
Yes,
Let's go.
I mean, when we're looking at featuring Wolf round 1 against Cole, who has come off that top 8 finish at Japan Nats, had such good form yesterday. Both undefeated trainers in the tournament. One of them will still be undefeated after this match. Which one will it be? Well, we're going to decide in this Swiss round 10 coming up next.
And to talk about the teams, because we have certainly talked about the accomplishments, as said, some very different team building coming out from Wolf, but this is like his bread and butter, right? We got to see that Toxapex on full display yesterday, and then the Hydreigon for the fast mode. But the Mamoswine is also a really big piece of this puzzle, and one that I hope to see going into today.
I would love to see the Mamoswine. I think it gives a lot of issues to the Garchomp in particular, and with that Focus Sash that it's got as well, it's got that little layer of security against those big threatening attacks from the Charizard, the Basculegion, the Kingambit as well that will threaten it. But I think if you look at Wolf's team on a whole, it's got a lot of Charizard hate there. You know, you've got Pokemon like the Charizard, Hydreigon, the Incineroar, the Toxapex that all resist everything that the Charizard's going to throw out. So it makes it difficult for Cole to kind of bring that Pokemon as eloquently as they would normally do. So you're looking at probably the Floette there as the option, but the protect the Queen almost is going to be the Hydreigon. It is important in piece for Wolf. Needs to really have that active to deal with a lot of those threats. Get around the Fairy threats as well. You've got nice toxic support, like the poison type support with the Sneasler, that immediate threat. You've got the Toxapex that can soak up damage and give the Hydreigon a little bit of room, but to deal with that Basculegion that could be a little bit threatening. You do have the Intimidate from the Incineroar, but the Hydreigon with that Choice Scarf, immediate pressure is going to be able to cause a lot of issues.
And the fact that we've seen this team operate on that slower mode, but also the faster mode as well, I feel like it's so difficult to kind of lead into because there's so many different varieties of way Wolf can try and start this out, or even something that you have to watch for later in the set on the adjustments that can be made. But looking over at Ko's team, again, he is coming off his 7th place over at the Japan National Championships, and this is the same team that he used. It is tried, it is true, it is made up of some of the top Pokemon we have here in MA, with that Mega Charizard and Mega Floette.
Yeah, we've seen the 6 quite a lot already this weekend, and for good reason. These are probably 6 of the best Pokemon that we've got in the format, right? Cole used this in Japan Nationals. I mentioned that a few times now. There is a slight adjustment to this team that they used last weekend, and that is the Chopper Berry on this Kingambit. They were using the black glasses. And notably as well, now you've got no Protect on there as well. So that is, as long as it's on the field, you've got a pretty free target into it. And I'm sure that's something that Wolf will identify in this match. If they can position themselves well with anything like the Hydreigon, the Charizard in those scenarios, where you can hit into that, or you kind of pin Cole into situations where they're not comfortable, you can deal with that Pokemon quite easily. The Floette is going to be a big player here for Cole, and also that Tailwind on the Whimsicott. It is a form of speed control that can get you ahead of some of those faster threats on Wolf's side of the field, so that's something that Wolf's going to have to try and mitigate. You do have that fake out pressure though. Have to be careful about keeping Pokemon in after you fake that because of the on-call threat, but a way to stop that immediate Tailwind enabling, then you've got ways to do that, and then can you punish while you've got that fake up pressure next to you? That's the big question for Wolf, because it's easy for Whimsicott just to say, okay, well, you've got fake out, I'm just going to protect and get my Tailwind up the next turn. So these are the things that Wolf will be going through in his mind to get around these threats of that Floette and Whimsicott.
I mean, getting into this match, Wolf Glick going up against Ko Tsukide, 2 world champions undefeated here at NAIC, but only one can keep that record going on for the lead. Mega Floette, soon to be Mega Floette for Ko, going up with this Garchomp, but a good check with Hydreigon on the opposing end next to Charizard.
Yeah, the Hydreigon putting a lot of pressure onto that Garchomp here on Cole's side. Immediate pressure with that Draco Meteor. You've got to remember though that Cole has got Protected, so it's a simple play where you could protect it and then enable that Floette to easily remove that Hydreigon. 4 times weakness to Fairy type attacks. And is the Charizard going to be in a position where it can remove that Floette? Floette's pretty speedy on Cole's side as well, but Wolf has got a speed Charizard of their own. Not wanting to lose it too early on though, getting it straight out of there.
Yeah, we're switching things around. That Dragon is not safe. Toxapex comes out to play as Mega Evolution for this Charizard. Of course, you want to get all the power you can. You want to get that Sun to deal some big damage going on for it as Drought. It's going to be a sunny day, but a Mega for a Mega Floette over on the opposing end.
Yeah, some good information here. The Charizard Mega Revolving before the Floette, likely going to move before the Floette, but what is the Garchomp on Cole's side? Was it pressured enough to go for a Protect? There it is. It's not going to attack, giving that Charizard freedom this turn to go after that big Mega on the opposite side. But no, Wolf just wanted to scout out what Cole is deciding to do, protecting the Charizard this time around.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you do not want to be losing a crucial Pokemon on turn 1, so Protect make a lot of sense. And the Toxapex coming in soaks up the hit so well. And of course, with the leftovers, you soak up the hit, and you get a lot of recovery back.
Yeah, and it's a great position for Wolf to be in now, right? You've got the Toxapex on the field, you've got that wide guard that gives that Charizard perfect protection because, yeah, the Garchomp, it has Rock Slide, but not really going to be able to click that as easily. The Floette as well, not hitting for super effective damage, so not in the greatest spot. It's going to make Cole have to really readjust their position, especially if this consistent wide guard pressure is applied.
Yeah, so now making sure that we are protected from any spread damage attacks. So we're going to see Garchomp instead opt in for this Dragon Claw, start dealing some damage. Charizard, a lot of damage onto both the opposing Pokemon, but what does this Floette opt for? Single target damage as well. Moonblast into the Charizard, but not enough to be picking up the KO.
Yeah, some good valuable damage for Wolf, but Cole seeing straight through that wide guard. The Dragon Claw very good onto it. Now with the combination of that Moonblast, this Charizard is threatened of a knockout the next turn. So Wolf has to try and readjust from this point forward. Now Cole could go for an Earthquake here, maybe scout the Charizard switching out. Wolf has the play where they could just protect it and maybe enable that Toxapex to trap something on the field and then make that switch to something a little bit more preferable. But the damage onto the Floette already very valuable onto that Garchomp as well. But Cole feels in a bit more of an advantageous situation right now with this Garchomp pressuring that knockout straight onto the Charizard this next turn.
The amount of damage that could do, and looking at the other Pokemon to maybe try and swap into that if you're not wanting to take a hit, doesn't necessarily feel too positive. So force instead to stay in, but opt in for that Protect. This could leave way for the Toxapex to try and get some damage done, but it will be a Protect on the opposing end. Dragon Claw won't be able to pick up the KO this time around, but now Toxapex Infestation, but trying to target into the Floette means not much is going to get done on this turn.
Yeah, a bit of back and forth. Both players want to protect their Megas here. You don't want to get your Floette trapped on the field if you are Cole, but you don't easily want to switch it out either into something else that could lead to your detriment, right? You're using the Garchomp now as that leverage. Maybe would have been likely to see an Earthquake then, but no one to fall prey because of that wide guard pressure. You're still in the same scenario here, but now there's no guarantee of those protectors next turn, so it's likely we do see switches from that Charizard. The Floette's in a position where it can just sit on the field, probably get trapped for the cost of maybe getting some big damage onto anything that switches in for that Charizard.
Yeah, so Charizard, as said, of course, be switching out an Incineroar to hit the field instead. So at least when you're trying to reduce the amount of damage done, that Intimidate will drop the attack on the opposing Garchomp, but Floette doesn't want to be trapped. Kingambit onto the field instead. Dragon Claw into the Incineroar, but already showing how much work Intimidate had put in. And for Pokemon trapped in, well, it will be the Kingambit that's forced to be sticking around.
Yeah, that's a really good trap there for Wolf with that infestation. And each and every turn, it will be chipping away at this Kingambit like we're seeing now, which is so valuable to deal with this threat. The Intimidate also nice onto the Garchomp. You can see the Incineroar almost shrugging that Dragon Claw. And you've got the active Fake Out now to almost go into that Garchomp where you could potentially fake it out, go for the infestation, trap both of these on the field, and then try and reposition where you could get that Hydreigon out onto the field in front of future threats, maybe with a parting shot from your Incineroar onto the Garchomp slot, and then you're in a great spot where, yeah, Kingambit's not really that effective in this scenario, and the Garchomp's then super threatened by the Hydreigon that's on the field.
This Kingambit as well notably doesn't have Protect, so even if you're worried, like, Fake Out, I mean, Kingambit has to be kind of eating that, so you can target into the slot. You know this Pokemon is forced to be sticking around. You know it's forced to attack on the turn. So if you're a little worried of that damage, there's that possibility there. So fake out King Gambit, not going to accomplish anything this go around. But notably, no protect on the Garchomp, not necessarily worried about the damage, and showing as to why. Now, it'll be a Toxic to start getting that damage over time. And Garchomp, I mean, already down a third of its health, and those Toxics will stack up.
Yeah, it's a nice Toxic into the Garchomp slot there, and also the fake out into the King Gambit, just to kind of continue the chip away with this infestation and avoid any low kick damage into the Incineroar this turn, because you want to, if you are trying to get the reposition of the Hydreigon onto the field like I think you want right now, you're going to have to do it in a way where you can get it in without having to be threatened by one, that Dragon Claw that is a threat from the Garchomp, even though it is -1 attack, and that low kick from the King Gambit that's currently sitting there, and probably the slowest thing on the field right now that would go after a potential parting shot.
I mean, looking at these Pokemon too, both still kind of healthy on Ko's end, but this damage over time will kind of stack up. And if we can get some smart swaps coming out from Wolf to where this King Gambit can't really get too much momentum, that could be huge. We're going to opt in for the Rock Slide, but he missed onto the Incineroar. It's only hitting into Toxapex, and that is pitiful damage. Maybe going for some sort of blink, but sure enough, parting shot. Garchomp already wasn't accomplishing too much out here, and now even less so. And this is going to be a little bit of a safer swap with whatever Pokemon comes in. Won't have to take a hit from the Garchomp, only potentially from that King Gambit.
Yeah, the drop in attack again onto the Garchomp is very useful. It's probably going to force Cole into this scenario where it has to switch out. But the question is here, what does Wolf do? Do they bring in the Charizard? It's pretty low health. Is it going to be able to take even a resisted hit like a low kick into that slot? And there's always a risk that Cole just went for maybe even a Kowtow Cleave or an Iron Head into that slot. So we're going to see. Big question. If it survives, great for this Charizard and Wolf.
Yep, Sunlight coming out, Charizard on the field. Low kick will be enough to take down the freshly swapped in Pokemon. So Charizard's down. We'll have to go for another Pokemon to try and make momentum here. Toxapex as well with the flinch, which that's kind of one of the things of Rock Slide. It's not doing damage, but it did stop that Pokemon in its tracks.
Yeah, and I think Cole's got to have the question now. They're doing well to keep pace with Wolf, but you've got to be thinking in the back of your mind, what is my way to deal with this Toxapex? Especially now that the Hydreigon's entered the field and it is pressuring a knockout straight onto that Garchomp, and also big damage on to the King Gambit as well. It does have access to Earth Power, so we'll hit for super effective damage, and probably in range of an Earth Power. Do you have switches in the back that can come in on that? And you've got to be careful if you are the Hydreigon and Wolf with that Draco Meteor targeting, because if something like the Garchomp that does switch out to the floor, maybe you're kind of wasting your turn, then you're locked on the field with the Draco Meteor as your only option against the Fairy type, which is not ideal. And with so few options in the back, it doesn't give you much option to play around that.
Yeah, no protect, stuck on the field. King Gambit falls victim to the Earth Power and is taken out of the match. And now Garchomp will go again with the Rock Slide. Again, this has been lower 2 times for the attack, but those flinches yet again are where Ko's trying to get back in this.
Yeah, really unfortunate flinch, because you've got to imagine Wolf's probably trying to get that infestation onto the Garchomp to kind of add up the stack chip damage each and every turn. That alongside the Toxic would take down this Garchomp a lot easier. Now we know the Hydreigon's locked into Earth Power as well. There isn't that immediate threat onto the Garchomp, so it can switch out, undo those stat drops that it's taken, and then come back in a little bit later and be a bit more effective, where it has got the Earthquake, has got the Dragon Claw that will be hitting for super effective. Big damage onto these 2 targets that at the moment seem in a position where they are kind of putting a lot of pressure onto Cole's side.
I mean, coming out onto the field, we see the Float once again, but reminder, that Float took a lot of damage last time it was in battle.
Yeah, and now Wolf's got the option where they can go for the infestation into that Float. Maybe switch into the Incineroar again, drop another Intimidate onto the Garchomp. You don't have to worry about proccing any Defiant because the King Gambit's gone. So a really nice swap, but the Hydreigon's so pressured here from that Float. It is locked into that Earth Power as well, so not really going to be enough to take down the Float from this position. So you've got to imagine, you might say a switch, but no switch, Sierra.
No switch. Garchomp protect Earth Power into Floette to see if it will be enough, but no, just not nearly there. So Floette can start dealing a lot more damage in retaliation. Moonblast is enough to take Hydreigon down.
Yeah, but we see the end goal here from Wolf saying, okay, I get initial damage onto this Floette. Now I'm going to get the infestation onto it. And because it's trapped on the board, it's got so low health, it's only a matter of time before this flow actually drops. And now the next turn, even though you've lost the High Dragon, the big hitter here, you've got your Incineroar to come in, you've got that fake out that you can go for this next turn to prevent even the Garchomp from attacking all this flow if you decide to. Everything on a real timer now, and this Toxapex feels like it's in a great position, and it all comes down to that one Pokemon that's not revealed that Cole's got in the back.
Yeah, but especially that one Pokemon will have to do a lot of momentum because this Garchomp is just doing any attack. And as you said, that timer for Floette very rapidly coming to a close.
Yeah, you've got to feel like it may be that Basculegion for Cole as well, so that's something that you're going to have to try and deal with. If you suspect maybe the Garchomp switches out here, there is the opportunity where you don't go for a fake out and maybe go for one of those dog type attacks that you've got access to, like the Throat Chop. If you can catch maybe Basculegion on a switch in, makes this game a lot easier. But is Cole going to give it up? Is he going to just wait out, get as much damage as he can onto the field right now? You still have Light of Ruin active on the Floette, so that's something that Wolf will be thinking about. Fake out into that slot prevents it, it can't switch out, and you prevent any of that big damage, which is why we're seeing that into that Pokemon right now.
No damage, and you don't even have to worry about that infestation damage stacking up. Fake out will be enough for the KO. Dragon Claw, again, that pitiful damage and an infestation into the Garchomp to make sure that this timer of the Garchomp's on is going to be done sooner rather than later. We're so much on these toxic stacks now. You have to see last turn how much damage it did, and it's going to be enough on this turn. It dropped the Pokemon. Only one left for Ko. They need Basculegion, but still.
Yeah, I don't mind this for Wolf, actually, because if Basculegion comes in, it's got to make a decision, right? If it goes for Last Respect, it's not doing as much damage into the Incineroar, right? So you go after the Toxapex, you probably get respectable damage into it. I don't think it's going to be enough to pick up a one-hit KO against it, so it gives the Toxapex room to get the Infestation or that Toxic onto it, and then also room for Incineroar to get an attack off. Or do you go for the Wave Crash, maybe into Incineroar? That's, well, not going to be very effective into the Toxapex. It kind of loses you the game here. So the Last Respect feels like the best option. The Incineroar has taken a good amount of damage so far, and maybe Last Respect, after, you know, it might be enough. A couple of them could be enough to get rid of it, and then you can start dealing with the Toxapex. You just feel like it's probably not got enough in the tank to deal with these two Pokemon that Wolves preserve perfectly to this end point.
That's the thing, is Basculegion can do so much, but with these two Pokemon on the field, and with just how bulky this Toxapex is, and of course, if you target wrong, that could be everything. Wave Crash from the Basculegion, just making sure you can pick off one of these two threats to try and do this one-on-one. Now, of course, with no protect from the Toxapex, this is where we assumingly will see the Toxic to start chipping away more and more at this health. So Basculegion now badly poisoned. I have to imagine this next turn we see a Protect to start getting this damage chipped away.
Yeah, the Protect now, start that stack, and then you're going to be, if you call, relying on Last Respect into the Toxapex here, because, and hoping that it's doing significant amounts of damage. The Wave Crash recoil could be quite crucial here in this end game, but it's all about how well this Toxapex can take these Last Respects from this Basculegion. Remember, it is fully powered up at this stage with all three of its partnering Pokemon now fallen. Baneful Bunker coming out to give that Toxapex a little bit of alleviation and get some of that leftovers recovery going.
And of course, this is the name of the game. Toxic onto the Basculegion. Baneful Bunker coming out from the Toxapex to get a little bit of recovery and chip away. So now it comes down. You've already used the Protect. You can go for it again. But how much damage is Last Respect going to do?
Yeah, I think the Toxapex will take it, and this gives an opening for Wolf to potentially get an Infestation off, which then the next turn that's stacked with. Here we go.
That's
oh,
it. Okay.
It's not.
Last Respect into the Toxapex will be enough damage, and Basculegion enough in the end game, the 1v2, to get the first victory on the board for Ko.
Wow, I did not expect it to knock out. That is just the power, the sheer power of that Last Respect. Cole probably knowing that the whole time as well with the game plan, saying, I'll just keep this Basculegion in the back because the Toxapex otherwise is going to be very difficult for me to deal with. But knowing that that Last Respect would be enough to get the knockout in that end situation. Yeah, really difficult for Wolf, because if you survive there, you get the Infestation off the stack, the Baneful Bunker, and the next turn you say, okay, well, we're looking like you could maybe clinch this. Very difficult to get around that Basculegion, so you're going to need to have something a little bit more sustainable to be able to help deal with that in the end game if you're Wolf. I think that's what you've got to think of. You have the High Dragon in that spot. It deals with that Pokemon perfectly, but obviously you've got to kind of leverage that in other areas. And that's what Cole did so well here, to force it back onto the field in front of that King Gambit, in front of that Garchomp, and utilize lock into something you probably didn't want to there, and then let it go down at the cost of taking the Floette, which, you know, I think in hindsight, you probably would have preferred to keep it and lose the Incineroar in that trade-off, but that's not how it played out. Lots to think about, but huge credit to Cole there for managing a really difficult situation in that end game.
And especially, too, talk about managing this difficult end game, but it kind of just seems so telegraphed when you start thinking back on it. Sure, in that mid game and even early, the pressure that Wolf was able to put out and toxicking these Pokemon, the infestation, the trap, and how little damage Ko was doing in return, it just kind of seemed so Wolf-sided for a moment. But just that one last Pokemon that never hit the field, never took damage, that is more than enough to take that end game, was just so impressive. And I think back to some of those earlier turns where the Toxapex just kept flinching, right? You're trying to get the infestations to try and roast through Ko's team just a little bit faster. The opportunity just wasn't there. So are we going to pick up the pace a little bit going into game number 2 for Wolf to try and equalize? That is going to be the big question here as we get into game number 2 and get a chance to eye up our leads. Floette and Garchomp coming out for Ko, and on the opposing end, Charizard and Incineroar.
Yeah, it telegraphed, like you say, from Cole, so going with those same leads, but mixed up here from Wolf. And I think the one thing you probably want to do is try and not allow this Charizard to take as much damage as it did when Cole didn't fall for that wide guard in game 1. If you can get this Charizard into better positions later in this game, it's probably going to have a bit more of an impact. The Intimidate here is very good onto this Garchomp in that active fake out now to prevent a threat of Rock Slide. Dragon Claw from that Pokemon in particular, really useful, while you can leverage your Charizard to start getting those all-important heat waves onto that side of the field. We saw the damage from game 1, and that's, I think, what Wolf needs to try and do in this opportunity. Is Cole going to allow the Garchomp to be an easy target here? We'll have to wait and see, but Incineroar switching straight out.
Incineroar is out. You already got that Intimidate. We'll bring something in that's a little bit more bulky, as of course Mega Evolution will hit the field. Mega Floette from Ko to just deal as much damage as possible, because of course you don't want to be a sitting duck in this match either. Now we'll have to see where it's targeted into. No Mega Evolution for Wolf quite yet. Instead, Charizard just with a Protect. So we won't see the sun quite yet. A little bit of preservation on your weather. Rock Slide coming out. No damage into that. It'll just be a little bit of chip into that Toxapex. But where did the Floette target down into to get some damage into the Protect?
Yeah, wants to really go after that Charizard when the opportunity was there. Smart play from Wolf, not even Mega Evolving here, so preserving that for the right time to get the Sun onto the field. Now that Toxapex is threatening the wide guard again, so could go for this turn. It puts Ko off using those spread attacks, of course, but Dragon Claw is going to be active, it is there. But unlike earlier, it is -1, so it isn't going to be hitting as hard. The Charizard probably in that position where it doesn't want to contend with a double up, so you've got a nice switch in to Incineroar here to drop another Intimidate onto that Garchomp. Then you have the fake out, and if the opportunity arises, you can get the infestation early onto that Floette and put the timer on it to start removing and trying to get rid of it as quick as possible.
It'll be turn number 2 where we get to see the Mega Evolution come out, so a little bit more of a spoiler of what's to come as Charizard will look to go on the offensive. Mega Evolution, of course, bringing about the sun so these heat waves can do as much damage as possible. But Ko, not wanting to take any damage onto this Floette, will Protect. Dragon Claw the first up. Intimidate paying off well. It'll be Weather Ball instead. Floette is the target. That is the threat. And nothing will happen to it this turn.
Really good Protect there from Ko to get that useful Dragon Claw damage. You can see how valuable that Intimidate was. Charizard taking it very comfortably here. And like we said, Ko not wanting to go for that Rock Slide because of the wide guard threat, but just going and getting really no value from that turn, not ideal. But that Floette target is open this time around. Could you maybe go for a wide guard, expecting the Garchomp to say, well, you think I'm not going to Rock Slide, but actually I am. So just to cover bases here with the Toxapex here, keep that Charizard protected, and then try and get that all-important Weather Ball into that slot, especially if you catch something on a switch.
And if it's going to be a Weather Ball, that will be a lot of damage into King Gambit. So really counting on the Charizard to protect, but this Kingambit gets in safely. Rock Slide, of course. Charizard would have been threatened if it did want to go on the offensive, but Toxapex will be taking that little bit of chip damage. Will we get the flinch, though? No. Instead, Infestation to lock this Kingambit down.
Yeah, it's a really nice trap there, making the Kingambit a pretty easy target this next turn. You do have to contend with the Sucker Punch from this Kingambit, and that combined with the Dragon Claw Rock Slide from the Garchomp will do significant damage to the already weakened Charizard. So it's not going to be as free, and it has protected the last turn. Do you maybe switch things up now, try and get the Hydreigon onto the field? There is the worry, though, that Cole could just go for Dragon Claw there. So you're in the position where you can remove this Kingambit. We already talked at the top of the show, this Gambit doesn't have Protect. So it's an easy target to go for, especially when it's on the field, it's trapped. And then you could leverage this Toxapex to maybe go for the Infestation into that Garchomp, trap that also onto the field. And then you could cycle those Intimidates a little bit later, get some value out of your Charizard now when the opportunity is there.
Well, Charizard, we're not looking for that opportunity. We do not want to contend with the hits. Incineroar instead coming out onto the field. And this is where things can get a little bit risky because, of course, with that Intimidate, you get the Defiant onto that Kingambit. Dragon Claw out the first hit into the Incineroar and low kick into that spot. Not enough for the KO, but so much damage done.
Yeah, really good call there from Cole to try and get them back into a position that's a bit more preferable where they were threatened so heavily from the Charizard. A nice Intimidate again onto the Garchomp to weaken that even further, and the Toxic there. We'll just put it on a timer now. But this Kingambit in a spot where it is threatened this next turn because you've got that wide guard support from the Toxapex to protect the Incineroar from the Earthquake, the Rock Slide, and you've got a Flare Blitz. It's boosted by the Sun that you can go for into that Kingambit and just remove that with the Incineroar. So a nice trade there where you're keeping that Charizard still protected, and that Garchomp, all the time it's staying on the field, it is not resetting those drops, and we saw how less of an impact it had in that late game in game 1. So it's the same sort of situation. Does Cole want to try and switch it out, though? That's the thing. Reset those drops, it will have a bit more of an impact. So that's something that they might be thinking about, or whether they just want to keep it in play and just have that consistent damage.
Oh, we're going to go for as much damage as we can into the Incineroar. If you think this Kingambit's going to be public enemy number 1, Dragon Claw, Sucker Punch, the double up is enough, and Incineroar goes down. So no Fake Out, no Flare Blitz potential onto the turn. The cost, though, will be Garchomp taking more and more damage as Infestation also going to be stacking up going on forward. But go slowly but surely try to chip away through Wolf's team.
Yeah, really smart play from Cole to say, okay, well, I am threatened by that Flare Blitz we talked about. Just getting some last hit damage off, and the double up there enough to take down that Incineroar because of that low kick on the switch in. But now I don't mind the trade where you're saying, okay, well, if you get the Incineroar, don't get the Kingambit, I'm going to trap your Garchomp for the cost of that. And now we talked about those drops and how less of an impact it's had. Now neither of these Pokemon can switch out now. Infestation's active. Hydreigon comes onto the field really healthy and in a position where it can start getting rid of these Pokemon on Cole's side, because that's what Wolf's got to try and do now. He's got to get some momentum, get rid of these pieces on Cole's end, and try and get evening up the score so that Charizard's in a better position end game with the Hydreigon, hopefully, to close things up and take us to a game 3.
That's where we saw game 1 falter a little bit, where the mid-game seemed so strong, but just not being able to get through Coach seemed fast enough with all of that passive damage over time. So Hydreigon is something that's definitely a lot more powerful. But again, with this Choice Scarf, what do you lock into right now? Earthpower surely gets Kingambit out of there.
It's probably the bigger threat is that low kick as well, especially because the Divine Boost that it's had, right? So you want to make sure you get rid of that threat. The Garchomp's weakened by those Intimidates, so it's probably not in the worst place. Earthpower seems like the smartest choice. Get rid of that threat so the Hydreigon isn't as threatened going into this turn against the Garchomp.
Yeah, so Kingambit is gone. And of course, with Wyguard, no Rock Slide, but it will just be a Dragon Claw into the Toxapex instead. Start trying to damage into this. Because of course, if we're looking at an endgame where you're setting up something like a Fast Legion, you want to make sure you have that little bit of damage in case, you know, it was a roll or, you know, it could be close.
Yeah, and I think that's the real important thing here for Wolf is to kind of keep and preserve that Hydreigon to deal with that Basket Legion, because it feels like Cole's probably went with a similar game plan to that game 1. But you can't allow yourself to be in a position where that Last Respect is active against your Toxapex as a win condition, because we know the damage there. It's not going to be enough to get you over the line. The Hydreigon, though, on the other hand, is the Pokemon that can get you over the line. You just need to deal with this Garchomp. You've done a really good job so far of trapping it in, getting that Toxic Timer on it. Now, in the next task is get this Hydreigon out of harm's way. So threatened by this Floette, you've got no impact really offensively with this Earth Power. You need to just sack your Charizard, get it in, hope we can get through one turn against this Garchomp that has been weakened through the Floette as well, and use and leverage his Toxapex to deal and start the timer ticking down on this Floette.
And this is where things get scary, because in game one, Floette had taken quite a considerable amount of damage early on, but at full health now is so much more threatening. Hydreigon locked into the Earth Power is not like the most amount of damage, but we're gonna go for it. This could be so dangerous, because now if this is a Floette that targets down into that Hydreigon, that can't just be enough to get the KO and put Wolf down to only 2 Pokemon. Moonblast targeting down that Dragon. Fairy Aura, so much damage, extremely effective. If Hydreigon was the Pokemon you needed to deal with that potential endgame Basculegion, well, that is now just eliminated from the game.
Yeah, it is gone, but the Charizard's still in the back, and it can come in. And now with the chip onto the Garchomp, there is the potential where you could potentially pick it up with a Heat Wave, and depending on how much this takes this Floette down by, it's going to be very close, where the Charizard could come in and kind of clear these 2 Pokemon up. And then you've got, with the Sunbeam active, once it hits the field, you do have Solar Beam that is going to be super effective into the Basculegion, so there is that play as well. And if you're really worried here with the Charizard, you just protect it and maybe go for just a Baneful Bunker with the Toxapex here. These Pokemon, or you could go for the Infestation onto that Floette to get a little bit more extra chip. But it's all about protecting this Charizard. The Garchomp probably will drop the next turn, so that's fine. You want to force that Basculegion out as long as you've got the Sun active to allow you to get that all-important Solar Beam onto that Pokemon.
I mean, we got 5 turns to work with if we need to get that Sun up, as Charizard hitting the field brings it new bout of that sunshine around. Of course, these Pokemon have taken some damage, and even if the Garchomp has been so low, you still don't want to be taking a Rock Slide, and you have to be so careful if you look at that preservation, because yeah, the Garchomp definitely, that timer should be up. But it's still a little bit more staying power, so sure enough, protect on to this Charizard. You cannot risk anything at this point in the game, as Toxapex also will protect.
Yeah, it's probably a smart Baneful Bunker here. You could go for the Infestation, but why risk taking any extra damage than you need to, right? Light of Ruin being the choice as well from that Floette into the Charizard, so not wanting to take that big, powerful hit, and a smart one, because now that Garchomp, which was once a threat, is now removed. It's kind of like a pseudo-perish, this Toxic and Infestation combination, but a really effective one as well. Now this Floette takes a bit more additional damage. It is going to be in range of a Heat Wave, but the big important thing here, if it is the Basculegion, it has one more partnering Pokemon than it did the last time around, which could give that Toxapex a little bit more leverage here, where it can take the not fully boosted Last Respect and put it in a position where it can start to get that timer onto this Pokemon as well. You've got the threat of the Solar Beam now, which Wolf didn't have in that game one.
Yeah, so it comes down to Charizard, still just a threat in this, but the Basculegion does, of course, have Protect. So if you are thinking that it is a Solar Beam into the spot, you can take that down and Protect past this turn, get damage with Floette, finish off with Aqua Jet, but still, you have to be so careful. You can't let this Basculegion get a hit for free.
Yeah, and that's what I would worry about. I think the Light of Ruin, the Aqua Jet combination into the Charizard, will that be enough? Are you allowed to get it off, though? But here we go. We're going to see the Weather Ball here into the Floette. Now, that will drop. But now you're powering up that Last Respect. We saw the damage from game one. If this is Last Respect into the Toxapex, it will be enough.
Or even into the Charizard, also enough. So now Charizard goes down. Only one Pokemon for both of these trainers. Of course, Toxic into the Basculegion to start dealing that damage. But this is going to be fully boosted up Last Respect. Last time we got to see how much damage it did, which was enough. Toxapex with these leftovers now will be back essentially to full. So I have to see this go around if Last Respect is enough.
Yeah, I think it will be. The Toxapex has taken a little bit. It's not full health yet, but it's around the same health as it was at Last Respect in the previous game, so it feels like it probably will. But Baneful Bunker.
Make sure that you can get up to maximum health, and that the Last Respect has to be that one-hit KO as Protect past this turn. You get the leftovers. We're back up to full. We get a little bit of that poison damage. Make sure that stacks up. So if this isn't enough, you can still try and hit this 1v1. Of course, go up 1 in the set. This KO would secure an undefeated slot here. Last respects, Basque Legion. Will it be enough?
Oh,
it is not. Toxapex, 5 HP. Infestation fired off. Now the damage stacking up onto this Basque Legion. You have the Toxic, you have the Infestation, and you have a Toxapex that can protect on this next turn.
Yeah, you called it, Sierra. Needed that just few extra HP points there with that leftovers recovery to get that hit, but now you're in that position. Have you got the ability? I think you're going to need a double protect here, really, to get the remaining health on this Basque Legion. It's around 50% right now. Probably feels like 2 ticks of that Toxic and the Infestation to get it.
Damage that stacks up. Baneful Bunker, nothing will happen to the Toxapex on this turn. How much damage will be happening to this Basque Legion? We have the Infestation, we have the Toxic. We'll have to see how much it brings it down to, but I said I think we're fishing for the double. That's going to be the first one. Infestation, not enough. We have to go ahead and hit the double protect.
It's all about this Baneful Bunker. Will it land? If it does, Wolf will tie this up. We'll go to a game 3.
It's a 1 in 3 chance clicking this Baneful Bunker to stay protected through this turn and have the Basque Legion go down. Or if you fail, Basque Legion gets the hit, secures the win for the Baneful Bunker. He gets the double protect. Toxapex stays safe past this turn. Basque Legion has done so much. This Toxapex has so little health, but he just can't get it done. Basque Legion will go down, and Toxapex secures this endgame for Wolf to take the game and take us into a game number 3.
Wow, what an end to the game there. You needed that double Baneful Bunker, and he gets it, locks it in, taking us to a game 3. It's what we want, and we're gonna get it.
That was incredible. I mean, Toxapex, easy MVP. I mean, there's the survival, being able to have that leftovers recovery each of those turns, and I mean, even just that Baneful Bunker for that 5 extra HP at the end, that 5 HP that you survived off of with the last respect, and it comes down to the double protect. I mean, 1 in 3, the odds aren't great, but hey, if the odds are there, there's always a possibility. What a crazy end game.
Yeah, I'm glad you called it, Sierra. I think you said, you know, going for the Baneful Bunker to ensure that you've got maximum HP as possible. It felt like in that scenario, you were very close to it, right? 5 hit points away from max, but that 5 hit points was all the difference, right? So going for it, knowing the calcs, knowing it's probably a roll here, right? And every bit of HP matters, and then putting yourself in a position where you can close this out and getting that second Baneful Bunker, making all the difference there. And you can see the power of that Toxic, that Infestation trap there. But you mentioned in game 1, very telegraphed from Core. I feel very telegraphed from Wolf as well.
I mean, telegraph, but that was still a match that was on the wire. You had to make sure that last respect wasn't the KO, and maybe it was a roll, right? Maybe it could have had been a KO, and you hit the 1 in 3 for that Baneful Bunker. So that was not an easy game. That didn't feel secure. That there's a lot of things that could have gone wrong. So now, if you're Wolf, knowing how tight that end game was, you switch it up going into game 3, because those are variables that I don't think you can rely on in a all-decisive match.
No, definitely not. I think you don't want to... Your progressing undefeated record does not want to hinge on you landing 2 Baneful Bunkers in a row. I think you've got to have a little bit of a better way about it, and knowing Wolf as a trainer as well, we'll want a little bit of a more consistent route to victory. It's not going to be easy against Core, because Core is playing so well and just making all the right reads at the right time and getting themselves into positions where they should be locking this game up, but Wolf closing that door each and every round. I still believe the High Dragon in the end game is the key to this.
One more match for these 2 trainers, these 2 world champions, to see who can remain undefeated here at NAIC. Garchomp and Floette yet again for Ko, for Wolf, Charizard, and Incineroar. Again, 2 very aggressive leads from both.
Yeah, same leads as game 2 here, dropping that Intimidate onto the Garchomp. It's not going to be hitting as hard. You've got that active Fake Out to stop it moving this turn and allow the Charizard a bit of freedom if it wants to. We saw the Protect in game 2. Does Wolf change it up here? Get that immediate damage onto the field when you've got that Fake Out support next to you. It might be very useful to do that, especially knowing that the blowout was a lot healthier in the end game in game 2, and it would have been easier to deal with maybe if it had taken some initial damage already.
Going on into this too, again, it kind of seems that we're just not getting through these Pokemon fast enough. So if you can get a really powerful hit to be starting off this match, that can just be so crucial. Of course, this Garchomp, it has been something that hasn't been able to have the most impact in the later stages of the game with those Intimidates that have been stacking up. So could have maybe gone for a swap, but instead sticking in, do some damage now. But it seems like Wolf has the same idea. No swaps. It'll be Charizard with that Mega Evolution. Sun is out. Is this going to be a Heat Wave to deal some damage onto both, or a Weather Ball? We'll find out after this Mega Evolution. Is Float also Mega Evolves?
Yeah, I'd be more inclined to say that Charizard's going to protect here because it didn't Mega Evolve in game 2, but it has here. Is it getting ready to throw out a big Weather Ball or Heat Wave onto this side of the field? There's the Fake Out.
Fake Out, stop the Garchomp in its tracks. Make sure it's not going to be able to do anything and not hit any sort of Rock Slide. Weather Ball with the Sun, deal some damage right away into the Floette. Bring it down to a third of its health. But of course, gets a hit in response. And Moonblast into that Charizard will bring it to about half.
Yeah, that's a really nice play from Wolf, identifying there is an option here to try and get the damage onto that Floette, because once that piece falls, if you've got the Hydreigon in the back, it can come in a lot freer. It doesn't have to worry about that fairy threat anymore. It will have an easier time against this Garchomp, the potential Basculegion and the Kingambit that you would expect to cause board, but they might have changed things up. Now you're going to have that position where Charizard probably wants to protect against the Garchomp threat, so you might see that Incineroar switch out to the Toxapex, get itself onto the field, but a super swift change up here from Cole.
Whimsicott instead, so Garchomp is off the field. Whimsicott comes out. Toxapex also going to go ahead and switch, but that game 3 adjustment, how does Whimsicott change its dynamic?
Does have Encore, so it can be a real problem for this Toxapex if it wants to start laying toxic, if it wants to start changing its moves, or if it wants to go for that support line with the Wide Guard here. Will and has the potential to be locked into any one of those attacks, so you have to be careful with it. And you can't keep it on the field as easy. You also have Tailwind. It's something that Core has had under their belt that is going to give them a bit more of an advantage against the faster, speedier things on Wolf's side, so you can levitate, put everything ahead of the threats on Wolf's side and start really being a bit more impactful from your end.
Well, even the right here, right now, Whimsicott switching in. Charizard protected to make sure that it didn't take damage on that last turn. So that Encore threat is very imminent, right? You have to worry that if Charizard is going to get locked down, do you make the switch now? But that's also going to be a Pokemon on a switch in that can take so much damage from that Floette.
Yeah, and it's likely if Wolf has kept the same forwards, you know, you're going to have to bring in the Incineroar. You can't bring in Hydreigon in front of two Fairy types, so it does make it a bit easier for Cole to maybe pick off and get some real useful damage here. Light of Rune could be something that you utilize into this Incineroar that's just hit the field.
So Encore, Incineroar swaps into Charizard, isn't locked in, but of course, damage is the name of the game. And a lot into that Incineroar. Of course, it will get some recovery with the Citrus Berry, but sitting at less than half damage. If that was the main way of dealing with the Garchomp damage, that one hurts. But Floette is definitely going to be on a timer, and even more so now, thanks to that Infestation.
Yeah, really nice Infestation there, because you're trapping it on, you're putting it on a timer, it's already taken that Weather Ball damage, and it's a matter of time before Floette will fall. Now you've got that active Fake Out, you can go into the Floette this turn, prevent any big damage from that Pokemon in particular, and then try and get the Infestation onto the Whimsicott as well, and then you're dealing with these Pokemon a little bit better, and Toxapex isn't immediately threatened from either of these. The Encore threat onto the Toxapex, do you mind if it locks you into Infestation? Probably not right now. And also, do you leave the Whimsicott in a vulnerable position where its Sash could be broken pretty easily from a Fake Out and it's not able to support this Floette? But I think the more immediate threat is that Floette. That's where the target of that Fake Out is probably coming. But you've taken a lot of damage. You've got the Fairy Aura boost as well to consider from the Moonblast from the Whimsicott. So you can't really expect Incineroar to just sit here and take nothing. There is the trade that you could maybe take with that Incineroar Moonblast from that Whimsicott.
I mean, Fake Out called it. You cannot let this Floette get a good attack off. The Whimsicott will also go on the offensive. Fairy Aura with the Moonblast, not enough to take care of this Incineroar. Incineroar sticks around for one more turn, and Infestation is also going to be hitting into the Whimsicott. So that damage will be stacking up, and it also is trapped.
Yeah, now we're going to see the Floette go down to this Infestation chip here, and the Sash broken on the Whimsicott going to be easier to deal with now. It's going to be susceptible to going down to anything that Charizard throws out once it does come back onto the field. But the nice thing is that we've still got that Incineroar as a piece that they can utilize. You're going to get knocked out by anything. Fairy Aura is gone, so that Moonblast not as effective here. And it does mean, by bringing the Whimsicott as well, you'll not brought one of those two threats in Kingambit or the Basculegion. You've got to imagine that Kingambit has been dropped here. Basculegion has been so effective as an endgame Pokemon. So the Basket Legion not being able to have to deal with that makes things a little bit easier. Garchomp now entering the fray, can't utilize those spread attacks as easy because you've got that immediate support from the wide guard here. Do you use it now to try and reposition the Incineroar? Do you let it go down for something to come in a little bit freer the next turn?
Yeah, I mean, especially with the amount of damage this Incineroar has taken, I mean, you can just fire off a Dragon Claw into it to make sure you can just pick up this KO sooner rather than later if you anticipate the Toxapex is just going to go ahead and hit that wide guard, right? But then if you're worried about this Garchomp and kind of stopping it to distract, there is the opportunity as well for Whimsicott to start dealing some of that damage, which Whimsicott, he can take care of the Incineroar and try and get a VP hit into that Toxapex.
Yeah, that is very true. Gonna say the Toxapex just switch out, so there we go. It doesn't want to stick around.
It doesn't. Hydreigon coming out instead. This one can be dangerous. You're sitting across from a Fairy type and a Dragon type, but Encore, smart little swap. Dragon Claw could have been dangerous, but will just hit into the Incineroar instead to secure that KO. So it could have been a risky switch, but calling so well how Ko was going to be playing out this turn means Hydreigon gets in safely and has so much pressure into that Garchomp, and the Charizard threatening so much into that Whimsicott.
Yeah, and this is a nice spot for the Hydreigon because you instantly pressure the knockout onto the Garchomp, but you are going to have to take a trade because this Whimsicott will probably likely pick up the Hydreigon. But are you all right with that with Wolf? Because if you take down the Garchomp, the Charizard's kind of protected, right, from anything the Garchomp threatens you with, and you take down the Whimsicott that threatens your Hydreigon, and then you're left with Cole's last Pokemon, which is likely the Basket Legion, and then you've got the Charizard in the sun that's just set up with that active Solar Beam once again.
I mean, something we look at too is maybe just switch up of the speed and Whimsicott go ahead and speed for the Garchomp to maybe not be quite as threatened. But Hydreigon feeling a little bit of that pressure. Will the swap Toxapex comes back out onto the field. Sure enough, Tailwind. You're staring across two speedy Pokemon. You want to make sure your Garchomp can get a hit in. Well, it can, and it will be that Rock Slide. Charizard goes down.
Yeah, that's a really clever Rock Slide there from Cole, not getting sucked into using the Dragon Claw that might not be picking up those knockouts, and then really getting the reward from the player that you mentioned, the Tailwind. It was immediate there. Put the Garchomp ahead out of harm's way and get that all-important Rock Slide onto the Charizard. Now that piece has fallen. This Hydreigon in a lot of trouble. Now the Tailwind's there. It's an easy Moonblast into that slot, and has Toxapex got enough in the arsenal to be able to deal with 3 remaining Pokemon on Cole's side?
Toxapex, it barely got the victory up against 2, right? Toxapex can do so much, but it just doesn't have that same staying power we got to see before. These Pokemon are not toxic, they're not infestation, you're not getting that damage over time. And it's looking like it's gonna have to fight this match all by itself. The first hit, Hydreigon has no staying power up against this Moonblast. It is all down to Toxapex, but I think this battle is just a little too much for it. Dragon Claw will be the first hit. You still have a lot of damage to do into this Pokemon. It'll be the first piece of the puzzle, but I just don't think that there's enough that this thing can do.
No, and I think you're in that position now, if you are Cole, where you can just continue Dragon Claw, or you could even Earthquake, because the Whimsicott's not going to go down to an Earthquake. So you're pretty free to go for that if you don't suspect a Wide Guard to come out. And even to prevent the Wide Guard, you can Encore it now into the Toxic and just have that free Earthquake to close this game up at this cost of your Whimsicott. But that's fine because it closes the matchup and makes your run still undefeated in this tournament. Really looking difficult here for Wolf.
All right, Protect for the Garchomp. Already taking some damage, don't want any more. And Encore to lock this Toxapex down even more. So making sure that Toxapex, I mean, it is locked into this Toxic, right? And once you Toxic Pokemon, you can't further Toxic them. Garchomp stays safe, and yeah, you don't have those alternating Protects to get recovery back.
No, and that's the problem, I think. You want that Baneful Bunker, you want to take as much time to get those recovery turns in as possible, but not going to be allowed that here. And like we talked about with that Dragon Claw, that's doing good, consistent damage. Or you've got the immediate threat of the Earthquake here, which combined with the Moonblast might just be enough onto this single target Toxapex.
Moonblast brings it down to about half of its health, thanks to that critical hit. And now this Earthquake. Garchomp will hit everything on the field. Toxapex does stick around, but his days certainly numbered within this one.
Yeah, and like you've said, Sierra, because it can't go for the Protect in between turns to make use of these Toxics, it is just a sitting target now. Able to take that Earthquake pretty well as a consolation prize, but consolation prize is not going to be enough to get you over the line with this Toxapex so well adapted here. And what an adjustment from Cole with that Whimsicott. It has been the game changer for them in this match. and really making it difficult for Wolf to get any momentum in this game 3.
And now Toxapex, 25 HP. It is locked into only Toxic. Garchomp only one hit away from being able to close this one out. Whimsicott first. It'll be that Moonblast. Not enough, but the follow-up from this Garchomp will be good to finally put this Toxapex to rest one and for all. And it's going to be Kosukide to remain undefeated here in New Orleans. A world champion matchup, a game that goes all 3 sets. 10-0. Ko, he looks unstoppable.
Yeah, he looks in such good form, and I mean, it was very close to go to a game 3 anyway. But yeah, incredibly well done by Ko, just managing the board, the threats in front of them to such a high level against such a high trainer and Wolf, and continuing their streak with that 10-0. But what an adjustment going into game 3. What a difference that Whimsicott made, saying, okay, well, the King Gambit has been all right in games 1 and 2, but it really hasn't given me much value, whereas that immediate ability to get the tailwind up and really disrupt with Encore was vital in that game, and also having another Pokemon that could threaten Hydreigon, you know, outside of the Floette, because once the Floette dropped, the Hydreigon you feel would be freed up. It would have a lot easier time to close things up, but no, Whimsicott, that second fairy, is just as strong and can do the job.
Well, even just the encores at the end, too. I mean, Wolf kind of forced to be switching out a damage dealer early on in Charizard. And then we get to see in that end game, I definitely feel is a little bit of a too tall of a task anyways. But encore down that Toxapex, it can't get up to any shenanigans. And again, just what an adjustment coming on out. What an incredible set by those two.
Yeah, Ko looks like they're going to be very difficult to stop in this tournament, you know, with those Pokemon that they're using. Everyone knows that team, but Ko piloting it, I think that's the key point here. The pilot behind these 6 makes a huge difference in how the team operates, how they approach different matchups, and how you identify kind of game-winning positions as well. And I think that's the whole thing about that last match, right? You looked at how the Toxapex and how Wolf used that. Well, it needs a lot of room. It needs to be able to change its moves a lot. Well, you just take that away with that Encore lock, and then the whole kind of game plan falls apart. It's very difficult from that point. And yeah, just remarkably well played by Ko, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of them as they move on. Still undefeated, which is crazy.
And while the match was going on, production pulled up a tweet coming out from Ko as well. Oh no, somebody else tweeting about Ko. Dude, that's no fair. How come Ko's name gets his name scrolling across the screen after his Pokemon gets a knockout? It's because I feel like Ko is the main character of the weekend. That is why. I mean, coming off a top 8 of the Japan National Championships, making the long journey to come out here, the only undefeated player left in our field. Yeah, he can have his name on the screen. It's not going to be the last time we see that.
Yeah, I guarantee that. And yeah, like you say, though, the long journey over here, something to consider about. Maybe some people forget that, you know, coming out of such an intense tournament last weekend, which is Japan Nationals, really hard schedule against top players, having a great finish and then coming straight into this event, you know, and then performing to the level that they are, just showing what a great trainer they are.
And I mean, there's a reason that this Mega Floette in this Charizard is just so strong. And I mean, that is the team to beat coming into this weekend, right? Everyone, that is on everybody's prep sheets. Everyone knows their matchup going into it. And certainly someone like Wolf would as well. But there's a reason that the team is one of the best, and especially when it's in a very capable trainer's hand, it is so difficult to contend against. Like, that was just so expertly played.
Yeah, and it's got so much damage capable of dealing out each and every turn, and I think that was the problem there. You know, Wolf's team's slow, methodical ways of getting around these threats, but they're too slow in certain circumstances. You know, even when the Garchomp, and this is down to Ko playing the team very smartly, you know, keeping it on the field, even though it's taken, you know, 2 Intimidate drops and just getting that consistent damage, because all that damage stacks up in the end. And then you've got these like burst damage Pokemon like the Floette, and yeah, threatened in scenarios, it might be going down the next turn, but you've got these moves like Moonblast that just do so much damage when they're boosted by the Fairy Aura, and then the Light of Ruin as well. And we saw multiple occasions there where the double up from something like a Sucker Punch or a Rock Slide into the Incineroar or a Dragon Claw, or into the Charizard where it was the Dragon Claw and the Light of Ruin, or the Dragon Claw and the Moonblast, enough to take it down. And it's really hard to keep pace with this team in particular just because of that huge damage that it's got access to.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult team to keep pace with, and at this point, no player quite keeping pace with Ko undefeated. Let's get words from him as he's standing by with Rose for our interview.
Thank you so much, Sierra and Lee. That's right, I'm here with the winner of our Swiss round number 10, Ko Tsukide. Congratulations, you are now 10-0 in the tournament, so close to that top cut. Were you nervous about having to face off against another former world champion, Wolf Glick?
はい、10勝0敗、今10勝0敗で、what did you say?
Were you nervous to have to face off against another former world champion, Wolf Glick?
対戦相手も、世界大会の優勝経験ある選手だったんですけれども、緊張とか特になかったですか？
対戦で緊張はあんまりしないんですけど、相当強敵だと思ってたので、どうにか勝とうと考えてました。
So I didn't get nervous about it, but he's a very good player, so I try to win to do my best to win.
Well, you did win. Congratulations. In that game 2, that double protect, what was going through your mind at the end of that game?
ゲーム2で2連統治が決められた時の心情はどうでしたか？
もう2連で決められたらもう負けなのは分かってたので、もう1個前のターンからもし決められたことを考えて、その3試合目のことを考えてたので、3試合目いっちゃったかみたいな、ちょっとがっかりした感じでした。
So he knows that 2 protects goes, he lost his game 2, so he starts thinking for 3rd game when 2 protects going on, and always, and the fact 2 protects is success, so he's already go minds to go game 3.
That was a really hype moment. Did you expect to play against a Toxapex at this tournament?
この大会が始まるまではもう夢にも全く考えてなかったので、もうオルフが使ってるのを見て結構驚きました。
So I haven't expected with gaming with Toxapex, and I very amazed that Wolf using a Toxapex in this tournament.
You had firm control over the match, though, knowing you needed to have that Basculegion at the end. So how did you preserve Basculegion to finish the games?
イダイトでゲームを終わらせることを、結構目的としてプレイしてたと思うんですけれども、そちらどういう感じで、思考してたかっていうのを聞きたいそうです。
ゲームの序盤とか中盤でドヒドイデを削ろうとしても、絶対に回復されちゃったり回復されるのが分かってたので、もうとにかくドヒドイデ以外のポケモンを倒してから最後にライトで倒そうってのをずっと考えてました。
So I couldn't knock out Toxapex during the game, so I tried to knock out other 3 Pokemons during game, and I tried to be 1-on-1 with Vaskovich and Toxapex so he can win the game.
But you got that rock slide on the Charizard, and so was that the moment you knew you had won game 3?
リザードンに最後岩なだれ直撃させた時にその瞬間勝ったなって思ったりしましたか？
そうです。順当にいけば勝ちだなと思って、あのターンが一番重要なターンだったので、あそこの勝負に勝つたのが大きかったです。
That was the most important turn that he did it rock slide to Charizard Y. So I got almost win, but I need to do my best for other turns to win that game.
Ko, you're already qualified for Worlds. Do you think you can win NAIC now?
I couldn't hear that.
I said, Ko, you're already qualified for Worlds. Do you think you can win NAIC?
もう世界大会の出場は決まっているんですけれども、この NIC も勝つつもりでいますか？
もちろん勝つつもりで、トロフィーが欲しいので、そこまで、優勝まで目指したいと思います。
So he won a trophy, so he want to be the champion for this tournament.
That's excellent. Ko, any final shout outs to people supporting you?
何か観戦している人に言いたいことがあれば。
もうこのままトップカット目指して、そして優勝まで目指して頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
Please cheer me for I will be a champion for this tournament.
Congratulations once again on your undefeated record. Thank you for speaking with me. And now we're going to go to Scott's thoughts for more analysis on this incredible match.
Thank you, Rosemary. I got Lee with me. Oh, you enjoyed that match so much. Want to talk about it a little bit more?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Scott. Yeah, I mean, what an incredible game to kick off day 2, right? I don't think we could have done it in any better style.
No, I mean, I feel like the matches all weekend have been incredible, but you can really see why both those players are undefeated going. This match could easily have gone either way. On one side of the field, we have kind of a team to beat in this tournament, right? That 6 Pokemon combination we've seen so much of. And then on Wolf's side, I mean, you know, he's maybe a little more conventional than is normal for Wolf, but still a really cool team. A lot to talk about in this one, so I'm going to jump into the teams a little bit quickly here. I think one thing to keep in mind before we go too much deeper here is just kind of the strategy of Wolf's team is so different than most of the teams we see in this format. While we do see some setup-based teams, in general, this is a very damage trading-based format, right? Where typically most of the Pokemon on these teams are going to do a lot of damage. You can try to score quick knockouts, and getting ahead in the game and the Pokemon count tends to be really important. Wolf's not really doing that, right? This is a completely different style. You kind of see that throughout the course of the game too. We're like, well, I'll make some weird-looking trades, but Wolf doesn't have burst damage on this team, really, right? Even the Charizard is maybe not the Charizard you used to see on the other side of the field. As it's a lot more about positioning. It's really important for him to conserve resources and not to take bad trades.
Yeah, exactly that. I think with the speedier Charizard, it's just not got the impact that the modest stat alignment boosting Charizards would have. It's still doing good damage, but it's more about getting that initial damage off to set up the Toxapex in particular for those late game scenarios where you've got that infestation, you've got the trap locked, you've got the toxic as well, and that tick down, and then you've got all the supporting pieces around it, and then the pressure piece with the Hydreigon. But it's hard to put it in those positions, especially in front of those Mega Floettes that we're seeing so frequently in this format.
And Lee, I'm so glad you said that, because I think that's the other thing on this team that I was going to point out too, is just that typically when you see these heavily positional based teams, you see a lot more protects, right? Typically on Perish Trap, for instance, that's the one team archetype where Incineroar is often taught protect, because it's so important to be able to have that pivoting tool available where you can protect the one slot, bring in the appropriate teammate. Wolf, in every game in this series, brought 2 Pokemon that couldn't protect in both the Incineroar and the Hydreigon. I think this made it a really challenging set for Wolf to play, and while we've seen that combination of Pokemon be really strong into other trainers, I think Ko was just doing such a great job of kind of keeping the pace that it became a bit of a liability, especially as Charizard in particular was so important to protect, and it was difficult for Wolf to keep the right partner next to Charizard throughout the course of the game.
Yeah, and those pin positions as well, like you say, I think it just made it, like you mentioned, a bit easier to kind of just get that really important damage. I think we saw it in Game 3 where the Incineroar had to come in. You couldn't bring the Hydreigon, and then you got that. Ko was able to get that really valuable Moonblast off, and I think those interactions with Wolf's team, if you can exploit those, that's where you can start to gain that momentum against them.
I'm going to not say too much about Ko's team there. We've seen it a few times over the course of the weekend. There's a few details that I think are important we can get to once they show up in the match. One thing I was just going to say is I think Garchomp was sort of the Pokemon to watch in this match. It's super important for both players, both managing Garchomp's health, but I think especially its attack stat. In Game 1 and Game 2, when Wolf kept it close, he did such a great job of reducing Garchomp's attack and making it disadvantageous for it to switch out so he could kind of control the damage from it a little bit. Part of why I think Game 3 gets a little bit crazy and Ko kind of runs away with it is just Garchomp gets to come in at so much better of a position, and then it really does just check Wolf's team really well.
Yeah, it was such a thorn for Wolf to deal with, and it was just, like you've mentioned before, without that burst damage, you just don't have a way to really deal with it quite effectively. And I think it was always protected so well by the Floette in those scenarios where you had to take the Hydreigon out of harm's way if you were Wolf, because you knew you needed it later on to deal with the King Gambit threat. And I guess Wolf would have probably ideally liked it there for that Basculegion in the endgame to not have to worry about that scenario of double baneful bunkering against the Last Respects threat as well.
just want to shout out the trainers' titles too. Kind of a fun new feature at Pokemon Champions, but really both of them were noteworthy. You know, I got to shout Wolf out as well. Evan and I were making fun of him a little bit in Indianapolis with his really the worst Steelix title. He didn't quite get to Toxapex Professor, but he got decent Toxapex Tamer, so that's pretty good. You know, maybe put a little more practice in before this tournament. Maybe that'll help him out. You know, eventually win. And then the flex on Coast side of the field.
Oh my.
Yeah, that's the title for doing very well at the PJCS last weekend. I think titles just went in the game like Thursday, so he was ready to update that profile, intimidate all of his opponents, and you know, maybe that intimidation factor has helped him a little bit in this tournament. They would jump ahead to the second turn here as Wolf has cycled Toxapex into the game. It's the only game where he leads Toxapex instead of Incineroar, and I think it leads us to a situation where Wolf puts himself in sort of a tough spot where he protects Charizard as Toxapex switches into battle in order to stay as safe as possible. And I think the tricky thing about that is it makes it a little bit easier to predict him, where if Charizard hadn't protected the previous turn, I think it's a little bit harder to read what Wolf might want to do, right? Like, oh, well, Charizard could protect, allowing Toxapex to go for Infestation or a Toxic, but because Charizard's Protect isn't available, this wide guard is a little bit telegraphed.
Yeah, and that opened the door for that Dragon Claw into it, and it was so pivotal, that damage, right? And the double up into it was almost handed because of that Protect, right? So that puts Wolf on the back foot straight away, and I think the damage taken here is so significant in the ability to get any further forward in this match for Wolf, and it was almost kind of telegraphed from this point on how Core had to play things out. That one moment where, yeah, there was that lapse where there was the opportunity, Core really just taking it with both hands.
Yeah, I think in the same way that Garchomp's HP and stats were really important for Wolf to break through on Ko side of the field, his own Charizard is very important for Ko to break through. Getting all his damage is really important. Much later in the game, it's going to cause Charizard to be in KO range for that low kick from Kingambit, and I think that was really the decisive feeling play in this game. Not such a big deal, but I think worth noting too. I don't know it really mattered where, you know, Garchomp could have been infested a couple of different times at the poor Toxapex flinching. It wound up being that Ko felt like it was the right move not to switch Garchomp out of battle anyway, so I don't think it actually impacted the game, but certainly a bummer if you're Wolf, and causes him to have a little fewer options because you just want to keep at least attempting infestation into that slot.
Yeah, the flinches are unfortunate, but I think you've got to give credit to Ko here as well, just for going for those options as well, just to be like, well, I have an option to potentially prevent this Toxapex from progressing this match back into Wolf's court. So if I can go for it, I will go for it. And yeah, it did pay off in those scenarios.
I want to come in this endgame too. So we get the first iteration of Basculegion versus Toxapex and Incineroar. There was a big critical hit there. It did not matter if you were wondering. That item on the Basculegion makes a big difference there, where I think it could have gone either way without the Mystic Water, but because Mystic Water's on there, even with the Drought, that's how powerful Basculegion is. That's always a KO, so always going to get that one. And then I wanted to check Toxapex's HP as well because I missed it live. But yeah, so I do think, on the other hand, as we learned in Game 2, there's a pretty good chance that Toxapex could have survived this last respects, but not what ends up happening, and we wind up in a Game 2 where Ko has the advantage. Critically in this game, though, the lead's a little bit different this time. Wolf goes for his strategy for both Game 2 and for Game 3, where instead of the Toxapex, or not Toxapex, but Hydreigon leading out the battle, it's the Incineroar, which makes a big difference. Ends up switching out of battle immediately here once again, but the Intimidate onto the Garchomp really helps because it prevents Wolf from getting, or having to take the risk of getting burned down the way he did in that first game, where at least if Garchomp attacks, Charizard's not going to do quite so much damage as it did the first time.
Yeah, we saw the damage from the Dragon Claw from the Garchomp into that Charizard, and it was so low impact. It was kind of like, okay, well, this is worth the trade-off here for me to be able to get some damage back onto your side of the field. So way better way of kind of adjusting how you're approaching this game from Wolf in a lot more methodical way about dealing with these threats in particular.
I think the next play that I'm really excited about in the second game, Ko in the middle of both Game 2 and Game 3 just had like some really great reads that put him way ahead in the game. Wound up not being enough thanks to an eventual baneful bunker in this one, but it's a really great read where Charizard's threatened. Both players understand how important Charizard is, so Wolf tries to get it out of dodge and bring this Incineroar in, and things just go horribly wrong where he gives the Defiant boost to Kingambit, which would not have been such a big deal if it was the Sucker Punch that seemed like Kingambit was threatening, but calls the switch, gets the Dragon Claw, gets the low kick, and it's just devastating for Wolf.
Yeah, and you think think in that scenario, if the Charizard just stayed in there, maybe calling it, it's really, like you say, really hard to keep the Charizard there because of how important it is. But you keep it in that scenario and you get the King Gambit, I think that puts you so far ahead in this game, especially when you taking the turn as well to get the Toxic onto the Garchomp. But I think also the thing to think about here is if you're keeping the Charizard in play, you probably are taking a turn to Wide Guard rather than Toxic with the Toxapex, just to have that little bit of extra security for that play.
Yeah, and I think that's a great thing to point out here too, where this is a really difficult set for Wolf, where I don't know if I would necessarily say it's a team disadvantage, but I think co-piloting this team is very different than other players piloting this team, and he just always felt like he was the back foot on this set, and I think he had to make a lot of really difficult decisions while he was under pressure. Even though this looks a little bad where, Incineroar takes a terrible trade here, he does get to a position where, even though he's not as likely to win the game as Ko was, he's still got himself to a pretty good percent to win in the end, and I think this is a big part of it, right, where the damage onto Garchomp ends up mattering a lot from Toxic as it adds up over time. Jumping ahead a little bit as poor Incineroar is defeated there. I think this is the other interesting play for me in Wolf this game. Hydreigon obviously being threatened by this float on the other side of the field, opts to sacrifice it instead of going for a switch. These choices are just so hard in Pokemon, right? Where it's like, hey, I have to take a bad trade, so which bad trade is the correct one for me? I don't know if it necessarily put Wolf in a position where he was more likely to win than lose, but it did give him, or maintain him odds that at least he was reasonably likely to win the game, and that's all he could do here. I thought it was a very difficult call.
Yeah, it's so difficult because I think it wasn't wrong to sack off the Hydreigon. Obviously, in the end game, I think it would have been easier to have the Hydreigon than the Charizard against the Basculegion. But I think being able to get that initial damage onto Float was so all important here, and just being able to start that chip away at it at the sacrifice to then know that you've got the Charizard to come in. And because the Garchomp had been so weakened at that point as well, Charizard felt a lot stronger than it would have done in other scenarios where the Garchomp hadn't had those Intimidates.
Yeah, and it really matters for this end game. I think this is a lot of fun checking this out. So, I mean, the trainers now, I think if they were to look back at the match, would know this for sure. I don't know if they did in the moment, but we could have mentioned, Wolf's Charizard's a little bit different than other Charizards. It's not like all the other reindeer, and because of it, its Solar Beam isn't quite as powerful as other Solar Beams are. I think Wolf realized this in the moment, but Solar Beam never KOs this Basculegion, right? He's actually pretty far from picking up this knockout because of how his Charizard is trained. So, not like a super great option. You'd need a critical hit in that slot in order to win the game. So, we see Wolf play this a little bit differently, and I think it looked a little odd in the moment where he takes a Weather Ball on this Float, which I think could be critical for the next game, kind of at least understanding exactly how much damage that does, despite, again, Wolf's Charizard not being the most powerful of attackers, but the last respects to come down, easily pick up this knockout, and I think cleverly avoids perhaps a situation where a 2v1 could have been allowed if he'd gone for the Solar Beam instead.
Yeah, I think that the understanding that Wolf has of the threats in front of him, I think, really shone through here, and the decision-making to go after that Float, just say, okay, well, if I go for it, then at least Toxapex is safe, and I'm going to be in that position where I can go for the Baneful Bunker the next turn, get that all-important Toxic onto the Basculegion, start the chip, and then have that full health to be able to take what everyone, I think, expected to be very close, if not a knockout from the last respects, going off damage from game one.
Yeah, and I guess, managing it too, maintaining Toxapex's HP is very important, right? This is a very physically defensive Toxapex. It tends to be how that Pokemon gets used in VGC, where, maybe in some singles format, you can be a little more specially defensive. But in this case, Toxapex tends to be very physically oriented. Yeah, it does take that well. I think at full health, it always takes the last respects, but it was weakened a little bit in that first game, allowing the KO to happen. But I think we all wanted to see a third game between these players, so probably no one too upset about it. And I think the first turn of this game is really interesting. Wolf in both Game 1 and Game 2 had led Charizard next to a support Pokemon, immediately protected Charizard and cycled. And sometimes in a best-of-3 set, when you're doing that, you're kind of conditioning your opponent a little bit, right? It's like, hey, I'm showing you that this is what I think the right way to play this matchup is, and now I'm going to do something else.
Yeah, and really taking advantage of the position here with that fake out, because I think Wolf never really taken advantage of the fake out previously to get damage on the opposite side of the field, and this is the time when Wolf was like, okay, well, I'm gonna go for it now and take advantage of this Float that is so open now with that Weather Ball, and that is really valuable damage. And you feel like Wolf's in that position now where they can start to get some momentum early on in the game, which felt like they were clawing at in games one and two.
Yeah, I think at this point it felt really good for Wolf, right? Where even though, again, this Charizard's not the sort of Pokemon who's scoring a lot of one-hit knockouts, it does get a lot of really important damage on this Floette. Puts Wolf in a pretty good position, but it winds up being, I think, by turn 4 where things start getting really interesting here. Toxapex's going to flee as it did over the course of the game. Again, kind of we learned in that second game, maintaining Toxapex's HP is very important. So has to dodge an Encore here, which would have put it in a pretty difficult position, as we saw much later in the game. And then Dragon Claw going to pick up this Incineroar. I think it had previously switched in, took a bunch of damage. And I think this turn is just very critical because, again, the previous games, Garchomp's HP and its attack side was controlled so well by the Incineroar. This time being forced to sacrifice it because it's so low on HP and because Encore is being threatened in the other slot. Had to let it go. And now Garchomp from this point in the battle is just so scary. Wolf brings up Charizard here a little bit as a bait, where he's like, oh, this combination of Pokemon. Ooh, look at this scary Hydreigon here. Probably going to need to knock that one out, aren't you? And I think he was hoping either for a Dragon Claw into that slot or perhaps a Tailwind and a Protect in order to get into a safer position. Instead, though, we see something else, and I think this is the game-winning move for Ko in Game 3.
Yeah, and I think going back to those first few turns as well, I think the emphasis from Wolf getting that damage onto the floor, you were thinking, okay, you're in a great spot, because once this falls, a Hydreigon, I think I mentioned it during the match, a Hydreigon feels almost free here, but then you see the Whimsicott as well, and that dynamic completely changes. And yeah, like you say, this turn, how it plays out from that Tailwind and the decision to go Rock Slide was completely game-changing.
Yeah, gets a knockout, gets it completely for free because of the switch in the other slot, and then I don't know that we need to watch the rest of this poor game here as well. He just has no options left, but Hydreigon forced to come out into the Tailwind, and much like in Game 2, you kind of just see the weakness of that Pokemon not being able to protect, right? Not that Toxapex is the sort of Pokemon that's going to score a big knockout and bail it out during the Protect anyway, but forced to just take the Moonblast, and with 3 Pokemon remaining, it takes a little while. Toxapex likes to stall it out a little bit, but just no way Wolf is going to come back from here.
No, unfortunately not. And I think just credit to Cole with how well they adapted in that Game 3, because it completely, I think, just flipped the matchup on its head. I mean, King Gambit, I mentioned it, I don't think it really brought too much to the party. It was a bit disruptive. It was very valuable in the few turns where it went for the low kick. It put pressure on the Incineroar, caught the Charizard as well with a knockout, but otherwise I think the value was all about that Whimsicott and the Tailwind and the advantage that it puts, particularly like you mentioned, the Garchomp into that scenario where it is able to just close things up a lot easier.
Yeah, and a great switch up too, right? We're talking beginning of the game, Wolf made a good switch up, but the end of the game, I think kind of co-locks it in because of his own change up in Game 3, mixing things up a little bit. Lee, thanks for joining me. I think it was a great set. Hope the rest of today is just as good, but hey, you don't want to listen to us talk any longer. We're going to shoot you back to the casters to enjoy another great round of action.
Thank you very much, Lee and Scott. And Smile, you're on camera, and you have a bunch of badges as well. Good luck in the Elite Four, by the way. Hope it goes out. I hope it goes well for you.
Congratulations. All of your Pokemon are going to be listening to you today as you have all 8 badges. You can get by that pesky trainer who's trying to keep you from the Elite Four, and you are just 5 battles away from becoming our next Kanto Pokemon League champion. So best of luck out there in the field, trainers, and best of luck to all of our trainers who are competing for the title of Pokemon North America International Champion for the 2026 season here in New Orleans today.
Kosakide just winning on stream over Wolf Click last round, so he is the only remaining undefeated trainer in the entire field. And we could just wrap the tournament up because he already told us in the winter interview that he's going to walk away as NAIC champion. But there's obviously a lot of great contenders still remaining here in New Orleans.
For sure. And the nice thing about all of these trainers is that there are so many names here that we recognize, both from the tournament yesterday, who we featured on stream, and honestly throughout the 2026 season. What I'm really excited about, though, is that we're going to be able to feature somebody we haven't necessarily seen here this weekend. Up next with Daniel Quick versus Francisco Piopero. Daniel Quick, not somebody that we've seen yet on stream this weekend, so really excited to see him here. Francisco Piopero, of course, no stranger to the international circuit, but look at some of these other incredible matchups matchups being featured here this well. I mean, Toller Webb versus Christopher Hahn, that's going to be an incredible match over down on the floor. Federico Camporesi versus Wolf Glick, of course.
Yeah, it doesn't get easier.
It doesn't get easier.
Wolf going against another IC champion here in Fede. A lot of big names, and there's only a couple of rounds left in Swiss, Gabby. So at this point, all your decisions, every round obviously equally important, but it kind of the stress that a round 11 has compared to say round 3, it really does get to you. As we get over to the stage for Daniel Queck and Francesco Pio Pero, Australia and Italy, truly an international affair here at NAIC.
Yeah, and both these trainers, of course, running some of those teams we've seen run away with the competition here this weekend. Though a little bit of a switch up here, as Daniel Queck will be the one running the team that Italy made famous last weekend in Turin, whereas Francisco Pio Pero, a player from Italy, going to be running the Charizard Aerodactyl team that a lot of people were expecting to see coming into this tournament. So if anybody can figure out how to beat the team that Italy made famous, I would assume it would be one of those Italian players. But of course, we'll have to see if Daniel Queck made any adjustments to this set that has really risen in popularity this weekend.
Yeah, that Frostlass and Scovillain core as your Mega Evolution. Scovillain around roughly 19% usage in phase 2. Lycanroc Duskform making the top 12 at 15% usage. And Daniel you're using this team as a Charizard counter, and your opponent happens to have Charizard.
Yeah, you usually want to try and position that Scovillain so that it can land those burns on the physical attackers that, quite frankly, dominate those Charizard teams, whereas Frostlass is there to deal those big hits with Blizzard that can hit, the Garchomp, the Aerodactyl super effectively. Of course, control the weather, take away the sunlight from Charizard, and take away those power-up boosts to those powerful fire-type attacks. You also can bring that Lycanroc, Accelerock, a priority attack, basically guaranteed to knock out Charizard. There's really no way you can train it.
Charizard,
yeah,
yep.
There's like a chance. Don't trade your Charizard that way. It's really not worth it. And of course, this team also just has a lot of natural bulk that makes it very hard to take it down.
Yeah, now we take a look at Francesco Pio Pero's side, a more traditional core here in Regulation MA for Pokemon Champions. Francesco deciding, I don't want to have 3 Mega Evolutions on my team, so I'll swap the Mega Floette that's usually on these Charizard cores with a Sylveon, which still does massive fairy damage.
But some unique twists here that I think were brought specifically for this tournament. You have that Jolly Garchomp that typically runs the max possible speed investment to try and outspeed the competition. You have Wide Guard on Aerodactyl instead of Protect, so you can stop Rock Slides or other spread moves from the opponent. And Sylveon, I think the most curious thing to me, has Yawn, which will allow you to slow down the pace of your opponent by forcing them to either switch or just go to sleep after a turn.
The one thing that I think Daniel might be licking his chops over is that there are 4 pretty strong physical attackers on Francesco's team. So with Mega Scovillain's Spicy Spray ability, it doesn't even have to be a contact move. It could be a Rock Slide. It could be any type of attack you can redirect in and have a poor Aerodactyl, Garchomp, Basculegion, and Kingambit. Any of them getting burned can be really detrimental for Francesco's plan.
Exactly, but the other side of that is that if Charizard can land any fire type attack into that Scovillain, we saw the stat alignment for that Pokemon being bold. That is going to be boosting the physical defense of that Pokemon. It's very unlikely that it would be able to take a Weather Ball boosted by the sunlight. Heat Wave, of course, if it misses, that's one thing. If it does land, there's a chance it could take that. So really, Daniel has to be very careful about how he positions that Pokemon if it's the Mega he decides to bring in this game number 1.
Daniel Queck and Francesco Pio Pero both 9-1 as we start Swiss round 11 at NAIC. Frostlass Basculegion for Daniel and Sylveon Charizard for Francesco.
And Frostlass is the Mega you typically see in Game 1 scenarios against Charizard. When it's led against a Charizard like this, you have to be careful about the timing of the Mega Evolution, as Frostlass is just naturally faster than Charizard, so it will Mega Evolve first, it will be able to set the snow up first, which means Charizard Mega Evolving second will immediately override that weather with the sunlight. So there is a little bit of a guessing game here. Both these Pokemon have Protect available to them, so of course these trainers could opt to just not Mega Evolve for a turn. You can pretty safely Protect in this position, and then try and Mega Evolve hopefully after your opponent. But that's a tough decision to make, and you can see Daniel struggling with it.
Yeah, taking a long time on this turn one. Take all the time you need, as this is a very important matchup. Not an elimination match, as both these trainers only have one loss so far, but you certainly want to get that 10th victory. Frostlass will just Protect, like you mentioned, Gabby, not activating its Snow Warning ability yet, but Charizard Y does Mega Evolve, only going to be hitting Heat Wave into the Water-type Basculegion, for taking that very well as a resisted attack. Does have the chance to burn, but doesn't get it. Wave Crash in the Sun, going to have reduced damage. If the Sun wasn't up, that would have been a one-hit KO. But can the combination of Heat Wave and the Wave Crash recoil? No, not the Hyper Voice follow-up. Instead, it's the Yawn, putting the onus on Daniel. If you want to hit me again, you're going to sleep.
That Basculegion did so much work, though, in this first turn. I think it's okay for Daniel to take a bit of a passive play moving forwards, as that Charizard is certainly within knockout range from a Shadow Ball and possibly even a Blizzard, because that fire and flying typing of that Pokemon means it would be neutral, and with the Mega Evolution setting up the snow would mean it's guaranteed to hit. Of course, you do leave yourself open to Sylveon going for a second Yawn in that position, but assuming that Daniel has something like the King Gambit or otherwise a bulkier Pokemon in the back to switch into, that would mean that you can comfortably take a switch for the turn.
Francesco feeling the heat from the Ice-type Frostlass. On the other side, a Blizzard would have been enough to knock out the Charizard. And swapping the Lycanroc in on this turn. He does have a Focus Sash, so no matter what, cannot be KO'd from a single attack. Mega Frostlass does finally Mega Evolve, activating its Snow Warning ability, setting up the snow and giving all Ice types a defense boost by one stage. Ooh, that Blizzard hardly does any damage into either of Francesco's Pokemon, but critically it does get a freeze on the Sylveon. Sylveon does not have an automatically thawing attack, so it stays frozen solid.
The nice thing about Pokemon Champions is that Sylveon is guaranteed to thaw after a couple of turns. It's unlike previous games where you just make the same roll turn after turn after turn and hope for the best. But Sylveon being unable to move that turn does mean that this Frostlass and the Lycanroc really were able to attack last turn for free. Now, Lycanroc and Frostlass are very threatened by the presence of King Gambit. That was a great switch from Francesco, recognizing that there really is nothing the Frostlass can do to threaten that Pokemon. So switching it in on a very safe turn, Daniel has to respond to that Pokemon, so it's just down to which Pokemon is it going to target. It's actually the Lycanroc.
Ooh, those black glasses boosting the damage of Sucker Punch, doing more than 50% to the Lycanroc. Blizzard hitting both. Sylveon now down to about a third of its HP, and the Lycanroc has close combat. This Pokemon is here to counter the Charizard teams, and even through the Chople, King Gambit, 70% usage, not against Lycanroc. That's a KO.
Daniel making a very risky play there, as it was possible that Sucker Punch could have connected with the Frostlass and gotten the one-hit KO, but you needed that little extra damage from the Blizzard to ensure that the close combat got the KO through that Chople Berry. So a great play there from him. Now that Francisco forces the Garchomp onto the field, that Garchomp is still going to be threatened by a Blizzard. Sylveon is still currently frozen, but should thaw soon. And if it can land a Yawn on the field, that process could go to sleep eventually, but really there's nothing forcing that Pokemon off the field this turn.
Yeah, the only thing that would force it would be the Charizard in the back, but Mega Frostlass is an inherently faster Pokemon than Charizard and Sylveon and Garchomp, all three of the Pokemon remaining on Francesco's side. Finally does thaw with the Sylveon just to detect, effectively the same thing as Protect, so not going to take any damage this turn. However, a Blizzard in the snow, always accurate and always doing massive damage to Garchomp. That is a one-hit KO.
Francisco opting to allow that guard chop to be knocked out this turn and will just be locking in the forfeit. It's possible he wanted that Charizard to switch in without taking damage to get that sunlight and maybe find an opportunity to go for a fire type attack into that Frostlass once it had been put to sleep thanks to Yawn. But knowing that Daniel went for the Accel Rock, which is going to be a priority attack, and quite honestly, it's just naturally faster than the Sylveon anyway, meant that there was no possibility to navigate to that end game.
Yeah, taking a look at the replay from Game 1. That swap into Lycanroc on the turn that Charizard swapped out was absolutely massive because that meant Lycanroc was ready to click close combat on the King Gambit. That it was trying to just have a trying to tank a Blizzard on the switch in as a resisted hit, and then have to take a close combat now.
Exactly, and I mentioned that was going to be switching into something bulky, right? And if you look at the stat distribution of a Lycanroc, it doesn't necessarily read bulky with its low defenses, but with that Focus Sash and its very high speed stat, it can guarantee take 2 hits. So as long as you know that it's going to be faster than the Pokemon on the opposing side of the field and have enough health to take that second hit, you are going to be in a relatively safe position. But that does mean that Francisco can exploit that a little bit, because if your first hit does enough damage to bring it down into knockout range from a Sucker Punch, then all of a sudden that Lycanroc's bulk essentially disappears.
I do wonder if Mega Aerodactyl could be an adjustment over the Charizard or Garchomp, where they both do struggle into the Blizzards from the outspeeding Mega Frostlass. Mega Aerodactyl, the fastest Pokemon in the format, and you have super effective Rock Slides into that Frostlass.
It is true, but then you have to wonder about Rock Slide's accuracy, whereas at least if you set up the Sunlight, you're forcing Daniel to worry about his accuracy. It's a tough game to play, but it does look like Francisco has opted into bringing the Aerodactyl.
Oh, and leading Lycanroc Dusk Form now for Daniel in this game, just in case there was a Charizard on the field, you'd be protecting your Frostlass now, but it's instead against Kingambit Aerodactyl.
Yeah, and the other interesting thing about Aerodactyl is just because this was a Pokemon adjustment from Francisco doesn't necessarily mean it's the Mega Evolution adjustment. One of the cool things about these Charizard Aerodactyl teams is that you don't have to Mega Evolve the Aerodactyl in order to get its full value. It has Wide Guard, that stops Blizzard. It has Tailwind, that will allow a lot of Pokemon on Francisco's side of the field to naturally outspeed the Frostlass. Unfortunately, with that Lycanroc standing next to the Frostlass, you do have to worry again about that priority Accel Rock. You have to worry about a Rock Slide as well going into that spot. But you've given yourself the opportunity now to at least try to get the speed in your game.
Aerodactyl is naturally faster than Mega Frostlass, so that means Francesco did not Mega Evolve the Aerodactyl in this game. Could be saving it for the Charizard Y in the back. Rock Slide double connects onto both of Daniel's Pokemon, bringing them down to relatively half HP. Frostlass flinches, and it went for an Ice Beam that would have been massive, or excuse me, a Blizzard that would have been massive. Now the close combat with no Blizzard chip means that Kingambit hangs on in the red and can retaliate as Lycanroc lowers its defenses. Thanks to the Chople Berry, it makes it through the turn and kowtow cleaves into Mega Frostlass. The Mega's down for Daniel.
And we can see just how critical that Blizzard was in game number 2. With Frostlass out of the way for Daniel, this Aerodactyl suddenly feels a little more comfortable. You still have to worry about the Accel Rock. You still have to worry about whatever Daniel has in the back of the party. But if Francisco has, let's say, maybe the Garchomp in the back, all of a sudden that Pokemon's biggest counter is gone.
Now with Basculegion hitting the field for Daniel, this is a citrus berry or bulky bask, as we like to call it, not the choice scarf version, so can definitely take a couple of hits a little bit better than the scarf berry.
Typically, these citrus berry Basculegion are trained to take a Sucker Punch from a Kingambit, but aren't necessarily trained to take a Kowtow Cleave. So one thing Francisco could try and opt for here is go straight for the Kowtow Cleave into that Pokemon. Daniel, of course, could protect, maybe count on the Lycanroc getting knocked out this turn and wait a turn to start going for last respects to get that extra power. You could try and Wave Crash as well to pick up the knockout in that Aerodactyl in what would appear to be one turn. But overall, you are on the back foot right now, and a passive turn would only just allow Francisco to get that much more ahead.
Ooh, King Gambit swapping out into the Garchomp there, really not taking any damage, pretty much retaliating with as much as he dished because of the rough skin into Lycanroc, and a Tailwind from Aerodactyl, doubling the speed of all of Francesco's Pokemon on the field for the next 4 turns. Gladly trading your Aerodactyl from this Wave Crash, knocking it out. So now Francesco can put either the King Gambit back on the field under Tailwind or that potential Mega Charizard Y in the back.
Francisco getting a huge value out of that trade. I'm really excited to see what Pokemon he sends back in. I think King Gambit is exactly where it wants to be. Yes, it is only at a little bit of health left, but thanks to that Tailwind and thanks to, let's just say, this assumption that this Basculegion is going to be on the bulkier side, it should be able to outspeed under Tailwind, and it should be able, as a result, to guarantee a faster Sucker Punch than that Pokemon at this point in time.
And as long as Lycanroc's on the field, you don't care about the speed turn orders because Accelerock has priority. Charizard can't really be comfortable no matter how fast it is.
Exactly, and you have that Garchomp right there to be able to target down Lycanroc with a super effective ground type attack. Unfortunately, the only ground type attack that Francisco's Garchomp has is going to be Earthquake, so you might have to make a tough decision here.
At 1 HP, hangs on through the black glasses boosted Sucker Punch. That's a bulky fish right there. Accelerock doesn't even KO King Gambit. That hangs on with 11 HP as well. The Dragon Claw, after Lycanroc's defensive drops from close combat, is enough to ensure the KO. And for Daniel, Basculegion, last respects, exactly where he wants to be. Into the Garchomp, taking it down and itself.
That was a 2-for-1 trade, or that was a 1-for-1 trade there for Daniel, excuse me, as Basculegion holding on with a single health point was exactly enough to get that Garchomp off the field, which means that this King Gambit on Daniel's side of the field was looking a little bit more comfortable until the Charizard finally made an appearance for Francesco, and those fire-type attacks are going to be doing so much damage to the King Gambit.
Yeah, and Basculegion ate the citrus berry anyway, so it was actually healthier than I was thinking at the beginning of its attack, so had no chance of really knocking itself out there. King Gambit does swap in here as Daniel's final Pokemon here in Game 2. Significantly healthier than Francesco's King Gambit, but Francesco still does have 2 turns of Tailwind.
You do have to wonder, I mean, we saw how much the Wave Crash did under the sun against that Charizard in game number 1. I think a double up with a Sucker Punch plus a Wave Crash into the Charizard would be enough to knock it out, so that is one option that Daniel has available to him. You still have to worry, though, about the threat of Francisco's own King Gambit moving first in this scenario.
Mega Charizard Y activating the Drought, boosting all fire attack damage on the field, and only person that would be using that would be the Charizard, of course. Gonna have just a couple of protects this turn from Daniel, trying to scout out what Francesco's plan is. It is the Sucker Punch, presumably into the Basculegion, and Francesco feels comfortable enough to Weather Ball the Steel-type King Gambit.
I think also just not wanting to rely on Heat Wave's accuracy at this point in the game. Francisco is down a game in this set, so just wanting to ensure that that fire-type attack connects and does that extra bit of damage in case this King Gambit is also, you know, just you need to get that knockout and a double protect.
Double protect. We see this back-to-back rounds, 30% chance. Sure seems like it's a lot more likely, but no, King Gambit is not able to get the double protect as well, so it's going to have to eat this Weather Ball in the sun, which it does not particularly enjoy doing. One-hit KO. Daniel Kleck down to his last Pokemon. It is a great Pokemon, and Basculegion appreciates being the last one on the team as Tailwind expires, but the King Gambit can always just go for a Sucker Punch. Charizard's full HP as well. It's got a lot of health to get through.
I can see what Daniel is going for there. You go for the double protect.
Right.
You stall out the remainder of Tailwind, and then you have this natural speed back on your side for the Basculegion, and your own King Gambit now could potentially outspeed the opposing King Gambit. You also now can Aqua Jet the opposing Charizard to get a little bit of chip damage. It's just unfortunate that in that position, you're essentially relying on 2 1-of-3 rolls, and the odds of that succeeding is just very low.
Daniel also does learn some information there. I believe that Aqua Jet in the sun did a little over 40 damage. Don't want to do math live on the stream exactly for an exact number, but if he needs to know in game 3 how much damage can Aqua Jet do to this particular Charizard, since they're all chained differently, he did gain some information while Francesco got them done.
That is some great information indeed for Francisco and for Daniel, like you were mentioning. But let's go back to this game number 2, because the turn that really changed things was when that Garchomp was able to get on the field for free, and really just how much work this King Gambit was allowed to do for Francisco when it was just sitting on the field at such low health for so long.
Yeah, and see the last respects here into Garchomp, having 2 teammates knocked out at that point. Making 150 base power, an incredibly powerful move there. There's the Weather Ball into King Gambit. He would have needed a double protect, which would have been even more impressive than the double painful bunker we saw last round. So now with the adjustments, we talked, Gabby, about before game 2, Mega Aerodactyl is the adjustment for Francesco. Now Daniel is the one that's on the back foot, right? He's the one that might need to make an adjustment in his lead, potentially his Mega Evolution of choice. How should Daniel handle this?
Well, if you look at the Pokemon that he brought to that matchup, I still think they were the right Pokemon to play, because that Frostlass has so much pressure against the Pokemon that Francisco brought. It was really just his positioning of the King Gambit that I think scared Daniel a little bit and forced his Pokemon to switch around maybe a little bit more than he would have liked. So I do think you continue to bring that Mega Frostlass because of the board pressure it brings, but maybe take a page from Francisco's book and save it a little bit later on in the match. Maybe try to draw out his own King Gambit a little bit sooner and find an earlier knockout against it. You certainly have some of the tools available to you to pick up the KO with that close combat like we saw from Lycanroc when some chip damage is down. Whereas Francisco, I think, just has to stick with how he was playing. You know, the Aerodactyl Tailwind was so influential. I'm so glad to see him lead it once again.
Aerodactyl King Gambit for Francesco with will be Mega Frostlass and Lycanroc Dusk. I was wondering if Daniel would leave Lycanroc for later, since it's somewhat of an auto win button into Charizard, and Charizard's not on the field, so Lycanroc maybe has to go for this close combat now. But we saw last time, by itself does not one-hit KO King Gambit.
Well, just because you lead a Pokemon doesn't necessarily mean it has to stay on the field. Remember, as you know, these Pokemon can all potentially switch here. Francisco, though, I think ultimately has the better positioning in this lead, as King Gambit and Aerodactyl can immediately go on the offense against Frostlass and Lycanroc and be pretty comfortable with it. You know, that Aerodactyl will still be the fastest Pokemon on the field. SL Rock does threaten super effective damage into that, but given its relatively low base power, I don't think it would be enough for the one-hit KO, so you would need 2 attacks to pick up the knockout into it.
Frostlass Mega evolving here for Daniel. Last game, it was flinched by Rock Slide. That stopped it from clicking Blizzard, doing chip damage into King Gambit, and now Sucker Punch brings it down to 1/3 of its HP already. If it's a Rock Slide follow-up, that lands into both. Frostlass is KO'd before it ever clicks a button in game 3. Daniel down his Mega from the start. Now Lycanroc also has its sass broken and flinched. Francesco with the flinch, he's popping off.
You can see how happy Francisco was with that turn, as he was able to eliminate one of Daniel's most powerful Pokemon essentially for free, and that is the power of a fast Rock Slide user in VGC. Time and time again, we've seen it open doors for trainers that just otherwise would not have existed. Now, without that Sucker Punch connecting with the Frostlass, we know that, especially with the defense boost from Snow, that would not have been enough to pick up the KO onto that Mega Frostlass overall. So, you know, definitely not the most comfortable play for Francisco to make, but still, getting the connection of those 2 attacks into that Pokemon and with the flinch on top of it worked out very well for him. Daniel does have some tools he can use to respond now. You know, that close combat is still going to be a threat on the King Gambit without any speed control on the field just yet, and without the ability to protect on Francisco's King Gambit, it certainly is vulnerable to something like an Aqua Jet plus a close combat for that KO, but that just leaves the Aerodactyl wide open to do whatever it wants.
Just like it did in game 2, clicking Tailwind, clicking Rock Slides, Aerodactyl is in a very comfortable position right now, since this Basculegion is not choice. Scarf is not going to be outspeeding it, cannot stop Francesco from clicking the tailwind. It is a bulky Basculegion. We saw the Sucker Punch would not be able to one-hit KO, but Daniel doesn't want to take any damage from a Sucker Punch this turn. Aerodactyl does click the tailwind, and we'll see if he's going to follow up with a Sucker Punch into that slot. That would fail. No, it's the low kick into Lycanroc. Really safe play for Francesco, because you weren't really threatened by the Basculegion, so just go for low kick.
Exactly. And at the end of the day, as long as you keep eliminating these Pokemon on Daniel's side of the field, you're forcing him to, now he can't really switch, he can't necessarily play defensively in this position, as with the full remaining turns of Tailwind, there's only so many times you can protect. And with Francisco does not have any pressure to switch, does not have any pressure to really do anything except go on the offense here. Daniel is slowly losing his outs in this matchup.
King Gambit will protect, keeping himself safe from a potential low kick on the other side here. Aerodactyl with the Rock Slide has Tailwind on his side for the next 3 turns. He can be moving super fast. Does not do a lot of damage, but Francesco could get a really important flinch here on this turn. Has gotten 2 so far. Might as well make it 3. Regulation Rock Slide for Francesco, working out well.
Just some excellent positioning from him with this lead. I mean, these 2 Pokemon together cover so many threats in the Regulation MA metagame overall. Being able to use Sucker Punch as a priority attack is so good. Rock Slide is incredible. And Aerodactyl's just going to keep doing what it does best.
King Gambit tried to go for the same double protected, failed in game 2. Does not get it this time, so low kick is not going to be able to hang on, because Francesco has the Chople Berry on his side. Daniel has the Black Glasses as the held item. So, and Basculegion, 30% chance has been a 100% flinch rate.
Sometimes this just happens in Pokemon.
It sure
and
does.
I really hope for Daniel's sake, this is just Basculegion getting all of those flinches out of its system for the round, for the day even.
Yeah, for the rest of the day. No more flinches, but right now, Francesco Piabero celebrating as he is 10-1 here at NAIC.
Congratulations to Francisco, and I know that endgame did look like it was a little bit of a flinch fest, but it really was the incredible identification of the lead of the Aerodactyl and the King Gambit that even made that possible. Because if you think back to this opening, it was the damage onto the Mega Frostlass that started things off. You know, yes, the Lycanroc was flinched by this Rock Slide, but we know that with the Chople Berry, a close combat would not have been enough to get the KO onto the King Gambit. Though, yes, that damage would have certainly helped bring Daniel back into the game.
And that pop-off, Francesco knows how difficult this matchup is. Daniel Kleck, one of the best players remaining in the tournament, also a 9-1 record, so having a phenomenal performance just wasn't enough, even despite the Rock Slide flinches. Just really good calls of Francesco to condition Daniel in game 2, only going for the Rock Slide damage on Frostlass. Does get the beneficial flinch, obviously, but Daniel then anticipates game 3. He's just going for the flinch again, and now you can combine Sucker Punch plus Rock Slide, knock it out before it even attacks.
Exactly. It's one of those strategies that I think it's more, the flinch is nice, but at the end of the day, it was Sucker Punch plus damage, Sucker Punch plus damage, because that King Gambit was set up so that Sucker Punch did, what was it, like 60 to 70% of the damage, and then the Aerodactyl just did the rest.
Yeah, really impressive game, and really nice adjustments from Francesco to be able to adjust, bringing Aerodactyl in games 2 and 3 when he didn't bring it in game 1. Because sometimes you can view that as a little simple, okay, lost game 1 without Aerodactyl, won game 2 and 3 with Aerodactyl. VGC's not as simple as we would like to showcase it there. He still had to make different decisions on top of the Aerodactyl adjustment.
Yeah, it never Mega Evolved in those final 2 games, or the final game as well. Just was able to use Tailwind alone with Aerodactyl to really make a difference.
Yeah, presumably Charizard was the 4th Pokemon in that game, right? So still getting another victory, even though it's not even getting on the field. That's how strong this team is. You brought up right at the beginning, Gabby, of the set, Daniel using the Italian Lycanroc Charizard counter team against an Italian, not as successful as he'd hoped.
I mean, that's one of the things I think a lot of people need to do to learn how to play with these teams is you just have to use them yourself. I mean, I don't know how you prepare for tournaments like this, Joe, but I like to try and pick up teams and just play with them, you know, see how they work, see how they feel. And we'll have to ask Francisco if that was his strategy coming into this tournament as he's ready for an interview.
Thank you so much. I am here with Francesco, who's just coming off. I mean, that game 3 was crazy. We got to talk about that one first, because you get to end the game 3 of the set. You're trying to make your way into Top Cut. You need a couple more wins. How do you feel going into that game 3?
Going into game 3, I think the most important thing in this matchup was guessing what it would lead into me. And I think after the game 2, where I tried to read my opponent, maybe go for an Aurora Veil, so that's why I didn't go for a Sucker Punch in the game 2. And knowing I flinched the Frostlass, I think it led him to do the same, because it was like probably thinking, oh, if he didn't get the flinch, I should have won the set. So in game 3, I kind of, you know, set up the situation because the events led me to do that. I don't know what my opponent had selected into game 2. Maybe he went for an Aurora Veil, but I was pretty sure he would go for an aggressive play in game 3, and I tried to intercept that, and it did well. After that, I mean, the Rock Slide flinches were nice, but it were only like closing the game better for me, but I think losing the Frostlass game 1 was pretty game ending for him, because my Garchomp is looking very, very strong into the rest of his team. So.
And I want to talk about your team and going into this matchup, because we saw a lot of, like from Daniel's team, the Lycanroc kind of pop up at Turin, right? And that was kind of one of the counters supposed to be into like your team. So when you got to see the team sheets, have you been super well practiced into the team, or you think it's going to be a tricky one?
The team is definitely very, very scary. It's been like the only team I obviously don't want to face. But eventually, like joining this tournament, there was a round where I was facing Lycanroc, and on my right there was a Lycanroc full mirror. On my left there was a Lycanroc, and on my right next to the Lycanroc mirror there was my friend Fede playing against Lycanroc. So at that point I was like, I am in the wolf's den. And I have to get out of here quickly. I faced 3 in my run. I was able to beat the 2 after losing to the first one, which was very important for me because I lost to it in Turin, but I think I was very, very close to beating it in Turin. So I knew it was possible, and well, proving it twice here is very nice, and makes me very confident going forward for the tournament.
I'm glad to hear that. And yeah, moving on forward, so close to Top Cut, that's what everyone has their sights on. You said you're feeling confident, like you're gonna win?
I mean, I can't say it for certain. I have to play my sets well, and in this game, nobody can say he's going to win. I mean, you can believe it, but it's not really what's actually is going to happen, because everybody wants to win. So if you think you're strong, you have to prove you're strong. So I'm here, and I will play set by set today and see where it will bring me, yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. I want to make sure you get rested up before your next one, before I let you go. Any shout-outs?
Yes, I want to shout out my friend Shohei Kimura, who is rooming with me, that helped me a lot practice against this matchup. And also a special shout out to my friend Flavio Pado, that also helped me a ton and is helping me a ton during this tournament and in this matchup in particular. And I also want to thank my team, Team Aqua, who has been a major helper in achieving this tournament, because coming here was not easy for me. And also my family, my brother Luigi, my brother Andrea, and my parents. They let me play, and they said at home they weren't like very fond of the idea of me going to America alone, but I told them that I had an opportunity, and I thanked them for letting me come here and prove my worth. So thank you very much.
And it's definitely an opportunity you've been showing up for so far. Thank you. Best of luck going on forward. As for us, before we get into the next round, of course, we need to know a little bit more of Scott's thoughts.
Well, thank you, Sierra. Honestly, my mind's a little blank after watching some of the craziness we saw in that match, but we'll do our best analyzing anyway. I got Joe over here with me. Let's have a little fun.
I'm happy. I'm honored to have entered your twisted dimensions on the other side here.
Yeah, this time you were the one who made the long sprint between our guests. So, last time I went to your place, this video went to my place. I like it. We're hanging out.
Next time we'll be at the TCG booth.
Yeah, someone might as well use it, right? It's a lot of fun here, right? A critical matchup in this format where we've seen a ton of this Lycanroc team I'm going to talk about a little bit more when we get to the slides if the team's on them, but I'm becoming a Lycanroc hater. But this seemed like the dream matchup for Lycanroc. Not only is its whole job to beat Charizard, but also you've got Aerodactyl there, another Pokemon that you really doesn't want to be hit with Rock-type moves. You don't have that second Mega to worry about in Team Preview. You know you're going to get Charizard. Surely Lycanroc dominated this matchup.
And you also potentially one-hit KO Kingambit with close combat if it's not holding one particular held item that would stop you from OHKOing it.
Yeah, so I'm sure that's what's going to happen in this match, right? I don't remember, it's been a few minutes. Yeah, so anyway, not a whole lot to talk in this team preview. We've seen this. I think that itself is worth talking about, right? And we got a little bit in the interview there too, but this is the team that everyone should know at this point, right? It was very powerful at last weekend's tournament in Italy. I think because of that, it was kind of the main team everyone was trying. As you could probably tell watching this tournament by how similar the teams are, this is a very difficult format to build a team in, right? I think a lot of people would love to innovate more and wanting to do it and finding the path a little bit different. The most powerful Pokemon are really powerful. I think they really cooked at this team. I'm not so sure about the Lycanroc part, right? Where it's like Charizard's such an important matchup that you really need a tech for it. But, we'll see. The thing to keep in mind, too, is I know during the game, I think the casters are a little surprised with some of the damage calcs. These Pokemon are typically trained to be very defensively, right? And I guess that's sort of an interesting element of everyone net decking the same team. Is like, well, you don't have to train them the same way. But I think the default assumption is that Frostlass in particular and Basculegion as well, they're going to take hits pretty well.
Yeah, and the Basculegion, if it hangs on through a Sucker Punch at 3, 4, 5 HP, that's whatever. When it hangs on with exactly 1 HP, it's a lot cooler. But I'd kind of say, Scott, I kind of agree with you on the Lycanroc. It's not necessarily that this team is good, quote, air quotes, for anyone. It's that Charizard is so good that it makes this team good. Basculegion is so good that it makes Kingambit good, right? So that's why it's truly a counter meta team.
Yeah, like I get it, right? Where it's like, hey, it's just the one Pokemon with a priority boosted Rock-type move. Why not go for it? And hey, when it looks good, it looks really good. And like I felt like on the ladder, it actually felt like pretty strong. But just to me, it seems like it's kind of falling apart in the best-of-3 tournament level where everyone's so good right now, they're not getting anything for free. Other side of the field, like, I do think it's a little bit interesting, where like the mean thing to say about teams like this is like, oh, that's Zard slop. But I think it's becoming a little bit like the Big Six, where like the Big Six was like 11 different Pokemon. Like, this is 2 members of a team that like are not there in the high usage version of this roster. So like, it's a variant of Charizard.
Yeah, and especially the Sylveon, right? I love Yawn Sylveon. I've loved Yawn for years because it's really a punishing move. It's not as amazing right up front like a Spore from a Moongus, but you're really punishing your opponent. Are you willing to trade being forced to be asleep the next turn for doing more damage this turn? And I think the way that Francesco team is written out here, you don't need Hyper Beam Sylveon because the rest of the crew is doing massive damage too. Might as well slot in the Yawn.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's Sylveon's a little bit more of a finisher, right? You're just kind of softening things up or finishing off softened up targets, and we don't wind up seeing. We're so close to seeing Yawn be impactful in this game, but I do think it's particularly interesting in this format too, just because like it's so much about trading big knockouts, right? And so it's kind of a format where I think in general offense is stronger than defense, and because of that, it's really tough to make safe switches. So you're just like, okay, either you're gonna fall asleep, which like is horrible even with sleep's duration being reduced in Champions, or you're gonna have to switch something in that like probably isn't gonna take my attacks very well. Those outcomes are both great for you.
And most of the Pokemon are trained defensively to always endure in a hit while at 100% HP, right? So even if it's Blizzard chip damage doing 15% or Hyper Voice doing 20%, your damage calculations you built your team around are no longer available.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of calculations in this game. I think it's kind of the Pokemon calculating exactly the most exciting matchup that they could give us. And first year, like, obviously, things are eventually going to go a little bit wonky in the RNG side, but I think this is a great trade for Daniel, where he gets to protect that Frostlass. It kind of guarantees weather control. I think Gabby was talking a little bit, kind of like the mind games there. He gets it right, gets a big trade out of this Charizard, where now, at this point, it would have been knocked out by a Blizzard, and even trying to switch it in at such low HP, maybe you'll get the Weather War back, but, like, will it be worth it? And then, Yawn goes down in Basculegion. You kind of wind up with a fun situation where I think if he had guessed correctly about Frostlass Mega Evolving, it's just so bad in so many ways, or then you need to switch both of them out, and you kind of, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, the Charizard, by being knocked down so low from Wave Crash, it's essentially never attacking again. Francesco did not bring Aerodactyl. You have no access to Tailwind. Mega Frostlass inherently outspeeds it. You have Aqua Jet from Basculegion. You have Excel Rock from the Lycanroc. So even though Charizard's on the field, still is not fainted, effectively, he only has 3 Pokemon left after turn 1.
Yeah, this Pokemon is a walking drought, right? I could turn the snow off once. And that maybe could have been impactful had this match played a different way. And I think you're bringing Charizard this match, we kind of just understand, like, hey, Charizard's not going to be very strong here. It's similar to like the Alex Underhill versus Wolf match yesterday, where like, it's the one Mega, so it's coming, but this Mega is not going to win the game. What is going to win the game is Frostlass.
Yeah, Frostlass was really good. I think it's such a great Pokemon. I think it's at 25% usage on day 2, and we're seeing why, because it is a perfect secondary Mega. Now, it did come all 3 games here as your primary Mega, but it does flip some of these matchups.
Yeah, and I think it's important in this matchup, right, where you almost never want to bring Scovillain into Charizard, which is a tough matchup where you can't burn it. You're going to usually get one shot, and you can't really redirect anything, even if you want to, because you got Heat Wave. But hey, who needs Heat when you've got Cold? It's the big freeze at Sylveon. It's going to stay fully frozen, question mark here. Stay frozen, I guess. You can only be one level of frozen. It's not great. You're not from Michigan. I know how it is.
Yeah, and Sylveon wants to put people to sleep and then accidentally finds itself frozen. A really unfortunate turn of events.
Yeah, it's a huge deal there, right? Like, I mean, Yawn, like, maybe not like super impactful, but at least forces a cycle. Like, Hyper Voice would have been huge there, kind of making both these Pokemon get weakened to a controllable level. And we eventually see that Sucker Punch does like 2/3-ish of Frostlass's HP, so maybe Hyper Voice is enough that you're checking it. Instead, we wind up in a situation where Frostlass is like relatively unthreatened here without Sylveon to help. You just have so many options.
And Sucker Punch, I think, did like 70% to Lycanroc as well throughout this series. So if he was able to land a Hyper Voice into it, that potentially KOs Lycanroc before it ever gets to close combat.
Yeah, like almost for sure, right? Instead, this big damage the other direction, which is going to put both these Pokemon into KO range of nearly anything. Close combat didn't come down, but hey, we've been hit with Blizzard twice. Who cares about the Chople Berry? And it's kind of a switch he had no choice but to make. Either you sacrifice Charizard there, which is awful, also awful on the previous turn, or you can, I'm going to take the Blizzard well, but then what? I think it was also a great switch on the other side. Force switch, of course, with the Yawn, where you're not going to leave Basculegion in, but getting Lycanroc in there for free looks really good. Sylveon stays frozen, and if this game continues, but it's over, right? Where it's like, well, you got Garchomp who can't survive Blizzard. You got Charizard who can no longer survive Blizzard because it's got like 30 hit points. This was a rough one.
Yeah, and at this point, you also got to remember Francesco is making decisions on what he thinks are the best plays. It has to be in unoptimal or suboptimal situations because the Charizard can't ever come back in. And he has to say, what is the best thing for me if Sylveon thaws, and what is the best thing for me if Sylveon does not thaw? So just in a really tough spot.
They quickly wind up in a situation where the best thing for him to do was to forget that ever happened and to move on to game 2. Made a great adjustment here with this Aerodactyl.
Yeah, I loved it. We were talking in between game 1 and 2. That Aerodactyl seems really great. It does naturally outspeed Mega Frostlass, so even without its Mega Evolution, and obviously clicking Rock Slide into an Ice type can never hurt.
Yeah, and I love it here too, just like, it is one of the things that makes this version of a team different, right? We now more frequently see Whimsicott, or I guess prior to this turn I had more frequently seen Whimsicott as the Tailwind user on the Charizard teams. It's actually much closer now with both Focus Sash and this Aerodactyl-like version of Aerodactyl coming back, but Aerodactyl's like, hey, I saw what you did to my friends in that last game, and I can play the regulation MA game too. I'm gonna get lucky.
Yeah, just a little bit of Rock Slides here, and that's, even in Francesco, it's obviously super beneficial for him to get the flinch, but it's still a great turn even if Frostlass gets to go for the Blizzard there, because you still got a lot of damage off.
Yeah, I think this would have been a great trade, much like the previous game, right? Like, I thought that Daniel's in a better position the first game, and the luck didn't matter too much. This one, I guess, it would have not been a great trade, but maybe like a beneficial one at least. Just becomes a devastating trade where you get, a Pokemon and a half for nothing. You have the speed advantage. The game is not over.
He did also, Francesco had Garchomp, right?
Yeah.
That was the really big here. So even if King Gambit does get knocked out on the turn from Blizzard plus close combat, okay, then you have Garchomp in Tailwind ready to click Earthquake and Rock Slide every turn.
Yeah, great situation. I think there's a few fun turns that lead to this one where I don't know how much it really mattered. I think it's this one where it's like, hey, what are all the weird things that could happen in one turn?
Yes, and Tailwind was up, so if you're wondering why not just go for Kowtow Cleave, the Basculegion can go for Aqua Jet. So while King Gambit is currently faster because of Tailwind, your Sucker Punch actually doesn't fail like it usually would against Basculegion.
All sorts of Galaxy Brain going out of that play. Of course, good read on Daniel's side too to understand that that's what's going to happen. Use Last Respect instead of Aqua Jet. At least picks up a big knockout here. Doesn't matter too much in the end, but it's the correct move, right? And I don't know, at this level, I feel like you got to at least keep the game going. You never know when maybe something will happen to get you back in the game. get playing to his outs a little bit later. Goes for the double-double where, some amount of protects, I guess. If you get him, eventually all the field effects go away.
Yeah, because then that's the final turn of Tailwind, so then your Aqua Jet would now be outspeeding Sucker Punch again.
Yeah, right. At least you get to check it where, like, I still don't know if that's enough, but why not go for it, right? You don't get like an extra win for winning early. So he plays it out as well as he can. It doesn't happen here, and we end up in a game 3 that surely this one will just be normal, right?
Yes, well, normal regulation MA shenanigans with some Rock Slide fun sprinkled in. Yes, certainly normal.
So normal. Anyway, we got a nice little Sucker Punch here. We do see the calc here. Yeah, it does a good chunk of damage, but you see the value of what the snow and the way that Frostlass is trained, but it doesn't really matter when Aerodactyl outspeeds it, and this is a very devastating turn. But wait, I think it'd be just a little bit more devastating.
What if you flinched here on this turn when you go for close combat?
No, that'd be terrible.
No. I think also fantastic play from Francesco, not only for the damage, the Oko, and then the flinch, but he conditioned Daniel in game 2 to only think Rock Slide was going into Frostlass. So he thought, I can tank a Rock Slide, and as long as I don't flinch, I'm going to be able to respond. So he conditioned that behavior, so game 3 he can double and KO Frostlass.
I think it's a great read, right? Yeah, well, hey, Frost is going to keep attacking into his potential Sucker Punch. Let's see how that goes. And then another great play here, reading the switch, getting that low kick off, and this game from here was basically over, but why not add a little insult to injury? I don't think winning 4-0 and I think literally almost taking, maybe literally taking no damage, that's just not enough. What if more nonsense? So see the protected King Gambit there. He's like, I'm not getting flinched. Basket Legion's like, I am gonna get flinched.
And you're in such a bad spot from Daniel's perspective. You're like, I have to break through the flinch. As long as I break through and don't get flinched, I'm gonna be A-okay. And it's the one option that doesn't help you try to claw your way back.
Yeah, but it's okay. At least the flinches are done. There's no way, but no, there's another one. Geez. Oh, geez. I think a lot of us, we have our ladder games, this sort of thing happens. Like, I'm so unlucky, Rock Slide. But hey, apparently, even at the tournament level, every once in a while you have a set like this one. Maybe not the most flowcharty skill-based match that the players have ever played, but it was a lot of fun, and sometimes it do be like that.
And I do think one of the secret, lesser important aspects of that set was Lycanroc in game 1 with the win was preserved in the back for the perfect moment. Games 2 and 3, it was led with immediately getting stat drops from close combat, just taking way too much damage and not being in a position for Daniel to punish an over-aggressive play from King Gambit or Charizard.
Exactly, Joe. I think that's always important to look at these, and when we look at matches like this one too, right? The way the roles played out a little bit crazy, but the players made the decisions to get in a situation where they could get those beneficial rolls. Maybe not something you want to count on every game, but if you have the pressure, if you're the one with better board position, you're going to get lucky more often, and that's what we saw there. So, hey, after that one, I think we all need a little break for maybe the most regulation MA match of all time. So, we've got something from Gabby.
Hello, everybody. I'm here on the floor with Lily, and she is here at her first ever Pokemon event at the North America International Championships. Lily, how are you doing?
This is one of the best days of my life. There's so many kind people. I had such a fun time playing in the tournaments yesterday. Oh my God, it's so much fun.
It's funny because if you go back to my diary from the 5th grade, my first Pokemon event was also my best day of my life. So you competed yesterday. How was that?
It was so much fun. I took so much time, practicing the team, making sure that I was as prepared as I could be since I'm really new to the game. And I'm really happy because I got to fight a lot of players with a lot of experience, and everyone is just so kind. Even after a win, even after a loss, everyone's like, yo, you did this really good. I'm really surprised by this way. It's so nice.
When did you start playing Pokemon Champions?
I started day 1, and Pokemon as a whole, I started pretty much in April. So really, really, really new. And it's just because I find the game so cool. I actually watched a player that you guys probably know, Wolf Blake or Wolfie BTC, and I watched him for years. I watched him back in Sword and Shield. I was like, this game's pretty cool. And then I saw him in Gen 9, and I was like, oh my God, this is cool. I'm seeing these hour-plus long videos, and it's like, oh my God, this is amazing. I want to be a part of this.
Well, we're so glad to have you here. What team did you run yesterday, and what was your favorite part about the team?
For sure. I've been running Follette pretty much since the game started because I love that little flower lady so much. And I ran a balanced style team, which means I had some really aggressive pieces like the other Charizard, everyone knows Charizard. And I also had some more defensive pieces like Incineroar, the GOAT, Sinisha, And the goal of the team, you want to get a calm mind or you want to get your Charizard in a spot where you can start ripping damage.
All right, so you've also done a ton of other things here at NAIC. What have you done and what has been your favorite activity?
For sure, oh my gosh, my favorite thing is just like getting to meet so many different people that just absolutely love Pokemon. I love the people that are like, oh my god, it's an Espeon. I'm like, yeah, oh my god. And then there's like the pictures, there's so many kind of people. I love getting to see these like super cool talents as well play the game. And I'm like, oh my god, that play is genius. Or, oh my goodness, Rockside was insane here. It's just so much fun. I love the energy.
Do you think you'll come back next year if you can? Do you think you'll compete next year even?
Absolutely, without a doubt. You need if you're watching this stream, you need to be here. Be here. Sign up if you can. But sign up now.
And if you want, locals are, of course, the first step to competing at these events. So check out the Pokemon website to find where you can play. Lily, thank you so much for your time. I love your energy. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody at home?
1,000%. I want to shout out Chuppa and Olivia because those two, they were coaching me. They took me from a 0 to someone that can kind of understand things. I'm really beginning to understand things thanks to them. I really want to shout out so many of the members in Florida because, oh my goodness, they were so kind and, helped me get into the game when I was just such a babby. And I want to thank all my friends because there's just so many great people that helped me be here.
All right, well, Lily, enjoy the rest of your event. Thank you so much. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Gabby. We are back and ready to go for Swiss round number 12, the second to last Swiss match that we will have before we determine our players making it into that single elimination Top Cup bracket. My name is Rosemary Kelly. I'm so excited to be joined once again by Lendul. And how excited are you to be so close to the end?
I'm excited. This is where it gets serious. People are punching their tickets round after round into that top cut. You need 11 wins to get there. So Ko already made it up in. We have 5 players trying to vie for their chance into the top cut this round.
And those are some pretty big heavy hitters. We saw Wolf already on stream, did lose to Ko for Ko's undefeated record. Francesco Piopero, of course, one step closer after that last round on stream. And then we've got Don Chuck, Adrian Hurley, 2 incredible players from the US, hoping that they can also punch their ticket into that top cut. And one of Spain's greats, Alex Gomez Berna, also vying for that 11-1.
And then, of course, all the rest of these players with 2 losses still have hope alive. They just need to win both of their last 2 matches in order to get in.
It's going to be a star-studded roster, I think, based on the names that we see here. And there's even more outside of this top 16 that still have a hope of being able to make it. But with 2 Swiss rounds left, you can't let up the gas yet. We're going to be focusing in on Wolf Glick versus Alex Gomez Berna as a win and into that illustrious top cut. But there are a ton of other matches that you can check out on our featured match stations and the featured match YouTube streams. So please go check out some of these other amazing matches.
Yeah, these are a lot of fun ones to watch. I'm looking forward to watching this Wolf versus Alex match. Of course, the winner moves on to top cut. The loser won't be out of the tournament yet. They'll still have their chance to punch their ticket in the last round of the day. But you want to get it done quick when you can.
So excited, though, about Wolf versus Alex because these are 2 competitors that have a lot of history against each other. They've played so many times on the international stage, and they get a chance to battle it out here where this could be an IC Grand Finals match.
Right. I mean, these are both players who have won in AIC in the past, players who have the caliber to go out and win international championships and are trying to get one step closer round by round.
Wolf Glick from 2019, Alex Gomez 2024. There are not that many years that separate them in terms of their IC wins, but there are quite a few eras of Pokemon that have been journeyed through. And we are now entering into a brand new era with Pokemon Champions. 2 international champions on the stage, brand new game, highest stakes, as one of them will make it into the top cut after a win here. So let's find out who it's gonna be.
Yeah, both players trying to be the first international champion in Pokemon Champions, and both looking like they might try to do it with Charizard. 2 teams that we've seen already on broadcast. Of course, Wolf's team with the Toxapex we saw just a couple of rounds ago. And we've seen Alex, variations of this team. It's a pretty common core throughout our Phase 2.
A lot of Pokemon that you should be familiar with if you've been tuning into NAIC Indianapolis or the Turin special event. But just in case you missed it, Wolf coming in with hot take, I think, on the meta so far.
Yeah, trying out a few different things. Mamoswine and Toxapex, two Pokemon he's one of the only players in the field using. We've seen a lot of the Toxapex, we haven't seen the Mamoswine at all yet. Maybe a Pokemon that's more about the threat in Team Preview, whereas the Toxapex really has impacts on games. It's a pretty passive Pokemon. It's not going to do a lot actively at the start of the turn, but it starts to lock in Pokemon with Infestation and can become a win condition at the end of the game if you don't have the right thing to check it down. We've seen Wolf win a couple of games that way. Earlier on in the day, we saw it though, if it's in the 1v1 that's not favorable for it, like against Basculegion with Blaster Specs, it can just get overpowered. And so a lot of times the path to beating Toxapex is to beat all those partners around it.
But while Wolf managed to get that win versus Alex Underhill, that was going to be a very similar team to what Alex Gomez-Berna is also running. So you know, at the very least, Wolf has experience against that same six. But as we'll take a look at Alex's team, there's a pretty key difference on it that actually makes this matchup a little bit more challenging than what Wolf faced versus Alex during yesterday's Swiss phase.
Right, I want to compare both to the round a couple rounds ago. There's no Basculegion where you don't have to worry about your opponent just preserving Last Respects until you've taken 3 KOs. But compared to Alex Underhill yesterday, a key difference on the Garchomp. It's missing Rock Slide, which makes the Charizard on Wolf's side a lot more comfortable, though still has to worry about Aerodactyl's Rock Slide. Very key that it has Stomping Tantrum. If you can get that boosted, it's a real threat to play a similar role as Basculegion did a couple of rounds ago, where if it's in a late game 1v1 versus the Toxapex, it can win that 1v1 with a boosted Stomping Tantrum with the Soft Sand on top.
But one of my favorite Pokemon to watch, Sylveon. This is a Pokemon that I think could do some pretty big things in this match. On stream, we've already seen Sylveon's Hyper Beams do some pretty good work against Pokemon you might not have expected to pick up KOs for.
Yeah, it can do so much damage, and if you're playing a little bit more passively, you can take the time. Your opponent is playing more passively, you can take the time with Sylveon to fire off those Hyper Beams. But while it can do a bunch of damage into Toxapex in the right situation, it also can get pretty easily walled. Wide Guard on Toxapex makes Hyper Voice a little bit harder to use, and of course all the fairy moves going to be resisted. Toxapex also not the only thing on the other side. Charizard, you know, the key offense for Wolf, and is going to also resist all that fairy offense and be able to threaten down Sylveon very cleanly.
So the big players in this match for Wolf, we're looking at the Toxapex, the Hydreigon, Charizard, Incineroar, maybe Sneasler making an appearance. But for Alex, the key to victory may be trying to go through that Charizard, Aerodactyl with the Garchomp, Sylveon. I think Alex has a lot of different options to play around with this team of 6. And so it's going to be really important to see which leads end up happening here for game number 1 between Wolfie and Alex. Let's see what they've locked into to get them the key to the success to that top cut. Alex, it's going to be the Aerodactyl and the Sylveon, and for Wolf, it's the Hydreigon and Charizard.
So immediately Wolf gets a ton of the offense out on the field. The Choice Scarf Hydreigon and the timid Charizard that can outspeed a lot of Charizards on the other side. Neither of them love to see the Aerodactyl, though. Hydreigon probably doesn't have the immediate offense to threaten a 1-hit KO there, and Charizard, of course, does not like to see Rock Slide, and the Hydreigon has to be careful. If it tries to chase, you know, the thing next to Sylveon, it can just take a Hyper Voice back. That would be really negative. So this is definitely a dangerous turn. Aerodactyl, though, doesn't have Protect, and so if you want to just immediately fire off a Draco Meteor in that slot, you could, but no. Hydreigon, too risky in front of Sylveon, going to escape in the back, get Toxapex out on the field.
Great defensive switch in front of this Sylveon and his Aerodactyl, but Aerodactyl is going to take this first turn to Mega Evolve, get a little bit of boost to its speed, and also be able to fire off some really powerful attacks. Charizard going to protect itself, preserving that Mega Evolution for a little bit later, but now Alex gets to go out on the offensive. Tailwind first from this Aerodactyl. That speed, great to ensure that it happens, and Sylveon going to throw out a Hyper Voice. Toxapex freshly switching in is going to take a bit of damage here, but now can threaten that Wide Guard on the next turn.
Exactly right. The Wide Guard's so important here when you're facing down 2 Pokemon whose primary offense is spread moves, getting Toxapex on the field pretty safely, and now able to protect Charizard is so important. And a play we see so often from the Aerodactyl side, you know that you're threatening the Charizard enough that it has to protect itself. It's not going to just sit there and take a Rock Slide, so you don't even have to click Rock Slide. You can get a pretty free Tailwind out of the situation instead. But now Charizard looks like it's in a pretty good position. With Wide Guard on the table, Sylveon and Aerodactyl suddenly don't threaten this Charizard much at all. You can fire out a lot of damage back in either place. If you can chip down the Aerodactyl enough, then later on in the game, that means Hydreigon is much more of a realistic threat to just finish off Aerodactyl before it can move. But no, for now, Charizard just going to get in the back, keep trying to stay one step ahead of Alex's own pivots.
Incineroar is going to swap in to take that Charizard's place, knowing that this Aerodactyl can't actually go for a Rock Slide because that threat of that wide guard from the Toxapex would neutralize it. You're going to see that dual Wing Beat instead, and a Hyper Beam from the Sylveon. Incineroar has to come in and take both of these attacks like a champ, but it gets felled. A double up into the Incineroar means that Wolf is going to lose his first Pokemon of this game.
Yeah, double target that may have actually been threatening a KO on Charizard. If Sylveon in the Tailwind is faster than the Charizard and the Dual Wing Beat and the Hyper Beam is enough damage, then maybe you're trying to just burst past Wide Guard with enough damage for Charizard to move. If you can land the double up, it would be devastating for Wolf. But Wolf gets out to the Incineroar and then is going to be able to cycle Charizard back in. Now with Sylveon on a recharge turn and Aerodactyl at -1 attack, making the Dual Wing Beat much less of a threat. So you've reset the situation. You've given up Incineroar in the meantime, but you've made the world a little bit more safe for Charizard. And Sylveon can't switch out this turn, isn't infested yet, but with the recharge turn has to just sit on the field and recharge for now.
I love that you have to sacrifice this Incineroar thinking about the greater good of the end game. This Charizard free and clear now to go for that Mega Evolution. You kind of forces Aerodactyl also into two moves that are not 100% accurate. Actually, none of the moves that this Aerodactyl have 100% accuracy, but Ice Fang and Dual Wing Beat. Those two attacks, Charizard will take a lot better. Rock Slide really off the table, it feels like, with the threat of that wide guard ever present. So let's see what this Charizard is capable of. First things first, it's got to Mega Evolve. Get that Drought set, get that Sun to help boost up all of its fire-type attacks. And Toxapex goes for that safe wide guard to ensure that this Charizard is successful. When this Tailwind is still going to let Alex use these attacks a little bit faster, we see the Rock Slide fail because of that wide guard. And let's see the speed interaction here. Charizard is actually faster than the Sylveon, even though it is in the Tailwind, so it's going to actually have to take this Heat Wave first. Unless we see the recharge turn.
I didn't see when the recharge turn. There's the recharge.
There it is, okay.
Okay. Message just coming in at the end of the turn. Of course, Sylveon acting at some point in that speed order, but I don't think we get a definitive answer on whether it would move before the Charizard or not. Alex kind of forced by checking that Wolf is actually going to click wide guard and not just let the Rock Slide through, but Wolf safe there, does click the wide guard, keeps Charizard safe for the turn. The Sylveon now has burnt that recharge turn, but also burnt a lot of its health bar. If it is slower than the Charizard, then you can just outspeed and finish off the KO with Heat Wave. And if you're threatening just another wide guard plus another Heat Wave that picks up a KO, that's really significant. I think it's important to note that Alex has been so restrained in not switching out. Despite having, -1 on Aerodactyl, damage coming into Sylveon, only now making the first switch, getting Garchomp on the field.
Well, Garchomp will be able to take those fire-type attacks a little bit better, but I also feel like maybe a little telegraphed that Charizard would want to try to protect itself here. The Rock Slide is going to be good since Toxapex doesn't try to wide guard twice, and the Garchomp gets in basically scot-free, unless it gets trapped in with something like Infestation. Garchomp's not the target, though. It's the Aerodactyl, and so Aerodactyl now has to take a little bit of chip at the end.
Aerodactyl will take a little bit of damage and crucially be locked onto the field in this last turn of Tailwind. If you can threaten a KO there, then you won't have to deal with a second Tailwind afterwards. For now, though, can just outspeed and go for a Tailwind in this next turn. Garchomp, like you say, comes in pretty safely, but unlike a lot of Garchomps, doesn't threaten this Charizard immediately nearly as much. No Rock Slide to kind of force the wide guard from that slot, so you can both Tailwind and Rock Slide at the same time and force a really passive turn from Wolf and just get your Tailwind set up. Or you can swing out on the offense with Dragon Claw and Dual Wing Beat and just try to get as much damage into Charizard as possible. Though, getting Garchomp on the field does expose it. We talked about it being one of the few ways to actually beat Toxapex in the end game for Alex. Maybe part of the reason he was so hesitant to switch it in earlier on, but now on the field a little bit exposed, but not too much at risk from these Pokemon. But Toxapex can always lock you in and then show something like a Hydreigon or a Mamoswine a couple turns later, and while you're locked in with Infestation, you can beat it, but no, just a dodge.
It's going to be a dodge of the Dual Wing Beat, as Garchomp was really hoping to be able to follow up that damage with that Dragon Claw. So Charizard is going to be great in a position to go for this Weather Ball and get some nice damage down into that Garchomp. Toxapex also is going to land at the Toxic, so at the end of this turn, Garchomp is going to be taking more damage, and that's going to be 2 Pokemon that Wolf has been able to afflict with that Poison status condition, and be taking more damage every single turn.
Right, you can see Wolf setting up the end game for Toxapex now. Garchomp gonna have a lot more difficulty actually breaking through Toxapex when it's already this low. The weather ball already significant to mean that you don't need as many turns of Toxic, and the Toxic already there, so Toxapex doesn't have to spend a turn obtaining it later on. And the health bars are disappearing pretty quickly. Aerodactyl, Sylveon, Garchomp all below 50% health. Though the damage on Charizard really important. It would have been better if it was also dual Wing Beat, then you'd only need to threaten one of dual Wing Beat or Dragon Claw, but you're still threatening the combination of both of them together to KO Charizard before it can move, which may, force a Protect in this situation. But if you're not threatening Toxapex in the meantime, Wolf may be okay with that. Like, we'll take passive turns, me protecting Charizard, switching Charizard in the future if you're constantly taking damage over time from Toxapex in the meantime. At some point, Alex is going to have to kind of turn on the pressure against the Toxapex, or he's going to lose too many resources to actually be able to beat it later on.
I feel like this is also a turn where Wolf could really just go for a wide guard and attack, and so we are going to see that wide guard first from the Toxapex. Make sure that this Aerodactyl is going to either have to go for another inaccurate move or just use that Tailwind. The Garchomp with the Dragon Claw, we saw it did not do enough for this to be a 2-hit knockout, so it will take a third. As Charizard fires off that Heat Wave in response, Aerodactyl and Garchomp, they're going to be taking the residual damage at the turn from the Infestation and the Poison respectively. Garchomp is barely able to hang on, but the Aerodactyl is out of here.
I think that was actually a really strong turn for Wolf. Like, that kind of called Alex's bluff a little bit. If that had been dual Wing Beat plus Dragon Claw, Charizard would have just gone down. The Heat Wave would have never happened, and then these Pokemon are a lot more healthy. But because Alex wants to prioritize the Tailwind there to set up for the Pokemon in the back, Wolf is able to sneak the Heat Wave in, get really good damage into both of these Pokemon. And now the damage problem to Toxapex becomes really serious. The Furgraph has Twin Beam. It is super effective in the Toxapex, but I can promise you it's not going to be that significant of a threat to actually beat Toxapex. Garchomp only has one turn left on the field. Toxapex can just protect that away, even if not now, later on. Sylveon also damaged and poisoned. Starting to quickly look like Toxapex is going to be able to carry the end of this game. Alex is going to need to find that pressure quickly. The good news is that at least Garchomp has the threatened KO against Charizard. Charizard's so low at this point, and you have the Tailwind pressure as well to be able to help with Sylveon in the end game. But yeah, how do you ever break Toxapex at this point?
I wonder if because you also have to worry about that Hydreigon with the Choice Scarf that's lurking in the back for Wolf. Revealed at the very beginning of the game, but you know that that's the Pokemon that this Sylveon would love to be in front of. I'm kind of hoping that we see something really spicy on this turn. It's going to be the Toxapex that ends up switching out those so that the Hydreigon can come back in. This Garchomp is going to be going down at the end of this turn, but it's also a trade, as Garchomp's not going to go down that easily without taking something with it. Oh, and the Furgraph uses the Roar to get the Garchomp out of here. I was going to say Roar maybe to get the Toxapex out, but this is even better, the side Roar play to get that Sylveon in front of this Hydreigon.
Well, and the Roar is really clever as well, because you want Garchomp to be able to outspeed and KO the Charizard before it can move, but you don't want Garchomp to go down from poison at the end of the turn. So this lets you have your cake and eat it too. You get the Dragon Claw off, and then you Roar Garchomp off the field before the damage over time happens, but still it just is looking so impossible. Sylveon at this point so low that Hydreigon may be able to just pick up that KO. Despite the Tailwind, I would expect that the Choice Scarf Hydreigon will be faster than the Sylveon. And again, where does the damage against Toxapex ever come from?
And if you're worried about the special attack output from the Furgraph, you could also just go for a Snarl on this Hydreigon. May also make the Hydreigon take a Hyper Voice from the Sylveon a little bit better.
Yeah, if you can get a Snarl into Furgraph, really there's no damage against Toxapex, and so yeah, Furgraph has to be preserved. Garchomp is just going to go down from poison at the end of this turn after switching in. Snarl is going to take the KO, would have been into the Furgraph, but Sylveon already looking so low with the poison damage, is not going to have many turns on the field.
Gonna have to get a lot of mileage out of this next one. As you see that special attack drop, Sylveon's gotta try to make up for that with a Hyper Beam. It does land into its target. The Hydreigon on the receiving end of this does get hit with a one-hit knockout. Sylveon has taken down one more foe, bringing Wolf down to just this Toxapex. But we have seen Toxapex accomplish some amazing things in a 1v1, a 1v2, and it looks like Sylveon with the Infestation stacked on top of the poison might go down at the end of this turn.
And well, there it goes down at the end of this turn. It definitely isn't surviving through its recharge turn, but yeah, it does go down here. Forced into the Hyper Beam because of the threat of Wide Guard. You can't just click Hyper Voice and then get Wide Guarded on that turn, because then Hydreigon beats you forever in the end of the game. So eventually we get to a 1v1. It's Toxapex versus Furgraph. A lot of times that's the game plan. You've got to beat everything around the Toxapex and then preserve the right thing to beat Toxapex. We saw our Wolf lose earlier on in the day when he was Basket Legion on the other side, but I'm just not sure that Fergraf is the right thing. You have the super effective Twin Beam, but how much damage is it? This is the crucial moment.
Wow, it actually looks like it's going to take two twin beams for 4 hits. No, I'll work out the math on that one.
It'll be a 3-hit KO.
Yes, because you are going to get the leftovers recovery at the end of the turn, and Wolf is going to guarantee that with rotating through Toxic, Baneful Bunker, Infestation. Try to get these additional damages to stack up at the end of the turn for residual.
Yeah, it's going to be close. You may need a double protect from Wolf's side. That Twin Beam doing a little bit more than I expected there. A lot of times the Fergrafs that have decided to run Twin Beam are investing pretty heavily in special attack because you have to make sure you actually have the damage to threaten KOs on something like a Glamora. So this one doing enough damage. I mean, that's pretty significant, 50% to the Toxapex.
But there's still a Citrus Berry that this Fergraf hasn't consumed yet. It hasn't gone down to that threshold of HP where that Citrus Berry would activate and let this Fergraf recover. So we're going to have to get through several turns. And honestly, Len, with all of that HP, I'm not sure that Toxapex can do it.
I definitely have underestimated the draft here. You're right. With the Citrus Berry and with how much that Twin Beam did, with it successfully being a 3-hit KO, I don't think there's enough turns of leftovers to force it into a 4-hit KO by any means. Should be enough damage. Yeah, we'll see the second Twin Beam now, most likely the Infestation coming out afterwards. The Toxapex is going to be so low.
Toxapex pulled off an impressive victory in Game 2 versus Ko Tsukide, able to get 2 Baneful Bunkers back-to-back to secure that game and bring Wolf into a Game 3. Maybe this Toxapex has a couple of extra Baneful Bunker, multiple protects left in it in order to bring Wolf this victory, but Alex feels just a couple of turns away from being able to get this first game.
Yeah, I think if the Twin Beam had needed one more turn, if it had been a 4-hit KO, not a 3-hit KO, the Toxapex would have been able to withstand this. All those damage, however, times would have added up fast enough. But ultimately, the Fergraf being completely healthy going into this end of the game looks like it's going to be enough.
One more Baneful Bunker just to see if you can play to that out. It will stop this next incoming Twin Beam, and there will be some additional poison damage on top of that Infestation. It's starting to stack up. Len, if this is a double Baneful Bunker, this could be a win for Wolf.
Yeah, I think it just needs one more. The Toxic adds up so fast. We're seeing how often for Wolf it comes down to I need one more turn. And sometimes you get 1 in 3 chance of one more turn on the field.
30% chance for this Toxapex to make this double back-to-back Baneful Bunker. And the 30% of the time, it works 100% of the time. Toxapex is going to protect itself from this next Twin Beam. And if this Fergraf goes down to the Infestation and the Toxic Poison, we're going to go to Game 2 with Wolf Blink up 1 game. Toxic's going to do it. Infestation at the end, and Fergraf is sent back to the Pokemon Center.
Oh man, by a razor's edge. Wolf gets the double protect when he needs it once again, gets that one extra turn of Toxic and Infestation to work through the Fergraf, work through the Citrus Berry recovery on the Fergraf, go from 100 to 0 with just those damage over times because Twin Beam was a 3-hit KO. Enough extra offense there to make Twin Beam a 2-hit KO, and we don't have to worry about that. A little bit more luck from Alex's side to not have the double protect from Wolf's side, and you don't have to worry about that. But we got to that situation by Alex executing probably a game plan he was looking for. Got every KO around the Toxapex, the Charizard, the Hydreigon, and left Toxapex on an island, but just not with quite enough damage against it.
And Alex's play to roar out his own Garchomp to make sure it didn't go down at the end of that turn to that toxic damage was just so big brain. Left to Sylveon to be able to get that one-hit knockout into the Hydreigon with that Hyper Beam. Unfortunately, it went down for its troubles to put Alex in this position to get that 1v1, but Alex really was that close to being able to take the game.
You're absolutely right, because without the Roar play, Fergraf is stuck on the field against the Snarl. Has no way to protect against it, nothing to switch out to without Garchomp in the back. And if Fergraf takes a Snarl, then Twin Beam is a 4-hit KO, and then we're not talking about needing a double protect. So that is the play that kind of put Alex in the advantaged position, but it wasn't 100% chance to win. It was a 66% chance to win, and Wolf got the other side of it. But now for both players, do you go back to that drawing board? Does Wolf still think he can execute on a Toxapex in the game, seeing how the damage plays out against Fergraf? Does he feel like he can get enough extra chip into Fergraf earlier, or try to land a Snarl there? And for Alex, do you change anything about the game plan? no Charizard in that last game, just focusing on Aerodactyl as the Mega, but Aerodactyl kind of ran into a wall with a lot of threat of Wide Guard on the other side, stymieing the offense that Aerodactyl could actually out, the Intimidate, weaken to the dual Wing Beat. It gets stuck on the field with Infestation. It probably didn't have as much impact as Alex would have liked, but it also did buy a lot of time, force Wolf's hand for many turns to keep Toxapex on the field, continue to Wide Guard in order to keep the Charizard safe. So from Alex's shoes, you have to be estimating the value of that compared to just the damage of being able to swing out with Charizard. Part of that recipe is that Wolf is one of the few players with the plus speed stat alignment on his own Charizard. Alex can be confident his Charizard will be slower, and a lot of times it feels bad to bring your own Charizard in, because if you start just, exchanging fire moves back and forth, you know you're eventually going to lose that race.
Sometimes the best defense is the best offense, though, so I wonder if Alex is going to switch things up to try to put a little bit more damage down at the very beginning of the game. Can he maybe find some ways where he isn't isn't letting his Aerodactyl fall into that Wide Guard trap? Try to get some of those single targets instead.
Yeah, if he can get more damage earlier. On the other hand, for Wolf, if he can get more value out of Incineroar to keep more flexibility to switch around, keep Intimidate around. Never was able to actually intimidate Garchomp in that last game because the Incineroar went down to Hyper Beam before Garchomp even hit the field, which meant that the Garchomp always had full power Dragon Claws. If you can get Incineroar, a little more value out of Incineroar, it's much easier to play into that end game.
With how close it was in game number 1, I'm expecting this game to be just as electric. As we get back into it, Alex Gomez is going to be leading with the Garchomp and the Aerodactyl, and this time Wolf has the Charizard and Toxapex in the lead.
Right, both players making adjustments. Alex may be getting a little bit the better end of it. In game 1, Wolf led Hydreigon, but saw Sylveon on the other side and immediately had to get Hydreigon off the field for Toxapex. So this time he's one turn faster, already has Toxapex on the field, but now there is a very good target for the Hydreigon on the other side, the Garchomp already sitting there. But of course, it would have been easy for Garchomp to protect Aerodactyl to Tailwind, and then Hydreigon's under threat. So maybe you're still happy to have Toxapex on the other field. On the field, the other thing that changes, though, is Alex has set 2 physical attackers on the field. This makes it very easy for Incineroar to come in and get a ton of value out of an Intimidate, but you've got to watch out. Rock Slide and Stomping Tantrum or Earthquake would be a lot of damage into Incineroar. I wouldn't be surprised to see it pretty quickly here, though, because otherwise Charizard in a pretty difficult position. You don't want to spend too many turns with Toxapex Wide Guard and Rock Slide when you could be taking a lot of damage from Dragon Claw or Stomping Tantrum back.
So is Toxapex actually going to Wide Guard? Because this is the first step of the equation. You've got Incineroar in, that valuable Intimidate onto both Aerodactyl and Garchomp, and we see this Aerodactyl Mega Evolve. Maybe that means this Charizard is once again sitting on the bench here for Alex, but this time around, this Aerodactyl is going out on the offense. It's not setting Tailwind, it's set out that dual Wing Beat in the face of that Incineroar, and the Stomping Tantrum from the Garchomp is going to follow it up, but it goes into the Toxapex instead. Alex splitting the difference on the attacks, knowing that I can't let this Toxapex get to the endgame with a full HP bar. I may as well try to whittle it away now.
I think the other thing to keep in mind, Alex feeling that it was very likely there to be a Wide Guard, so doesn't want to risk Earthquakes and Rock Slides in that position, but also may have thought it was pretty likely that Incineroar was coming in. If you can catch it with Stomping Tantrum and Rock Slide on the switch, you get a lot of value. Incineroar, though, not coming into the Stomping Tantrum slot. Toxapex, yes, takes some damage, but with your Generator able to just heal that off in the future. Probably not going to be damage that sticks into the long term, but maybe if you can put some early pressure on it, you can at least make life difficult for Wolf if you're threatening, double up damage to KO in the future. For now, though, I think Incineroar gets in pretty safely, not having to take any super effective moves, getting that Intimidate down, now having Fake Out Pressure for the turn, and Wolf getting the timer on Aerodactyl already. I think a pretty successful turn for Wolf in the face of a lot of damage threat back the other way.
To the Regenerator point on the Toxapex, if it feels like a great opportunity to get this Toxapex out of there, maybe that's something that Alice can capitalize on, expecting the Toxapex to end up switching out, or even expecting it to protect here to try to get that leftovers recovery. We see the Hydreigon come in to actually take this Incineroar's place as the Rock Slide gets let rip. Alex, not afraid of the Wide Guard in this moment, gets to land some damage onto the fresh Hydreigon. Oh, but the Garchomp goes for the Stomping Tantrum into the Incineroar, that Levitate ability there from the Hydreigon, making it immune.
Right, Hydreigon able to switch in pretty successfully here, not have to take that much damage from Rock Slide. Wolf already capitalizing and getting more value out of Incineroar. Gets it in for a really valuable double Intimidate and gets it back out safely as well so he can come in the future. Stomping Tantrum does get boosted up. but you have now the Choice Scarf Draco Meteor to suppress Garchomp for a turn. You probably don't have to worry too much about it swinging out, but Alex has to be very careful as well. A Draco Meteor and Aerodactyl may already be threatening a KO, and if it's not threatening a KO, it's probably threatening the Toxic finishes the KO at the end of the turn. Dragon Claw may also not be a KO depending on how the Hydreigon is trained, especially if Incineroar were to come back into the Toxapex slot and set a second Intimidate down as well. So yeah, Aerodactyl doesn't like this position. Going to get off the field, trying to catch a Draco Meteor with Sylveon.
Sylveon, a Fairy type, would be immune to that Dragon type move, as Garchomp is also going to save itself with a Protect Shield. So great call here from Alex. Try to play it safe on this turn, but it does leave this Sylveon vulnerable to the Infestation. It can't switch out anymore since the Toxapex was able to land that.
Yeah, this is the way to make sure that Draco Meteor doesn't have any impact, and the way to take advantage of a choice item on the other side. You put a Fairy in one slot, you put a Protect in the other, Draco Meteor does nothing, and now you say, if you want to stay in, you're going to have to click Draco Meteor. I know you're not threatening my Sylveon, and I can just chase after the Hydreigon, and I can switch the Garchomp out to something in the back. But like you said, this is the same thing as game one. Toxapex slowly whittling things down, putting pressure on, and not really taking any damage back itself. Stomping Tantrum couldn't be thrown into Toxapex on that last turn because of the threat of Draco Meteor into that slot. Now I think it'll be really interesting to see if Wolf does commit to just staying in. It does, yeah. So this could be a Hyper Beam for Draco Meteor exchange, or it could be a lot more for Wolf.
But you're going to see this Draco Meteor from the Hydreigon land into the Garchomp. So this is a one-hit knockout. Yes, this Garchomp is out of here. But now the Sylveon said, okay, I got you. My teammate, you're not going to go down in vain. I can throw out a final attack here. But if it's a Hyper Voice, it's going to fail. Hyper Beam, though, from the Sylveon. It's not going after the Hydreigon. It's going after the Toxapex. It's already taken a bit of trip, but look at how healthy that Toxapex sits even after this Pixelate boosted Hyper Beam from the Sylveon.
So that is a lot of damage, right? Toxapex now looks pretty vulnerable, like you could chase it down, but it's going to get leftovers recovery. You're going to have to spin to turn recharging. It's likely going to get Regenerator. There's a reason the conventional wisdom is to fight everything and then fight the Toxapex, because if you spin mid-game turns, doing things like losing Garchomp just in exchange for damage, not a KO onto Toxapex, that can just get mitigated, and then suddenly it was a trade of Garchomp for nothing after that recovery comes back. I think maybe Alex trying to be one turn ahead there, expecting that the Hydreigon wouldn't stay in and just click Draco Meteor, maybe looking for Stomping and Hyper Beam to double up into the Toxapex, but Wolf calls the bluff, says, I'm not going to let that happen. I'm going to throw the Draco Meteor into the Garchomp. I'm going to make you play honest. The worst case scenario is that you Hyper Beam me, have to spin a turn recharging, and I get Draco Meteor into like Farigiraf instead. There's always going to be some value because Garchomp had protected on the previous turn, so there's not that much to lose in that position.
It is going to be at -2 though, since the Draco Meteor does have that pretty significant drawback. But Farigiraf being nice and healthy, do you really want to keep this Hydreigon in? Got this one turn to buy for the Sylveon.
But there's also absolutely no pressure this turn, right? You can just switch Toxapex and Hydreigon because this Sylveon is going to have to recharge. The Farigiraf, as long as you're switching out Toxapex and not taking a Twin Beam, is not really offering any pressure in that turn. Incineroar loves to come in here. Like the best case scenario for Wolf is catching Charizard, or best case scenario for Alex is catching Charizard with a Thunderbolt, but it's not going to be threatening a KO. It's just going to be a little bit of chip damage into Charizard. So this turn of passivity kind of lets Wolf reset out of that last position, or he can chase more damage. Hydreigon can just throw a Draco Meteor and Farigiraf. It won't be punished on this turn. Toxapex probably does need to be a little bit careful here. You don't want it to go down to a Twin Beam too easily, but Hydreigon's going to switch, undo those Draco Meteor drops, get the Charizard out onto the field. Toxapex is going to stay in, just get Toxic down on Sylveon.
Well, there's definitely still some value to making sure that as many Pokemon as possible are going to be toxic. There's a lot of protects on this team, but looking for Farigiraf going for another side roar. Gets Sylveon out of there. Since it had that infestation, it wouldn't be able to move off the field by itself, but that's where your Farigiraf partner can help you out with that. Bringing the Mega Aerodactyl back in the face of this Charizard.
I think that turn is not very helpful for Alex. I think trying to be one step ahead, expecting a very passive turn from Wolf to maybe double switch and thinking you're going to at least get Sylveon off the field in exchange, but Toxapex just stays on the field. That could have been Twin Beam to just KO Toxapex and solve a huge problem. If Toxapex is gone, Wide Guard is gone, and then your Aerodactyl can come in and really threaten this Charizard. But now you at least have created a pin where if Toxapex wants to stay in and protect Charizard, then it's going to be itself vulnerable to Twin Beam. So this may force kind of one, maybe Charizard protects, Toxapex switches, but and then you can punish that as the Incineroar comes in, but it's not so easy for Wolf. I think that last turn is still very positive. You took a big risk with Toxapex staying on the field and got rewarded for it.
Charizard is going to switch out, so what does this Toxapex end up doing is Hydreigon comes back onto the field with that Choice Scarf. Gets to select a new move if it wants, after it used that Draco Meteor a couple turns ago, and Incineroar is also going to make this just a full field swap for Wolf. Hydreigon takes the dual wing beat from this Mega Aerodactyl. It's going to do a lot of damage to this Pokemon on the switch-in. But this Farigiraf goes for Thunderbolt 2. Does not want to risk having that Twin Beam fail into either of these Dark-type Pokemon on a switch-in, knowing they were both in the back.
Maybe also just looking for a wide guard plus attack with Charizard play. Alex really showing hesitance to ever use a spread move into a possible wide guard. Was only punished for it once so far in the set. But yeah, if it had been Toxapex using wide guard and Charizard attacking, dual wing beat plus Thunderbolt probably would have been enough damage to pick up the KO. Instead, Hydreigon comes into it pretty nicely. Of course, gives up a lot of health, but is now threatening a Draco Meteor in one slot or the other. You've got to catch it with Sylveon right now if you're Alex. Neither Pokemon could protect, so Wolf knows he can land a Draco Meteor somewhere.
It's going to be the Dark Pulse. Okay, still going to be a resisted hit into the Sylveon, but you would rather try to get some damage down, knowing that that could be a super effective attack into that Farigiraf a little bit later. Parting Shot is going to get this Incineroar back out rotation, and we'll see another Pokemon come in. Wolf gets his choice. Is it going to be that Toxapex that had a little bit of Regenerator recovery as it was resting in its Pokeball, or is it going to be time to get this Charizard back in?
I think Charizard, you can't risk that it's Twin Beam coming into that slot. It is Thunderbolt though, so Alex catches the Charizard coming in.
Okay, but it's still pretty healthy.
It's not much damage. Oh, no. That's significant though. Yeah, so the Thunderbolt, not much damage after the Parting Shot. Looked like a very positive turn for Wolf. He's put so much damage on the Aerodactyl that he doesn't even have to risk the Draco Meteor there. He's able to throw a Dark Pulse. Makes it a little easier to stay in here as well, because now you can throw a Dark Pulse at the Farigiraf. But yeah, Charizard taking the paralysis is so important, because I don't think we've actually seen the speed relationship. But if Sylveon would be moving first and Tailwind, it's moving over the paralyzed Charizard as well. If Charizard isn't paralyzed, then you just throw Heat Wave and Dark Pulse at Farigiraf, and I think this game is over. There's no way for Alex to recover from that situation, because Farigiraf can't protect itself, Aerodactyl can't take the Dark Pulse, Sylveon can't take the Heat Wave. But with Charizard paralyzed, you can still throw that combination of moves. It's probably still very potent. You would get the Dark Pulse into either Farigiraf or Aerodactyl, and then you would get the Heat Wave, because Sylveon shouldn't be able to finish off the Charizard in this point. But you're going to have to let Sylveon attack in between.
We've seen a lot of small chance things happen, but Wolf doesn't want to risk trying to go for a Dark Pulse flinch. It's going to end up being the Toxapex that comes back in, so our Dragon can choose a new move later on, as Charizard, with this paralysis, is hoping to fight through that Mega Evolving, setting the sun, hoping that it will be able to get through this turn. As Sylveon goes for the Hyper Voice, it's going to chip away this Charizard and the Toxapex, but I think this is going to end up being a Thunderbolt into this Charizard, then wow, it's going to be a survival anyway. Toxapex has to take this Twin Beam on the switch-in. That's going to do a lot of damage to bring it down to a very much more reasonable Toxapex to deal with, and Charizard fights through that paralysis. A double connect on the Heat Wave. Sylveon's going to end up going down to the poison at the end of this turn, as Farigiraf also gets a little recovery back with that Citrus Berry.
Wolf has been slowly grinding out a lead turn after turn. I think even that turn, Alex gets a couple things right. Really important that he catches, that was a Twin Beam into a Dark type to start the turn, but catches a little bit of damage on Toxapex. But you can see how far ahead Wolf is, that even as that catch happens, the Parting Shot from a couple turns ago means there's not that much punish on Toxapex switching in. The Charizard can't be stopped from using Heat Wave on that turn because of the lack of damage on Alex's side, and so Charizard's able to get the Heat Wave that finishes off the Sylveon, and now things get really difficult because there's still the Intimidate working in the back to stop the Aerodactyl damage, and there's the Choice Scarf Hydreigon to threaten a bunch of damage here. I think you're really going to need speed control one way or the other for Alex. I think it's an important decision whether you go for a Trick Room that helps you more generally against the Hydreigon, or Tailwind here, which may not actually make Farigiraf enough faster. I think you can get a Tailwind though on this turn and at least move Farigiraf over both of these Pokemon and possibly threaten a KO. It's important to note too, with 2 KOs, you're never undoing that Parting Shot on Farigiraf at this point, which makes it harder to actually break a Toxapex at the end of this game. It's at least weakened this time, but yeah, you can get Regenerator, you can get Future Leftovers, you can get a lot of recovery back in the future. Incineroar loves to just come in here. That's just Intimidate. That's his only job at this point.
Wolf with 4 Pokemon remaining is going to have a much easier time to continue to cycle in and out this Incineroar. He does end up giving up the Charizard in the process, but you've got Fake Out here to help out your Toxapex if it comes back in. Try to get some citrus, I was gonna say try to get like poison down or something like that.
The Friggraph will suppress Fake Out on the next turn. Charizard, though, has done its job. It beat the Sylveon, took that off the field, has weakened the board down to just 2 Pokemon. You've done so much damage mitigation at this point with both an Intimidate on the Aerodactyl and a Party Shot in the Friggraph, and now you've landed Hydreigon on the field with its choice of targets. Neither of these Pokemon can protect. There was no speed control on that last turn, and so Hydreigon should be able to just swing out against these Pokemon.
Totally forgot about the Armor Tail, because we have seen this, but I should have thought about this anyway, because Incineroar hasn't been clicking Fake Out at all this weekend on the matches that we have had on stream. Friggraph or not.
Its job is just to Intimidate, and the Intimidates have been so valuable. We talked before this game that if we could get more value out of the Incineroar, it could really change how these in-games played out, and it feels like this Incineroar being able to come in 3 times in this game and every time land a pretty useful Intimidate has really made it a lot harder for Alex to break through this damage. At this point, it feels like Toxapex is lurking in the back, waiting to see which of these Pokemon it might have to beat. But Hydreigon's going to get its choice of what to deal with. For now, Incineroar, we're going to get out one more time, save one more Intimidate for the future, maybe save one more Regenerator for the future, as Dark Pulse can go into the Friggraph.
That's actually just going to be a clean knockout from the amount of HP that Friggraph has left. And so this Aerodactyl has the world on its shoulders to get Alex into this. Rock Slide comes out. It's not even going to get the KO onto the Hydreigon. Missing that feels critical. You see the Fist Bump. Alex knows it's over. Wolf Glick wins Swiss Round 12 2-0 to move on to the top cut of the North America International Championships.
A Choice Scarf Pokemon loves to see a lack of protects on the other side. Both the Friggraph and the Aerodactyl not having it meant Hydreigon could safely throw a Dark Pulse into the Friggraph, pick up that KO, and then all of the Intimidate has meant that Aerodactyl didn't have the damage to finish Hydreigon. I don't think it would have mattered if it did. It wasn't going to beat the Incineroar coming back in, throwing another Fake Out and an Infestation, and the damage was going to mount. But Hydreigon staying alive means that Wolf can just throw a Dark Pulse there on this turn, can get more recovery with Baneful Bunker and threaten the Fake Out in the future. Wolf cleanly winning this game.
Hydreigon throws out that final Dark Pulse to finish off the Aerodactyl, and that is the game, set, match. Wolf Glick on the verge of moving into this top cut, maybe getting another international championship title, but Alex Gomez not out of this tournament yet. Taking his second loss means he's got to win this next round in order to have that hope himself of making it into that top cut to play for that title. But for now, it's going to have to be looking on to the next one.
Yeah, the pressure will mount with 1 round left, but for now the pressure releases for a moment for Wolf. Still, of course, will be looking for a win and a possible bye in the round of 16 to capitalize even further on this great victory, this time landing valuable Hydreigon damage. Draco Meteor into Garchomp, Dark Pulse into Friggraph, and then the final Dark Pulse into Aerodactyl. The Hydreigon able to carry this game with all of the space created by the team around it. The Charizard taking the KOs and the damage to weaken things up at the right times. The Incineroar to put the Intimidates down at the right times, and the Toxapex to draw attention where necessary. I mean, then Hydreigon could free fire through so much of this game. You can see how difficult it can be to beat the Toxapex in the in-game when the damage mitigation is there, and when Wolf is getting to pick his targets for this Hydreigon. It felt like as soon as Garchomp went down, Alex has to become kind of desperate for where the damage against Toxapex is. You look for it with the Twin Beam, with a Hyper Beam, with enough damage from Aerodactyl, but it's so much harder to find.
Major credit to Alex, though, because he did have that call of the Twin Beam on one of the Dark types that switched out to catch that Toxapex as soon as it switched in. And I felt like Alex, even one call away in that second game from being able to actually win and bring us to a game 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think the very crucial turn was the one in the middle. Sylveon hits the field against the Hydreigon. The Garchomp has just protected itself. And there, Alex makes the decision to chase after the Toxapex, goes for Hyper Beam into that slot, and lets the Draco Meteor hit Garchomp. If that is Hydreigon switching out, fearing a Hyper Voice or a Hyper Beam, and you just KOing the Toxapex, then Alex probably wins. And if it's switching out to Friggraph to preserve the Garchomp and just using Hyper Voice to get the KO on the Hydreigon, then Alex probably wins. But Wolf finds the right way to thread the needle there, get the damage into the Garchomp, and then not be punished for it with Hyper Beam just going into Toxapex. And it felt like then it was all just cleaning up the pieces from that point on.
It's so funny that we saw Toxapex start to really take to the fold of Scarlet and Violet with all of those legendary Pokemon running around, you know, Miraidon, a nice partner for it, Koraidon, if you were remembering this era like it was yesterday. And in Pokemon Champions, where we have a limited roster size, we've got a bunch of new Mega Evolutions to play around with. Toxapex again is breakout star in this snapshot of our Pokemon tournament.
It's really interesting to see a Pokemon pick up in popularity, not just across 2 formats, but across 2 games. After being in the game for years without having much success, I think part of that is players finding the right moveset. Both in Regulation I and here, we've seen the same moveset of Infestation, Toxic, Wide Guard, and Baneful Bunker, dropping Recover, which I think a lot of attempts to use the Toxapex previously thought, if you were going to use it as a win condition Pokemon, then I must have the 50% recovery move. But in Leftovers and the Regenerator means you have so much recovery along the way anyway that having all 4 of the utility moves is enough to carry you through that. And then you can provide so much more value in the middle of the game when you can Wide Guard things, when you can trap things in with Infestation so that your choice Pokemon can find the right targets. And it makes it a lot easier for this Toxapex to have the right impact.
If the game goes on long enough, all those poisons are going to add up as well, but that is one player that's going to join Ko Tsukide in that top cut. We've got more players to decide when we see our next and final Swiss Round 13, but before that, we're going to have more thoughts from Scott, from Scott's Thoughts.
Well, hopefully I have some thoughts. Unfortunately, I think Wolf may have been hit by a stray throat chop there. Not able to talk to us this time. Maybe feeding some Poke Blocks to his Toxapex after another great performance by it in that battle. But another really fun match. And hey, it seems like nobody can beat Wolf and Ko except for one another. Really impressive run by them. We've seen a whole lot of Wolf's team so far, so I think we kind of get the drill by now. And I think the key thing to keep in mind as you're watching these games is what's Wolf's end game going to be, right? You know, he's not just trading back and forth. It's really important for him to strategically get to a position at the end of the game where he's going to have the advantage, usually where that Toxapex can close things out. I think it's been fun to watch too. You know, we've probably seen more Toxapex on this stream over the course of the last month and a half than the previous 15 years of the Video Game Championships. But again, this one plays a little bit differently than what we saw in the previous regulation with the lack of the recover on that Toxapex. So Wolf's going to be a little bit more careful. Regenerator wound up being a bigger deal in this one. It seems like it hasn't been too integral so far on his previous stream appearances where Toxapex has stayed pretty healthy. He kind of just entered the battle late, but this time having to tank a little bit more early in the game for its friends. Maybe we can put Mamoswine in a milk carton or a wanted poster somewhere. Still haven't seen that one on stream over the course of 7 or 8 games, but you know, maybe it'll surprise us all at the end. Alex is out of the field. His first appearance on the stream, another really fantastic player. Similar to the team we saw the previous round, the Aerodactyl, Charizard stuff. We saw a lot of really cool plays with that Roar. I think that's one of those moves. When you're seeing that on a team from a player being piloted who's as strong as Alex is, it's just so scary, right? Where if you see it on rank battles, you may be like, okay, if I click Trick Room, I can get cheesed. But it's so much better than that if you're creative, if you can see those really innovative plays. It really should have won Alex that second game, or the first game rather, where I think it probably took him to a situation where he immediately had at least a 70% chance of winning the game. Game 2 maybe didn't work out quite as well, but really fun to watch that from a player as creative as he is. He's just going to see plays that maybe some of the rest of us won't. Starting this one out, once again, we see some familiar leads on Wolf's side of the field with the Charizard and the Hydreigon, and once again, the Hydreigon kind of being forced out of battle. I think Toxapex has probably switched in on turn 1 about 2/3 of the game that we've seen from Wolf throughout the course of this set, or not over the course of the set, but the course of the many sets we've seen from him over the course of the last 5 rounds. But again, it's a different look from Toxapex coming in here where, a little more supportive coming in here, threatening the Wide Guard on both of these Pokemon, where Toxapex is kind of a carry in the previous regulation, despite it involving those restricted Pokemon. As much more in the supportive role in the early game here, and then trying to be that hard carry late where, just kind of wind up in a situation with Pokemon that can't do too much damage to it. Here, gets in pretty free, doesn't take too much damage, and, we see a situation that becomes pretty tenuous pretty quickly where, okay, well, I got, this Toxapex in, but it's still not a safe position, and a lot of damage being threatened of that Charizard slot. Charizard, very important resource for Wolf to be able to chip down his opponents. So going to opt to make a sacrifice here. And while Incineroar is going to be the hero of game 2 in a lot of different ways, here it's going to have to switch in, and Wolf's going to have to make a difficult choice about what Pokemon goes down. Incineroar going to get an Intimidate in, which does make a bit of a difference onto this Aerodactyl, but going to be critical hit by the second half of this wing beat. I don't believe this one mattered. I didn't take a look at the math in this one. Hyper Beam from Sylveon seems like it knocks out pretty much everything that it touches if it doesn't resist fairy type attacks. Even that poor Toxapex taking a pretty big chunk later in the match. So, Wolf takes a big knockout, but it's not like it's anything he can't handle, right? Game far from over here, even though trainers in Incineroar goes down. Who knows who that trainer could have been? Moving forward in this game, we see a really critical turn where there's a kind of a big call here, right? Is there a wide guard? Is there not? Wolf got the wide guard turn right on turn 3, and I think Alex got a little spooked by it, instead going for the double target onto this Charizard slot. The Dragon Claw going to do a lot of damage. Wing Beat going to not do so well. Weather Ball going to chuck the Garchomp, which again is a big difference in the course of this match. Toxic going to go down that Garchomp as well. Really critical throughout the course of this game. Again, we keep seeing these matches where Wolf's facing down with Garchomp, really needs to get all the chip damage he can on it. But Charizard critically going to still be around at the end of this turn. I believe it's the next one where we see the damage over time effects. If you haven't been bored of those yet, I can show you a few more. But Wide Guard going to kick in here. Same sort of play where Garchomp not threatening Rock Slide, but Aerodactyl is. So going to go for the Tailwind instead. And because Charizard in the previous turn was able to dodge the Wing Beat, you're going to just barely survive this Dragon Claw, get a huge Heat Wave at. And even though Wolf wound up behind at the end of this game, this move kind of boldly going for that Heat Wave when it could have been potentially targeted down by another Wing Beat Dragon Claw combination, going to keep Wolf into the game. Set this up in a position just a little bit later where we see one of the cooler plays that we've seen on stream so far with the 9 HP Garchomp is able to get an attack off and then get roared out by its ally Farigiraf. I think it missed during the game, but Len made a really great comment in the post game of game 1 where this is a huge play, right? It doesn't seem like it's too big of a deal for the damage trade, but Garchomp being still available on the back is really important because it allows Farigiraf to shed the Snarl debuff without that special attack drop. There is no Baneful Bunker at the end of this game because it doesn't matter, and Toxapex, unless it's been critical hit, has easily closed this game out. So one of those plays that maybe doesn't look too flashy beyond the rareness of how often do you see players roaring their own teammates, but really critical play potentially. We wind up eventually in this end game between these two Pokemon, and I think we were all a little surprised to see this Farigiraf maybe trained to be a little smarter than your average giraffe, doing a ton of damage to this Toxapex, but it ends up not being all for naught because for the second round in a row, Wolf has a big moment to try to go for a double Baneful Bunker, and I guess it's a little more baneful than Protect is, able to hit this and lock up a win for Wolf from a 30-70 position. So a really fun match between two players in that first game, both of them showing how good they are, but I think probably both sides hoping, hey, I don't want the match to come down to something like this in game 2. So instead, we jump forward to the second game here, and we see adjustment from Wolf. Finally, Toxapex just coming out in turn 1, sick of having to come in to replace its friends after turn 1, seemingly every game that Wolf has been on stream. And there's just a lot of trading from here, right? I think kind of just to Wolf's advantage. I think what he wants early in games is kind of just get those damage trades, start getting the debuffs, slowly wear some Pokemon down, try to keep both sides at 4v4 because that's more to his advantage than the opponent's, right? Avoid those big knockout trades that we see so frequently in this format. I think the first key play comes at about turn 4 where Hydreigon enters the battle here with that Choice Scarf. It's threatening a potential knockout, potentially on either of these Pokemon, Draco Meteor. And at first, it seems like Alex has played this really well, right? He protects with Garchomp. He brings the Sylveon in, and now he's in a situation where it just seems too dangerous to leave that Hydreigon in, right? Surely you're not just going to let that get knocked out by Sylveon. Potentially, Garchomp could switch out to something to absorb that Draco Meteor. But on the following turn, Wolf's just like, you know what? Maybe I don't have to switch out this Hydreigon. Either you give me the Garchomp, or I get a bunch of damage on Aerodactyl. That had already been a potential positive situation the previous turn. I think the worst case scenario is he gets to do a bunch of damage to Farigiraf, which has been such a critical Pokemon to remove in this match anyway that maybe it's not all that bad. So we see the Wide Guard going down here to protect from potential Hyper Voice, though that's not what's going to come. But hey, the important thing is that Draco Meteor does come down here, picks up the knockout on that Garchomp, doesn't have to bother toxing it this time, just scores that knockout. And will be Laser Beam coming the other direction. This is a really critical trade by Wolf. getting an important Pokemon out of the game without having to start wearing it down and taking the damage, not on Hydreigon, but instead on this Toxapex. And while taking damage on this Pokemon is great, it doesn't have the recover that we saw Toxapex using in the previous regulation. It does have the ability Regenerator, which heals a third of its health each time it exits battle. Winds up not being excessively critical here because Wolf is just kind of able to win this one without Toxapex needing to carry quite as hard as it did on previous games. But quickly, it looks like he's going to get endgame here, where we jump forward a couple of turns. Incineroar gets this big parting shot down on this Farigiraf, which lowers its special attack. And as we mentioned in that previous game, dodging the Snarl debuff is a huge deal. So getting this down on the Farigiraf so opens up the win condition for Farigiraf later, but he almost didn't need it, right? With the Thunderbolt going down to Charizard here, going to easily survive it. If it hadn't been paralyzed, it would have been quicker than the Sylveon. And at that point, Wolf just would have had game, right? He could have just targeted these things down. Unless he went for a Heat Wave and missed it, he would have been able just to kind of click his way through this battle. But instead, the Thunderbolt paralysis going to extend this one, make things exciting for a little bit longer. And then we'll see on the subsequent turn. We weren't quite able to see earlier. Turns out, yes, the Sylveon is just faster than Wolf when either its speed is doubled because of Tailwind or Charizard's is halved because of the Thunder Wave paralysis, or Thunderbolt paralysis rather. But we also see the impact of the parting shot, where Toxapex takes it pretty well, even though it had previously been Incineroar at the start of his turn. Charizard's still getting that big Heat Wave off, just barely missing the knockout, but it doesn't matter because the Toxic earlier in the game going to allow it to be picked up. And we wound up in a situation shortly after that where once again Wolf has checkmate, where Hydreigon's damage being threatened is just too much. He's too far ahead. Could have potentially picked up a knockout on either of these Pokemon, and even then, the good thing to keep in mind, had somehow Alex been able to survive, the Your Time was also going to become a threat there. So really incredible game by Wolf. The first one, a little bit shaky. You had to get a Baneful Bunker again, but really decisive second game. An incredible match by both players. Two of the very best players in the world, the best players in the region, and should be really fun to see them both later in the tournament. Perhaps Alex will be able to make it to the next stage. Wolf already there, but for now, we're going to go to Sierra for some more fun content.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. We are getting ready for our last round of Swiss at the 2026 North America International Championship. Joe Brown and Gabby Snyder on the call. It's been an incredible weekend so far, Gabby. And one of my favorite things in Pokemon, one of my favorite things with the broadcast is a win and in for Top Cut.
And that's exactly the stage of the tournament we are at now, as this is the final round of Swiss, and anybody with a 2-loss record should be moving on in this tournament. And if you look at the names of these trainers who are still left standing in this event, there are some incredibly strong trainers on this list.
Yeah, this is incredible to see how many of these people can become NAIC champion. World champions like Shoma Honami, Brendan Zhang, Junior World Champion, right? Fede Campo, Marco Silva, International champions as well. Wolf Glick, a World Champion. Adrian Hurley being the first person to win a round over Ko Tsukide this weekend.
So congratulations to all these trainers. Let's take a look at our notable matchups for this round. Every single matchup on this slide is a win-in matchup. So only 50% of the trainers you see here will be moving on in this tournament. And on this stream, we will be featuring Marco Silva versus Justin Tang, two incredibly strong trainers duking it out for their opportunity to move on to the top cut phase of this tournament.
I do believe at bare minimum, considering Wolf, who's not in a win-in, but won his last round this round, I think at minimum we have 4 international champions that will be in Top Cut. Could be more depending on what else is available.
That is absolutely crazy. I mean, talk about a top level of play at this tournament this weekend. I mean, we started off with how many trainers yesterday, and we're boiling it down to the cream of the crop.
Yeah, one of the biggest events, and VGC continues to grow and grow every single season. And with how great and exciting the times are here with Pokemon Champions. We can only anticipate the players and the interest in the game we all know and love to continue to be on the rise. But Marco Silva and Justin Tang, I mean, that is potentially one of the most exciting win-ins we can even imagine for the North Americans, the European players, for just the history of VGC. They are two incredible trainers.
Both of them are currently the championship point leaders in their regions. Justin Tang actually needs to get top 16 or better to even earn championship points from this event. Like, they're titans, right? Like, they are the people that you would want to beat to have momentum going into the top cut of this tournament, and they have to eliminate each other essentially to move on. I mean, talk about a tough matchup to be staring down in one of the most critical rounds of this event.
Yeah, and I think one thing I said before the tournament started, Gabby, when people would ask somewhat brazenly, maybe somewhat someone asked me, who is going to win the event? Who's going to win NAIC? And I confidently said, this is Marco Silva's event to win. He's the reigning Turin champion. He's won so many international championships. He is clearly one of the best players of all time who has not won a world championship at this point. But if there's anybody that can take down my pick to win the whole event, it would be three-time regional champion Justin Tang.
All right, well, let's go ahead and throw it back to Sierra on the floor, who has an interview with one of our day one competitors standing by.
Thanks so much, you guys. Let's try this one again. I'm out on the floor here at NAIC with Alfredo to talk about NAIC experience, everything else. How have you enjoyed NAIC so far?
NAIC has been a great experience. We're here at day 2, supporting a friend, and I think he's out of contention, but it's still good to be here to support a friend and be here and seeing everybody play.
Especially too, internationals are unlike anything else. I know you attended EUIC, NAIC. This is like the final competition before Worlds. Like, talk to me about like the energy out on the floor, because that's not something everyone gets to experience.
I think it's definitely like a much bigger experience, especially like from a regional. It's way grander, way bigger. The energy is up across all fields, from Go, TCG, VGC, and even having Unite here. So the experience is way more grand, and it's a lot more of a spectacle. It's really cool.
It has been so much fun, even just like watching, you guys can't see it, but from our angle, we're watching all the different broadcasts, all the different streams. It's just so much fun. And we're getting through, I mean, we're one match away from top cut now. It's competition. I mean, so many of these top names, they were just saying we're seeing Marco versus Justin next on broadcast. I want to know your predictions how this one's going to be turning out. I'm putting you on the spot.
Oh, thank you. Well, you know, I've been watching throughout the years, and Justin Tang has really made a name for himself. So I think I'm going to go towards that route of Justin Tang winning this one.
Instead of our multi-time international champion in Marco?
As much as I love watching Marco and kind of the teams that he takes to tournaments and plays with, I'm really hoping that Tang kind of pulls this out for the U.S., you know?
Okay, I understand. North America International Championships, we're rooting for USA here. Now, I know for yourself, you said you started in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, so going to Pokemon Champions now, how has that experience been? Because this is still such a new game, but of course, that has been the talk of the tournament.
Scarlet and Violet was a really cool game to kind of get into the VGC scene, and then seeing them pivot into Champions has been a really easy experience, and I think it's way easier for a more general audience to be able to tap into the game and to be able to get into the play and understanding how Pokemon works and building teams. So it's definitely a lot easier and a lot more fun, and the graphics upgrade is really cool too.
And I know before, while we were waiting for, you know, interview to start, we were talking about like our own Pokemon journeys and everything else, and like kind of where we started to see where everything is now. Like, talk to me being able to attend an event like this with just people from all around the world who all just love Pokemon.
I think it's really cool to see how far VGC has grown, especially like in numbers, growing from like the 200s up to now we're at over 1,000, which is really cool. Getting to meet people from different countries and seeing competitors that you see online from different countries and how well they've done, and bumping into them, being able to have those conversations about what Pokemon is like and the competitive scene. So it's a really great experience.
It has been so much fun. Now, before we get into the match, last thing, because we always love the shout-outs for the Pokemon broadcast, right? So if you have anyone you want to say hi to.
Oh, yeah. All my friends who are here, VGC Kingdom, my husband Darren, Waleed, Mocha, Blake, Logan, who's still playing right now, Zane, Alex, all my friends who support me, I really love them, and I wouldn't be here without them.
And good luck, Logan. As you said, he's the one competing still, right?
Yep. So good luck to him, and hopefully he pulls this one out.
Best of luck. As for us, we have a competition to get back to, so let's go ahead with that.
Thank you very much, Sierra. That's what we love about the Pokemon community, coming together, friends supporting friends, Gabby.
And not only that, I mean, to look back, I mean, look how far we've come, right? Like from those days where we had a world championship that was just like the size of maybe a third of this convention hall, to all the way here where we're at the North America International Championships. We're taking up like what feels like a half-mile worth of convention center, and we're just growing bigger and bigger from here. So if you want to get involved starting next season, you can go ahead to the Pokemon website, find some local tournaments near you, find your local community, get connected, get started. And if you don't want to wait till the fall, you can always just jump online. I mean, we're less than a week away from Pokemon Champions coming out on mobile. And if you're like me, you can just download that on your phone, maybe sneak a couple games in between meetings at work. Don't do that. Don't do that. No, it's just a really exciting time to be a competitive Pokemon fan. There's so much out there. Find your local community, find some friends, get started, and I trust you, it'll be the best decision you ever make.
Yeah, absolutely. Head to your local league nights. Go on using the store locator to find events near you. I know my community that I'm a part of in Jersey, we meet up every Tuesday. We're trying to break the meta in Pokemon Champions, and then we lose to Charizard anyway.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're trying, which is pretty cool. And I know last time I spoke to you, you were trying to get the VGC League started over there. So it sounds like you succeeded.
Yeah, we got a great group of people always showing up every week, and you know, we're growing, we're learning about mechanics. There are players that have been playing for over a decade. There are people who have never even touched competitive Pokemon before showing up. So that's cool. The beauty of Pokemon Champions, especially with the mobile release, right? You can get people from a wide range of skill and experience all loving Pokemon together.
Yeah, and you don't have to show up with that experience too. Like I know with my locals, people will come in, we'll do like our league hour before our you know, championship point events, and people will just show up being like, I want to play, I don't have a team, like how do I get started? And because we have that buffer time, you know, we can jump into, well, now it would be Champions and or Pokemon Home, but previously it was Scarlet and Violet. Be like, well, let's catch you some Pokemon, like let's train them up, let's help you get started, so you can play, so you can have a good time, and then hopefully come back and join us for the next one, and then the next one, and then the next one, and that's how you get started, and then you're hooked, and it's great.
And think about how many locals that Justin Tang and Marco Silva attend every single year. That will be the focus of our final round of Swiss. They're getting set up on stage, so just circling back on that conversation.
Yeah, of course.
Gabby, these are clearly players that are comfortable in this environment. This is not their first rodeo in a winning at an IC.
For sure. A lot more pressure on this stage compared to your local card shop, right? Though there are some really cool venues that have their own little stage setups, I will say.
Okay.
But no, you're absolutely right. I mean, if there's anybody who's used to competing under the lights, the sounds, the crowd, the pressure, it would be these two trainers, as Marco Silva has won multiple international championships in the past. Justin Tang, multiple-time regional champion winner. If you think back, he actually won the first tournament, I believe, he ever competed in.
That's right.
Which was very exciting to, you know, just have that kind of accomplishment, have that zero to hero story under your belt. So to be here, to be playing against, you know, who is a very accomplished player in this win and in matchup to move on in the tournament, I mean, the pressure's on.
And on Marco Silva's end, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, I do believe he started 1-2 yesterday. It might have been 1-1, and I might be misremembering. I apologize, Marco, if that's the case. But if it was a 1-2 start, everything since round 4 has essentially been a last chance effort, having to keep his chance or his hope at winning an IC alive every single round.
I mean, even still, just taking a loss that early on in the tournament and just keeping the dream alive. Not just throughout phase 1. I mean, remember we had phase 2, round 1 of the tournament last night. And I mean, that's something that he'd be used to as a European player, is that commonly happens at their regional championships throughout the year. But, you know, that's just a stretch, right? That's something that you have to reach deep in the pocket for, to get that extra hour, that extra round of thinking. But thinking of that, it looks like our players are on the stage, headsets on, getting ready to start this final round of Swiss.
And speaking of stretch, Gabby, everybody at home, get a good stretch in, get comfortable, get excited for the final round of Swiss at the 2026 North America International Championships. And what a round it will be. Marco Silva versus Justin Tang.
Here we go. You can see the teams on the screen. Marco Silva pivoting from the team that he ran last weekend to win the Turin Regional Championships. He's gone from Marco Cone Parish to Marco Sin Parish, running that Charizard Aerodactyl core that we've seen do very well throughout the metagame.
Yeah, the Charizard has just been absolutely dominant throughout the entirety of this weekend at NAIC. Even though technically Mega Floette has a higher usage in day 2, seems like the teams performing the best have Charizard involved. And Francesco Piapero, another Italian, using Charizard and Aerodactyl just like Marco.
And of course, Justin Tang running the Mega Delphox on his team, but we'll get back to that in a little bit. Let's take a closer look at some of Marco's Pokemon here, because while there is that Charizard and Aerodactyl, the Aerodactyl will not be holding its Mega Stone. Instead, it's going to be holding a Focus Sash, so it can guaranteed take 2 hits before it's knocked out. The rest of the Pokemon that round out this team are a little bit different than you'd expect. You know, Marco's opted to run Incineroar, which can be a very consistent Pokemon in these higher level tournaments, but it's holding Charcoal and Flare Blitz. So all of a sudden, this Incineroar can do a ton of damage underneath the sunlight that Charizard sets. There's also Sylveon as well. That's pretty unique, at least in the context of this tournament.
This is very crazy team building for Marco when we compare it to his LAIC championship with regular Charizard. Incineroar somewhat taking on a pseudo Charizard role where Torkoal was setting the sun on that LAIC team, and then Charizard with choice specs in the sun with solar power was the one that was really doing the damage. So it's like Marco has multiple sun abusers on the squad.
Yeah, and that's the kind of, you know, comfort you want to fall back on when you are playing in these high stakes tournaments, because it's almost like muscle memory at the end of the day. You're comfortable with these weather mechanics, you're comfortable with these teams that are meant to pivot in and out with Parting Shot and Intimidate, cycle those fake outs so that you can be able to, you know, stall your opponent out for a turn, get another Heat Wave in, get another Stomping Tantrum in with your Garchomp, and slowly wear down your opponent's Pokemon. But if you take a look at Justin's team, you know, yes, there is going to be that Mega Delphox, which is known to be very fast and have that Levitate ability, so it cannot take damage from ground type attacks. There's also this newer core of the Incineroar, Sneasler, and Sinistra. And what's very unique about these 3 Pokemon is that you have this like double fake out hospitality cycling that a lot of trainers like to use to keep these more frailer Pokemon like Delphox around, so it can take advantage of a nasty plot, or Floette can take advantage of a Calm Mind for much longer than you'd normally expect.
Yes, the Mega Floette, Mega Delphox option, very common and inspired a lot of trainers by Sage Park qualifying for the World Championships a few weeks ago with triple redirection and those 2 Megas. Now the team's opting for double fake out instead, only the 1 redirector. The final round of Swiss is underway. Marco Silva, Justin Tang, 2 of the top trainers in the world. Only one of them will make top cut of NAIC.
And both of them relying on some of the tried and true Pokemon of VGC history to kick things off, with 2 Incineroar in the lead for both of these trainers. Now, you did see the order of the Intimidate abilities fire off, which could give us a hint on how these Pokemon are trained. So keep that in mind as we go through the first stages of this turn. I think what's more interesting to me, though, is seeing the Sylveon and the Floette across from each other. As if Justin decides to Mega Evolve the Floette this turn, it'll boost his own Fairy type attacks, but it could also boost the Fairy type attacks of Marco's own Sylveon. So it's an interesting spot to be in.
And one thing that could potentially benefit Justin in this spot is the addition of stat alignments on open team sheets. Marco's Incineroar is a brave nature. You do have Trick Room with Burgraff as an option on the team. Sometimes you often want the slower Parting Shot as well. So that can help inform Justin's decision on this turn between these 2 Incineroars. And that's why he fakes out Marco's Incineroar. Now Incineroar cannot flinch the Justin Floette here. Gets some very solid Dazzling Gleam damage even without a Calm Mind boost. But Sylveon will gladly take the Fairy Aura boost that activates or benefits all Fairy damage on the field.
Yeah, the combination of the Intimidate ability activation and the stat alignments, like you called out, I think pretty confidently establishes Justin's own Incineroar as the faster Pokemon in this position. But given how much damage that Floette did in that turn number 1, it does look like Justin has the momentum in that favor as well. Floette's just such a strong Pokemon, and Marco's going to have to find a way to pivot if he wants to get that momentum back.
Charizard will swap in here for Marco, saving his Incineroar for later. Does resist the Fairy Tech, so takes that pretty well. But Sylveon's down into the red. If Justin follows up with an attack into Sylveon, I would have got the KO, but no. Justin playing it more passive, wanting to get a stat drop. And Marco's Charizard already -1 special attack before it even gets the chance to Mega Evolve.
But he has to switch in the Sinistcha here to give some hospitality to that Floette in case the Sylveon goes for a big attack here.
Yawn from Sylveon. This is the adjustment. Last round you see Hyper Beam. This Yawn, if Floette does not switch out and locks an attack, it will immediately fall asleep.
So again, the Sylveon providing some great pressure. Marco opting to run a more supportive set in this matchup compared to some of the other Sylveon we've seen in the game, and essentially getting that Charizard in for free. Now, even though the Sinistcha does provide redirection in its kit with Rage Powder, that's not going to stop Floette or a Pokemon switching in from taking a little bit of chip damage. Of course, with the Incineroar at the back of Justin's party, that can come pretty safely in on a Heat Wave or a Weather Ball, but you do have to worry about that Sinistcha now taking damage.
And one thing Marco might have to kind of account for here is who is Justin's fourth Pokemon. Not very often will you see Delphox and Floette brought to the same game since they're both Mega Evolutions. So you can probably assume Mega Delphox is back on the bench. Is it King Gambit or is it Sneasler? We'll find out later on as Marco will Mega Evolve his -1 special attack Charizard Y with the Sun. Going to be boosting that fire damage anyway, but both for Justin and Marco. Sinistcha does not want to take a Heat Wave even at -1, so Justin forced to protect on this turn as Incineroar swaps in. Will resist that hit, takes that actually very well here, and with the Citrus Berry, going to recover 25% of its HP, but now with Sylveon clicking Hyper Voice, there's no Fairy Aura boost anymore, so it's not going to do as much as the first one. But it does bring Incineroar down into the red.
Yeah, it is still full powered essentially because it was not targeted by a parting shot of that Incineroar, and as a result, Incineroar will have the opportunity to go for one attack this turn if it opts for a fake out, but overall that fake out is almost forced to choose the targeting here is rough, right? Because you want to target the Charizard so it can't go for the spread Heat Wave and target down the Sinistcha, but then you also have to worry about the threat of a quick attack from the Sylveon. So Marco has his choice of targets here this turn.
Sylveon swapping out just in case the fake out goes in that direction. And now no fake out will work as Sinistcha, that's a double protect,
yeah, that's
right?
a double.
What is going on in New Orleans? Everybody is landing 30% double protects this entire day. Heat Wave does take out those last few hit points on the Incineroar, and no more fake out from Justin's Incineroar.
But he didn't go for it this turn, and I like that play because if your Heat Wave misses there, that could have been a huge opportunity for another parting shot on that Incineroar, get that Charizard special attack even lower, and then all of a sudden maybe Sinistcha could take an attack, or I think more importantly, the Floette would take less damage and could fire back some a Moonblast or maybe even a Dazzling Gleam here to even up the score. I love the Farigiraf reveal from Marco in this position as, like you mentioned, that really shuts down the priority moves on Justin's side of the field. But now that the Incineroar is gone and we know that the Incineroar is gone, and if it's not the Sneasler in the back of the party, the Farigiraf has essentially done its job. I think this is a great opportunity for Marco to start doubling down on the damage from this Charizard with a helping hand.
It's King Gambit in the back, a Pokemon weak to fire. Calm Mind from Mega Floette, boosting its special attack and special defense by 1 stage. No Helping Hand from Farigiraf either, so King Gambit does survive. If Helping Hand was clicked, it would have been enough for the KO, and it's a Psychic attack into Dark-type Gambit.
That could have been a read from Marco that it was going to be the Sneasler in the back, or it could have just been an attempt to get a little bit of extra damage onto that Sinistcha on the case that Heat Wave missed. But now all the information is out there. We know all 4 of Justin's Pokemon. We know all of Marco's Pokemon. And it's time for Justin to go to the drawing board to find his outs for this match.
The nice thing about the King Gambit for Justin is it does have Protect, so he can buy himself some time, but he has to do some pivoting and get some health back real quick.
Then it's just swapping in with its Hospitality boost, healing Floette for 25% of its HP. Now Marco clicks the Helping Hand. Doesn't want to risk a Psychic, doesn't want to risk a swap. Instead, will boost Charizard's damage. But it's already after a +1 Calm Mind boost from this Mega Floette into Charizard, bringing it down very, very low. Here's a Heat Wave. Remember, Calm Mind gives a special defense boost as well, so Floette takes that like a champ, and Sinisha gets knocked out.
But Floette was able to benefit from one last turn of Hospitality before it went down, and that natural speed that it gains with the Mega Evolution really paid off there too, as the Sunlight turns are ticking down as well. So Charizard's about to lose that boost to its firepower if Justin goes for the double Protect here. That could mean that Marco could consider switching it out here, but also look at how low of health Justin's Pokemon have. I don't necessarily think he needs the Sun to close out this game.
Yeah, any amount of chip onto King Gambit will be more than enough, and Marco does not swap out his Charizard. He still has 4 Pokemon on his team, so feeling very confident. Floette with the Dazzling Gleam into both, with the boost, even though it's resisted, Charizard gets KO'd.
Identifying that the Farigiraf is blocking Sucker Punch. So as long as the Farigiraf is sticking around, that will ensure that the Charizard, if it was targeted by a Sucker Punch that turn, would still be able to attack. However, it was just taken out by Dazzling Gleam. Now it's just going to be the Sylveon and the Farigiraf remaining. Oh, and the Incineroar as well.
I was going to say, Incineroar is one of the 2 Pokemon in the back. Marco has to get rid of this King Gambit before you bring Incineroar in, giving out free Defiant boosts.
Exactly, but King Gambit is, again, at such low health. Sylveon is at low health as well. The speeds really are in Justin's favor at this point in time. Marco, it almost looks like you want to try and set up a Helping Hand Quick Attack to try and pick up the KO on that King Gambit.
Well, there's the first part. It's Helping Hand, and there's the Quick Attack. Priority into King Gambit.
There goes a knockout.
Hand lets the little Sylveon take down the giant King Gambit, the #1 Pokemon in usage in the format. Sylveon does get knocked out for its troubles, though, and smart play by Marco. He knew Sylveon was not making it through that turn. Let's get a KO for a KO.
Exactly, and again, now with Farigiraf and Incineroar remaining for Marco, all you have to do, you can go for Fake Out this turn. Maybe Floette protects, maybe it doesn't. You do have to worry a little bit about the targeting from the Floette on Justin's side of the field, but you have to wonder, could 2 Psychics pick up the KO there through the special defense boost?
Floette takes the Fake Out, not going to be able to attack this turn. And Farigiraf clicks Trick Room. I was thinking if Marco can secure the game, since you know either from Protect or from Fake Out, Justin will not attack this turn. Now Farigiraf and Incineroar outspeed.
Exactly. So Marco just playing this end game super, super safe here. And Justin really has to think through his strategy going into game number 2. I like how he tried to bring the Mega Floette. I think that it was the better Pokemon on paper against the team that Marco has, but ultimately it just didn't quite find the alignment that it needed. Was able to sneak in a Calm Mind, but it almost like it needed 2, right? It just needed a little bit more damage.
Eu sei que eu tô mutado, o Dragapult. Eu sei que eu tô mutado. Eu sei que você está aí. Eu falei que eu tava fazendo. Eu falei no começo da live, não sei se o Júnior chegou a te avisar. Eu falei que eu ia estar jogando alguma coisa aqui e aparecer de vez em quando, né? Fiquei até com receio dos focos, mas pouquíssima coisa até agora. Entendeu? Bem fraquinho, quase nada. Acho que é porque não tá na hora do jogo ainda também. E tu quer o Marco Silva na final, né? Só que tá complicado, cara. Essa na partida, não sei se foi na 11 ou na 12, ou teve o Wolf, né? Eu não cheguei a ver. Apoiaria o Wolf versus Marco? Cara, eu quero ver o Wolf ganhando no Internacional, então qualquer um. Sinceramente, eu acho que melhor do que isso, o Dragapult, melhor do que isso seria o Wolf Glick contra Gat. Já pensou? Que final, hein?
Sylveon's yawn was really the star of the show. We saw it put a lot of pressure on the board just by having it there. We also saw that helping hand quick attack take out the King Gambit. That was also really huge in the end game.
Yeah, and
Ia ser cinema, pô. Cinema. Estamos a 4 horas de live. Nem chegamos no top 16, top 8, nada.
Different than many of the other, say, Sinister 6 Charizard teams out there. This is a tail room version. You can have Tailwind on Aerodactyl. You can have Trick Room on Verderap. It allows you to play in many different conditions in the matchup.
And even just the ability to block priority attacks with Armor Tail, it's such a valuable ability to have. The threat of being able to switch in to stop Fake Out, the threat of being able to switch in to stop Sucker Punch is something that Justin really has to be mindful of as we go into this game number 2. And unfortunately for Justin, I think switching is something that this team is normally very comfortable with. Like I was mentioning, you know, the Sneasler, the Incineroar, the Sinistro really do love to switch around. It's just they couldn't quite find that alignment in game 1. Let's see if they can find it in game number 2.
Justin Tang, one loss from his dream of becoming NAIC champion, no longer happening this year. Will go for the same leading into Incineroar and Follett for Sylveon and Incineroar on Marco's side.
Game number 1, we saw Justin go for the fake out onto the opposing Incineroar, and then we saw these fairy type Pokemon trade damage, but no Mega Evolution to start this game off.
Fake out into the Sylveon. It was too much Hyper Voice damage last time around. We're gonna fake out both of the fairy types. Everybody slow down.
But there is no boost on the field yet from Fairy Aura, which I love here from Justin, making an adaptation to ensure that Marco's own Sylveon is not powered up yet.
That's a great call. You're accidentally boosting the damage that a Pixelate Fairy Feather Sylveon can do with Hyper Voice once you Mega Evolve.
But it will be boosted this turn as Justin is opting to go for the Mega Evolution, which is fair. You know, you do want to do more damage yourself, of course.
And now will Justin calm mind this time around, where last time it just went for an attack? No, it's just Moonblast. Justin understands Sylveon is a problem. Sylveon hanging on with about 30% of its HP. And the follow-up from the faster Incineroar. Sylveon never gets to attack this game.
No more yawns, no more boosted Hyper Voices or quick attacks. That Pokemon just goes down, and while Incineroar tries to fire off its own Flare Blitz, without that little extra damage, it's not enough for the KO.
That's the Charcoal boost coming in clutch, doing so much damage to Mega Floette.
That is a incredibly powerful Incineroar. You have to wonder with the Sunlight boost as well.
Oh, yeah.
I know, if that would be a one-hit knockout. So maybe we should file that one in the memory banks for later.
Yeah, that's for a potential Game 3 if we get there. But Marco doesn't want there to be a Game 3. Marco wants to close the set out with his Mega Charizard Y.
Which is a great Pokemon to have on the field to boost the amount of damage this Incineroar is doing for Pokemon that aren't really Incineroar. So hopefully Marco's trying to maybe align the Incineroar up with something again later. You know, we know that Incineroar likes to pivot in and out and get those parting shots on the field. This could be a good opportunity for Marco to try and go for that. But for now, just going to set up the Sunlight with his own Mega Evolution.
Yeah, so the Drought ability from Mega Charizard Y will boost the damage of all Fire-type attacks in the field by 50%, including his own Incineroar that also has a 20% damage boost from the Charcoal-held item. So it's a lot of damage, even if it is resisted into Justin's Incineroar on the other side. Follett will protect itself from all damage this turn. Incineroar taking about 35-40% from that Heat Wave. And now Justin with that speedy Incineroar going to Parting Shot. But if it's one of the two he brought in the back last game of Sinistcha and King Gambit, neither of them want to take a fire attack from Charizard next turn.
It is at -2 now at least, so that will mitigate some of the damage. And of course, Hospitality will also heal up the Floette in the meantime, but that is going to be another Flare Blitz, and at -2 with the Sun, it barely misses the KO.
Sinistcha so close to being one-hit KO, but it will crucially stick around for one more turn. Incineroar takes Flare Blitz, Recoil, and not even just for Justin to use Sinistcha with, helpfully with a Rage Pad or something, but it's able to swap out so it can then swap back in for Hospitality.
And that is the value of having Intimidate on these teams that can cycle these Pokemon in and out of the field fairly comfortably against a Pokemon as powerful as Charizard. You're
able to see? Sinistra wouldn't be able to switch out again if it wasn't for those 2 Intimidates that stacked on the opposing Incineroar.
Now Incineroar on Justin's end will swap into that position. Justin really understands against these double fire types. Sinistra's not here to do damage. This is here to show a little bit of Southern hospitality to the rest of the team, healing up Mega Floette a couple of times throughout the game. Burgraff swaps in though and eats a Moonblast, doing just over 50%, which will activate the Citrus Berry so that hopefully another one doesn't get the KO. And Floette is down. Charizard takes out the other Mega counterpart, and Incineroar eats its Citrus Berry.
The Farigiraf switch in here for Marco accomplishes a couple of things. You lose the Intimidates on the Incineroar, so when it comes back in, it should be at full power. If not, maybe -1, assuming Justin cycles his own Incineroar in and out once more. But I think more importantly, it did take all that damage from that Floette, and it will prevent a fake out on the Charizard this turn. There's nothing really stopping this Charizard for going for another Heat Wave right now.
And after the Citrus Berry and Hospitality, Incineroar is effectively back up to full HP, but you're staring down a Charizard Y on the other side that can, with one hit, knock out Sinistra. Justin protecting his Sinistra as Marco protects Charizard, and Farigiraf protecting as well, so nothing happening on this turn.
Nothing happening except Marco scouting out the protect on the Sinistra, wants to make sure that Justin either has to take the attack or switch it out and, you know, have that thing take the attack.
Or go for his third double protect of the set.
Third double protect of the set. It's not going to be pretty, Justin.
Yeah, very tough spot, especially if King Gambit is the final Pokemon in the back. Farigiraf will be preserved for later. Incineroar might as well swap in now while there is no King Gambit on the field, so you're not giving any Defiant boost. And Justin did go for his third double protect, and it finally fails. It's only a 30% chance to happen once. Very, very low for it to happen 3 times in 2 games. Sinistra knocked out.
Incineroar, though, still sitting pretty healthily on the field, will be able to land a parting shot against the Charizard, so these Heat Waves will be a little bit less effective, and also the Sun Turns are starting to wind down as well, so there is going to be a limit to this Charizard's power. The big question, though, is has the damage been enough to fully slow down Justin? We get the reveal of his final Pokemon being that King Gambit, and we do know that the Incineroar is essentially stuck on the field right now, unless you do want to give that King Gambit a Defiant boost.
And King Gambit might be peckish in title, but Marco is hungry for Top Cut with 2 fire types on the field that can hit it super effectively in the sun. King Gambit's in trouble.
So you could opt to switch in your Farigiraf this turn to stop the fake out, and that's exactly what Marco does, but smartly it's the Charizard that switches out. So again, Incineroar on the field, no Defiant boost, and is going to be able to attack.
Oh yeah, resisted hit, no charcoal for Justin's Incineroar to boost his fire damage. Gonna take that, and now a Flare Blitz into the sun. King Gambit never stood a chance. 1-hit KO. Justin, only 1 Pokemon remaining.
That King Gambit really tried to take that hit, but Justin has opted to run the Black Glasses Swords Dance variant. No Akaberry, no Focus Sash here. It was going to go down, and now with only the Incineroar left on his side of the field, this Incineroar does have some options here. It's running Throat Chop and Flare Blitz, so Flare Blitz will have its damage boosted by the sun. Of course, Throat Chop will be super effective against the opposing Farigiraf, but in a 2v1 situation here, I do think the damage favors Marco. You do have to be a little bit careful about Heat Wave misses, probably want to rely a little bit heavier on the Weather Ball as a result. So you just have to hope that your Helping Hand Weather Ball will be enough to seal it.
Farigiraf lends a helping hand to Mega Charizard Y with a Weather Ball in the sun into Justin's Incineroar, and Marco Silva's dream will continue here at NAIC in Top Cut.
Congratulations to Marco. That was a fantastic showcase of just how you can use a Pokemon like Incineroar in a very unique way. Like you were saying, it was almost like the Torkoal and the Charizard combination, but just a little bit differently with that Incineroar holding the Torkoal. And charcoal, excuse me. And you saw just how big of a difference it made. But, you know, Justin made some great adaptations in this match as well. You know, immediately getting rid of that Sylveon so it couldn't take advantage of the Fairy Aura boost that the Mega Floette provided. But unfortunately, Marco's firepower was just too strong.
And Justin was never in a position to click multiple Calm Minds from his Mega Floette in either of these games. That's really when you can start, when you can chain Calm Minds as you get Hospitality Recovery and you can be a threat at +2, that's when you can get one-hit KOs. Delphox as an option could have maybe helped, but then it's really tough into both a Farigiraf and that super strong Incineroar.
Exactly. Like, I really love how this team has a very strong physical and very strong special attacker, especially up with that fire typing. You know, one thing that I think likes to shut these Charizard teams down would be something like the Mega Scovillain, you know, with the ability to burn those physical attackers. But when you're already a fire type, that's not something you really have to worry about. And I think fire typing is just so powerful right now in, you know, Regulation MA. And these two together are just like perfect partners.
Yeah, I think a lot of times you'll see, or people will use Talonflame as a Scovillain counter, like you're talking about, a fire type immune to being burned that can actually punish Scovillain. But charcoal boosted Incineroar Flare Blitz in the sun is going to be threatening that too. So I'm sure Marco is running to his fair share of Scovillains, and he's going to have a tough road ahead of him in top 16.
Alguém tinha que perder, né,
Dragon
Infelizmente, alguém tinha que perder. Pra alguém ganhar, tem que alguém perder. Infelizmente. Ficaremos sem então Just Tango, será? Sim, né? Porque ele tava com 2 derrotas. Mas fazer o que, né? Nem tudo são alegrias, são sorrisos. Ah, mas tá bom, ele tá no Mundial já. É não, ele já tá no Mundial, pô.
I mean, that's also exciting. I know, and I know one of our feature matches was featuring a Surloedge versus Snorlax for the win and in. I mean, that's not a match I was looking for coming into the weekend, so...
Todos eles já estão no Mundial.
Yeah, that'd be actually pretty sick. I'm a big fan of Surloedge, especially as a Charizard counter. You would expect, you're like, hey, Flash Fire, and all you have are Fire and Grass attacks, so you do nothing to me. Oh, wait, King gave me
queria que ganhasse alguém que não ganhou ainda nada.
You know, I think what I'm learning from this weekend is that the best way to counter Charizard is actually fire type. It's counterintuitive to what Professor Oak would have taught me as a starting
Para
trainer
você
in
participar do Internacional, obrigatoriamente você precisa ganhar algum regional, ou se você tiver pontos suficientes, você consegue entrar no Internacional.
Exactly. You have Helping Hand, you have Drought, you have Charcoal. These are things that many times players will opt when they're you know, calculating
tipo pontos de tipo barra qualquer um pode participar.
This much from Heat Wave, the Charcoal or the Helping Hand can really throw off those calculations.
Exactly, and what's really unique to me, fascinating.
Não, você pode entrar no Internacional mesmo não participando de nenhum torneio. Então, eu queria que alguém que não tivesse ganho, se tiver alguém que está no top cut que não ganhou nenhum regional, eu quero que essa pessoa ganhe.
But to see this innovation so late on in this format with Charcoal on Incineroar just goes to show that you can still think outside of the box when building these teams. And I would love to finally talk to Marco about how he came to build this team, as he is ready to stay for an interview.
Mas ele dropou?
I am here
Ou
with
ele...
Marco Silva, who has now secured a spot here
Ou ele
in
não
Top Cut
conseguiu e foi
NAIC.
eliminado?
You're in Top Cut. How's it feel?
It feels amazing. I didn't really expect it at all. Like, I knew everything was good, but after the 3 rounds, I was back against the wall. I won 2. I didn't really believe that I could make it all the way to Top Cut, but I'm glad that
Ele nem aparece no site aqui. Ué, tu falou que ele tava? Tu falou, tu encheu a boca ontem falando que o H que tá, que não sei o quê. Eu acho que ele tá guardando pro Mundial.
Basically the game came out, when the game came out, like I used it in the first, I used another version, like basically 5 of the 6 months were the same and the team worked in the pretty much the same way. I only had Aegislash instead of Aerodactyl in the first global challenge in the Pokemon Champions, and I got 7th in that one. and then at the end of the first season in ranked battles, I used Aerodactyl and I got 5th. So basically, I've been using the same team for the whole season. Actually, last week that I decided to use the Gengar team was actually not spoiler this one. Even if I use it online, I
sinceramente, eu acho que ele tá aguardando pro Mundial. Então,
I felt like this was
deve
the
estar
team
jogando,
that was
dando
gonna
merda.
give me the best chances to do really well. So at first I was like, oh yeah, I see the team, but I went 1-2, but then I was able to clutch it.
So we have no regrets about locking in this team for the event.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like the other team was really fun, which is the fact, like the reason why I brought it to Turin. But this is definitely the team that I like the most.
And I mean, now you're in Top Cut. I know you've had an opportunity to scope out the competition. I know it was a rough start. I know you didn't expect to
Ele
get
não
here.
aparece
But
no
how do you
site,
feel
agora estão me
going into this
perguntando
next part of the competition now?
se ele tá ou não. Ô, Dragapult, no site, no link que tá fixado aí na live, assim que você abre, tem a, antes de descer nos nomes, tem a bandeira de todo mundo que está participando. Clique na bandeira do Brasil e ele vai listar só os jogadores brasileiros que estão participando ou que participaram, entendeu? Se o H tiver, ele tá lá. Ele vai estar lá marcado, entendeu? Independente da posição. É mais fácil filtrar por assim do que ficar caçando, entendeu? Por letra.
Thank you, Sierra. Great interview there. I always appreciate kind of hearing from the players that we haven't totally lost our minds. We're kind of all wondering the kind of Marco's team choice last weekend compared to this one. Kind of a
Podemos começar a nossa voltar a nossa caçada chave.
A bigger event coming up like this one, so it does sound like it was kind of figured for hey, saving the best team for the most important tournament. But I guess when you're Marco, you can bring your B team and still win a regional championship. It's incredible performance by him, and I'm pretty jumping him to get here too. We're seeing his first few rounds where obviously we're pretty surprised to see Marco down at 1 and 2. They're looking at his opponents like, oh man, like this looks like he played 3 rounds of top cut to start the tournament. Like, did I get the wrong script? Is the bracket rigged against him? But you're good that he was able to pull it back, and unfortunate for Justin, he wasn't able to move on to top cut the match. But wow, what an incredible match we got between these two excellent players. Taking a look here at the
Bucho de capivara. Ô Marlon, boa tarde, Marlon, como é que você tá? Acabamos de ver a vitória do Marco Silva em cima do Just Tank, eliminando, né, o Just Tank do Internacional.
Even though we've seen a bunch of this too, I think it's not the variant of a team players are most prepared for, and I think he's exactly right. I think if he had played this last weekend, even if he hadn't won the tournament, looking into a matchup into the Photograph version of the team a little bit more.
Por enquanto,
Photograph, I think it felt like a lot of players like a little bit
só
earlier.
porque eu ia falar, por enquanto nada de focos assim pra ouvir, mas acabou de ter uma firma de focos.
His choice a little bit longer, and then we've seen you on a few rounds in a row. It's not like it's crazy or anything, but I think it's a really cool tool on this team. That last slot for Sylvia was pretty interesting, right? Jody's Hyper Beam for the big damage, pretty much Yawn for the disruption. I think it's neat to see what players go for. This time the Photograph opting not to go for the award instead of going for both Protect and the Helping Hand, which winds up being pretty impactful over the course of this match. On the side of the field, we've seen this before, right?
Pior que o Fortress é bom, né? Eu gosto pra caramba do Fortress. E vou ser sincero, eu não falava que o Fortress era incerto, sabia? Pra mim ele era ground ou pedra e tal, mas incerto, jamais eu falaria que ele é incerto.
We get a pretty interesting matchup here. A lot of different ways that the fake outs can play out. I think pretty interesting to see the fake out across from Marco there, where one of the neat elements of the open stat alignments on the team sheet now is that they knew that the Incineroar on Marco's side of the field was slower, right? Kind of one of the quirks of this team is a lot more versatile, some slower Pokemon.
Mano, não é possível, cara. Eu já tô há 3 dias. É, já tô 3 dias no desafio da Safari. O que acha da gente 3? Eu gosto. Eu não sou muito familiarizado com os jogos, né? Mas pelo menos o anime de Pokémon é legal, entendeu? A trama da Batalha da Fronteira é da hora. aquele plot que tem deles enfrentando o Team Magma, o Team Aqua, né, se eu não me engano, tanto que o Pikachu meio que fica possuído, né, tem alguma coisa com ele com relação à orbe lá, né, uma das orbes, entendeu? A pirâmide de batalha também, que eu acho maneira. Entendeu? Eu acho legal. E os pokémons da Gen 3 são bem interessantes. Tem muito pokémon legal da Gen 3 que eu gosto. Não tenho do que reclamar dos 3 iniciais. Apesar de gostar mais do Sceptile, eu acho. O Swampert e o Swampert e o Blaziken tem um design maneiro, são pokémons maneiros. Tem o Ninjask que eu acho muito da hora, né? O Ninjask participou várias vezes das minhas jogatinas de Pokémon, jogando Pokémon Ruby, né? Só que eu inocente, eu só ia com o slot na linkada com o time fechado. Eu não me ligava que você tinha que ter um slot vazio para ter o Shedinja, né? Eu nem me ligava, nem fazia ideia. Depois de um tempo eu rejoguei, né? Nunca cheguei a zerar o Pokémon Ruby, tanto que o Emerald é o primeiro que eu zero, e aí nas vezes que eu jogava eu fiz isso de liberar um espaço na party para ter o Shedinja. Deixa eu ver, deixa eu ver quem mais é da Gen 3. Gosto do... O Glalie é da Gen 3 ou... Ele é da Gen 2, agora eu não sei. É só a gente ver a Pokédex aqui, né? Gen 3. É só a gente abrir a Pokédex aqui. Quer dizer, não sei se vai aparecer, né? Não vai aparecer muita coisa não. Potiena. Aqui não é muito negócio. Oracle. Cara, o Oracle eu acho legal, né? Beautifly eu acho um design da hora, mas o Dustox é muito maneiro. Eu acho o Dustox maneiraço. O Ludicolo eu gosto pra caramba, acho um Pokémon sensacional. O Chitrai gosto pra caramba. A Pelipper é legal. Deixa eu ver. A Gardevoir, né? O Breloom é da Gen 3? É, né? O Breloom acho que é da Gen 3. O Slaking é um dos pokémons mais da hora dessa geração, pena que é nerfado pela habilidade. É um Pokémon sensacional. Você tá aí porque sim. Ninjask que eu gosto pra caramba, Shedinja é outro que eu gosto. Um Pokémon muito superestimado, né? Superestimado, mas é muito legal também. O Explode. Hariyama também tem um design legal. Não, aí você fala assim, se tá aí porque sim. Gold Seeking, Magikarp e Gyarados, e aí? São da Gen 3? Complicado, né? O Azumarill é legal, não sei se o Azumarill é da Gen 3, National Best. Então, pera aí, vamos fazer o seguinte. Vamos buscar. Well set up from Marco. Eventually the flood's going to go down here because you want to put a spot where okay, protecting the previous turn. And fake out because I had to use hospitality. There isn't enough HP left. The Incineroar shredding the fake outs.
a bigger deal than it would be on the other side of the field, but it just kind of
Já
jumped
tava
in,
8
right, where
Pokédex.
you trigger F out kind of free, where just really taking Moonblast damage so that a more valuable Pokemon doesn't have to, but it doesn't matter that much, right? What really matters here is Charizard's going to get this attack in, it's going to pick up the enemy full end, and when you get back into a situation where, okay, the only Pokemon I really have to worry about is the King Gibbon on
Rapaz,
the
tá
other
certo
side
isso.
beating me, and
Esse aqui, não
both of which are
sei.
fairly healthy because
Esse daqui, será que eu falo alguma coisa sobre ele?
as an extra bit of HP there, and so it's just going to come in, not really do anything.
Esse aqui é deveras curioso. Gosto pra caramba do Delcat, é um dos poucos Pokémons normais que a galera não suporta o hateia, mas eu gosto pra caramba, eu acho legal o Delcat. Sablai é um bicho maneiro, mas eu acho que ele é da Gen 2. Mawile eu acho maneiro. O Agro eu acho um design maneiríssimo. Magician é legal. Magnetric é muito da hora. Sablai é bem inteiro, então. Volbeat e no mais não tenho muito o que falar. Swalot eu acho muito legal. Acho um bicho muito da hora. Sharpedo não tenho o que falar, né? Sensacional, um dos melhores Pokémons Dark que tem. Wailord também é legal, acho maneiro. É um design simples, mas é muito legal. Camerupt. Não tem muito o que falar, né? Apenas Camerupt. Isso. Eu acho que é da Gen 2. Esse bicho eu nunca entendi, mas eu acho muito triste porque dizem que se ele parar de pular, ele morre, o que é triste, né? Nunca entendi o famoso tio bêbado. Skarmory eu acho legal, uma pena que a Mega dele deram um pior design pra Mega dele. Só deram pernas gigantes pra ele, basicamente. Flygon, o maneirinho de óculos. Cacturne eu acho legal. Altaria é um dos meus Pokémons dragões favoritos, né? Zanguzi e Viper eu acho maneira a rivalidade deles. Lunatone eu acho legal. Pena que o shine desse bicho é... Cara, eles podiam fazer tanta coisa com isso aqui, sabia? Mas mudar só a cor do olho, cara. Se a pessoa tiver com sono e não prestar atenção, agora eu não sei, ô Dragapult, tu deve saber melhor. Se o Lunatone na forma Shine, ele fica acinzentado e com o olho azul, é isso? Ou ele só muda o olho? Eu nunca cheguei a pegar, eu só vi um vídeo de uma pessoa jogando. Sorok é legal, o Babush também. Muda tudo. Então. O Sketch eu acho legal, acho o design dele legal, uma tipagem também bem interessante porque ele é ground e elétrico, né? E faz ele não tomar... Ele não toma pra ground. Acho que ele toma... Acho que ele não toma pra ground, né? Ground e água, obrigado. Gelo também ele não toma tanto dano. Fogo também, né? Esse daqui eu acho que é um dos Pokémons mais da hora, assim. São, assim, no meu, como é que fala? Hall da Fama. Se eu pudesse escolher 5 Pokémons, Cramorante definitivamente seria um. Definitivamente. Claydol seria outro. Credilly, com certeza. Fibas não tenho o que dizer, né? Mas não faz parte do meu ranking. Encontrei esse Pokémon acho que uma vez. Chupetinho e Panete, a gente pegou Leshine, Dusk e Dusclops. Dusclops é sensacional, uma pena que só ganha o Dusknoir ensinou. Bananeira. Absol, não tem muito o que falar, tem muita gente que gosta dele. O Abofet é sensacional. Dois Pokémonzinhos que eu não dava nada, mas hoje por causa da habilidade eu sempre vou atrás. Girafa ao contrário. Pinsir negócio. Outro também que entra no meu top 5 do Hall da Fama, Glalie, é muito massa. Phil e Siuléu, o Warren não gosto nem odeio. O Clamper eu acho legal porque ele tem duas formas, né? Inclusive a gente tem que ir atrás. Se algum dia eu quiser completar Pokédex, se vocês apoiarem a ideia da gente completar Pokédex do Emerald, eu tenho que ir atrás das duas formas, né? Relicante, Corsola eu acho muito legal. O Lanterne é legalzinho. Coração. Kindra é sensacional. Solamente, eu gosto muito dele, mas não acho ele isso tudo. Eu acho ele muito superestimado, né? Superestimado seria superestimado seria desvalorizado, e superestimado seria aquele, o pessoal põe ele num patamar muito alto, né? E eu não acho ele tudo isso, mas o design e o Pokémon muito legal. E o último da minha lista, definitivamente o melhor Pokémon desta geração é este bicho aqui, Metagross. Cara, sem sombra de dúvidas, o melhor Pokémon dessa geração. Eu acho incrível esse Pokémon, eu gosto muito dele. Não é só porque o meu personagem favorito tem um desse, mas superestimado, os mundiais dizem ao contrário. Ué, Dragapult, se a gente for seguir a tua linha de raciocínio, a gente pode ter uma Silvio campeã internacional. E aí? Entendeu? A gente pode ter uma Silvio campeã internacional. O mesmo Metagross solamente tendo 3 mundiais. E aí a gente vem para os Regis, né? O Regi Rock eu acho muito legal. O 200 de especial defesa, vulgo o melhor Regi de todos. Regis. É muito legal esse Pokémon. Resistiu, né? Resistiu bastante esse aí. Quer dizer, resistiu. Latias e Latios não tem muito o que falar. Tá caindo o mundo aqui! Ô filho da mãe, para de colocar esse som! É isso. Round, esse não morre, pelo menos pelo lado especial, né, Nindas? Então, né, não tem como esse bicho morrer de jeito nenhum, o Dragapult. Cara, o Kyogre eu acho o design dele muito legal. A baleia rosa eu acho sensacional. O Groudon também eu acho muito legal. Até hoje eu não entendi porque a cauda dele parece uma mão. Até hoje eu não entendi. Não me entra na cabeça até hoje porque que a cauda dele parece uma mão. Mas ok. No céu ele habita, talvez esse Pokémon dragão exista. Um clarão no céu, a forma revelar o surgimento do lendário Rayquaza. Não tem o que falar, né? É o Gold, né? Isso aqui é o Gold. É o GOAT da geração, e é isso. Não tem o que falar. E fora que tem um dos shaders mais bonitos de todos, né? Então, quem pegou a referência da música pegou, hein? Solta o Giga Shad. É. É isso. Pô, aí, o gosto da geração do Salamence e Metadroid. Cara, o Raikkonen é sensacional, pô. Tem certeza? Eu gosto muito do Metadroid. Eu gosto muito mesmo. Mas assim, ainda mais em Omega Ruby e Alpha Safira, pô. A animação de você ir lá pro espaço pra enfrentar o The Ox. Aquilo ali é absoluto cinema, cara. Ele se transformando no Mega Rayquaza. E fora que é o único Pokémon que Mega evolui sem precisar de sincronia com o ser humano, pô. Se bem que acho que alguns outros Pokémon podem forçar isso também, né? Mas o Rayquaza ele faz aquela famosa música. Deixa acontecer naturalmente. E que isso muda no Grêmio faz ele ser rebaixado contra Dragapult. Se o Rayquaza não for bem, é um motivo do Grêmio ser rebaixado, por isso afeta muito o Grêmio, infelizmente. Caraca! Não é na bicicleta não, meu filho. Eu estou achando sinceramente que eu não vou conseguir fazer o desafio da Safari, cara. Ai, que bosta, na moral. Tudo que eu queria era alguns shines. Megadroid e Salamence precisando de Mega. Queda tem mais título que o Mega Rayquaza. Claro, pô. Rayquaza é lendário, então ele já é restrito. Então, por isso que o cara tem Marlon. Se você deixar o ano todo o meta permitido o Mega Rayquaza, tu vai ver que ele vai ter muito mais jogos que o Mega Metadroid e o Mega Salamence. Sabia? Pensa, Nindras. Oi, Alexandre, salve, boa tarde, como é que você tá, cara? Bem-vindo de volta. Você vai ver. Deixar o bicho o ano inteiro liberado, tô bem? Que bom, você tá bem. Bom. Pior que não, as regras não deixam ele ser o GOAT. Então, entendeu? É o que eu falei. Se deixar o ano inteiro liberado, o Rayquaza ser usado, pode ter certeza que vai ter mais Rayquaza do que tu. Porque, primeiramente, deixou os lendários habilitados, você vai ter Groudon e Kyogre pra acertar só o chuva. Já começa por aí. O Rayquaza com a habilidade dele já tira o clima. Então é isso. Você vai ter sempre um meta rodando com Groudon, Kyogre e Rayquaza. Pronto. Até porque só dois Pokémons naturalmente conseguem fazer o secar-chuva, né? Que é o Pelipper e o Kyogre. E Sol é só o Turco. É o Turco e o Groudon, né? Se eu não me engano. E o Miraidon, ou o Coraidon, desculpa. São 3 pro Sol e 2 pra chuva. Ninetales? Ah, na Ninetales também tem Drogue? Porque eu tô acostumado a na Ninetales com normal, entendeu? Eu não sabia. Porque eu nunca usei uma na Ninetales de Drogue. Então são 4. Caraca, então 4 pro sol e 2 pra chuva. A Tapu Fini não A Tapu Fini não seta terreno de água, né? Mega Charizard Hito. Não. A gente tá falando de habilidade natural, não de forçação na Mega. Se bem que o Rayquaza também só limpa negócio. Só limpa clima se tiver na Mega. Na Mega não. Não, é só quando ele entra, não é? É assim que ele entra. Se for contar a Mega Evolução, são 5 pro Sol. Mas se não for contar a Mega Evolução, são 4. Então, do mesmo jeito, a chuva sofre. Não, quando, então, quando é assim que ele entra. Então, são 4 a 5 para Sol e 2 para chuva. A Tapu Fini, ela não seta terreno de água, né? Terreno psíquico, né? O Dragapult. Ela não invoca chuva, não, né? É só terreno... É o Psychic Terrain, né? Não, cara. É a Lele que faz isso. Não, a Lele é fada. A Lele... Não, pera. Alguma das duas invoca terreno fada e a outra é terreno psíquico. Eu acho que a Fini traz o terreno psíquico e a Lele é fada. Pergunta pra ver se você sabe de negócio. A Lele é psíquico, obrigado. É a Fini que traz o de... O de fada. Pergunta pra você se você sabe dos negócios. Dá pra usar golpe de água, Rayquaza em campo, estando com o sol, Primal Ground. Acho que não, porque até onde eu lembro, eu não vou saber direito, tá? Mas o Primal Ground e o Primal Kyogre, eles têm a habilidade de forçar o sol e a chuva, e só que os golpes ficam mais fracos, né? Alguma coisa assim. Ah, pode usar? Tá. Eu acho que é alguma coisa assim, eu não vou lembrar. Porque normalmente o golpe oposto à tipagem... Ah, tá. Entendi. Eu não tinha lido do Rayquaza. A habilidade do Rayquaza nula. Eu não tinha lido o Rayquaza, eu só tinha lido o Primal Ground. Mega tira o claim, então. Então, é porque normalmente, assim que ou o Ground ou o Kyogre estão em campo, a tipagem oposta, né? A tipagem oposta do Pokémon que tá ali em campo setando um terreno, ela diminui em 30%, mas com a forma Primal é impossível de usar, né? É isso? É alguma coisa assim? Não sei se é 50 ou 30% que fica menos, mas aí quando tá na forma Primal esquece, é impossível de usar. Tá, eu vou ter que voltar aqui a live porque eu não vi se era Shine. 50, tá? Então fica 50-50, é isso, né? Aí fica 50-50. Dá uma olhada, eu não acho que esse Root seja Shine não, mas vamos ver.
I did not believe all those things that we said. Oh yeah, he's playing this mirror 860-78. Yeah, it didn't look like it. I didn't see the path, but I believe that he saw the path that I did not see.
Floette saw the light. Not this time right now though, because we
must have wanted to have to play in Japan too. He knows how to hit
his Pokémon que limpa terreno.
I imagine it's going to be Tailwind and
São só dois, né? O Mega Rayquaza e o Golduck? É o Psyduck e o Golduck? Também? Tô falando todos com Made in Heaven. Boa. Que tem de bizarro. Então, né? É o Psyduck ou o Golduck que consegue limpar? Drampa? Não, o Psyduck também, pô. Eu não sei se é o Psyduck ou o Golduck que tem Cloud9 também, pô. Ele consegue limpar o terreno. Pra limpar se é o... Então, Rayquaza, o Drampa, aí eu não vou lembrar se é o Psyduck ou o Golduck. Também? Mas é qual? O Psyduck ou o Golduck que faz isso, ou é os dois? Porque se for assim, até limpando o terreno ganha de lavada os dois. Então, até assim fica... Ganha de lavada de setar chuva. Caraca, é sério que só o Pelipper e o Kyogre que setam chuva? Ô louco. Bizarro, cara.
Samuel selected, right? You always want your Pokemon to get knocked out first in this situation. You get to replace it in order to try to get adaptation. Yeah, this is like a Pokemon Ghost strategy. He's gonna like it, baby. Let's go. But you can also sometimes get some insight on what the player is valuing. If Samuel thinks that Garchomp is the Pokemon need for the end game, then you do something to preserve it. Then you risk switching Charizard into Dazzling, taking a bunch of damage. If you go, nope, my Charizard beat that Charizard, job done. This Garchomp out, you just take the Dazzling Gleam and reset into a fully healthy Charizard that looks beautiful. Your alignment need has Heat Wave in for a bunch of damage. Yeah, you know, if it is King Gambit backwards again, probably not looking so great for Showman in this game. So we'll have to see what it is, but
Neve
Charizard coming in a little bit later, much safer positions.
There's still a reset though. Showman's moving pod did really want to try to use Encore in the opposing one, so I think this is where Sam's like, I think I don't want my Encore to overprotect here. I'll just bring the fast fusion instead, but I fear for it with this flow.
Unfortunately, immediately after you
Entrar de ZTH. Salve, Braga, boa tarde, como é que você tá? Nossa, tu puxou lá da memória antiga, hein? Pô, Android ZTH. Eu não uso esse nick há anos no Minecraft, pô. Bomaslow, Alola Ninetales, tem mais alguns. A Mega Frozless agora, né? No caso, é isso. Aí já ganhou da chuva. Mega Bomaslow também, 4 aí, ó. Mas o Abomasnow e o Mega Abomasnow contam como diferentes, então? Tô bridando binchos. Tá bridando binchos coloridos que não mudam absolutamente nada. Estamos aqui caçando uns aqui, inclusive. Daqui a pouco vou instalar o caldo no Ortonito de Jax. Contou a Mega Frozless. Não, mas a Frozless, ela não seta Snow Worm. Seta? Agora eu não lembro. Tô participando de um evento aqui, ô Dragas. Basicamente você tem que achar Pokémon Shiny na Safari. Entendeu? Só que aí eu tô há 3 dias caçando e nada até agora. O macaquinho rosa não quer aparecer, Dragas. Eu sei, então. Eu sei. Safari Week, pula as explicações. Estamos atrás do macaquinho rosa. Mas tá difícil. Isso não aparece de jeito nenhum. É Marrocos? Isso aí, boa. Me estou torcendo só por causa da arrogância e prepotência do pessoal da TV. achando que o pessoal da TV e das streams de live estão muito prepotentes, estão muito arrogantes, falando que o Brasil vai amassar, que não sei o quê. Só por causa disso eu não quero que seja isso tudo. Quero que o Marrocos ganhe só pra ver a cara de tacho desse pessoal. Não é com arrogância e prepotência, cara. Não é assim que a gente é. Tem que ser pé no chão, tem que ser humilde, tem que entender que essa seleção aí, pô. Acho que cada a gente montar um time aqui e ganhar dessa seleção. Pega o meu chat aqui junto comigo. Bora, vamos ganhar do Brasil. Só na Mega Progress tem 9. Tô em cima de um bicho. Eita, lá ele. Tá em cima de um Taurus. Ele é um mamute, tem tipo... Ah, tu tá em cima do mamão voando. Tá bridando um Pokémon pra participar de campeonato, Dragas?
That mechanic wasn't enough to make that work. You're close though, right? You had like the right typing, you had like the right vibe. You needed like the more.
Tô em cima de um Slash. Ah, ó, Yalola então, né? Eu não lembrava, tô bridando pra passar o tempo. Entendi.
Yeah, like if it goes with help items, he's got like a second one, and it's like a Tyranitar's Pokeball, and it's like.
I do think this is a reason to get out of Sun, though.
Pô, o jogo é só mais tarde, mas pô. Vamos ver o quanto tempo vai demorar pra ficar botando fuegos.
The biggest tool for choosing. Where was that when I needed it all those games? Where the hell?
Well, that's an amazing comeback here for Samuel Pereira to win this second game of the set. We've got them all tied up now, and this final game ends up deciding who moves on to that top cut. Is it going to be Samuel or Chalma?
Yeah, this is a very important match. Into the top cut of NAIC, one game to play. Brisket leading Whimsicott and Vasquilesian on one side, and Whimsicott and Garchomp again on the other.
Kind of a big pivot, though. Chalma actually leading the Vasquilesian this time around.
Hasn't run the set at all, yeah, until this point. Didn't like the way that Garchomp and Whimsicott versus Garchomp and Whimsicott went down. Not really ideal to go tailwind, Drink the Live down before the
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive that, like, without the critical hit later on, he might have, like, the second critical hit on your back. He might have been able to make that competitive. His Yak is such a bad start.
Ah, tô bridando Snorlax, Fernando, Charmander e Reagindo. Porque esses quatro não sei. Então, né? Em busca do Shine. Vou dar pra... Do nada essa música do negócio lá. Traz. Bora, Oxin, brilha verde também. Mano, eu tô assim. Eu estou completamente já desistindo praticamente. Sabe o pior de tudo? Eu vou fazer isso em outro jogo futuramente no canal, então. Esse é o negócio. Ô, Dragas, quando o Zelda sair, tem que trazer em live? Ou vai jogar em off? Seria legal tu trazer em live pra gente ver. Vou jogar em off. Abandonei o outro canal. Eu sei, mas porra, ia ser legal. Se eu tivesse com o Switch 2 e fosse comprar o Ocarina of Time do remake aí, definitivamente eu traria. Ah, Lindas, mas você já tá jogando de 64. Qual o problema? É diferente. Um eu tô jogando pelo telefone, o outro eu vou estar jogando pelo Switch. E fora que o remake em 3D. Já chegou a ter um remake, mas pro Switch 1 e foi pro 60. E foi com o design do 64, né? Não chora. Eu sabia que até hoje eu não sei que raio de frase é essa. Até hoje eu não entendi que raio de frase é essa. Podia vir um verdezinho, né? Em homenagem ao Brasil, né? Pô. É um meme de um coração. Agora, por quê? Também não sei. É aquilo, né, Draga? Só segue o efeito manada, segue o fluxo, né? Chorando sem um charme. Eu tenho certeza que a maioria dos memes, né? A maioria dos memes que vocês ficam falando, ficam imitando, eles não devem saber porcaria nenhuma por trás, né? Mas se for um negócio pesado, proibido, vocês vão estar lá rindo e dando mais visibilidade pro negócio. Esse que é o engraçado. O nome dela, Jennifer.
Alive-ish, where hopefully at some point you cycle it in and get something more effective, although I think you should go worry about the enemy Aquajet at this point, where not looking the healthiest.
Certainly the miss rewarding, like, no matter what. You could have lost respect in there, like the would have gone down first. So.
Yeah.
Electro base power with no recoil.
Ooh, Garchomp though.
Aquajet probably enough at least to like, comfortably have it in Roxy.
Maldito, por quê?
Side, which would mean that your Garchomp and Vasculation are both more towards your Vasculation on the other side. And if you think the sun is keeping your Vasculation out of Aquajet KO range, you're threatening just the class respects and arms like for 2 KOs. Your would be game swing. It's just a 3-3 score. Now, if you get the advantage and take a 2 Pokemon lead, you won the game.
Yeah, like, I assume, like the response to that is double protection on the side, but it's skull to go in.
Podemos ver um indivíduo conhecido como Draguinhas Tira Silva mudou-se a escolha inicial. A Gen 10. Ué, não era o Gecko, sei lá, Camaleão, Vitória Regia, sei lá, de lá? Ué, por que mudou? Hã? Porque é o da Palmeirani, pô, eu ainda continuo com o meu canarinho Dorival Pistola. É isso. O cara fugiu, mas infelizmente no meio de heavy and speed. Que é top. Ah, ele vai ser uma raposinha? Não sei. Eles devem falar isso daqui a alguns meses, né, Dragas? Eles devem dar mais informações de ventos e ondas, né? Data de lançamento, não sei se eles já devem falar, né? Porque se é pro ano que vem, talvez... Eu chuto que seja pra metade do ano que vem. O que pra mim, sinceramente, seria burrice lançar no começo do ano que vem. Porque o pessoal ainda vai estar no hype do GTA 6, né? Então, Seria desperdício de dinheiro. Se bem que é Pokémon Company, né? Eles vão desperdiçar dinheiro? Definitivamente não. Ou vão, né? Chat, eu vou aumentar a tela aqui. Nossa, tá em 360 mil ali. Eu já volto, chat. Fiquem pra transmissão enquanto isso.
Yeah,
I am so hyped.
Yeah, and so excited for all the players that have managed to get to this stage of the tournament in such a tough field of opponents. You can see the bracket here. We are ready to go to get every round closer to finally crowning our champion this weekend.
And taking a look at a bracket, 3 players so successful here throughout Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the competition. Ko, Wolf, and Dawe will be getting buys and will be progressing on to top 8. Everyone else, though, one more match to make it to that next part of the competition, and this is a stacked field.
Yeah, incredible for the 3 players that have managed to already secure that top 8 placing. You know, Ko, we featured alongside Wolf and Dawe as well, that have just been phenomenal this weekend. So all 3 of those, because of their records, are getting a little bit of a breather now, which is going to be so valuable going into this next stage of the tournament.
I mean, they get the bias because of the wins they had, but we have so many other phenomenal trainers, including our reigning NAIC champion, who's trying to make his way into the rooftop. Good, that's right, it's going to be Federico Camporesi going up against Marcus Dion for our first top cut match. A matchup, too, that we've seen play out in terms of these Pokemon, but I cannot wait to see these 2 traders battle it out, who also look like the nerves aren't getting to them. We're seeing laughs, we're seeing smiles on the stage, which is crazy considering the high-stakes environment we're in.
Yeah, that's so true, you know. I think at this stage, I don't know if I'll be able to kind of keep myself so calm, cool, and collected, but this is why these 2 are such top trainers, you know. They're just enjoying the fact that they're at this stage of the tournament, and they're going to give it their all going into this next match. A really interesting interaction we have seen kind of play out of this weekend, but of course not piloted by these specific trainers. And as you say, Fede will be hoping to get that run to the finals again, but Marcus can be standing in the way.
I mean, Marcus looking to be able to make that run, to really be able to get that title for himself with a team that we've seen quite a bit of throughout this tournament. Of course, Lycanroc has been one of the Pokemon to try and take over, paired up with this Frostlass. And of course, Scovillain as the other Mega Pokemon. It's one of those Pokemon that's one of these teams that's meant to help counter the Charizard. The Charizards are getting smart though, but still a lot of staying power.
Yeah, and in the hands, you know, I think when we've seen in previous broadcasts, when this team's gone up against those Charizard teams, we had Francesco Piapera, who was kind of a little bit well-versed against this, knowing that this team kind of made its splash in Turin. You prepped against this coming into the event. But when you put this team into the hands of players like Marcus, you know, going to be able to find those little nooks and crannies where the team can have that extra edge and really find those moments where it is able to capitalize against these Charizard teams in particular that it was built to beat and have the opportunities against. The Lycanroc, of course, with that Accelerock, has the opportunity, if it's in the right position, to just pick up an easy knockout onto the Charizard. So if you can create those pin positions, you're in a great spot to get rid of one of the bigger threats that this team otherwise would find difficult to deal with.
And over on the opposing end, I mean, there's a reason Lycanroc has had a good amount of success. And that's, of course, because you want to be taking down these big, bad Charizards paired with the Mega Floette. And, of course, some of the most popular Pokemon that this format has to offer.
Yeah, and we've seen this time and time again, but not in the hands of Federico this weekend. And Federico is going to be well-versed with this one from the start of the format right through, having a lot of success with Charizard and having this same 6 in Turin last weekend, not quite getting over the line there, but having a good finish and then bringing the same Pokemon here. Very comfortable with them. Will know what they need to do in terms of what lines will work best into what Marcus is running, and this Charizard is the key to getting over the line.
Now for these 2 trainers, this was a matchup we got to see last NAIC in the first round of Top Cut that Federico Camporesi went on to win the entire event. It's time to see heading into this if Marcus Dion can get his revenge. Frostlass are in the lead, Floette and Basculegion for Fede.
Yeah, the Basculegion is in a great spot here. It is a bit threatened by the Shadow Ball on this Frostlass, but if the Frostlass is going for the Shadow Ball in this scenario, it's not going for the Auroraville, which I think Fede will probably be appreciating. The Floette not in the greatest spot right now in front of the Sneasler. There is active Fake Out, so it can slow it down at least for one turn, and it gives a little bit of support for Marcus to be able to maybe set up that Auroraville, which is going to be so useful. the offensive straight away after that Mask Legion.
Ele teria com o Camporese contra o Marco Gil. Caraca, jogão. Pô. Lembrando que quem perder já era, né? E quem ganhar tá... Quem ganhar tá... Continua com sangue vivo.
First off, that Aurora Veil, though, any damage headed Marcus's way is going to be mitigated. They'll try and strive through these turns. Sneasler, Gunk Shot, not going to be able to do too much for this. And Wave Crash, trying to deal some damage out, of course. It will be reduced. Doesn't feel like that. That's still a lot of damage. Yeah, this is why that Mystic Water held item is so valuable. Even with the Aurora Veil and the Snow Defense boost, still doing so much damage to this Frostlass. Now in danger of getting knocked out the next turn. The Sneasler alone and any sort of position free support the Frostlass in helping get rid of this Basque Legion here. But like we've already mentioned, the Frostlass does outspeed it naturally and has shed walls. Floyd so threatened from that gunshot, has to switch out, and a great switch in here is that Garchomp. And definitely a lot better for to get Garchomp, but if it is going to be maybe something like a Blizzard, I would appreciate that. No Blizzard though. Garchomp stays safe. Basque Legion, on the other hand, a lot different of a fate. Shadow Ball headed its way, will take KO within this match. Close combat instead is going to be the adjustment, calling that there is going to be some sort of swap. Garchomp losing half of its health. Yeah, it's a really nice play here from Marcus, because I think it would have been so easy just to click the button and go for the gunk shot here, but getting that White Herb activated makes everything so much easier going forward, because the one out that you have is this Whimsicott here. You get the Tailwind, you get yourself into a stronger position with this Garchomp to supersede this Frostlass that is outspeeding and threatening with the Blizzard right now. But by doing that, you're still not going to get ahead of this Sneasler, right? And we've already seen the damage from one close combat. It's going to be very close to picking up a knockout. Probably Garchomp able to survive and at least get one attack off before it goes down to anything from the Sneasler. So now Federico has a way to get himself back into this game with the Tailwind. Got to remember though, this Aurora Veil's up, and the Sneasler on these sort of builds is very good defensively, so probably able to take an Earthquake if that is the chosen move from the Garchomp. The big thing, if you go for the Tailwind, you need to make sure that you take this Frostlass down. The Tailwind, of course, you want that speed to make sure Garchomp, while it sticks around, can do as much damage as possible. But still, it is going to be that Sneasler with that close combat, that unburdened, the speed and the power. Garchomp will go down. So that damage that you really needed to get done, that KO that you really needed to get on the Frostlass is not there. Whimsicott, it sets up the Tailwind, it instantly takes a hit down to its focus sash already. Yeah, and this Sneasler feels like the game is running away from Federico now, in a position where the Floette is going to be forced back onto the field, but it will be slower than it even in this Tailwind. That White Herb play with the close combat into the Garchomp, so huge for Marcus to keep the pressure, the momentum going here, and everything for Fede to do. It doesn't feel like they've got a way back into this game right now with the Sneasler pressuring with the Gunk Shot. Gunk Shot not got the best accuracy though, so there is the chance that it does miss the target, and if that happens and the Floette can get an attack off, then Fede could maybe start pulling themselves back into this game. I mean, at this point, though, just so much momentum on Marcus's end. This is still just the 2 lead Pokemon. So Federico has a lot of ground to make up to try and make an impact within this. Where to start off, though? Mega Evolution. Make sure you can get as much damage as possible. Damage that Sneasler doesn't want to take. Protect. Frostlass is going to be sticking around, but at least Sneasler doesn't get hit by this Encore either. That was smart targeting to try and log it into the close combat. You wouldn't have to worry about those gunk shots, but you'll have to worry about it next time. At least this hit, the Dazzling Gleam, will be enough for Federico to take his first KO. Yeah, and the Encore here, the pressure is able to kind of now force that Sneasler the next turn to switch out almost, because if you stay in, you're going to get locked into that, protecting you rendered useless. Now switching the Sneasler out will mean that you lose that White Herb and Burden boost. So when you come back onto the field, you've got to time it right for when the Tailwind ends, so you can then pressure that Floette going forward. The Whimsicott really threatened now by the Accelerock that can pick up the knockout onto it, so you're taking away that Encore pressure. And King Gambit coming onto the field is a Pokemon that you kind of do like in certain situations, but it's not going to be great here to take an incoming fairy attack. Whimsicott on that 1 HP and recognizing the pressure from the Lycanroc will protect, but I mean, just not enough damage with that Aurora Veil. for the flood to really get by. That was the last turn of it, but still so much that needs to get done because Whimsicott just used the protect. Another Cellrock will take it down, and then Floette has that 1v3 to try and battle out.
Yeah, and especially with the Sneasler in the back, it feels very difficult, especially when we're going into the last turn of Tailwind now, where it is going to end at the end of this turn, where Whimsicott has to get that second protect, because if not, the Cellrock will go into it and pick up that easy knockout, remove that option. I mean, this Floette is going to have an even harder time against that remaining Sneasler in the back.
I mean, you got to go for it. You got to try, but at least with Aurora Rail down, you can get a KO. Lycanroc is out of the equation, but still just a little bit too much momentum over on Marcus's end of the board. Kowtow Cleave is going to be the first little bit of damage, around a half, even though it's not very effective. But that was the last turn of Tailwind, and now Sneasler will be able to hit the field.
Yeah, now you've got that active fake out. You're going to be able to prevent this Floette from moving a turn. You can go for a Sword Stance if you want to really guarantee things here. King Gambit, and then you've got that +2 Sucker Punch the next turn, and also combine that with the Gunk Shot. So wrapping it up for Marcus, really well played here in that early game to make things very difficult for Federico to get a foothold, at least in this game.
Yeah, it was just so much, so much pressure from that Sneasler, as you called out, too. Anticipating protect on the opposing end. Make sure you can wrap this up Sword Stance. You get that boost with the King Gambit. If the door wasn't already closed on this match, it certainly is now.
Yeah, you're just covering bases, just in case that Gunk Shot does just go to the side of its targeting. And with the black glasses on the King Gambit, that +2 Sucker Punch should be enough from this range, even to pick up the resisted hit onto this Floette. And that's Marcus Dion 1-0 up in this first game of Top Cut.
Such momentum from the get-go, and a team that is praised for so much of this damage coming out from Federico's end, just unable to quite get there. That Aurora Veil just put in so much work, and I mean, Marcus was taking these KOs and Federico just couldn't match that pace.
Yeah, and I think the real key turn there was that Sneasler going for the close combat into what was the Floette. When the Garchomp switched in, you get that White Herb activated, and it was almost in anticipation of that Tailwind being set when the Whimsicott did hit the field, because otherwise you were in that spot where the Garchomp kind of gets ahead of everything. It can clear up the damage onto the Frozlast, which had already been chipped down far enough for an Earthquake to knock it out, and then once those pieces fall, Garchomp's in a really strong place to start just laying the foundation for a victory on Fede's side. But because that Sneasler was so oppressive in that instance, it meant that they were able to just close things up, make it extremely difficult for Federico in that moment.
I mean, up 1 in the set, it's time to see if Marcus can close this out, or Federico can even this up as adjustment into game 2. Basque Legion and Whimsicott to start, but adjustment on the opposing end. Scovillain to make an appearance with Sneasler.
Yeah, the Scovillain switch up here, I do like it a lot. I think, you know, because the Basque Legion, yeah, it does pressure the Sneasler right now with big wave crash damage. You haven't got the option to set up the Aurora Veil for that extra layer of defense, but you do have that Scovillain that can pull in, get that spicy spray activated and burn that target. And once you do burn it, then it's really rendered pretty useless for the rest of the game. Yes, it can chip things away, but it's not having any sort of impact like you would expect it and want it to be able to do. And also alongside that, it is kind of sitting in a place where any damage you do take with Scovillain, you can heal off with that Giga Drain once that burn has been afflicted.
So many different options here, but Sneasler, first option, just a little bit of tech on this turn. Means you do have to be careful on the next turn, but it will be just a target down into the Scovillain instead. Moonblast as the very first hit. Doesn't really deal too much damage, but just enough to try and make sure the next hit is good. Wave Crash, the follow-up from Basque Legion, so it was never really the target. With that Sneasler, Wave Crash will be enough. You do take a burn for both your Pokemon for the KO, but Scovillain is gone.
Definitely worthwhile trade here for Fede, going after that Scovillain, saying that's the target I want to get rid of, and I'll take the burns for it, and really worthwhile because now you're down your Mega Pokemon after turn 1, and this Sneasler in a position where it is going to be susceptible to that on-call, right? The King Gambit coming onto the field's great because now it's not so pressured by anything on Fede's side of the field. Fede probably wants to go for that on-call, but do you go for it or do you just go for an attack?
No encore, we're just attacking. First hit into the King Gambit, good for about 1/3 of its health. Sneasler, the Gunk Shot, not the most accurate, is going to land. Whimsicott is down. Already with that burn damage, I mean, Focus House was already broken, so you can at least get the KO there. Now the follow-up, the Basque Legion, of course, the damage is going to be reduced thanks to that burn, so King Gambit will take that hit quite well. and have this opportunity to go on the offensive itself or set up for next turn offensive. We get the sword stance instead for a nice little boost to its attack.
Yeah, I really like this play from Fede saying, okay, I think because of how comfortable you are in this situation, the sword stance feels right, so I'm going to actually punish that and get some value. And now the King Gambit definitely in range of an Earthquake from this Garchomp. You just need to get it into a position where it is going to be able to hit that a little bit more comfortably now, because a Sucker Punch and then, of course, combat combination from that Sneasler, probably enough to pick up the knockout there. So get some more value out of this Basculegion before it does fall. And you can see the Protect here in anticipation of maybe this last-ditch attempt from Fede on Marcus' side.
I mean, threats on both end. You do not want that Garchomp to get an Earthquake. You also want to make sure this King Gambit can stick around to make use of that Sword Stance boost. So Protect on both end. Not much accomplished on that turn, but now those Protects burn.
Yeah, the Protect burned now, and the Garchomp's got a decision to make. Oh, and it's a double!
Okay, we go for the double Protect, and Garchomp will protect itself past this turn. Sucker Punch into the Basculegion, though, so no damage is going to be going out on Marcus's end of the field. So yeah, your Garchomp stays safe, but that's already going to be his second Pokemon lost.
And it all comes down to what Federico's last Pokemon is here. It's the Floette, as it is, yeah. The Garchomp's still in a very awkward position where the double up is going to knock the Garchomp out, but then if you concentrate all your efforts down onto the Garchomp, you kind of leave the Floette free to get an attack off. Has it got enough in the tank to be able to remove the Sneasler on one hit? It's going to be difficult. You can get rid of the King Gambit, but the Sneasler is probably another story altogether where it is going to survive. I think, yeah, you've got to make a decision here, Federico. All to do. Marcus feels like they're definitely in the driving seat right now.
We'll get that Mega Evolution, though, to see what damage you can get on this turn. Going for the triple, not happening today. But at least you didn't click an attack, so King Gambit also doesn't get to do much. Dunk Shot into the Floette, though, is going to be enough for the KO.
Yeah, and that looks like that's going to be the end of it. The handshake is there, the Floette falls, and Marcus Dion will be our winner in a Masters Top Cut.
Moving on into top 8. Last year, NAIC, Marcus's journey ended on this stage, losing out to Federico, who ended up going on to win the entire event. Now, a year later, back in New Orleans, he gets his revenge in such a dominant match, and it's time to see how far his journey can go. You can see how much it means to him. What a victory.
Yeah, incredible against last year's victor as well. And just, yeah, I mean, there was situations, especially in that game too, where Marcus felt like really under the cosh, but able to overcome that stick, calm, cool, collected, doing what they needed to do, picking the targets correctly each and every time, and just not giving Federico an inch to get back into this game, and now progressing into top 8 here at NAIC.
And I mean, for Marcus, this has been a trainer who has definitely been capable of those runs into Top Cut, but of course, looking to get that title for himself within this game. And I mean, we've gotten to see a lot of Lycanroc tournament. We've gotten to see a lot of this team that Marcus is piloting, but I don't feel like we've gotten to, at least on broadcast, see it piloted like this. There was both of those games, the momentum from the get-go, and even the pivot with the Mega Scovillain in Game 2. He just kind of seemed like a masterclass. Like, there wasn't much breathing room for Fede at all.
Not at all, and I feel like, you know, when Fede got that knockout turn 1 onto the Scovillain, you think, wow, okay, this feels way better for Fede, not so good for Marcus, right? But all part and parcel of the plan. And I love that because the Protect onto that Sneasler as well. It put it in a really awkward spot where, okay, you're really susceptible to that encore the next turn, but by bringing the King Gambit onto the field, you kind of almost say to the Whimsicott, you can't afford to go for that, because passively, if that switches out, you're wasting a turn, and then you're allowing the King Gambit to get that free sword stand. So it almost freed up the Sneasler to kind of stay on the field and just be a menace like it was in that game. And yeah, just enough gunk shot at the end onto the floor, showing why that move is chosen and why this team can be so potent in the right hands.
Who's the bigger menace, Sneasler or Marcus Dion?
Yeah, I think probably like the scales are probably balanced right now. Balanced right now. Might be different as we get deeper into the tournament, but yeah, just incredible play, like you say, a masterclass from Marcus and how powerful this team can be.
And I mean, now being able to have the opportunity to move on into top 8, we've gotten to see how stacked the field is. Multiple world champions are waiting in the wings. But again, when you're going to be starting off your Top Cut with a victory like that over our reigning NAIC champion, well, you definitely have to feel confident. But We don't want to guess about that. Instead, we want to hear it from him as Marcus Dion is standing by for our interview.
Thank you so much, Sierra Lee. Congratulations to Marcus Dion, your first competitor making it into the top 8 at the North America International Championships. Marcus, you have a ton of people cheering you on from the crowd. So what does it feel like to not only get your revenge against a player that beat you at the last NAIC when you were in this position, but also know you've made it one step closer?
It's honestly amazing. Like, I was already pretty happy with like being top 16 as opposed to top 32 last year, but making top 8 of an IC is like wildest dreams territory that we're encroaching on right now. So I'm really, really happy and very excited for my next games.
I mean, you're doing it with such an amazing team, too. We saw this Lycanroc Scovillain team really take up Storm in Turin. What was it about this team that you said, that's the one I want to bring to NAIC?
So I'm going to be very transparent and say I had 0 time to practice for this event. My good friend Carson Confer was laddering a bunch with this team, and like kind of a week before the event, a week and a half before the event, I was just like, hey Carson, what are you using? He sent me the paste. I was like, cool, now me too. And now I'm here, so yay.
Listen, sometimes that's just how it goes. You're like, can I have your team? And you get it, and now you're top 8. I see you make it look so easy.
Yeah, and I mean, like, all the credit to the Italians who worked on this team and kind of hashed out the exact 6 that it needed to be. The team is so good. It's very, very phenomenal. So all the credit to them, to finding Lycanroc, to doing all of that amazing team building that kind of we're just leeching off of to get a good result here.
Okay, well, I gotta say though, Marcus, I think you're the first Scovillain Lycanroc player on this stream. We featured a couple of times that's actually gotten the win. So I wanted to ask you, if it wasn't the prep or the practice or something, really what has been the Pokemon that has been the standout for you?
The single Pokemon that's been the standout is definitely Lycanroc. And that's not just me like aura farming up here saying, oh, Lycanroc's like the best guy ever. No, like legitimately, the amount of times that Lycanroc has just come into a matchup that I never thought I could bring it into, and it's just done God's work. Like, okay, thank you, buddy, thank you. It's a good boy.
Okay, but really the star of the show on this team had to have been that Sneasler in that match. You got the 2-hit KO with the close combat onto the Garchomp in game 1, and then the gunk shot hit in that second game, and that was the moment you knew that you won, right?
Yeah, I mean, all the credit to Federico. I got very lucky in game 1 with that CC. I'm pretty sure, like, it was a roll to get to the 50%, and then also a roll, because if it popped past the 50%, he would have gotten a Citrus Berry, and I'm probably pretty screwed in that situation. But yeah, all the credit to Sneasler for that one. And then hitting gunk shot, I've missed a few gunk shots yesterday and today. That's the best one to hit. That felt good. Yeah.
Pretty nice to get a one-hit knockout in a Floette, for sure. Well, Marcus, your next match is going to be up against Wolf Glick, NAIC champion and also world champion. So are you nervous about the team? I'm sure you've already seen that it has that Toxapex. So what's been going through your head for that?
I haven't thought about it yet. Wolf's like a semi-bracket demon, to be honest. I've played against him twice. I've lost both times, so I definitely have to win this time, right? Yeah.
Third time might be the charm. I don't know. Final thoughts from you, Marcus, to all your friends supporting you.
Just thank you to everybody who's supporting me. It really means the world that I have this many people out in the crowd here who are cheering me on, and like so happy when I'm even walking on stage. That's just, I'm very, very fortunate. And then shout outs to my parents who are watching and my beautiful girlfriend as well.
Congratulations, Marcus. Thank you so much for your time. Best of luck in your next top 8 match. And we're going to be back with more Pokemon action. But before that, a debut of our next championship history video featuring Paul Ruiz.
How we doing, Nashville? All right, everybody, let's go!
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2018 World Championships in Nashville, Tennessee. For one glorious weekend every summer, the Pokemon World Championships take over one city as a perfect send-off to an entire season of competition. Trainers come from around the globe just to have a shot at greatness. Legends are born, legacies are cemented, and dreams of being the very best become reality.
When it comes to Pokemon, there's no greater title than World Champion. But some victories are earned for more than just the person who lifts the trophy.
There's the frustration. Blaze against God.
It will land.
That's the game.
Nido Queen, Brendan Zhang.
Nashville holds a very special place in VGC history, as Paul Ruiz from Ecuador would go on an unprecedented run. Paul's journey didn't start in Nashville, but in Anaheim. The 2017 World Championships were the first time Pokemon Sun and Moon would be played at our game's largest stage. And Z-moves were introduced as one-time, ultra-powerful attacks that could completely alter the tide of battle. 2017 was also the first time Paul Ruiz would qualify for Worlds. Up until this point, there had never been a Latin American player in top 8 of the World Championships. Paul Ruiz was one of 4 trainers from LATAM that made top 8, a huge accomplishment for a region that had previously never made top 8. Of those 4 players, Paul would be the only one to advance to top 4, becoming the highest placing LATAM trainer in VGC history. Although he was knocked out before making it to the finals, Paul put the LATAM region on the map leading into the 2018 season. Even with his breakthrough performance in 2017, the doubters still questioned if LATAM could go the distance. But Paul carried that burden into Nashville. A new season brought new challenges, but the same expectations. So Paul would stop at nothing before taking home the title. VGC is always evolving, as the strategies for success change from game to game. With the release of Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, the 2018 season leveled up the competition. While Anaheim focused exclusively on Z-moves, Nashville would have one of the most complex Worlds formats we'd seen so far, by allowing both Z-moves and Mega Evolution in the same battle. This was great news for Paul's signature Salamence, as his favorite Pokemon of all time could now Mega Evolve and sweep battles more efficiently with Dragon Dance. Paul's 2018 team would be built around versatile VGC staple Pokemon, while also iterating on similar cores from his previous Worlds run. Tapu Koko and Snorlax would both reprise their roles from Paul's 2017 team as a fast electric type and a bulky belly drum user respectively. Paul would swap one steel type Ultra Beast for another, going from Celesteela to Kartana, since Kartana was much faster, had access to Tailwind, and its Bloom Doom Z move could break through the sturdiest of foes.
Kartana is going to move next and going to go straight into that Bloom Doom.
Yeah, well, that's one way to take the advantage away from Carson.
2018 was the first Worlds where Intimidate Incineroar existed, so out went Alolan Persian as Paul's Dark type with Fake Out, and in came the greatest Pokemon VGC has ever seen. Paul's team had many heavy hitters that could carry him to another Top Cut performance, but the popular picks will only get you so far. Many of the world champions throughout history have had to make the call for the event. It's a brave decision to use a Pokemon no one expected, and for Paul, that was Gastrodon. Out of the entire Day 2 field in Nashville, Paul was the only person to bring Sinnoh's iconic Sea Slug. Gastrodon was typically used for defensive purposes, but Paul went on the offensive, giving it Groundinium Z. The combination of Earth Power and Ice Beam was too much for many of the best Mega Evolutions to handle. It was also perfect coverage into teams that used both Landorus and Incineroar.
Who would have thought Gastrodon would have been the MVP?
Under the right conditions, Paul's Gastrodon was unstoppable. But Gastrodon wasn't the only distinctive part of his team. In top 8, Incineroar would help Paul snatch the victory.
Incineroar's actually gonna go for a snatch. All right, gonna try to steal any setup moves. Interesting move right there.
After an exciting series of Top Cut matches, Championship Sunday in Nashville had one of the most electric atmospheres we've ever seen in Pokemon. This match was no easy task for Paul, as his opponent Emilio Forbes was a rising star in VGC.
From the United States, Emilio Forbes!
Emilio quickly established himself as one of North America's top hyper-offensive trainers. The combination of Emilio's aggressive playstyle and Mega Gengar's oppressive ability Shadow Tag, not allowing your opponent to switch out their Pokemon, meant even the best trainers were often left without options. The LATAM pride came out in full force for Paul. It was time for Nashville to saddle up and witness history.
From Ecuador, Paul Ruiz.
This is home court advantage for Emilio Forbes, but Latin America turned out. They're here to cheer on Paul Ruiz.
This moment was a year in the making for Paul. Reaching the finals was an incredible accomplishment, but the job wasn't finished. Paul was ready, kept his nerves steady, and showed Mega Gengar that Mega Salamence was the best in town.
Salamence showing double edge with that boost. Is enough, picks it up. Paul Ruiz has broken the trap.
With a great matchup into Emilio's team, Gastrodon was riding tall, ready for Landers to switch in.
And it's a nice beat from Gastrodon. Nice beat. That's it. Oh, the Landorus. Gastrodon, free damage on that Landorus.
Now one game away from greatness, the crowd felt the momentum, but Emilio wouldn't go down without a fight. Right away in game 2, Latias took care of Paul's main attraction.
There it goes. Gastrodon goes down to the Shattered Psyche. Emilio takes the Pokemon lead.
Perish Song was counting down. Paul was on a timer and needed to handle Mega Gengar. But Incineroar had one final trick up its sleeve, giving Paul his chance to be the champion.
And we see Substitute here. And there's a star! The star gonna go to the Substitute! Knocks out the Mega Gengar. That's a knockout! Paul Ruiz can taste the World Championship, representing his country, representing his continent. That's Paul Ruiz of Ecuador, and he is your world champion.
From top 4 to world champion, Paul Ruiz's journey made VGC history, ensuring LATAM would never be slept on again. This wasn't just a dream come true for him, but the dream of an entire region. VGC was in a new era, and LATAM was never looking back.
Wake up, world, because Paul Ruiz is your first ever Latin American world champion.
Together we ride Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all.
Thank you for watching. Let us know some of your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon. Till we meet again.
We are back at the 2026 North America International Championships, and we have a very special guest, the 2018 Nashville World Champion, Paul Ruiz. You just saw Nashville saddles up. How are you feeling?
I feel like super excited after watching that. It's the first time I watched the video, and honestly, a lot of memories came now, and I'm almost crying, so I apologize for that if my voice sounds a little bit weird.
I mean, but you're so important, not just the history of Latin American VGC, but in these series where we cover history of competitive Pokemon, you're a very important piece of that storyline. The first Latin American champion. Flash us back to that era of 2016, 2017, 2018, where people weren't necessarily agreeing that the Latin American player base was on the same level as some of the other regions, and why it was so important for you to prove them wrong.
Yeah, I think for us as a region, it was extremely important to show the world that we had, what it takes to be competing with the top level players. I remember that was one of the things I said to myself the first time I was watching Worlds at home. I believe it was 2015 Worlds. I was watching at home. It was one of my first years competing. And then I saw all the amazing matches on top 8. That top 8 was dominated by Japan, with Shoma Onami win that year. And I was like, I want to be there one day. And that's where my journey really started, because that's where I committed to travel the world and try to prove the world that, hey, a Latin player can be there. And then the journey started after Worlds. Basically, I started to compete in other events, because at that point my country didn't have regionals or anything like that. So I had to travel to nearby countries like Colombia, Peru to get my points. And then yeah, it was definitely a journey. I learned a lot, of course, in my first years. But the whole point was to prove the world that we are capable of doing so. Like, our region had a lot of talented players that, because of different circumstances, we were not able to travel to prove that. But I was like, hey, someone has to start that. And I knew I was not the first to like start representing LATAM and worldwide, but I wanted to be possibly one of the first to do well. Like, I didn't care who exactly was, but I wanted to be one of those.
Yeah, and you were great in 2017. 4 Latin American players in the top 8. You cracked through to the top 4. So you already had earned that direct invitation to Worlds in 2018. So talk me through that season from Anaheim to Nashville, because you were telling me you were even considering maybe not even attending.
Yeah, actually, I was interviewed in a newspaper, like local newspaper in my country after Worlds 17. You know, top 4, great accomplishment, 3rd place. And I was actually thinking back then to retire. Like, that is something that like maybe some people in the Latin community knows, because I've mentioned that publicly a couple of times. But I was considering retiring. And if you go to like 2017 newspapers in Guayaquil, Ecuador, you're gonna see that like I said, I think I'm gonna retire. My intention was to just finish there because, you know, I'm an adult. I started playing Pokemon, like, let's say very late compared to other folks out there. I started like when I was 25. Right, so I was already an adult, I was married, like responsibility, so it's a huge commitment for someone like me to travel the world for that. So I was like, maybe this is enough. But then I remember at home, like just rewatching the semifinals that I lost against Sam Pendelis from Australia. In my mind, I was like not even dreaming well, like, oh, if I did this differently, if I did that. And I was like, I remember I talked to my wife and say, honey, I want to try it again. And she said, well, didn't you say you were gonna quit? And I was like, yeah, I did, but I don't think I can. I need to try again. And then the 2018 season started again, and I tried to compete, like, you know, understand the new mechanics. We were playing Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. I had to travel to a lot of different like events to get my points. And the thing is, I already had the qualification for the 2018 Worlds, of course, because of the top 4. But due to my work responsibilities, I couldn't necessarily ask my boss for 2 days off, you know, to play day 1 and then day 2, because I had to travel on Wednesday, you know, and, you know, adult issues, let's say. But I was like, okay, I need to get into the top 8 of the region to get the auto qualification to day 2, because we had those things back then, right? I know the system has changed quite a bit recently, but we did have day 2 auto invites back then. So I was like, if I don't get to the top 8 of my region, unfortunately, I won't attend Worlds. And until the very last event of the season, I was, I believe, 9th. And I needed to get that jump to get that. And I remember there was one player from Peru that got sick on day 2 of a Latin event, and he couldn't play the day 2, and he was going to get my 8th place. If he would have played that event, I was not going to compete in Worlds, and I wouldn't have been at Nashville. But then he didn't compete because he got sick. You know, it's God's plan. And then I made the 8th place, and I won.
And all things work out for a reason, right? You're the first ever Latin American world champion in the Masters division for VGC. For all of our new viewers that weren't watching back in 2018, can you try to explain the atmosphere of Nashville? It's something we try to replicate, but you had to really be in the venue hearing how proudly the Latin American player base was cheering for you. From your perspective, how was it on the stage with that deafening cheering in your favor when you were on American soil?
Yeah, it was amazing, honestly. Like, in a lot of different instances, I guess, worldwide, we, as Latin Americans, we are known for being, like, noisy, like in soccer, for example, right? Like, we have a lot of passion for sports. And I'm honestly, I was very, very happy and excited to see that translated into BGC, you know, an esport. And I remember the crowd was going nuts, just, you know, chanting, like, and I remember in the finals, you know, we have this like headphones with noise cancellation things, like technologies and some white noise, so noise you cannot hear much of the exterior. But because they were just like, the crowd was just so noisy, I could feel the energy. I could even listen. And I'm usually a very, like, you know, calm person when it comes to performing at my games. I try to stay like calm and be focused. But during that finals, I watched it back and I was like, I just had to resonate with the energy they were transmitting to me. I was so nervous and excited, and seeing like a little crowd like chanting my name before I even got to the stage. and our region's name, of course, not only my name, because this was something for everyone in our region. In this case, LATAM as a region, as you said earlier, we wanted to prove the world that, hey, we're here and we can compete with the top, American players, Japanese players, European players. We just need an opportunity. And we got that opportunity. And the year before, as you said, top 8, we had 4 Latin American players. It was a really strong performance for our region. But then in 2018, I was the only one there. And I knew I had to, make them proud.
And then last one for you before we get back to our top 8 action. You've top cut the World Championships with Salamence 2 different times. Someday down the road when Pokemon Champions brings Mega Salamence back, is it immediately in the team builder? Are you already trying to win the next World Championship with Mega Salamence when it comes back? Of course, Mega Salamence, one of the strongest Mega Evolutions ever created. It's my favorite Pokemon. There's a reason why it's my favorite Pokemon, because, for those folks at home, if they, let's say, figure out the story behind Bagon and Shelgon, like Bagon wanted to fly. Like he wanted to fly so hard that then wings came out of his body, and he became a Salamence. And then Mega Salamence takes that, let's say, passion and that goal even further, but now he can soar the sky. So Salamence is definitely going to be on my team. You can bet. All right, I love the connection from Bagon to Salamence with you in Nashville. But that was Nashville. That was 2018. This is 2026. This is New Orleans. It's time to saddle up for top 8.
So amazing to hear from Paul Ruiz, one of our previous world champions, who has stamped his mark in Pokemon history forever. But Len, I think we're getting closer to stamping another one in this Pokemon Champions era.
Yeah, there's a few world champions left in our bracket trying to make it out to the top and be the first international champion in Pokemon Champions.
At the beginning of the weekend, we had over 1,000 competitors fly here to New Orleans or drive or however to get here to compete for a chance at the NAIC title. But now we only have 8 players left remaining. And these are going to be the 8 still in contention to make it to the finals playing on Championship Sunday.
With 8 players remaining, they've all earned Worlds invites. They've all earned some money. It's about trying to win now. You're all 3 wins away from being an international champion. They can all see it on the horizon. You just have to make it through a few more rounds.
And for our first top 8 match, we're going to be focusing in on Ko Tsukide versus Shoma Honami. 2 fantastic players traveling all the way here from Japan after just playing their Japan Nationals last weekend.
Yeah, less than a week ago, both of these players were participating in the PJCS. Ko also got top 8 there, so 2 weekends in a row, top 8 at very high level tournaments. Shoma not quite as strong of a finish, only a top 64 there, so made it into Worlds, didn't have that pressure this weekend, doesn't need to win this next match to qualify through a direct invitation, but is now performing so much better with the top 8 this weekend and looking for more.
But both of them have very different stories of how they actually got here to the top cut. Ko Tsukide, one of the most dominant performances we have seen at an international championship level, went completely undefeated through that first phase of Swiss.
Yeah, the last undefeated player in the tournament. We saw him this morning beat Wolf to take that title as the first 11-0 player, earning the first spot into the top cut now. Went on to win one more match to get a bye, as you can see in the top 16, so it's been smooth sailing so far. But on the other side, Shoma was 4-2 yesterday afternoon. From that point on, could not afford another loss. Had to win 8 matches in a row into the tournament for 8 players, 8 very strong players, including Christopher Hahn. Make it through a top 16 match against Mega Blastoise in the last round, but now has evened all that out. It doesn't matter whether you started 11-0 or 4-2, you are here in top 8, and only one player can move on to top 4.
Win and you get to move forward, lose and you are going home. Top 8 is still nothing to scoff at as a major accomplishment at the North America International Championship stage. But of course, all of our competitors here want that coveted Pikachu trophy. We all know what it looks like. It is so beautiful. It's going to look great in that trophy cabinet, but 2 more matches stand between you and that shot. There are a couple of other amazing top 8 competitors throughout this bracket, superstar studded across the board. Adrian Hurley Lily desperately needed a top finish here at the North America International Championships in order to qualify for Worlds. He entered into this tournament needing a top 16 or better, and he has done it. He's going to the World Championships.
Needed such a strong finish and got it, and our top cut is loaded. We saw Wolf Glick with the Toxapex earlier, Dawe yesterday with the Serial Edge. So many fun matches ahead of us. It's going to be fun next few hours.
And a couple of amazing European players in there as well. Eric Rios, of course, also an international champion. He has a chance at a second international championship title. I feel like we've got to count the Japan Nationals as also being kind of like on that level because they're just really difficult tournaments. Sure. But I think everybody in this lineup has a chance to win. But which team, which player is actually going to come out on top?
Yeah, so many interesting teams left, so many players with great stories about how they got here, so many players that already have huge legacies. 3 players who have won World Championships in the past, including both of our players for the next round. Of course, Ko as a senior in 2019.
And Shoma, I mean, has just been, I think, putting out some great content as well. I love being able to see his journey through Pokemon Champions, and I'm sure everybody's also been loving following his updates that he's posted for the tournament. But it was definitely feeling like he was fighting against the grain with all of those wins he had to accumulate yesterday.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of his matches as feature matches, having to fight tough mirrors on the brink of elimination to even make it into phase 2, to then make it into the top cut. But it keeps coming out on top in these hard-fought matches.
But on the we also got a chance to see Ko Tsukide a little bit earlier on the broadcast, and yesterday as well, actually. So we've been able to feature him twice in these undefeated matchups, and it felt like every single time Ko just had such a firm understanding of how to get to the end game. I think especially when we think about the Ko Tsukide versus Wolf Glick match from phase 2 of our Swiss rounds today. Dominant. Ko knew, I gotta keep this Basque Legion up and alive for the endgame and that 1v1 versus the Toxapex. He understood the assignment. He was able to finish the job there.
Yeah, certainly a player who knows how to play to the win conditions, to think about the long term, not just the turn in front of you. Make sure that you're preserving the right resources and preparing for how to win the game, not just the turn.
So we're going to see a lot of very familiar Pokemon, I think, as we look at some of these teams. But if I had to kind of take a look at maybe some of the competitors we have not had a chance to see on the broadcast yet, we haven't seen Eric Rios quite yet take the stage. That's going to be more of sort of like the, the good stuffs, the Charizard, the Sylveon, and the things that we saw. A huge team building partner for him is Alex Gomez, who we did feature earlier today. And so they're going to be running very similar teams. I think Dawe might have the most unique with that Serial Edge.
The Serial Edge and the Coil Milotic to threaten Hypnosis is such a good meta call to understand how that Serial Edge matches up into so many of the common megas. But it's one thing to say, I think this Pokemon is good, and then it's another thing to figure out how to solve the problems Pokemon like that has and put it in the right place. And we saw really impressive gameplay yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Dawe didn't even bring the Mega Floette that she has on her team. Benched it for the entire series because you didn't need it to win the match. You just needed to make sure that your Serial Edge was still alive.
Right, it's all about knowing what Pokemon you need, what tools you need in a given matchup, and it was a really great demonstration of that.
I think a couple of the other players, though, I'm really excited to see. Of course, we haven't gotten a chance to feature Adrian Hurley yet either, but I feel like Adrian, when I play him in our locals, always brings something really spicy, so maybe we'll see that.
Another player with a Venusaur. I think it's a good game to be a player who doesn't play in as many tournaments and brings a Venusaur. Of course, Arsal coming out on top in Indianapolis just a couple of weeks ago. We'll see if Adrian can have similar success. If you can land enough sleep powders, anything is possible.
That's super true. Or enough rock slides. I think there's rock slide on that team as well. Something like that. But while we wait for our competitors to get ready to take the stage, we've got a couple of tweets that we can share with you. So thank you for using that hashtag PokemonNAIC. Maybe your post will also get featured on our stream here. But it's so cute. Melanie and Pikachu say hi. Hi, Pikachu.
Always fun to see the meet and greets with Pikachu out there. I think there were a couple of other Pokemon as well that you could meet. This is fun to see.
I always like meeting with Eevee.
With Eevee, that's your favorite one to meet? I think Gengar might have been out there this week.
Yeah, I think Gengar was out there, which is a rare appearance.
Yeah.
But Gengar's
normally hiding in the shadows, yeah.
I just love all the cosplay that everybody's been doing. I know Gabby got a chance to talk to a cosplayer earlier today, and so very nice to see everybody coming out to show their love of Pokemon.
Mini A lot of hours of my life spent on a Game Boy like that, playing Pokemon Yellow and then Pokemon Red as well.
Can I tell you a secret?
Yeah.
It's actually not a well-kept secret. I've never played Red, Blue, or Yellow.
How about any of the remakes? Fire Red?
Okay, yes,
Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu?
I did.
Okay.
I did, but it's not the same as the real thing.
You're not used
the
to like
original thing.
You know, all the Pokemon having the same little sprites when you open your party.
I think that would be pretty fun to walk back down memory lane with that one. But I know this has been a super nostalgic display. We've got some really cool displays. I think it's a part of the video game museum that has traveled with us through these international championships and possibly the world championships.
Yeah, a lot of fun nostalgia there. Oh, is this a fill in the lab? The blanks for what Bulbasaur has to say?
You know what Bulbasaur's saying, right?
What is he saying?
Let's get it humid!
It's certainly humid here in New Orleans this weekend. A little warm outside, but okay here in the convention center. You know, not so humid in the matches. Not too much rain this weekend. Plenty of sun, so a little bit drier.
Well, I mean, I guess you're right, because humidity is about moisture quantity in the air. And the drought would certainly take that away. But have you ever been hot and humid? Yeah, it's not great.
Just every time I step outside of the convention center, I think.
It's really not great. But Bulbasaur, we're here with you. Thank you for being here in spirit. Got one more. You would have told me Duskform Lycanroc would be in the top usage in a major VGC tournament. I would never believe, but here we are, and I am all here for it.
I'm on the same page, Serena. I don't think I would have believed, even seeing the success in Turin last weekend, because it's really a Pokemon restricted to one team archetype. We're seeing it played with a lot of that bottom row of Pokemon, Squivillon and Frostlass. That team having so much success, so many players representing it into the Phase 2, players representing the top cut. We just saw Marcus win his way into top 8 using Lycanroc and Squivillon and Frostlass. A team that's clearly demonstrating it can have a lot of success, even if the Lycanroc hasn't always looked so good on broadcast this week.
Well, okay, look, at least Marcus Dion did get a win, showcasing the Lycanroc earlier, and just our first Top Cut match of the day. But we've got more to show you, and so we're ready. Let's get it humid for our first Top 8 match. I don't know what that means. But yeah, we're featuring Shoma Honami versus Ko Tsukide.
It's going to be a fun one. Two very strong Japanese players used to the humidity over there, and they're going to be ready for it this weekend as well.
Don't remind me.
Yeah, your flashbacks to Yokohama a couple years ago.
Yeah. I mean, okay, look, Yokohama was amazing, but August in Japan is, that was really hard. But that's fine. You know, you're right. Maybe like an environmental preparation or something like that. Thank you, production, for saving me. We are going to be getting ready to go into that game momentarily. But of course, we got to have our competitors take their pictures.
You talked about Shoma's content. He's got to get it going while he's on stage there, sitting ready for the match. It's going to be a fun one. These are two of the top players in the world, traveling so far to be here this weekend in New Orleans to run up against each other, to be the last Japanese player standing in the North American International Championship, trying to take it home for Japan, but only one of them can move on to the semifinals.
Isn't it wild you flew all the way here just to play a local? And an
Someone you could have
local?
played back at the BJCS last weekend.
Ko Tsukide, top 8 at PJCS last weekend. Shoma, top 64. Both of them hoping to improve on those results even further and solidify themselves as one of the best players in the world on the international stage. Len, I love when it comes down to this. We often have, in the last year, seen an explosion of Japanese players, APAC players, that do usually qualify to the World Championships through their national circuit, come out to the international championships because they can win a direct invite if they get top 4 at an IC, or they get all the prize money. They get the trophy, something that is
The glory,
so exciting.
the thrill of competing. They've already made it to Worlds, but why not? When you have these skills, when you're this caliber of player, why not come out and demonstrate it further? Take down all of the competition and see where you can end up. Both players who have had so much success internationally already, as you mentioned, Shoma, of course, the 2015 world champion in that chalk era, used to a format that is highly centralized around just a few threatening teams. Ko, a player who was top 8 at just last year's world championships, and then is a former world champion himself in the senior age division back in 2019.
You talk about there being a centralized meta when Shoma won the World Championships. We are kind of in one now. You're going to end up seeing mirrored Pokemon on both sides as we feature Mega Floette and Mega Charizard Y on these teams.
The same Megas on both sides in the feature matches, but not the main matches. We've seen Shoma play this mirror twice already, both times coming out ahead, knowing how to use those tools, when to make what sacrifices, what positioning is important at any given moment. But Ko, certainly a player who will have had just as much experience in those mirror matches, and now has to prove it one more time in this top 8.
There are not that many differences in the team. One big one, though, is going to be the difference in the Garchomp sets. Ko has a more standardized set here. You've split your difference in some of the damage options that you have. You've got a same type attack bonus from the Earthquake and the Dragon Claw, but you still have that coverage move in the Rock Slide, going to be very beneficial against opposing Charizards. But what Shoma has that makes the matchup into the Floette and the Whimsicott a little bit better is a Poison Jab.
Has Poison Jab and the Roselli Berry, so able to sit there in front of Fairy offense and respond back with Poison offense. Meanwhile, the King Gambit on both sides have dropped the Protect, but opted for different items. Focus Sash for the Shoma, but no, it does have Protect there alongside the Aqua Berry.
It's so tough in this meta because you just have different options available for the King Gambit, but you got to pick your poison. Do you want to have a super effective berry like the Akka, like the Chockle, with the Chockle being the berry of choice there for Ko? But as you've mentioned, we've actually seen quite a few King Gambit carry the Focus Sash instead, so you're not worried about necessarily needing to have the right berry at the right time. You have the flexibility to have that King Gambit sit on the field. But this King Gambit with the Akka Berry is going to fare just a smidge better versus that Charizard Y if it does have enough HP.
Here, both players opting for the Focus Sash on Whimsicott. So important to be able to take one hit from Charizard and not be off the field, or take a big hit like an Iron Head from the King Gambit on the other side.
Otherwise, the teams are the same with the moves, the Pokemon. Even a lot of the stat alignments are the same from just doing some quick math. Really going to be those minute differences, the Garchomp sets, the Garchomp item, as well as the item on the King Gambit, and just that one difference in the Protect on Shomas. That is really going to make this, I think, a more dynamic matchup, even though we're looking at the same 6 Pokemon.
Well, just because you have the same 6 Pokemon at the team preview doesn't mean you have the same 4 Pokemon in the game, and doesn't mean you have the same 2 Pokemon in the lead. So much of this mirror match can be based on whether you get the advantage on turn 0, whether you immediately have the pressure and are forcing your opponent to switch and to give up damage to reposition, or if you're the one back-footed and having to respond to your opponent's pressure. We're going to immediately see probably some leader in this game just from the moment the Pokemon hit the field.
Shoma, going back all the way to 2015, where he won the World Championships, has over a decade of experience playing in a multitude of different Pokemon metas, proving himself over 10 years ago, but now hoping to do the same in this mirror matchup versus Ko. But Ko, of course, coming in as one of the more new era players, 2019 world champion in the senior division, I think comes with a different level of experience, maybe a fresh take on how competitive Pokemon can be played.
Oh, it's going to be nerve-wracking. Both players waiting to see what they're led up against, waiting to see those crucial decisions in a matchup that can be so mirrored and also so damage trading. Very few of these Pokemon are offering supportive roles, only Whimsicott. Everyone else is just there to swing out. So many turns are going to come back down to whether you can land your targets into the right place, whether you can find your protects at the right moment. It means that the nerves are going to be on edge constantly. This is not going to be, a mini turn long, safe positional battle where some player edges out a small incremental advantage. This is going to be about big moments and big swings. In those feature matches, we saw Shoma often fall behind early, but know that he had the right positioning to respond, to have the right threats, and have the right damage in the right place. It's not always about taking the first KO, it's about having the right positioning afterwards to be able to respond to what your opponent has done, to be able to keep control of the speed. Both Whimsicott's likely to be very important here and brought throughout this match because you can't really afford to give your opponent 4 turns of one-sided speed advantage.
Sometimes when we see the Whimsicott, you are going to match those tailwinds, but then it becomes about how the other pieces end up matching into each other. When we saw just a brief glimpse of Shoma's win and in versus Samuel Pereira, we did see those Whimsicotts threaten the encore into each other, so you did have to really think about whether or not you were willing to take that, or if you could do something to try to get out of that situation.
The Focus Sash often usually a sign of maximum training for speed for Whimsicott. Once you've spent the Focus Sash, you don't need to spend as many stat points on bulk, and so both of these may be just tied, and then if you have a threat of encore, it's just a coin flip of which can move first. But now we're getting ready to see those initial leads, to see who can come out with the initial advantage.
Shoma is going to start off this game 1 with the Whimsicott and the Basket Legion, and it's going to be the Whimsicott for Ko, but this time next to the Charizard. Why?
Well, not always that your fire type is in a good spot against a water type. Charizard doesn't mind this matchup all the time. Has the speed advantage with against the Basket Legion on the other side, a Solar Beam to threaten the Basket Legion on the other side, and crucially because Drought can weaken Wave Crash, you can withstand a hit here, but it's still a lot of damage. Even if you make it kind of neutraled out the super effective versus the Sun, it can still be a lot of damage back. Both players are going to be very careful about what trades they're willing to make. Both Whimsicott's likely to quickly go after Tailwind here, but if you can stagger your Tailwind against your opponents, you might be able to create an advantage for yourself later on in the game. And if you can get a Moonblast into the other side, you can try to get rid of the Whimsicott early. Maybe if you can get a KO on Whimsicott, then you can create 4 turns of Tailwind advantage for yourself later on.
Do you want to try to give up the Tailwind now, put yourself into a position where you might end up getting encored into it, or really is it all about going out on the offense? The Charizard Mega Evolving here leads me to believe that Ko is willing to push the pedal on the gas, but it's going to be the Moonblast from Shoma's Whimsicott that is able to move first. Ko responds in kind as both of their Whimsicotts end up losing the Focus Sash, and now it's time for Charizard to go out on the offense with a Heat Wave, but Heat Wave is not 100% accurate. The Whimsicott is going to hang on to that because Heat Wave just simply misses as Basket Legion gets crit. I wonder if that double kind of negates itself out enough with that luck. Whimsicott even hangs on through the Wave Crash because the Sun was set by the Charizard.
Also, both players looking for the quick KO on Whimsicott, trying to give themselves the only Tailwind or the only Tailwind later on, but both just quite missed the KO for different reasons. Heat Wave into Whimsicott would have been devastating for Shoma because then the Whimsicott on Ko's side would have been free to just Tailwind. If there hadn't been Drought on the field, if Charizard had just protected itself on that last turn, then Basket Legion would have picked up the KO on Whimsicott and Shoma would have been at a huge advantage. But between the miss and the Mega Evolution, we get a neutral field. We're back, but that just raises the stakes for this next turn. If the Whimsicotts again try to just Moonblast into each other, we probably just have a tie on which Moonblast actually lands. Also, is the Whimsicott on Ko's side already in Aqua Jet KO range? That would keep you from Moonblasting, though you would be able to still get your Tailwind first, since that would also be at +1 priority. And maybe you can't afford to spend a turn Aqua Jetting when Charizard would be free firing. But first, Tailwind from Ko's side is going up.
Play it safe. You want to ensure that your Whimsicott is going to do something on this turn, and both of these trainers have the same goal in mind. Let's use the Tailwinds now as Basket Legion goes out with an Aqua Jet into the Charizard. And with the Sun up, not going to be too much sweat off this Charizard's back. Whimsicott is not going to miss out on the Heat Wave this time, and neither is this Basket Legion, but really would have wanted a second crit in order to actually knock it out.
Basket Legion could have had Last Respects or Wave Crash there, but had to respect that Solar Beam might have just outsped and KO'd before the Basket Legion moves. So instead, it's just an Aqua Jet to get important chip into Charizard. That's particularly important because many Charizards are trained to be able to withstand the Rock Slide, but not if you've taken an Aqua Jet already. Also, no rush to get the Whimsicott off the field. The Whimsicott last turn had a priority move that was worth going for. Now, this turn would really like to Moonblast that Garchomp, but Aqua Jet does suppress the Moonblast at least because you're sitting at +1 priority, which means that you don't have much damage threatened to that Garchomp. And if the Garchomp's able to get a Rock Slide off just in response, in exchange for a Heat Wave, it's probably a very positive trade for Shoma. So this is a position where he's allowed the first KO, but isn't necessarily in that poor of a position because of it.
Well, Whimsicott's going to protect itself with that threat of the Aqua Jet, and that's what we see this Basket Legion lock into for this turn. But as Garchomp lets this Rock Slide go, is the Charizard going to fall to this. And yes, not even a question, this Charizard gets knocked out in one hit from that Garchomp. Of course, it had already taken a bit of damage there from that Basculegion on the turn prior with the Aqua Jet of its own, but it's a great KO to take.
Yeah, we continue to see that Shoma really knows how to prioritize what damage when in this mirror matchup. Understood the Aqua Jet was needed to make sure that you could land that Rock Slide KO and make life impossible for Ko on that last turn. And you do protect the Whimsicott for this turn, but all that does is kind of forward the pressure one more turn. You let Ko continue to suppress Ko continues to have one spot suppressed by the threat of Shoma's Basculegion going for Aqua Jet into Whimsicott. Now a very difficult decision on which Pokemon you bring in. It's Ko's own Basculegion now hitting the field, able to threaten a lot of damage into Garchomp, but with only one KO already down, Last Respects is probably not a KO there, and with the Sun Up, you're not as worried about Wave Crash. Now, if you think you can Aqua Jet the Basculegion on Shoma's side before it moves, that will suppress the Aqua Jet back into the Whimsicott on your side, which opens up the opportunity for a Moonblast back into the Garchomp, but it's risky. If your Basculegion ends up being slower, then you just take a pretty poor trade. You lose Whimsicott, you get the KO on Basculegion, but Garchomp gets a free hit into Basculegion, which could even be, full power Earthquake if Shoma's pretty certain that's how the turn's going down. But lots of protects available as well. Shoma can just protect. You have to be a little bit careful. If you are going to protect from Shoma's side, you want to make sure you are dealing with Whimsicott now. So something like Protect Earthquake is an option to get rid of Whimsicott without the Encore.
Yeah, well, Encore is actually just going to lock this Basculegion into the Wave Aqua Jet, sorry. And so that Aqua Jet is actually going to take the priority into the Whimsicott to knock it out once and for all. But what did this Garchomp end up doing? Garchomp goes for the Rock Slide, so there wasn't priority click on this own Basculegion for Ko. And that's going to be a Last Respects back. There's been a lot of partners that have been taken out, but not enough for that to be a clean one-hit knockout onto the Garchomp.
Yeah, if you know that you're swinging into Garchomp, not trying to use your own Basculegion from Ko's side to chase after Shoma's Basculegion, you can't afford that it might Last Respects and KO your Basculegion. So you need the Encore to make sure that it continues to Aqua Jet. And if you know that you're Last Respecting, you don't mind giving up Whimsicott because you need that extra KO down to buff the power of Last Respects. Maybe hoping that with 2 KOs with the Aqua Jet going to Whimsicott, Last Respects would be a clean KO into the Garchomp on the other side. Doesn't quite get it, but does keep both of these Pokemon so low that now you have a lot of priority available for the turn. The Basculegion can Aqua Jet the Basculegion on the other side. King Gambit can suppress Garchomp with a Sucker Punch. And so with these very low health bars, Ko creates a position where despite being down to 2 Pokemon, it's difficult for Shoma to find where to attack. Now the key thing is going to be what Pokemon is left in the back. We haven't seen a Mega from Shoma, so it's most likely the Charizard or the Floette in the back. Either one can come into a pretty positive position here. We've seen Shoma one-shot King Gambits on the other side with Light of Ruin. If you can find yourself in that position, then it could be really positive, but you also have to deal with the Basculegion at the same time.
Wow, the Basculegion for Ko is actually going to move first with its Aqua Jet, so it's able to take the knockout into the Garchomp without any problems. And we know that Shoma's Basculegion is locked into the Aqua Jet because of that Encore, and so maybe we find out a little information about the way that these Basculegion are trained. King Gambit follows suit with that Iron Head. There's a double KO here for Ko, and now we get to see what that final Pokemon is.
Right, Ko exploits those low health bars. Shoma doesn't try to do anything to disrupt that position, just accepts the 2 KOs and the little damage back, puts all of the stakes on the last Pokemon, on this Floette, hit the field and close it out. It probably can KO either Pokemon in one hit, can move before either Pokemon, or can it deal with both? With Iron Head on King Gambit for Ko, the threat of a KO back onto Floette is there. Basculegion, if you KO the King Gambit, will certainly KO Floette back with Last Respects. And the Dazzling Gleam is certainly not enough damage on the King Gambit. So it feels like Ko has the position here where he says, Shoma, take what you want. Take any of it. Take a Dazzling Gleam for a bunch of damage. Take a KO in one slot or the other, but I will respond before the turn is over and get mine back.
There's probably no scenario where this Floette's able to knock out this King Gambit with a single Moonblast. You're likely going to need to throw a Light of Ruin at that Pokemon in order to ensure that you get the job done. But then you're taking a ton of recoil back.
And even if you were to KO with a Moonblast, a fully powered Last Respects is going to one-hit KO this Floette regardless.
A great pin created by Ko with this Mega Floette on the field of Shoma's last hope in this first game. The Fairy Aura will radiate. Maybe this Floette can get something done with a critical hit from the Dazzling Gleam, but it's not going to pick up either target. No crits here. Last Respects gives a final goodbye to this Mega Floette, and Ko Tsukide wins game 1.
what a tense match, what a back and forth. You can really see how the dominoes start to fall in this mirror match, where just because you take the early KOs doesn't mean you're at the advantage. Ko able to take the first KO, but then there's a great response from Shoma, but that response leaves Shoma's Pokemon at such low health. Garchomp and Basque Legion so low that Ko was able to easily clean it up and create the final Pokemon advantage, the 2 versus 1, the decisive 2 versus 1 when your opponent cannot deal with both of those threats at one time, and so move himself up one game in this set.
It's tough when it was the Mega Floette by itself. Like, I don't know if the situation changes very much, if it ends up being like the Basque Legion as the Pokemon that's trying to take on that 2v1, or even if that changes if it's the Charizard that's in the back versus either of these Pokemon. Surely you think that maybe you do end up getting a better matchup into something like the King Gambit, but that Basque Legion is still going to threaten the last respects into you.
Right, you probably still can't take the Basque Legion and the King Gambit all bat down at the same time. I think it's worth noting that the King Gambit on Ko's side is particularly vulnerable to Charizard. We've seen very few that have the combination of no Akaberry, no Focus Sash, and no Protect. A Fire move is just going to free swing into King Gambit on Ko's side if that situation ever arises. But Floette, pretty easy to choose in this matchup as well because it is so useful against so many Pokemon, and we saw for Shoma that to be a pretty consistent choice in these mirror matches. Particularly helpful that you can still get the KO on King Gambit with Light of Ruin when you need it, but you have to have a Pokemon advantage. You at least have to be in a 2-2 situation, not down a Pokemon in the end game. I think a big part of how that advantage was created was the Encore into Aqua Jet earlier on. You can imagine that in-game playing out very differently. If Basque Legion is able to protect itself through that turn, let Garchomp go down, and then have a 2v1 with both of your Basque Legion and Floette, then it's not so simple for Ko. But that Encore just before Whimsicott went down to Aqua Jet early on meant that Basque Legion was unable to protect itself, was unable to do significant damage on the turn it was KO'd, just went for a small Aqua Jet. And because of that, Shoma went down a Pokemon in a way that was very difficult to respond from.
Big sacrifice of your own Whimsicott, but it felt like it worked out for that end game. And now as we enter into game number 2, Ko Tsukide is going to lead this series 1-0. One more game win here, and Ko Tsukide moves on to the top 4, and Shoma Honami, the 2015 world champion, will be sent home.
I want to take you all the way back to turn 0 of game 1. The lead Pokemon were Whimsicott and Charizard versus Whimsicott and Basque Legion. This was immediately some sort of advantage because the Charizard is moving faster and can put damage into both slots pretty easily. Despite a Heat Wave miss onto Shoma's Whimsicott, Ko still navigated that into an early advantage that dominoes started falling back and forth. Again, it's going to be so important what these lead matchups are. I'd be very surprised that maybe either player sticking to the same things. You don't want to become predictable in this matchup because kind of any lead pair can be responded to. You have Charizard and Whimsicott, then maybe you're worried about Garchomp on the other side, for instance. And so both players likely to make some sort of adjustment, try to catch their opponents and be one step ahead from the get-go.
And if they don't, then we have to see a difference in choices on those first couple of turns. Maybe we don't see an all-out brawl with these Pokemon going out on the offensive. Maybe it's a bit more of a defensive play. Maybe a couple more protects involved. But let's get into it. Game 2 of the Masters Division Top 8 match between Shoma Honami and Ko Tsukide. We will see them take to the field once again, where Ko does have that one-game lead. And for Shoma, it's going to be a switch-up. The Whimsicott hits the field again, but this time it's next to the Garchomp, and the Mega Floette is so happy about that.
Well, Ko maybe had a minor advantage in the leads in game 1. He has a major advantage in the leads in game 2. But the good news for Shoma is that with the Roselli Berry and the Poison Jab, it's not nearly as bad as leading Garchomp and Whimsicott would usually be into Whimsicott and Floette. Now, you still have to worry about just overwhelming damage. Moonblast and Dazzling Gleam will not care about the Roselli Berry. You will just pick up that KO on Garchomp. And Poison Jab will just take Whimsicott down to Focus Sash or miss a KO into Floette. I don't expect it's enough damage to one-hit KO by itself, and you would need a Tailwind likely from Whimsicott to really help make that damage come through, because usually these Roselli Berry Garchomps are slowing down some, but we do know it's a jolly plus speed stat alignment for the Garchomp on Shoma's side, so maybe faster than the Floette on Ko's side, which has the plus special attack stat alignment. For now, though, Shoma's Whimsicott just going to protect itself.
But if it's jolly, it means that it's not adamant. That means it's not going to be hitting as hard. So maybe you're right that it is going to end up being just a non-knockout. Well, Whimsicott, though, is going to be taken down to its Focus Sash. And that's certainly not a lot going on for the Whimsicott right now for this point in time. And Floette actually stays to just go for a Dazzling Gleam. You know what? We saw this happen in the off-stream match between Shoma and Samuel, we saw them Floette on the field, not Mega Evolve, because you don't want to give over that fairy aura to the opposing Whimsicott.
Yeah, in that situation, though, it was about the Whimsicott attacking into a Garchomp. I think much more surprising here to try to keep the fairy aura off. It would just mean less damage into the Floette on Ko's side, but certainly much more poison damage into the Floette on Ko's side if Shoma had swung there. I think very fortunate that that turn works out without a poison jab into non-Mega Floette that would have done so much damage. Gets away pretty well here, though. Manages to break the Roselli Berry at no cost of Floette's health. Is now threatening either Moonblast into Garchomp or Tailwind and attacking with Floette. Meanwhile, the Whimsicott on the other side protected itself for the turn, did successfully protect through the Moonblast from the Whimsicott on Ko's side, but didn't establish Tailwind for itself. Did become possibly vulnerable in Encore, though I can't imagine Ko trying to immediately risk a 50-50 there. For now, Garchomp's got to get off the field, got to get away from these fairy attackers.
Yeah, but this Floette is going to come in and also not be Mega Evolved. And Ko's not going to Mega Evolve his own Floette either. We just have a Turtle Floette on the field without that Mega Evolution. They are just going to try to hit these Dazzling Gleams and Moonblast without that additional stats. The Dazzling Gleam is good to bring this opposing Whimsicott down to half, but we trade the Tailwinds here.
2 turns of not Mega Evolving the Floette, to me, starts to telegraph Charizard in the back. Very rare that you would try to use these Pokemon together, but it's an explanation for this situation. If you think that Floette can kind of bait out a lot of intention from Shoma, can still accomplish important things like getting rid of Garchomp for Charizard in the future, but you have a Charizard to punish an endgame that's reliant on things like the King Gambit, then maybe it works out. Or maybe it really is about making sure that the Whimsicott on the other side doesn't have a boost to its own offense. But for now, things are going so well for Ko. Has established so much damage, has matched Tailwind, has broken the Roselli Berry, is just getting whatever he wants. But for now, the Floette on Shoma's side out onto the field, that's going to go ahead and instantly Mega Evolve. No patience, no waiting here. The damage is coming from Shoma's side.
But it feels so bad that you had to switch in your own Floette to damage right from the get-go. That Dazzling Gleam chipping away at that Mega Floette means that it doesn't have as much longevity in this game, but we're still not seeing a Mega Evolution from Ko. This Floette is staying in that baby form. Floette still goes for the Moonblast here, and I think gonna take that actually quite well, despite the fact that it doesn't actually have that Mega Evolution, but that special attack drop certainly going to play a role as that Whimsicott does not get knocked out in response.
Whimsicott hangs on. This could be really important. You could see Shoma's prioritization on the last turn, trying to encore Whimsicott, because while you're taking a 50-50, if you think the Whimsicott's going to use a priority move like Tailwind, the Encore does successfully suppress Moonblast. There's no way for Ko to click Moonblast if Shoma's going to invest in Encore on that turn. And if you know that you're Mega Evolving your Floette and he's not going to Mega Evolve his, then you know you have the speed advantage between the two Floettes. But if Ko would be able to get the KO on Whimsicott, then you have the Whimsicott on your own side able to outspeed the Whimsicott on Shoma's side, or rather the Floette on Shoma's side, and add in its own Moonblast damage. So really important that Whimsicott was able to hang on to that turn. We're also going to start getting deeper into this Tailwind, where if one player can manage to preserve Whimsicott to the other side of it, it's a massive advantage. Ko recognizes that, wants to get Whimsicott into the back, and does show us Charizard. Here's why Floette is not Mega Evolved.
Wow, I mean, you're going to see the Protect from the Floette, but absolutely, you're hoping that you can actually utilize the Mega Evolution on your own Charizard, but you're bringing it in to a Moonblast from the opposing Whimsicott, and potentially a double up from that Mega Floette. It is the Dazzling Gleam as the offensive option of choice, and so Charizard, while a Fire type is going to be resisting these Fairy type attacks, still gives up over half of its HP to get on the board.
This is certainly the advantage of the Fire-type Charizard that you're able to come into this, but like you said, that's over half of its HP most likely, at least in light of Ruin KO range, if not in Moonblast KO range already. It's certainly in KO range for a double up of Whimsicott and Floette. We just saw that damage. And now you're going to have to Mega Evolve one. You've spent all this time with a regular Floette avoiding the Mega Evolution, but do you think that Charizard now has been so, neutered by taking damage as it comes in, that actually I'll switch back to Floette. If you continue with this strategy, try to use the Mega Evolution for Charizard now. You would really like to get KO on Whimsicott in this window, because Shoma has kept his Whimsicott on the field, kept it exposed. If you can get the KO on it while your own Whimsicott is in the back, then that's future Tailwind advantage for you. But if that Whimsicott manages to just hang on the field and get a second Tailwind up, then you spend a lot of time switching out your Whimsicott to no real advantage.
I mean, the Charizard is going to protect itself first, and we're just going to see attacks from the remaining Pokemon. As Whimsicott unleashes that Moonblast, that's going to be the final damage that Ko's Floette can take in the second game. You have preserved your Charizard, but at what cost? Shoma would have liked to have been able to land that Light of Ruin into the Charizard, but now you've got both of your Whimsicots back on the field. If you're Co, are you happy with that?
Right, showing the willingness to Light of Ruin despite the damage already on Floette on Shoma's side, because it is a pin. If we're going Moonblast to Floette and Light of Ruin at Charizard, there's nothing that either of them can do. There's no way for them to get to that 4 HP on Whimsicott, and with 1 turn left in Tailwind, making sure that you use offense as a great defense to keep Whimsicott on the field, you can now threaten Tailwind. And so as both Whimsicotts enter the field again, they can just match Tailwind. There's no way for Co to get a one-sided speed advantage that would let Charizard move before the Floette on Shoma's side, so he stays vulnerable to Light of Ruin. Protected through the last turn, but now it's difficult because you can't safely protect again. You're at risk of Encore, though I think the match Tailwind is much more likely, and you're at risk of damage from Floette as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see Charizard flee to the back, but it really depends on what that fourth Pokemon is. I mean, Garchomp, Kingambit, they can't come into Light of Ruin. You could maybe hope that it's just enough recoil to get rid of Whimsicott on the other side, but no, going to just have to Mega Evolve right now on such a back-footed position that it's press the button now.
Co has already won 1 game in this series. He can afford to play around in the second one just a little bit, but your hopes are really residing on this Charizard's shoulders. As the Whimsicott from Shoma does get the Tailwind, Co can match that with his own Whimsicott, but now it's about how the Floette and the Charizard are going to interact with each other, and the Floette from Shoma is good for this Light of Ruin. Charizard has to be on the receiving end of this one, gets knocked out, and so Co loses his Mega Evolution and another Pokemon in the same turn.
What going ahead and investing the Charizard Mega Evolution on that turn, even if you think Light of Ruin is coming, does, is it makes sure that it is Light of Ruin and not Dazzling Gleam. So that keeps your Whimsicott on the field as well, so that it can apply offensive pressure on this next turn. That means that you probably have a Moonblast KO on the Floette on the other side, but Garchomp not the Pokemon that could finish this off. You know, imagine if you have Basculegion, you're threatening Moonblast and Aqua Jet to finish off a couple of KOs. If you have the Kingambit, you can at least threaten Sucker Punch to stop the Moonblast from the Whimsicott on the other side, but Garchomp is such a more difficult situation here. Probably faster than the Floette on the other side, but it's really the Whimsicott that's a problem. If you lose a speed tie between Whimsicotts, things can fall apart very fast here. If Shoma's able to get a Moonblast into Co's Whimsicott, leave him down to just 1 Pokemon. Then Garchomp can move before Floette, but you're down to then Whimsicott and the last Pokemon for Shoma. Very uphill position to be in. So it's not over for Co by any means if you can get the right protects at the right moment, but Encore going to deny Moonblast on this turn. Could have used a priority move possibly over it, but you don't want Moonblast to be allowed from Shoma's side, so going to force a second Tailwind. Leave Garchomp on an island by itself. Rock Slide going to be the damage.
And it's not going to hit the Whimsicott, but maybe it can actually get that final knockout onto the Floette. It does, but you're right. It causes another problem where you've gotten 1 knockout. There's the Garchomp in the back that has taken a little bit of damage, but there's also a 4th Pokemon that has yet to hit the field at full HP.
Yeah, so crucial that Whimsicott hangs on because it's another roadblock for Co. The Whimsicott on Co's side basically useless now. Encore over several more turns into Tailwind. This game is not going to last the time it takes for that Whimsicott to escape. So it's Garchomp versus the world. You think your Garchomp can move first, you can get a Dragon Claw into the Garchomp on the other side, but that's ignoring the Whimsicott on Shoma's side that's going to certainly love to Moonblast. Even if Garchomp can take 1 hit, you would have to take the rough skin damage from hitting into the Garchomp, and then you still have the Whimsicott to deal with after that. It looks like too much of an uphill battle at this point. Co just down to 2 Pokemon too quickly here, and really functionally down to 1 Pokemon because that Encore prevented the Whimsicott on Co's side from being part of the damage recipe. Just offered that 1 Tailwind, now has to click it and fail again.
You're still going to click it though, so that you can try to take your time and think about this 3rd game. This Garchomp is going to get locked in with an Encore as the opposing Garchomp just goes for the Poison Jab. 1 more Pokemon knockout as you know that you're not under a huge amount of threat from the Garchomp on the other side. Force has to click Rock Slide for the rest of this game. At least you're able to take 1 more Pokemon down with you in that Whimsicott and get the reveal of that 4th Pokemon that Shoma has had in the back. But if it's the Kingambit, if it's the Basculegion, you're going to feel really great about that, and you've got priority damage if you're worried about those speed interactions.
Right, and it won't be the Charizard, so it'll be 1 Pokemon, either one will be...
well, it could be. It could be the reverse Co.
But instead, yeah, Kingambit coming in. Encoring into the Rock Slide does raise the risk a little bit of just enough flinches, and then an Encore Expiry, and then an Earthquake. But I think we should be pretty safe from Shoma's side. As long as you don't flinch too much, you can get a Dragon Claw into the Garchomp on the other side, a Sucker Punch that dodges the flinch here and does some pretty reasonable damage.
Really nice that you know for sure that this Garchomp is going to be putting out an attack, and so you see the Sucker Punch able to move before that. But we do see actually these Garchomps, I think, are speed tied. That's going to be Garchomp moving first there for Ko after Shoma's moved the turn before. And with that final Dragon Claw, we're tied up in the series, 1 game apiece between Ko Tsukide and Shoma Honami.
1-1, now down to a decisive game 3. Shoma withstood early pressure from Ko. Ko with an interesting game plan of using the Floette without the Mega Evolution. It looked very good for a while. Had the Floette on the field without taking any attacks for so long, but this felt like such a crucial moment. When that Moonblast got the special attack drop, Whimsicott didn't go down, and then there was no Tailwind advantage for Ko, and then quickly his own Floette went down without the bulk boost from the Mega Evolution, couldn't stay on the field long enough. Charizard had to switch in and take so much damage that it was vulnerable to this Light of Ruin, and the dominoes just kept falling. Ko then down to 2 Pokemon and really had no chance to fight back through it for Shoma.
Game 1, Ko was able to win off of that lead of the Whimsicott, and the Charizard got a lot done with that Mega Charizard on the field, but I feel like hedged too many bets, bringing the option for both with the Charizard and the Floette in that second game. Shoma able to do a great job of capitalizing on just all of that damage, able to pump out onto both of those Megas.
Yeah, the early game extended so long, partly because the Floette on Ko's side wasn't able to do enough damage, that Shoma put Ko in a really awkward spot, because with a couple turns left in Tailwind, he's threatening a KO onto the Whimsicott. Well, there isn't necessarily a threat of a KO back onto Shoma's Whimsicott. So if you don't make a switch and preserve your Whimsicott, then you're going to find yourself very quickly in a position where Shoma has the only Tailwind, because you've let your Whimsicott go down and you've let Shoma stay on the field. And so you're kind of forced to try to switch your Whimsicott out so that you don't end up in that situation of being on the wrong side of one-sided Tailwind, but then pay such a high cost to get Whimsicott off the field. More than half of the Charizard's health bar as it comes into 2 Fairy moves, which meant it was just vulnerable to Light of Ruin, and there was never any stabilization from Ko. After that turn, there was never a turn where Ko got to do what he wanted to do. Every turn it was, I am worried about the damage coming both places. I'm worried about the Encore stopping me, and just slowly but surely gave up all of the rest of the resources.
Ko had an opportunity in that second game to go after the Garchomp, but instead decided to put the prioritization on the Whimsicott. So what will happen in this third decisive game to see who will move on between Ko and Shoma into the top 4 of the NAIC? For Shoma, it's going to be going back to basics, that Bastion Legion and that Whimsicott lead that we saw in game 1. And for Ko, it's a completely new lead, the Garchomp and the Kingambit in the front.
For the first time, we see a player not lead the Whimsicott. That can make it pretty dangerous for Shoma to lose your Whimsicott if you think the Whimsicott's in the back. It can make it much less important if you don't think the Whimsicott's in the back and then you're just going to have one-sided Tailwind advantage. A great answer to Tailwind plus Bastion Legion is already having the Kingambit on the field. You're not worried about the speed as much if you can threaten Sucker Punches back the other way. You're also probably not worried about the damage too much at this point, so that you could throw a Kowtow Cleave at the Bastion Legion. The Garchomp, on the other hand, a little bit more weary. Has to be worried about something like Moonblast plus an Aqua Jet double up that could just KO it before it moves, or just taking too much damage from Moonblast in a way that means it can't trade later, especially when you don't know what the Mega for Shoma is yet.
Well, I mean, I was going to say the Sucker Punch is risky if you were expecting an Aqua Jet from the Bastion Legion, but there isn't one. It's just going to be going for a Wave Crash or last respects, as the Kingambit is on the receiving end of the Moonblast. Feel like the Sucker Punch damage was well worth that trade. Garchomp still gets to move first anyway. Rock Slide just not enough to pick up the KO, but the Bastion Legion able to get off that Wave Crash means valuable damage into this Kingambit, but that hangs on too. And the Bastion Legion with that Wave Crash recoil is knocked out, but is that a trade that Shoma is happy with?
I can't imagine. So both players have an idea for a double up they want to get a KO with. For Ko, he's looking for Sucker Punch plus Rock Slide to KO the Bastion Legion before it moves, while also getting the Focus Sash broken on the Whimsicott on the other side. For Shoma, he's looking for Moonblast plus Wave Crash to catch this Kingambit, waiting till the end of the turn to Kowtow Cleave and KO it before it moves. Neither player gets quite what they want. The Wave Crash isn't prevented by Rock Slide. It lands into the Kingambit, but it's not enough damage. Kingambit hangs on, and the recoil means that at least Ko does get his KO out of this turn. And Kingambit, a dangerous Pokemon to leave at such low health because it can still fire off Sucker Punch. But a great answer to that is to have 2 Fairy types on the field that don't mind so much the Sucker Punch coming back their way, and to put this Garchomp, not a Roselli Berry, just Citrus Berry, in such a difficult spot. This can be that situation in this mirror where taking the first KO isn't always necessarily an advantage, because your opponent gets to reposition in the most devastating way possible for you. And landing Floette on the field right now feels like that situation. But the response for Ko can just be a sacrifice. It can be, I'm going to decide which of these Pokemon is more important, protect it, let the other go down. But the risk with doing that on the Whimsicott, with Whimsicott on the field, is that you also open yourself up to Encore that may kind of force the Protect to be on King Gambit, because at least it can't be Encore. But for now, the Floette going to Mega Evolve.
So that means we're not seeing a switch on the field. It's going to be all 4 of these Pokemon staying. Whether or not there's a Protect, though, might change the equation. But for now, the Mega Floette Mega Evolving is going to give that Fairy Aura over as a nice boost to its partner, Whimsicott. As Garchomp says, okay, I really don't want to deal with this right now. I'm just going to wait this out. King Gambit is going to go down. Shoma is able to get that KO that you would have liked to get on that first turn of the game. And is Protect going to deny that Floette of a second one?
So Ko decides the Garchomp, sitting at full health and nice, is the more important Pokemon. Protects it and sacrifices King Gambit to get the reposition. But like I mentioned, that leaves the risk that you're never having to deal with the threat of Encore on the next turn. That may funnel the Garchomp into switching if you can't provide enough pressure. But maybe something like Charizard hitting the field means that if you're just threatening a massive heat wave right now, can Whimsicott really afford to spend a turn trying to Encore Garchomp? Especially if Garchomp were to switch and that heat wave were to just land into both Pokemon. Or even if Garchomp doesn't switch and you're just willing to give up the Encore and the Fairy Offense from Floette, your opponent is falling so far behind if you're landing heat waves into these Pokemon, getting a KO into Whimsicott, getting so much damage on Floette. So just saying, yes, you can Encore me, but I have so much offense on the field right now. Are you really going to deal with it? And this is that position where when you take a KO in this mirror match that is so much about damage trading, you let your opponent respond in the most devastating way. And this time for Shoma, it's Charizard landing on the field, resisting all this Fairy offense and threatening so much damage. And really difficult for Shoma to not know what the 4th Pokemon is at this point. You don't know whether you're worried about a Whimsicott in the end game, whether you're worried about a Basculegion in the end game. For now, the Garchomp going to switch, doesn't want to be Encored.
No, it's going to be the Whimsicott as Ko's 4th and final. And so Shoma does get the answer to that question. He can game plan around this Whimsicott being that in the back. But this Charizard on the offensive, Mega going to give that Sun over to boost up those heat waves or a Weather Ball. And we'll see how Pokemon respond. Shoma is going to set the Tailwind. So this Mega Floette is going to end up being the faster Pokemon on the field now. And that's going to be a Moonblast heading that Whimsicott's way. But luckily it has that Focus Sash, so we can take that Moonblast on the switch in and provide some value on the next turn. But Charizard gets away with this. Heat Wave, though, it's going to miss the Pokemon. It misses the Floette, but it gets the Whimsicott.
Whew. Gets one of the KOs, but doesn't get all of the damage in the Floette. For Ko, really valuable that Whimsicott was that last Pokemon, because it means you can answer this Tailwind, and with Basculegion and Whimsicott already down, there's nothing that can prevent the Tailwind answer at this point either. Nothing that can move at +1 priority and stop Whimsicott from going from Tailwind. Though, if you spend the turn Tailwind, then you won't ever get to spend a turn Moonblasting into this Garchomp. And this Garchomp at this point looks very threatening. Wants a chance to Rock Slide it. It doesn't matter how little damage Floette is doing to Charizard. If there's a Rock Slide on top of that, that will be the KO. And the Garchomp in the back for Ko does not want to have to fight against these Floettes. We've seen Shoma be down to 2 Pokemon, but have the right 2 Pokemon at the right time. And this feels like it might be that. Has all of the turns of Tailwind ahead of him. Has the 2 best attackers on the team with the Floette and the Garchomp to close out against Garchomp and Charizard.
Charizard is going to take its time. It knows that with that Rock Slide under threat by that Garchomp, you can at least afford 1 turn that this Whimsicott can guarantee the Tailwind. Rock Slide comes out for the Garchomp. It is going to connect in the Whimsicott to get the knockout. And now we're down to a 2v2. In the final moments of this Game 3, it's going to be a Mega Floette and Garchomp versus a Mega Charizard Y and Garchomp.
We started this match with 3 games to play. We got down to 1 game left. We started the game with 4 Pokemon on each side, but now it's down to 2v2. 2 attackers on each side, both with Tailwind ahead of them. Ko has 1 turn of Tailwind advantage, but it may not matter. It may all wrap up in these turns of matched Tailwind before that happens. The Charizard has to protect itself through that turn, can't give up damage yet, wants to get its ally on the field in Garchomp first, but the Floette is going to be a big problem. Really difficult for Ko that there isn't already that Heat Wave damage on it, so you're not threatening a Weather Ball to just finish off Floette. You're not really, with Garchomp threatening that much back either. There's no Poison Jet here, just Rock Slide to do pretty minimal damage. You're really going to be funneled using your own Garchomp to go after the Garchomp on Shoma's side with Dragon Claw, but you just protected the Charizard. You're going to have to take a Rock Slide most likely in this turn unless you think that your Garchomp and Charizard can move first, but we know that the Garchomps are so fast that the Charizard will move after the Garchomp on Shoma's side.
The Garchomps are speed tied, so a speed tie could determine the rest of the course of this game. Garchomp from Shoma has the rock slide, but can you actually go for something like a Dragon Claw instead?
Plus speed, Garchomp, the stat alignment plus speed should not be able to one-hit KO opposing Garchomps with Dragon Claw. So both Garchomps should get a chance to move, barring any flinches. So you can put a lot of damage on each other. You can put so much damage down with Dragon Claw that the rough skin back is a KO. But yeah, first the Dragon Claw.
First, Garchomp does not get knocked out, so it's able to fire off another attack. You do have the rough skin recoil first, but the rock slide connects. It's good for both. Charizard is able to hang on through that, but can it fight through a flinch? 30% chance that this Charizard doesn't get to attack in this game.
0% chance.
And the bet is going to make that 0. A double knockout for Shoma, a Game 3 win, and Shoma Honami is going to move on to the top 4 of NAIC.
Shoma has shown us in these Fat Future matches and once again in the top 8 that he knows how to play this mirror, how to preserve the right resources at the right time. Keeps Garchomp and Follett the perfect answers to Charizard and Garchomp on the other side. Has the Rock Slide, has the Dazzling Gleam to finish up both KOs, has the full health on the Garchomp to make sure that he can take a Dragon Claw, and there's no chance to stop the Rock Slide that's coming back the other way. Ko falling just short after taking the first game. Shoma's able to fight back in 2 more games and close this out.
What a stressful set. You could see the sigh of relief wash over Shoma's face as he ends up finishing out that Game 3, knowing he is the trainer and moving on to that top 4. And I understand the stress. There were so many critical decisions that needed to be made within the match. What Pokemon needed to be brought. You talked so wonderfully through how maybe they're thinking they might need to try to focus and prioritize the KOs that they're getting for those Pokemon. And so, wow, what an amazing set. This could have been the grand finals of the North America International Championships. Ko Tsukide looked so good, being undefeated through the Swiss phases, and then getting to the point where he's facing off against Shoma, a player I'm sure he's looked up to as one of the OG world champions in Pokemon.
A player who's an expert in playing in these kinds of centralized formats, playing in a mirror match like this, knowing what resources to preserve, and just barely manages to edge it out. Consistently was falling, taking the first KO, being the first one down to 2 Pokemon, but managing to close it out anyway. Such impressive play. I know I'm stressed just watching it. Both those players had to have been dealing with so much. When every turn it felt like so much could go wrong. Inaccurate moves swinging back and forth, important targeting decisions. But Shoma was the one to withstand it all and come out on top.
Gosh, my heart is beating so fast after watching that match play out. I've got to hear Scott's thoughts on what he thought about this one.
Thank you, Rose, and Gabby, great to have you here. Should be fun. I think that was a crazy match, right? Mirror match is always a little bit crazy. I think especially this one, we've kind of been joking about Shoma maybe being a master of this after as the Chalk World Champion, but a little different in this format. A lot of rotating in the Chalk. This is a little bit more just kind of knocking one another out back and forth.
Yeah, there were a lot of trades being made in that matchup, and I'm really interested in hearing your thoughts about it, because as that match was going on, it seemed like there was a lot of back and forth, and honestly, I was sort of thinking about it from an interview mindset and not really an analyst mindset, so why don't we just jump into it?
Yeah, so I think one thing that's really different about this kind of, again, compared to like maybe some of the slower formats we have in the past, I think if you're having a mirror of like a more defensive team like Chalk, I think like, okay, well, it's important to get the leads right because it gets me on the right foot, but if I don't, I can kind of grind my way out of it. I can do a bunch of switches, play defensively. You really can't do that in this. We saw very few switches throughout the course of this match. I think probably less than 10 total. And I think the reason for that is just like nothing could really survive, right? So I think team preview becomes way more important than any other format. I guess makes it a little awkward where you're a little bit playing rock, paper, scissors where you both have the same options. But I think the moves the players made is interesting. But yeah, to me, this is a game about sequencing because you can't really reposition.
For sure, and what was interesting to me as well is just the leads from each of these players, but I'm assuming there's something that you want to highlight about these teams too, and looking at the two sixes that they both brought.
Yeah, I mean, I guess mostly just each more identical than the last, right?
Yeah.
I think the one critical thing, we didn't see it play out too much, was the difference in Garchomp held items.
Yeah.
The Roselli Berry could have made a big difference. I guess it wound up sort of mattering if it enabled Shoma to do what he did in Game 2, though I wouldn't say it wasn't exactly devastating. Is interesting to me, I think, just looking at Shoma's Garchomp, though. I think this is the only version of this Garchomp we've seen on stream this weekend where the 4-attack Poison Jab or Roselli Berry thing, very popular, in game, makes sense maybe him as a content creator running this version of Garchomp, but something I wonder if maybe caught some of his opponents off guard over the course of the tournament, because not normally what we see anymore at the closed team shoot events.
All right, so this is, I think, turn number 1, right? Where we saw the Charizard go ahead and Mega Evolve immediately, but it was staring down that Basculegion.
Yeah, so kind of an awkward situation to have to trade here. I think the main thing for me is like usually the trainer who got the leads right has a pretty big advantage in this one. I think very clearly the Charizard side, and Showman just winds up having a hard time getting back into this game. I think this trade actually could have been a little bit worse, where Charizard has an interesting turn here, misses one, crits one, but you really love having Charizard out here early, right? And Charizard isn't always the Pokemon we kind of see as the forefront of the offense in these mirror matchups, but Charizard looks really good in this one.
Yeah, it did, and that Heat Wave miss was really unfortunate, but I think the crit is kind of trading it back sort of helped a little bit, but I mean, these wave crashes from that Basculegion into that Whimsicott, that was really detrimental as well, bringing it down to its last legs.
Yeah, and I think so. One of the weird things is like, this isn't really the sort of matchup where I feel like, and there was the decisive turn where, they're trading back and forth, right? So we start the flow chart with these Pokemon out in the field together. I think I'm gonna jump ahead, I believe it's turn 4, where I think things start getting differentiated a little bit too much. So there's a lot of damage on the board, and I think the key is maybe not unlike even watching like Wolf's very defensive team. It's really about the end game you're setting up, right? Either side can really switch. So how do you set up the board at the end of the games that you can win? Encore winds up being a big deal in this one, where getting stuck Aqua Jetting doesn't look so great. Whimsicott kind of feints a hero in this one, where even though the Aqua Jet picks it up, Basculegion on Shoma's side of the field not going to do very much for the remainder of this first game.
Yeah, and being stuck into Aqua Jet means it can't hit the other Basculegion super effectively, whereas we saw just how much that last Respects did. And that Basculegion, I think now for Ko, it just cleans up, right?
Yeah, pretty much. So I think skip ahead of turn 4 here, and yeah, we see where we wind up, right? So got 2 very low HP Pokemon, and now things are just looking a little bit too easy for Ko. He gets to pick up these Pokemon basically for free. He's got the priority moves at his side of the field. He's done so much damage to the opponent, and it just kind of easy from here where, we're gonna Desperation Aqua Jet there, but the 22 damage, not really going to make a difference. Kingambit going to pick up this knockout, and then, we wind up in a situation at the end of that game where it just Floette versus the world.
Yeah, but that does give Shoma a lot of information I think he brought into game number 2, because you can already see the adjustment with that Garchomp and the Whimsicott out on the field.
Yeah, I think this is also like maybe the most interesting thing I've seen a trainer do in one of these mirror matches. We've kind of been joking with the, when we've talked over some of the Shoma matches on the side streams, they're like, man, it'd be crazy if there was the non-Mega Charizard in the back, and Ko winds up doing the reverse of that here. I think it's sort of neat too, where both these players have kind of shown a willingness earlier in their tournament not to Mega Evolve the Floette early in the game, even if they don't have Charizard in the back, so it's like a little bit more effective of a bluff than maybe I think it could be, but certainly at this point in the match, I was not assuming Charizard was in the back, but it winds up being a pretty interesting little play here. Another thing I think just to point out too is, like, again, we saw this mirror a lot during the PJCS. Whimsicott almost always comes out first. We see the first 2 games here, I think Whimsicott gets quality 3 of 4, 4 of 4 appearances, but not doing so in that 3rd game eventually winds up being pretty integral in this set.
Yeah, but there's that Poison Jab again, like you mentioned, just already making a big difference here. Whimsicott already down to its Focus Sash on turn 1.
Yeah, it winds up being a really interesting trade, right? So you trade the Focus Sash and Whimsicott, but you get a lot for it. And at this point, I was like, I think Shoma might be in trouble there. They give up the Roselli Berry while facing down 2 different Fairy-type Pokemon, so really have to take Garchomp off the field here and kind of leave both these Pokemon active for free. But it doesn't wind up hurting nearly as much. I think I skip ahead 1 turn here. Sorry to keep keeping things a little too exciting here, but on turn 3, it's kind of interesting here, right? So the Tailwinds are evening out on this turn. Then Encore, once again, it's sort of interesting play, forces the Whimsicott to play defensively, and at this point, I think we're confident that something is up. We've got the Floette has chosen not to Mega Evolve for the 3rd consecutive turn, and then the special attack drop on that Moonblast winds up being really critical.
For sure, and you can see just how critical is that Whimsicott able to hold on with 4 health for 1 more turn.
Yeah, I think Whimsicott surviving was being a pretty big difference for both sides kind of throughout the course of the set, where not only having the option of that Tailwind kind of forces the other side to respect it, where, like Len mentioned in the pregame, if you give the other side a free Tailwind, you just get run over with how offensive these teams are, so you have to respect it. And this next turn, we find out something indeed is up, where Whimsicott exit battles, and wait a second, these are both the Pokemon holding Mega Stones.
It's really interesting, too, that Ko decided to bring this line, as Charizard, works great against the opposing Whimsicott here, and it does great as well taking this Moonblast for that Pokemon. But overall, it is just counterintuitive to not Mega Evolve one of the best Mega Pokemon in the game.
Yeah, I think it's sort of an interesting situation, too, where I'd be curious which Mega Evolve Pokemon he was expecting from Shoma, because I think in a different path, where, like, Shoma goes for Mega Charizard, perhaps, traps. And then you can kind of Mega Evolve the other way. You can use your own Mega Floette. You can use your Charizard to take advantage of the opposing drought, which is kind of what we were dreaming was going to happen to the other series. But it doesn't wind up playing out this way. And then we do get to see the other FUD of Floette here, where theoretically it loses the matchup with Charizard, but sometimes if your attack is powerful enough, it doesn't matter how the type chart works.
As long as you can hit hard enough and make sure the other Pokemon can't attack, right? That's exactly what we're going to see. Light of Ruin. I mean, as long as it hits, boom.
Yeah, Light of Ruin's been real accurate today, too. I think, sometimes we see it and it's kind of the ruin is in the player using it rather than the player receiving it, but looked really good there. I think at that point, this game is pretty much over. So jumping ahead to game 3 quickly, very unexpected lead matchup here, right? Very rare not to see Whimsicott led in this matchup. It's a very good trade where I think if Basculegion goes down in this turn 1, maybe we're thinking about something very different happening here, but Basculegion able to hold out, at least do a little bit more damage on the way out.
It will, which is good, but overall still, it's taken a lot of damage, and I thought Shromo was in a tough spot here, given how critical Basculegion was in that game number 1.
Yeah, and I think another thing to keep in mind, again, is there's only one Whimsicott in the field, but the hidden Whimsicott can be the most dangerous. I think both players were anticipating, they would each have Whimsicott here. So I think this play was the one I found was the most interesting.
Really?
Just because, Whimsicott's out on one side of the field, and neither side has used Tailwind at this point. And, in theory, you're threatening 2 Fairy-type attacks into the Garchomp, but I think Ko kind of realized, okay, well, we both need Tailwind eventually. I can't give up an uncontested Tailwind, and it's very unlikely that you're kind of just going to double into that slot and give me the opportunity to knock out the opposing Whimsicott with my Charizard, because then I can bring out my Whimsicott, Tailwind, and the game is just over. I think that kind of leads to the turn we wind up seeing here, is because that's not really a viable option. Whimsicott gets again and does get sashed, but wasn't really being threatened by doubling because of how big of a risk that would have been, which causes us to start in the path toward even a game where I think we're still pretty even on this turn.
Yeah, I think we were pretty even on this turn, but Charizard, if there's any Pokemon that can swing momentum in somebody's favor, it would be a Charizard, right? Yeah,
I mean, the 2 strongest Pokemon, and each of their teams kind of facing out here. This time, both Mega Evolutions firing attacks back and forth. It's what you want to see in a format like this one. Your Whimsicott is going to get sashed here, but I think it's so fun to see kind of how tense this is, and again, how many different ways this mirror can go, even though just the same Pokemon on both sides. Critically, however, that Heat Wave missing Floette, I think is really what determines this one, right? Where I think that it could have gone either way up to that point. It was a pretty neutral turn, and then Heat Wave missing Floette causes to get in a situation where it's just too healthy to be picked up in what should have been a more even turn here. So, the Garchomp may be hoping for a critical hit on its opposite number on this final turn, but Floette being healthy enough that the opposing Garchomp can't pick it up really limits the options that Ko has there and leads to Shoma winning the game.
Yeah, I wish we could have seen if this was a rematch from PJCS a week ago, as I know that Ko made top 8 there, but still a very strong finish, top 8 in 2 very difficult tournaments 2 weeks in a row. That's quite the accomplishment.
I can imagine how stressful that must be for him. Both him, the players who played in turn, Choma as well, right? A bunch of players really having some difficult weeks, but impressive play by both players. Great to see these fantastic Japanese players here in North America playing an event as they warm up for the World Champions, and we'll have some more matches soon. So send you to a quick break, and we'll be back with more top 8 matches soon.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here with 2 incredible creators at the North America International Championships. I'm here with Stephasaur and her daughter Aspen, who have been having an incredible time here this weekend. Stephasaur, what have you been up to so far?
Oh my goodness, so much. This is day 1 and we've already done Play Lab. We're going back to do some TCG at Play Lab. We got some pins, we got our poster for champions, we got some pictures with Pikachu. Yeah. Tons of fun stuff. We saw the opening ceremonies as well. It's been a blast.
Aspen, you said you did Play Lab. What have you learned at Play Lab so far?
That we played a new game at the Play Lab and it was really fun.
What game was it?
Pokemon Champions.
Really? Do you remember what Pokemon you played with in Champions?
I remember that I played with...
I don't remember. Did you play with Charizard?
Oh yeah, I did Charizard.
You did.
I did Charizard. I did Blastoise, and I also did Pidgey.
Charizard's really powerful, isn't he?
Yes, he's very powerful.
Do you think Charizard could be strong enough to win the tournament this weekend?
Yes.
I heard you also met Pikachu. What was that like?
It was like we took a picture with my Polaroid.
That must have been really cute.
Yes, it was really cute. It turns out as a very cute picture.
Now you have some friends with you here. What Pokemon do you bring with you to the tournament?
I normally bring like Latias and Latios because they're most of my favorite Pokemon. Because I like them, their shiny version. Because it's like super cool.
Yeah, like with the orange and the teal, right?
It was like the gold.
Yeah.
And I also like the Mega version where they're like the same, but you can't tell which is which.
Yeah, I always get confused.
Me too. I get confused with that too.
And Stephasaur, you have a friend with you too.
Oh, this is Duraludon. I actually found him. He was a fun find in my latest trip to Japan, and I've been taking him everywhere, so it's his first NAIC. Yeah, and he's become a new favorite of mine now.
His name is Dewey.
His name is Dewey, yes. So we've nicknamed him Dewey.
That's so cute. Now, Stephasaur, what are you looking forward to the most here at NAIC?
Oh my goodness. Honestly, just meeting all of the people that come here. The Pokemon community is so amazing. So it's a great way to connect with other people, watch some people competing, which is a ton of fun, especially the little ones. It's really cute. Yeah, and just share these moments with my family is the best part too.
I'm so glad that you're here and you're sharing this with your family. Do you want to say hello to anybody at home, Aspen, who might be watching the stream?
I normally like to say hi to my pets at home, like my 3 dogs and my 3 cats.
What are your dogs and cats' names?
So our big fluffy white one, that's the biggest dog, is named Negan. He runs around a lot. He likes the cold, and he's a sled dog.
All right. Well, hello to Keegan and your other pets at home. Stephasaur, do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody watching?
Yeah, just to any friends watching. Shout out to Kelly, who's watching all of our pets. Really appreciate it. And my parents, my family. Yeah, shout out to them.
Thank you both so much for joining me here. I hope you have fun at the rest of NAIC. And we'll be back with more action soon.
Yeah, so my advice to someone going to their first Pokemon VGC tournament is picking a good friend group and a good building group to work with throughout your Pokemon VGC career, not even just your first tournament. So many of your best results are going to come from working with others, whether that's team building, damage calcs, move selection, matchup prep, and matchup docs. That all comes through working with friends and those around you. You're never going to succeed if you do it alone.
I would definitely say I watched a lot of the older regionals, even the regional beforehand, to see what people are playing. I also look at the main teams they use. I look at all the counts. I play Pokemon Go, so like counts are important, timing is important. I'm really good at throwing at the right timing, so that's really important.
The advice I give to someone attending their first tournaments is to practice. Practice a lot, practice with friends, practice online, and yeah, get as much reps in as you can, and then you'll feel more comfortable in those tournaments that really matter to you.
So my advice for someone who's doing their first regional would be have a group of friends with you, have your arsenal ready, as they say. You need to have a team logged in or an idea of a team logged in. It's always good to go with a skeleton from a previous winning team or somebody who's already been there on that stage. Get them for some advice and then put together what you feel you're comfortable with. And then I think that's the #1 prep. And then you get to the venue and then you go on.
Yeah, for sure. And even if in the venue there's a lot of people who's willing to help, it's always a fantastic experience to come to the first regional.
Have fun, meet new people, and don't be afraid to play side events. They're great.
I think that the most important thing you can do at your first tournament is no matter how you do, play out the entire thing. People really underestimate the length of it and just how much of a toll it can take on your stamina. And it's important to not only play it out the whole way to get used to the length that it runs, but also you have more opportunities to make friends in the community, build connections, and at that point, I think that you have enough of a social circle where you can start to collaborate with people and overall just be part of a community that helps you improve at the game. Like, that's the most important part, is just making sure you meet the people here and taking their advice and giving them advice. It's a very collaborative thing.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are continuing our coverage of the New Orleans North America International Championships, and we are moving and grooving our way through top 8 here today. I'm Joe Brown, joined by Gabby Snyder, and we're going to have our next top 8 matchup. We already have one contestant, one of our Final Four trainers, Shoma Honami, world champion. We'll see who's going to be joining him after this match.
And that was such an exciting match, too. It's always fun to see those mirror matchups when you have two of the strongest trainers, arguably, in the world facing off against each other. Congratulations to Shoma Honami for moving on into the semifinals here in New Orleans. Who will he be facing in the top 4? We will be determining that in our next matchup of Adrian Hurley versus Francesco Piopero.
And this is a very important match, obviously, as the winner shall move on to the top 4 of the NAIC here. But Gabby, there's something even more dramatic, even more important on the line for Adrian.
Exactly. This is Adrian's opportunity to punch his ticket to compete at the World Championships, because currently he is outside of the number of champion points he would need to lock in his invite. Of course, if he gets top 8, there still is a chance that those championship points would put him into the amount of ranking he would need to qualify. But of course, if you can get top 4, you just get that invite automatically.
And on Francesco's side, a top Italian European trainer, already seen victorious earlier on the stream today. No stranger to top cut performances. The Stuttgart regional finalist, the NAIC top 8 last year. Remember when half of the top 8 of NAIC was for Italian players? Strong performance in Honolulu and during the Players' Cup as well.
All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at the teams that these two trainers are bringing into this matchup, starting with Adrian Hurley. You know, typically he likes to run these 2-2-2 kind of teams, but this is looking a little bit more familiar, I think, to people who've been watching the stream.
Definitely, if you were around for the beginning of Pokemon Champions back in April, this was certainly a team archetype, with the Venusaur continuing on the Charizard Aerodactyl squads, and of course Arsal Puri winning Indianapolis Regional Championship with the Venusaur on this Sun team as well.
All right, so what I really like about this team, as we've seen throughout this tournament, is the amount of flexibility that these Pokemon have. You know, Ice Fang on Aerodactyl has done some amazing work this weekend, especially when you are playing against these teams that also rely on Garchomp and Aerodactyl, as Francesco has. We've also seen just how valuable Sleep Powder on Venusaur can be throughout the weekend, and of course these 4-attack Kingambit also give you a lot of playability into your opponents. Of course, those kind of come at the cost of, you know, being able to switch these Pokemon around, as the Adamant Kingambit isn't necessarily known to be as bulky as some of the other ones in this tournament, so Adrian will have to be a little bit careful about the positioning of these Pokemon. But overall, you know, these 6 Pokemon are arguably some of the strongest in the metagame right now, and they've certainly served him well throughout the tournament.
Also important to know, Adrian's Aerodactyl does not have Tailwind, as Garchomp is Choice Scarf, Venusaur has a Chlorophyll boost for the Sun, and Kingambit has Sucker Punch. He doesn't necessarily need the Tailwind as much as some other teams, so he has room for dual Wing Beat in that last slot. Taking a look at Francesco Piopero's team, going to be very similar, many of the same Pokemon that Adrian is running.
But critically does have Tailwind on that Aerodactyl, is holding the Mega Stone on the Aerodactyl, so could be guaranteed to move faster if it decides to Mega Evolve. And of course has Sylveon with Yawn as one of the Pokemon over the Venusaur in that spot. Also critically has the Basculegion as well. So this team will be playing a little bit different for those reasons.
But yeah, potentially, excuse me, a bulkier Garchomp with the Citrus Berry compared to Adrian's more offensive Choice Scarf and Sylveon. Sylveon would love to see a Choice Scarf Garchomp locked into Dragon Claw.
It certainly would. It also would love to see some targets for Yawn, because we've seen Francesco earlier on in the tournament use that move to force his opponents to make a tough decision. Does that Pokemon go to sleep, or does it switch out, giving him the opportunity to go on the offense?
Game 1 of our second top 8 match here at NAIC 2026. Adrian Hurley, Francesco Piopero, USA versus ITA. Kingambit and Aerodactyl versus Aerodactyl and Incineroar.
All right, it looks like Adrian starting things off with an Intimidate, unfortunately, into the King Gambit, activating that Defiant ability, boosting its attack by 1 stage.
That is terrifying now with a stronger Kowtow Cleave, a stronger Sucker Punch, whatever Francesco wants to go for, and he has the speed advantage potentially because his Aerodactyl has Tailwind and Adrian does not.
Exactly, and Francesco's King Gambit also is holding Low Kick as one of its moves, which means it would be able to target down that Incineroar for super effective damage after the threat of Fake Out is no longer on the field. So Francesco already off to a great start and going to be taking the momentum even further with a Mega Evolution.
No swaps by either trainer here on turn 1. They want to get right to the action. Francesco Mega Evolving his Aerodactyl immediately, and Adrian will respond the same. The fastest Pokemon in the metagame. People will always speed creep their Pokemon to outspeed Mega Aerodactyls in Tailwind. That's how important of a Pokemon it is. Incineroar will Fake Out Francesco's Aerodactyl so he cannot go Tailwind or Rock Slide and takes a lot of damage in response, bringing Aerodactyl down to 55 health on turn 1. But the Rock Slide goes in response because the Intimidate actually not doing too much damage to either of Adrian's Pokemon.
Exactly, and because the King Gambit could not attack that turn, Adrian did find himself a little bit more time to potentially navigate out of this situation. I think critically though, Adrian's Aerodactyl was able to move first that turn and put Francesco's own Aerodactyl within knockout range of a second Rock Slide. Unfortunately, that's not necessarily guaranteed, as if both of these Aerodactyl are max speed, as indicated by their Jolly stat alignment, that could have been a speed tie. Of course, we don't necessarily know how these Pokemon are trained just yet, so it's something that he can't necessarily rely on. You also have to worry about the threat of this Sucker Punch, which just knocks it out.
Aerodactyl was brought down so low, and it is enough for Sucker Punch to finish it off. Now Francesco is able to Tailwind as well, doubling his team speed for the next 4 turns. Flare Blitz into the King Gambit is not enough for the KO, and remember, Gabby, King Gambit was +1 attack because of the Defiant boost from the first turn.
Exactly, so that King Gambit really built to withstand and honestly take advantage of everything that Incineroar brings to the table. Now that Garchomp is out on the field though for Adrian, the threat of that Rock Slide is back to, damage that Aerodactyl and try and knock it out. Of course, Adrian's Garchomp is also holding that Choice Scarf, so the Tailwind not as scary as it would be to another slower Pokemon on the field. So overall, if the King Gambit wants to damage the Garchomp, it'll be forced to rely on Sucker Punch, because otherwise Garchomp would just be faster.
Yeah, this King Gambit has kind of done its job, I feel like. It's very low. No matter what any attack goes for, or goes into it this time, it would be a knockout. So just keep going for Sucker Punches until the spot is cleaned up. King Gambit hangs on at 1 through the rough skin recoil there, so it can stick around. If both of Adrian's Pokemon flinch and can't target the King Gambit, he can stay for another Sucker Punch next turn. Incineroar does chomp on that Citrus Berry, recovering 25% of its HP, and Garchomp breaks through. King Gambit's down.
That is 1 Pokemon down on Francesco's side of the field. Unfortunately, Adrian's Incineroar will flinch this turn, meaning that Aerodactyl is able to stick around to get another attack in. Francesco sending in his own Garchomp onto the field, and this Garchomp is holding the Citrus Berries. So while it probably is a little bit bulkier than Adrian's own Garchomp, I think critically it can use Protect, and it also can change its moves.
That's why the Garchomp has to swap out into Adrian's final Pokemon in this game 1, being the King Gambit. Because of that Choice Scarf, it was locked into the same attack here. Incineroar going to take a lot more Rock Slide damage. Got flinched last turn. Will it be flinched this turn? Is it even going to get a chance to attack, as now Francesco's Garchomp can just hit both of Adrian's Pokemon super effectively? And the answer is no. Incineroar gets flinched and then gets KO'd the next turn.
And that Earthquake is a great choice for Francesco there, as it would have either done a good amount of damage with the Rock Slide on top of it, threatening a knockout on the already damaged Garchomp, or if a King Gambit were to come in, of course, does good amount of damage. And if it was the Charizard potentially as the last Pokemon, probably not with the Mega Stone, but you never know. Of course, Rock Slide would have done a good damage as well.
Yeah, I think Francesco in a really solid spot right now compared to Adrian. He's taken a lot of damage. He's obviously lost his Mega Evolution, and the less flexible nature of Choice Scarf Garchomp puts him in a tough spot, especially when Francesco can somewhat just always outspeed when he has access to Tailwind.
Exactly. So Garchomp can lock into one more move in this position, and I mean, the nice thing about Dragon Claw here is that it is guaranteed to hit, and Aerodactyl is at low enough health that King Gambit's Sucker Punch should, you know, do a decent amount of damage to the Aerodactyl to threaten it. But overall, like you were saying, Francisco just has so much more momentum. There's another Pokemon that we haven't even seen yet in the back of his party, and hypothetically speaking, if it is that Sylveon and we see a Dragon Claw, that's an automatic win condition for Francesco.
This is also one of the big differences between the two Aerodactyls, Gabby. Wide guard on Francesco's Mega Aerodactyl, where Adrian Hurley had a dual wing beat instead. That ignores the Earthquake as a spread attack. Garchomp locked into an attack that did no damage. Francesco gets a double KO and is one win away from top 4.
An excellent game there from Francesco. Just had the lead from the beginning thanks to the differences in his Aerodactyl versus Adrian. That Tailwind, once it was allowed to get set up on the field, just giving him the advantage over the Choice Scarf on Adrian's Garchomp. It just was not enough to make up for the fact that Francesco's Pokemon were just naturally faster consistently.
So let's think of some options here for Adrian, Gabby. The Incineroar, very nice to intimidate Aerodactyl, but is it worth lowering the Rock Slide damage at the cost of boosting King Gambit's attack output? And then those +1 Sucker Punches into your own Mega Aerodactyl were really scary.
They were. And the unfortunate thing about that is you still want to bring your Incineroar to intimidate the other Pokemon that Francesco has, right? So you can't really make that trade. You're not in a comfortable place to make that trade. You really want to just find the positioning where you can send in the Incineroar so that the King Gambit isn't present on the field. But that's where Francesco made a great call to just have that King Gambit on the field already.
There is one thing Adrian can do to make sure that Aerodactyl can't click Rock Slide or Tailwind or Wide Guard, and 75% of the time, he can put it to sleep with a Venusaur Sleep Powder.
That would work. You're absolutely correct, but the other part of that percentage is that it would miss, and you're also, you know, potentially bringing your Charizard to try and boost the Venusaur's speed so that it would be able to attack first. And as we've seen throughout this tournament, Charizard does not have the best matchup into the Aerodactyl. So do you decide to bring the Venusaur without the Sun support? What do you leave behind? It's a very tough decision to make, and I don't think that's quite the best adjustment for Adrian.
Adrian, one loss away from being eliminated from Top Cut of NAIC. One loss away from having to hope and cross his fingers that he does qualify for the Pokemon World Championships this summer, but will he take his fate in his own hands and force a Game 3?
Well, it looks like Adrian is going to be setting up the Sunlight, as it is that Charizard and the Venusaur out on the field as his lead. Sylveon and Aerodactyl going to be the adjustment for Francesco, and I think you're right, Joe. I think we're going to at least see the threat of Sleep Powder from this Venusaur. And I mentioned the threat because that's really what it is at the end of the day. You certainly can go for it, and I think that's sort of the nice pressure about Venusaur, is that you don't have to, but your opponent has to play like you're going to try.
Garchomp will swap into the Sylveon position just in case the Venusaur wants to go for a Sludge Bomb or something like that. And Francesco locking in that Mega Evolution right away. Super speedy Mega Aerodactyl. And Adrian actually going to respond with a Mega Evolution of his own. Will this be a Protect? Do you want to just try to set the Sun to activate Venusaur's Chlorophyll ability, doubling its speed, making it even faster than Mega Aerodactyl? There is no Protect. Sleep Powder goes to Aerodactyl, and 25% chance happens. It misses the Sleep Powder, and Venusaur is done for.
dual wing beat is usually the attack that people drop so that they can run wide guard and protect on Aerodactyl, but Francesco, again, making a great call during team building to just bring it anyways.
Because the Venusaur is so strong into some of his other Pokemon, right? Into the Sylveon, potentially Earth Power to King Gambit, the grass attacks that are into Basculegion. You need the dual wing beat on this super strong Aerodactyl that wasn't intimidated because Incineroar was not brought for the lead.
At least Tailwind wasn't set up that turn, so this Garchomp on Adrian's side of the field is going to be the fastest Pokemon this turn and can still threaten a Rock Slide into the opposing Aerodactyl, which has taken some chip damage from the Heat Wave that Charizard used the previous turn. And if Adrian decides to go for a Rock Slide, there is also that chance of a flinch. So it's not like Francesco is guaranteed to get the speed control on his side of the field this turn, but still, that Sleep Powder miss was really rough for Adrian.
Adrian will swap Incineroar in here. There is no King Gambit on the field, so you can definitely just intimidate both of Francesco's physical attackers. Dragon Claw doesn't get it with a critical hit that would have taken down Mega Aerodactyl, but Adrian does not get it. It will allow Aerodactyl to set Tailwind to double his team speed and allow Garchomp to now outspeed all of Adrian's Pokemon. There's a -1 Earthquake. It is super effective, but it looks like it would still be a 3-hit KO into Incineroar.
That Incineroar's Intimidate once again coming in handy, and Adrian finding the opportunity to get it on the field when there was no King Gambit. So Incineroar now has the opportunity to just stay on the field for as long as it's needed. The Harsh Sunlight is set, so those Flare Blitz are going to be doing a little bit more damage, and even if the King Gambit decides to swap in on it, it's not going to activate that Defiant ability, right? So this Incineroar has found the best positioning it's going to find in this match.
Yeah, you can fake out Aerodactyl, you can fake out Garchomp. One of those two spots you know for certain it's not going to be able to attack. Could be huge for Adrian if he calls a fake out into Garchomp as Sylveon swaps into the Aerodactyl. That would mean there's no attacks, and there will be no attacks as Francesco is just going to protect here. Dragon Claw into the Fairy type. That's something we previewed before Game 1, Gabby said if your choice locked into Dragon Claw, Sylveon is having a great time.
And Francesco just making that switch very confidently there, and also with the Protect on the Garchomp. No damage that turn, just seeing how Adrian was gonna approach it. I like how he tried to go for the parting shot there, just trying to weaken that Garchomp's attack further, give his own Garchomp potentially more time on the field, and also allowing his Incineroar to potentially come back later to go for a fake out. But at the end of the day, we're still in the same position now where the Incineroar and the Garchomp are on his side of the field. They're definitely threatened by the Sylveon. They're threatened by that opposing Garchomp. Francesco still has the lead in this match.
How bulky can this Garchomp be? There's no Citrus Berry. It's Choice Scarf, right? You maybe think that might just be purely into an attack and its speed there. Would it be able to endure a Hyper Voice? It's super effective. It's really a tough call. But the Rock Slide that Francesco has calling the Charizard switch in 4 times, super effective, lowering its speed, and now Hyper Voice is resisted in Charizard. Neutral to Incineroar brings them both down very low. Fortunately, Incineroar will recover 25% of its HP with its Citrus Berry, and Throat Chop stops all sound-based moves like, say, a Hyper Voice.
And the one thing about Francesco's Sylveon is that Hyper Voice is going to be its best attack, at least damage-wise. It does have Quick Attack, which will attack with priority, and it could use Yawn to put Pokemon asleep, but if Francesco wants to rely on that Pokemon for those bigger hits, that tool has now been taken away from Sylveon.
Something that fellow Italian might have made the decision for Adrian and Marco Silva by winning with Parrish and Mega Gengar last weekend in Turin is that now you run Throat Chop on Incineroar as your Dark Attack instead of Knockoff to stop all of those sound-based moves. So Sylveon accidentally catching a stray because of how strong Mega Gengar is in this format. It will just be a double protect and then the Charizard protecting as well.
Yeah, everybody just taking their time. I mean, Throat Chop isn't a permanent effect. It will wear off after a couple of turns, and that was also the last turn of Sun and Tailwind. So I think everybody just recognizing that there are a lot of effects in play. I don't want some of these effects around. Let's just take a breather, you know, reposition a bit. You know, Sunlight's gone, so that obviously works in Francesco's favor as those Fire-type attacks won't be dealing as much damage. And Tailwind is gone, so Adrian now has a bit more speed on his side of the field.
Yes, now the Aerodactyl is not on the field, cannot immediately set the Tailwind up. Again, going to have either the Garchomp or Sylveon get knocked out at some point to free up the space to regain the speed advantage.
Exactly, and I do think Adrian at least has a little bit of a benefit here in terms of the fact that it's going to be easier for him to pivot. You know, Incineroar, that's kind of what it does best. Garchomp coming in here without Hyper Voice, it's kind of comfortable, but that still did so much damage even with that Intimidate.
Calls the Garchomp swap in onto Charizard, goes for the Dragon Claw into Garchomp, and the follow-up from Sylveon actually will take out the knockout. So Adrian understood Garchomp was not making it through that turn, proving that maybe Charizard is way more important, especially since the sun had went down, Gabby. He had to switch it out one turn to reset up the sun to get that 50% boost, and you trade it, you get a parting shot, lowering Sylveon's damage, but Francesco also gets a knockout, gets one KO closer to moving on to top 4.
Francesco also hasn't lost a single Pokemon in this matchup, where Adrian is down to his final 2 Pokemon. So even though these stat drops are starting to add up on Francesco's side of the field, he has all the power in the world to pivot when needed, to drop these stat drops and reposition these Pokemon. Incineroar is down to its final bits of health. That Charizard's very low as well. Francesco is so close to moving on in this tournament.
Francesco will protect his Garchomp on this turn and detect, effectively the same thing. Just sometimes Sylveon's will run detect so they can't get imprisoned by some Farigirafs out there in the meta, but effectively just a safe turn from Francesco.
Yeah, it's so close. The win is right there. Don't take any risks. Don't leave yourself vulnerable to a fake out and a heat wave combination. Just double protect when you have it available to you. Now that that turn has passed, time to think about what your best option is for dealing damage to these 2 Pokemon.
Incineroar is in the red. Charizard is barely hanging on. Adrian's hopes of forcing a game fear getting slimmer and slimmer as the game goes on, and Rock Slide does connect into Charizard. That was another reason, Gabby, Charizard had to swap because of the speed drop when it switched in. Single target Hyper Voice takes it down, and with a 2-0 victory, Francesco Piapero goes from top 8 last year to now top 4 in New Orleans.
Congratulations to Francesco for moving on in this tournament. Just showcasing why this team has been so powerful throughout the weekend. You know, I love the adjustments that he's made. That Rock Tomb over Rock Slide just does so incredibly well into the opposing Charizard teams. Not only getting those speed drops, but just a higher accuracy as well. Just feels way more consistent when you think about it.
Yeah, the 5% difference feels like a world of difference sometimes, especially the speed. I think that's maybe one of the big takeaways for me here, Gabby, is the speed control that Francesco had available on his side, whether it be the Rock Tomb or the Tailwind compared to Adrian's end. Clearly, Adrian making top 8 of an international, certainly it didn't hurt him that much not having access to Tailwind on his Mega Aerodactyl, but just in this particular matchup, when the stakes are so high, every speed advantage that you can get is what you need for Francesco to win.
Yeah, and of course we could be looking at a very different game had that Sleep Powder connected with the Aerodactyl turn 1 of this game number 2, but unfortunately it just was not in the cards for this Venusaur in this matchup.
Looking at the rest of the replay, I think Adrian really did put his hopes into that Sleep Powder, and 75% of the time, it does make a lot of sense, because then you're putting Aerodactyl to sleep. You don't have to worry about it for a turn, and you can start dealing with Sylveon, start dealing with that Garchomp. Let your Charizard hit some people with heat waves while under the sun, right? And Sylveon always having Sludge Bomb. Oh, I love the link. Francesco is feeling confident as one of our 4 remaining players in NAIC.
It's so exciting, isn't it, to see just these stories develop as we get closer and closer to the semifinals, to the finals, and Francesco will be going on to play Shoma in our top 4 later on today. I mean, think about how exciting that match is going to be.
Yeah, that means no matter what, we will have international representation in the finals through either Francesco or from Shoma. That's awesome.
That is really cool to look forward to, but we still have to figure out who's going to be on the other side of the bracket as well.
Yeah, and let's find out what Francesco's thinking about his top 4 appearance now as we're ready for our interview on stage.
Thank you so much, Gabby and Joe. I am here with Francesco Piopero, one of your semi-finalists at the North America International Championships. Francesco, congratulations. Another top 4 for you. How are you feeling making it to this stage in the competition again?
Feeling good. Yeah, I'd say pretty nice.
Yeah, I would assume you would be more excited than that. But I guess you still got one big match ahead of you, right?
Yeah. No, I don't want to overdo it. I'm thinking about reaching tomorrow, so yeah, I say I did what I had to do, and I just want to keep going for now, yeah.
This is the same team that you got top 16 at Turin with, right? And so are the matchups what you expected from last weekend? Are you facing things today that you maybe weren't expecting?
No, I pretty much faced all teams that I was expecting were gonna be popular, especially like the Lycanroc team I lost to in Turin. That, as I said, I was able to avenge. And actually, I faced 3 in the phase 2 of the tournament out of 5 rounds. And it was like 2 teams out of 5 rounds. It was like the Big 6 with Whimsicott and Floette, and then the Lycanroc team. So I prepared a lot for those teams. I didn't really have time to change my team after Turin because like I hadn't planned to come here. So I booked my flight on Tuesday to Wednesday, and I had to go to another city because they wouldn't let me book for the city where I usually fly out. So yeah, so I came here and I talked to my friends and tested with them. So I thanked them, and yeah, the matchups were those, and we were like, okay, should I do this? Should I do that? We played tons and tons of games in the time I had remained, because the flight took like one entire day of my time. And yeah, luckily I was able to pull them off. So yeah, I'm gonna see what's up for me in top 4, I guess.
I mean, Francesco, you've been incredible for the last couple of years on the international stage. This is yet another major top cut accomplishment for yourself, but I know that goal is winning it at the end. So can you give us a little insight on that? How confident are you feeling? Are you feeling ready? Or you just, you still got the job to do?
Yeah, I wouldn't say I felt confident at all for both Turin and this tournament. I was like, I have to find myself into the game, and then I have to play my moves correctly. And like, I didn't have like any expectation or goals. Of course, every time I enter a tournament, the goal is to win. But yeah, I was like, yeah, of course, like everybody wants to win, but you gotta prove it, right? So yeah, I just sit at the table and see what I can do every time. And luckily I was able to do it quite well today, but I gotta keep going. It's one more match for today. And yeah, I'm happy to have cut this event, because after EUIC I only had 1 top cut this season compared to the 5 of the previous season, which was incredible. But I always want to improve, and yeah, I guess I improved the result I did here last year, which was top 8, and I kind of now I think did a lot better than last season, so I'm happy for that. Sure, it's becoming quite hard to improve my past seasons. The next season we're gonna see what I can do, but for now, yeah, I'm gonna just see what I have ahead and play it out. Yeah.
It's hard to improve when you're already this close to the top. Francesco, I want to give you one final platform to kind of talk to the people supporting you, or any shout outs you'd like to make.
Yes, absolutely. So I want to thank all the people here that are helping me live, especially Shohei, who is also my roommate for this tournament, and Naoya as well, that have been supporting me through this run and also offered me a spot at their place. And I want to thank Candy, Japanese player too, which gifted me a box of desserts from Japan and left them at my place. And I didn't have the chance to say hi to him, so I want to thank him live here because I haven't met him yet. Yeah, of course, I want to thank Flavio, who is helping me from home, supporting me every single round, providing all the informations I need. Every time I need something, he's there. So I am lucky to have people, a team that supports me. Of course, the friends of Team Aqua, my family, and also yeah, Team Aqua is a second family and my family too. And last shout out to my friend Emanuele at home, Lele, who spent many hours with me after Turin, deciding if I should come or not, and speaking about like mentality for literally hours. So yeah, that was really important for me to have a clear vision of what I wanted to do in this tournament. And I was like, I should go because if somebody's gonna win, I want to prove myself that I wasn't worthy of it. Otherwise, they're gonna get through me if they want to win the tournament. So yeah, this is what I wanted to do. And so thank you guys, thank you a lot.
I love that. Big Raid Boss energy. Francesco, congratulations, and we'll see you in top 4. Good luck. Now we're going to go to Scott's thoughts to break down this match even further.
Thank you, Rose. I'm always impressed by how even keel and calm he is. I bet if I was more like that, I would hit the wrong button on the replay machine a lot less. But don't worry, unlike him, I can't be eliminated from this tournament, so you're going to be stuck with me anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Francesco coming in and doing so well. So calm and collected. And I think just with the vision of the next obstacle in sight and knows what they got to do and not getting too carried away. And I think it's a great way to approach it, right? Where you're really putting all your energy into that next match, and that's the most important one, right? So hopefully we see that work out for them and they progress a bit further on.
Yeah, I think it's really important in this game, right? It's not like traditional sports or something, or even like some other video games, or like having much of adrenaline make you go faster is like really good, right? It's a strategy game. There's no actions per minute in this one, so I think having clear thoughts and make sure you're making the right decision every turn is what's important. We see our two trainers here, at least most of our two trainers' teams in this view. But yeah, very similar teams. I think the ways in which they were different are really important. As far as the species of Pokemon, just the Venusaur and the Incineroar on one side versus the Sylveon and the Basculegion on the other side. And I think even more than that, it's the difference in the Aerodactyl that really decided this one.
Yeah, 100%. I think the Venusaur is the big problem, I think, with the Sleep Powder, but that's kind of obvious. But yeah, like you say, with the Aerodactyl there, with that lack of tailwind, it really puts you at a disadvantage for kind of going in the mirror in the matchup, because your opponent has the easy option of getting their tailwind and then they're ahead of you for the next 3 turns, and that really is very costly, especially when you're utilizing Pokemon that really don't like sitting in front of Aerodactyl and some of its other friends that much.
Yeah, I mean, Aerodactyl's a Pokemon I hadn't seen it very much, right? I ended up having 3 of them, the top 8, 2 of them obviously in this matchup. And, it looked very impactful, I guess in a good way and a bad way. I think a couple things to keep in mind with this team. The Choice Scarf and Garchomp, not something we usually see as much, tend to be more of the bulky Garchomp. I think there's definitely situations where it's advantageous, where if you can get a lead, it helps you push the lead. It did win the Indianapolis Regional Championships alongside most of the Pokemon on this team, but and here it wound up being a little bit more of a liability. And then with that Mega Aerodactyl, the lack of support moves ended up being pretty critical there. It makes things much easier for King Gambit. If it had a Tailwind or something, there would have been a couple of critical turns, or maybe you could just click that, or instead, Sucker Punch checks it much more calmly.
Yeah, and that Scarf as well. Like, I think it's great in scenarios like you say, but those scenarios where your opponent plays a little bit smarter, almost, where they scout out what it's locked into, and then you saw Francesco got those options with those fairy types that you can bring in those advantageous situations, and then it puts you on the back foot almost for locking into that move and punishing your decisions rather than kind of where you would think it would put you ahead in those games.
I think some of the fun things to keep in mind, the Aerodactyl is pretty fun. You see Wide Guard once again, looking pretty effective in many of Wolf's games on stream earlier on the tournament, so kind of fun to see this. It feels a little later format, right? This is kind of more the Aerodactyl I think trainers are expecting. No Protect to fit all those utility moves. It certainly has its own costs, but you'll get the 4-attack King Gambit, we got the Yawn on Sylveon again. Rock Tomb on Garchomp's a lot of fun. Unfortunately for Francesco, he's like the last player who I feel like would really need to worry a whole lot about like needing the single target Rock move to get around the Wide Guard. I guess unless he runs into Wolf, maybe Rocks will be better, but it looked pretty good in this match. Certainly another form of speed control from a Pokemon that you don't always expect it from.
Yeah, really good, because it not only punishes, it just punishes anything that comes in on that slot as well, because even if you're not hitting the target that you're really looking for, like the Charizard in a lot of scenarios, even if it was going into something like the Garchomp, lowering the speed on that Scarf Garchomp in particular in this matchup, really useful just to be able to kind of get ahead of it without needing the reliance on that Tailwind in particular.
Yeah, speaking of the tailwind, we're going to see it in this turn. So skipping ahead to the second turn of the game, I do want to comment a little bit. This mirror is so awkward to play. I don't know if there's a Pokemon where I want to see the mirror less than Aerodactyl, where you can pretty much always guarantee you're both maximum speed. So whoever goes first potentially has a huge swing. You know, a critical hit could be a one-hit knockout. A flinch could basically be game losing. A miss could basically be game losing. It's really volatile. I think fortunate that RNG wasn't too big of a deal in this matchup, but I'm sure both the traders really holding their breath, kind of getting the single elimination form of the tournament, and then seeing this in their opponent's team sheet.
Yeah, 100%. I think those rock slide mind games and actual causes in game, you know, I think it's not something you really want to entertain. I do like the lead here from Francesco with that the King Gambit though, and really making full use of it. Like you said, with the lack of support options there, it just makes it so easy for the King Gambit to really operate here and remove that big threat. And then once that falls, you still got your Aerodactyl, you're in a huge advantageous situation, and you don't even need the trade there because the Incineroar not got the capabilities to take it down, and now got your Tailwind set, and you're kind of good to go going into this next turn.
Yeah, I think just like an insane advantage here. Like the game wasn't quite over on this turn, but like it was already really close. Just huge damage. The Tailwind is just so big where the Pokemon on Adrian's side, the people just aren't very good at stalling out this Tailwind. You got the Choice Scarf where, again, that's a sucker punch you're going to hit. And the Incineroar, again, very defensive, so you could feel like relatively safe King Gamma is going to survive that. Again, open stat alignment, still something the trainers are getting used to. I believe that one was impish, so you can know, okay, you're not going to go with the defensive nature and then have maximum attack training probably, so I can be pretty confident I'm going to survive this Flare Blitz.
Yeah, now this King Gambit's in that slot where you think, okay, well, it probably will go down this next turn. You've got the Wide Guard here as well as an option, but just getting that all-important bit of damage onto the Garchomp before it does fall is really key here, and you don't need to rely so much on the... You could rely on the Tailwind, but because it's Scarfed, you've got to go for that Sucker Punch and just valuable damage onto this one Pokemon.
Yeah, I don't mean to pause here entirely to just emphasize the impending pain that Garchomp's about to experience, but I thought it was a sort of interesting thing to note where, it's a role to have gotten down to exactly the amount of HP that King Gambit's at, but certainly a player like Francesco realizes he's an HP out here. He knows how much damage his physical Pokemon are going to take from Rough Skin, so while on Adrian's side of the field, you might think, oh, he's in range of Rough Skin. Adrian knows he's not, and it has a pretty big impact on this turn, where, I think the 83 damage, or was it, sorry, 103 damage, we'd be pretty happy with that on its own, but critically surviving this Rough Skin so that Dragon Claw doesn't redirect to Aerodactyl. With this lead, maybe it wouldn't have mattered anyway, but it's a really great turn by the King Gambit, who was able to, save Aerodactyl from an attack that would have done a lot more than 1 damage, and then we do see the first flinch of the game with Incineroar here.
Yeah, and I'm not really too sure. We'll never know what Adrian locked into there. Parting Shock would have been probably the most optimal play, but it's kind of risky if you're suspecting that the King Gambit sticks around, right? Or you don't want to pop that Defiance. So we'll never know, but I don't think it was too game-changing or pivotal, and I think once you're able now, like you, Francesco, to get your own Garchomp in, you're in the driving seat, that initial damage onto the opposing Garchomp, it's in Dragon Ball range, and it's easy enough just to click that button and then the Rock Slide just to clear the field, or force those switch outs to get you even further forward in the game.
Yeah, and you can just, it feels so over, right? Where Earthquake is so good against everything remaining, where it kind of just really simplifies the decision for Francesco, and he can almost hit whatever buttons he wants to close out this first game. Just really well played early game by him and capitalizes on it. And I mean, again, it's easy to see how volatile it could have been. If it's like one speed tie win flinch from Adrian's Aerodactyl, and it's maybe like a 4-0 the other way, but instead it's absolutely devastating game 1 victory. Skipping through some of the turns that we just saw and getting to game 2, it's an opportunity for things to go different. With very different leads in this one, where it's the Charizard Venusaur mode, and we saw how well that can go in Indianapolis, where Arsenal just hit every single Sleep Powder. But sometimes you don't hit every single Sleep Powder. Sometimes Venusaur is fighting against Aerodactyl.
Yeah, and this is the problem. I think it's always the risk versus the reward, right, in these scenarios where, yeah, if you get it, it's great, because the game is so different from this point going forward. The Charizard has an way easier time. It gets a free Heat Wave off here, but unfortunately, sometimes that Sleep Powder, we know it's not got the best of accuracy, but when it does miss, and into such a pivotal target as well, which it normally is going into, can be such a detriment to, I feel like this was the game-changing turn right here, that miss just allows the Aerodactyl to get this attack off, and then from there on out, that Venusaur, the support line for the Charizard is gone.
Yeah, it's just so bad, right? Where I think it's always pivotal. Venusaur's not the bulkiest of Pokemon when it doesn't have a Mega Stone, but both of these Pokemon can be one-shot by Mega Aerodactyl, right? So instead being one-shot yourself and losing that means of controlling it, it's just so devastating for the remainder of the battle. Because of that, we end up the second turn where it's like very easy for Aerodactyl to set up a Tailwind here, and while Intimidate does a nice job of slowing these Pokemon down, it just doesn't really matter, right? Where it's like, and then what, right? Where it kind of creates a situation where, okay, well, I guess I have to pivot a little bit to shed these Intimidates, but much like we saw in the first game, these Pokemon can't protect, so they're just going to keep getting whittled down. It's really difficult to stall the Tailwind down.
Yeah, and this is the scenario where you've got the advantage of your Francesco as well, knowing what the Garchomp on Adrian's side's locked into. Now it's easy for you to just switch that Sylveon in, which is subsequently what we see happen, and almost wasting a turn as well, where you can just protect your own Garchomp, allow the Sylveon to come in, and then you've got that instant pressure with that Hyper Voice in the Tailwind. Adrian does well to kind of play it out from here the way they do, because the Throat Chop obviously in.
Yeah. It at least keeps it interesting, right? And then, I think this kind of insult to injury, where there's like one more really nice read here where Garchomp is like, oh, well, I got to get out of here. I can't Dragon Claw anything. Then Charizard comes in, and it's a little too telegraphed, right? It's not even like it's a bad play. Just there are no options left, where every play is a bad play in this situation. And Charizard takes all this damage, it gets slowed down again. And I think the game is just like fully over from here.
Yeah.
It was maybe pretty over, I guess, again, for that first turn. But just nothing Adrian could do. Really well played set by Francesco, really deserving player moving on. And, it's a good set by Adrian, too. And it sounded like he was just as decisive in his previous round when he won as this one was when he lost. It's a team that can really swing hard either way, depending on matchups, depending on roles.
It's just really unfortunate, I think, in the two matches there were kind of like the speed tie in game one. If it went the other way, then things would have probably played out very differently. And then the same could be said in game two. So it was, although it looked really one-sided, I think those like just two key pivotal moments were decisive, so decisive in kind of laying out how the game was going to go from there on out. And there was still a lot to do for Francesco, so big credit to them for playing it out the way they did. But yeah, really hard on Adrian in those scenarios. But when you put all your eggs into one basket and it doesn't pay off, that's kind of sometimes the consequence in these scenarios. And yeah, they've done it extremely well to get to this stage of the tournament. Incredible. But yeah, unfortunately, just not going to make that next step onto the top four.
Yeah, I mean, in this North America International Championship, there's just no margin for error, right? Some of these teams, the power of their attacks, they can trade back and forth. You just can't make any mistakes. So really exciting so far, seeing the trainers have been able to make it through, and we're going to have another great match soon. So quick break, and we'll have another top 8 match in just a few minutes.
Hi everyone, I'm Zoinks, and I am trying to find out who the Ditto is, and we'll see if you can too. These 3 players that I'm with me, Puka, Wonderchef, and Gabby, are going to be trying to blend in if you're the Ditto, otherwise describing a Pokemon. They each know the Pokemon, they're going to say one word to describe it. The Ditto is going to try to blend in. Let's see if we can figure out who it is. Puka, please describe this Pokemon in one word.
One word. I'm going to go with Cannon.
Gen 1. Okay.
I'm gonna go with happy.
Okay.
We keep going?
Yeah, one word each, yep.
Squad.
Squad.
Big.
Big.
Proud.
Proud. Okay, interesting. All right, everybody, let's point to who you think that it was in 3, 2, 1, go. Gabby, were you the Ditto?
Yes.
Gabby, what Pokemon do you think we were describing?
I hope it's Squirtle.
Oh, so close. Thanks for playing, Gabby. It was
Blastoise.
Blastoise. folks, it is time to lock in for your next wave of battles.
We get to see the Mega Evolution come out.
But critically, it does get a freeze.
He gets the double protect.
Team it up, and there it is.
That is the match. The double KO was more than enough to secure it. Pokemon Champions here in New Orleans has only provided we are halfway through our top 8. We're closer and closer figuring out who still has the chance to battle it out in top 4 and to make their way to Championship Sunday. Sierra Dawn, Lee Provost, and these matches, they just keep getting better and better.
They do, don't they? I mean, it's been such an incredible weekend so far, full of amazing players, top trainers, and great teams. And we've got more to come. We've got our next top 8 match between Darway and Eric Rios. And this is going to be an incredible game. Both trainers have been impeccable this weekend, and I'm sure both of them will be aiming to make their way into the semi-finals here at the NAIC.
And it's just so impressive what both have been able to accomplish, not just here today, but within their own respective journeys, even as though looking at back at this season, this year, and of course what Eric's been able to accomplish last year too. So getting into this match, top 4, I mean, both trainers oh so capable, but one of their journeys will end here. For Dawei, we at a regional level here in North America, we've gotten to see so much from her. This team building, how she plays the game. I mean, getting this international performance is just so overdue. And for Eric, can he make that return to top 4, or even one up it, as we saw from NASC last year?
Yeah, and I mean, that's a big question, right? I think Eric had a great run here last season, and we want to match that and better that this year, but got a very tough opponent in front of them going into this one. And Darway had an incredible performance at Indianapolis with this really innovative team. You know, I really love that Serralege, huge fan of that. There's a slight change from that event into this one where the Sneasler is replacing what was a Vivian, but I think a really good adjustment, and that just shows how much Darway has been able to take this team further and just have such a great run this weekend.
I mean, talking about this team, because we've gotten to see a couple of really fun team choices, but nothing quite like this when we look at this Serralege. The bulk up to make sure you get the defense, the attack, and dish out so much damage with something like a Bitter Blade. And of course, Milotic, another Pokemon we see a bit of, but looking at this Muddy Water Hypnosis coil set is just so annoying.
Yeah, those two Pokemon in particular, aside from the Mega that is offering so much damage and setup as well with that Calm Mind and then the Draining Kiss, but there's lots of recovery across the board. But that Milotic, if it does get a coil up, then the Hypnosis becomes such disruption for the opponent. It becomes a very difficult Pokemon to get rid of as well, and it is a deterrent to those Intimidate cycling that you see so often. Serralege doesn't like that too much. Milotic is a really good deterrent for that. But if you give either the Serralege or the Milotic an inch to get these moves off, the bulk up or the coil, then they can be so pivotal. Serralege great into what we've seen be one of the more popular Megas in Mega Charizard Y. It really doesn't care about that Pokemon, can sit in front of it quite easily. So finding those moments is easy for Darway to do. Not going to be so easy against maybe the Mega Aerodactyl that Eric's got access to in this one.
That's the thing, a lot of these Mega Charizards we've seen out in the field have been with something like a Float, but Aerodactyl is something that can check a little bit easier. And looking at this team all around, such strong options. I'm eyeing up something like this Garchomp to be able to dish out extra damage as well. But the Fergaraf, I mean, if we want to try and slow down the game, we can. Or even if you're not liking the setup that Dawei has over on her end, Aurora to just get rid of that Pokemon for the time being.
I think that's the advantage that Eric's got in this match. When you look at the two teams, Eric's got access to speed control in Tailwind and in the Trick Room, so can flip the dimensions to suit whatever Pokemon he's got out in the field at that time against how Darway has set up their board. And that's one thing that Darway is going to have to really adjust to quite well. They've got a lot of options where they can utilize the Fake Out support and then the redirection with the Sinistcha, the Fake Out from the Sneasler and the Incineroar. The one thing that Eric's got at their advantage to get around that disruption, that support network that Darway's been so able to use throughout this tournament is that Farigiraf, the Armor Tail. It is going to be easily able to come onto the field, prevent those Fake Outs from creating that room that Darway kind of looks for to get those Calm Minds, bulk ups, coils off. And then if you can capitalize in those moments, if you're Eric, it can really stop this team in its tracks. And you need to have that big burst damage as well, which you've got access to get rid of those big targets like the Milotic, like the Ceruledge, where you can use your Sylveon, you've got that Hyper Voice, Hyper Beam, and then you've got the Charizard as well, that Solar Beam that do pressure those Pokemon.
And with how these teams can check each other, it's time to see where the trainers' minds are at as we head into this top 8 match. Dawei going up against Eric Rios. Eric, such an aggressive lead. We get the Charizard and Garchomp right away. Whereas those two Pokemon, we put so much focus on, the Milotic and Ceruledge, right away making an appearance.
Yeah, you've got a huge lead advantage here from Eric, identifying that the Garchomp with that Earthquake pressures that Ceruledge really well and kind of covers for where the Charizard lacks there. But the Charizard also has the ability to pressure that Milotic with the Solar Beam. So you've got that Earthquake to hit both targets here, then the Solar Beam to double into the Milotic, and probably the Earthquake chip is enough to put the Milotic in range. So really pressured in this scenario, and the Ceruledge not in the position where it's easily able to get that set up with the bulk up.
And understanding so much of this pressure, Milotic gets out of there. A way to start mitigating a little bit of this damage from Eric's side of the board, get this all-important Intimidate down on this Garchomp. But of course, we get to see a Mega Evolution in play and Mega Charizard. If you're looking to add something like that Solar Beam, of course, you need to have the Sun on your side. Mega Evolve, Drought, you get that Sun. Earthquake is going to be the first part, of course. You do have that Intimidate drop, but this is still going to be super effective damage into the other side of the board, and so much damage already done into that Ceruledge. To follow up the Solar Beam, so of course you will just be able to fire this off right away, but it's not going to be that same impact damage you would have liked into the Milotic, and Incineroar will shrug off the hit quite well. Now it's going to be eyes, after our little citrus berry break, on what the Ceruledge has eyed up for this turn. It's taken a lot of damage, but it wants to have a little bit of longevity, attack and defense routes with that bulk up.
Yeah, the room there to get the bulk up, and now the Incineroar onto the field. The Intimidate really useful, but you can see the value in that soft sand item that the Garchomp's got, getting more out of the Earthquake than you would be more than used to here. But that bulk up also important. You've got the Fake Out support now to slow down that Garchomp, most importantly. You don't really care about this Charizard. So does Eric act here? Go for maybe a Protect with the Garchomp. It might open the door for the Ceruledge to get another bulk up off here, because you can Fake Out into the Garchomp, go for another bulk up, and the Charizard hasn't got the ability to really hit this Ceruledge for anything effective at all. So that's why we see it switch out.
You see a swap, and if you're worried about a potential of something like a Fake Out, it's a perfect opportunity to bring a Farigiraf out onto the field. Armor Tail, no Fake Out for you, Incineroar, and Garchomp can still go on the offensive. Sonic Tantrum, not enough for the KO. Ceruledge with a bulk up, holds on with 1 HP, and can go ahead, Bitter Blade, so much damage into that Farigiraf onto Swampin. Look at how much recovery that is.
Wow, that's huge. Ceruledge taking full advantage of the Sun being in effect after that bulk up and getting that health back. So useful here. Now out of range for another Stomping Tantrum this next turn, or another Earthquake here. So yeah, really great play from Darway, pulling themselves back into this game. That Farigiraf is now threatened from another Bitter Blade.
And look at this, Sinistcha swapping even more recovery for this Ceruledge. So this Ceruledge that held on with just 1 HP, sticks around. Farigiraf swaps out. You've already taken so much damage, and you want to be able to Earthquake safely. But of course, something like the Sinistcha is not really going to mind the hit, and Ceruledge, we've just gotten so much recovery that we're just looking better and better. Ceruledge now, we get another Bitter Blade into something like the Charizard. That's still a decent amount of damage.
Huge when you consider that it is a resisted hit. The Ceruledge keeping itself back in this game here. It is probably out of range from Earthquake here, but you've got the potential just to switch that Sinistcha out and the Incineroar back onto the field once again, drop another Intimidate, and that's going to weaken those ground type attacks into the Ceruledge and open the door for it to go after that Charizard again. You can kind of start to ignore the Garchomp here because it is getting weaker. You're in a position where you're just whittling down the partnering Pokemon next to the Garchomp, and that is whittling down those resources for Eric, and things are getting thinner and thinner as we go forward.
And like this Charizard's just not a threat really into the Ceruledge at all, but Ceruledge will protect. You still have to make sure that you're playing this out perfectly. It's gonna keep this health forward now, and this damage coming out from the Garchomp, we've now got a second round of Intimidate. So yeah, Incineroar on half health is still gonna survive the turn quite well. Solar Beam again from this Charizard, right into that Ceruledge, so not going to be able to accomplish anything. And now again, active Fake Out on the board for Dawe.
Yeah, and you've got the option now. Do you go for the Fake Out with the Incineroar to get caught by maybe a Fergaraf switching in again? We've seen before, but I think Eric probably a bit hesitant about doing that this time, so you might be able to catch something, because if that Fergaraf comes in another Blip Blade, it is going to go down this turn. But again, like we said before, I think you've got room to potentially Fake Out that Garchomp and go for another Bulk Up, which would then put Ceruledge so far ahead in this game. Something that Eric is going to have to think about here. Do you go for that Earthquake and switch in the Fergaraf to kind of trade it here for an Earthquake when it might not be enough to get that Ceruledge, but you would definitely guarantee getting that Incineroar in this scenario?
I mean, if you're anticipating these swaps around and something a little bit more passive, could be the way. So no switch. Garchomp will just take a Fake Out, though a good amount of damage into the Incineroar in return. Weather Ball Charizard to make sure that this cat finally gets put to rest. But Ceruledge, do we go on the offensive here? This is still a +1, or do we go for another Bulk Up to make sure that you are set up for the long game? Sure enough, a second Bulk Up. Another attack and defense raise. So yeah, this Ceruledge is getting more and more difficult to take care of.
Yeah, now Eric in that really awkward spot where the Garchomp's -2 after those 2 Intimidated drops. You're going to get the Hospitality restore here on the Ceruledge, putting it even further out of reach from those ground type attacks. So Eric is forced almost to switch that Garchomp out if you want those impactful damage onto the Ceruledge, if you want to be able to try and get through, because the Charizard here does threaten the Sinistcha. Well, the Sun's kind of not really in effect anymore, so you can't rely on that Weather Ball. You've got to go for that Heat Wave, and going for the Heat Wave, you're also boosting the fire type attacks on this Ceruledge, which you kind of want to try and avoid to do. So Dawe setting themselves up so perfectly to pin Eric in this match.
I mean, even what would you want to switch out? That you're like, if the Fergaraf's not going to enjoy switching into a hit if we all of a sudden target down to Bitter Blade into that Charizard slot. Any of these other Pokemon certainly wouldn't appreciate the hit either. So you can't really go for the Sun again. And Garchomp, I mean, you have to switch it out if you want to be able to attack with full health later on. So Garchomp swaps out, Kingambit swaps in. Actually, double pivot on the turn.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to get these two out of here. I think you are going to lose something wherever the targeting of Bitter Blade is on this turn. If it's into the Kingambit, that's huge for Dawe to get rid of that threat that has that Sucker Punch. But if it's in the Fergaraf, we've seen it before, more than enough damage to pick up the knockout here and put itself in such a comfortable position. Back to full health now, and it's got its best friend Milotic next to it that can potentially pressure with those coils going forward, and it has got access to Hypnosis. So you do have those plays where you can protect Ceruledge for a turn. Maybe just start throwing that Hypnosis round if you want, or try and get a coil set up, because the main damage abuser on Eric's side is going to be the Garchomp, right? The coil is the great anti-counter to that, because it puts your defense to a point where you don't really have to care about those Earthquakes either.
I mean, even at this point, if you do want to go for something like an Earthquake, this Kingambit has to swap out, which means you only have the one Pokemon attacking on the turn, and the Ceruledge does have that double defense boost, and Milotic is decently bulky, right? So do you opt into a single target attack so you can be trying to go for something like the Kingambit? Because Charizard, certainly, you don't want to come into a hit from this Milotic, or certainly not a hit from the Ceruledge.
No, and I think you still have to be careful around this Kingambit as well if you are the Ceruledge. The Stompidantrum coming out, is it going to be the double up into the Ceruledge? No Sucker Punch this turn.
No Sucker Punch, and with the Stompidantrum, that is a lot of damage, but Kingambit's left to act. And of course, brought down into the Focus Sash. Sure, that was a lot of damage that you dealt with the Garchomp, but kind of just does not matter as much, because we're, again, back to full health. Kowtow Cleave from the Kingambit. Instead, we'll target down into the Milotic. So there'll be a coil, another setup happening, and things just kind of seem to be running away from Eric here. Dawe's setup both of her Pokemon.
Yeah, at this point it feels very difficult for Eric to kind of get any momentum swing here. I mean, you've got the Shadow Sneak that you could go for with the Ceruledge into the Kingambit if you want to just get rid of it and remove that Dark type threat, and then that allows Milotic to go from a Muddy Water into the Garchomp. We are seeing it just protect here to see what is chosen this next turn.
But again, it'll just be the Shadow Sneak. We have priority wave speed, and Kingambit only had 1 HP of health. So get one more Pokemon off the board. Sure, Garchomp is safe, but it's going to be Charizard that has to hit the field next. And again, always only lost 1 Pokemon. This Ceruledge at max health, Milotic is recovering.
Yeah, and you've always got that Sinister in the back. I think this is the nice thing. If the Ceruledge does take too much damage in any scenario, I don't think it's going to be any threat right now. It's got +2 defense. So even against the Garchomp, it's in a great spot. And it's really pressuring the knockout onto this Charizard right here with the Bitter Blade. The Hypnosis onto the Garchomp. Yes, you might get one of these Earthquake or Stomping Tantrums off here, but you're also going to get put to sleep with a Hypnosis, and then the Ceruledge is even freer just to finish off the game with that Bitter Blade going into the next turn. Eric's back against the wall. Looks like Dawe is going to be able to seal this up, and how well they've been able to do it in this first game.
Yeah, it's been so impressive, the amount of mileage this had. I mean, it can always be a critical hit from this Earthquake. You're able to click this now, hit into both of these Pokemon, and sure enough, Ceruledge, all the bulk ups in the world are not going to matter when there is a critical hit. It is gone.
That is huge. So unfortunate for Dawe, but great for Eric as it's doubled up with that Solar Beam as well. It will be into the Milotic.
All of this setup, and now the Solar Beam, Milotic goes down. A game that looked so strong for Dawe just completely eliminated. That is insane.
Wow, what a turnaround there for the game. Looked so closed up for Dawe, but that's how it could go sometimes. Just one turn, one critical hit can flip it on its head, and that's exactly what happened to pull Eric back into this game and take that game 1 when it looked like it was one-sided all the way home from that point on.
That is crazy. I mean, that is one of the risks of having Pokemon that set up, stick around. Critical hits can derail anybody's perfectly laid out plan, right? And I mean, you gotta go for it. You gotta see if you can get that critical hit, but waiting until the closing moments of the match when things just seem completely out of hand to get rid of it is just crazy.
Yeah,
wow.
I really can't say anything other than Dawe set up into that game perfectly, managed the board position so well. Each and every turn, even the Farigiraf where it came in, you were still able to get to the point where you were able to recover that health lost from the Garchomp off, but the critical hit really flipped everything over, and now to give Eric a lifeline, a huge lifeline going into game 2. Everything for Dawe to do to pull this back, but very capable of it. Got the tools there to make things very difficult for Eric. We saw in that game, I think the Intimidate cycling in particular onto that Garchomp, once you start weakening it and you take that one moment, it was so great to see Dawe not be swayed by what the threats were in front of her and go for that bulk up, and then be able to kind of reap the rewards of that in the subsequent turns with that Intimidate cycling, getting the Sinister in with the Hospitality. So I think going along those same lines going into this next game is exactly what you need to do. I think Eric is the one that needs to really adjust their game plan going into this.
I mean, that was a crazy endgame, but you know for Eric that it came down to that. So how are you going to switch it up in game 2 to try and close this out is going to be the question. Aerodactyl, the adjustment, the deck to that Kingambit. Ceruledge yet again, and Incineroar for Dawe.
Yeah, really nice here because you've got the Aerodactyl that is going to be able to pressure with those rock slides to provide speed control, and you've also punished the potential slowdown of the Aerodactyl with your Kingambit activating that Defiant from the Intimidate. So at least the Kingambit with that Focus Sash, it's got that security blanket, it can take at least one hit from this Ceruledge. Doesn't have to worry about the fake out this turn. The Incineroar's got access to slow one of these targets down and allow the room for that all-important bulk up from this Ceruledge this turn.
Yeah, and I mean, for Eric, are you going to allow the Ceruledge the opportunity to even get set up? Because again, that Ceruledge, the amount of impact that it had with those Bitter Blades after that one attack raise was just crazy. And a second bulk up, I mean, that could be the end of the game for you. So you have to make sure that this Ceruledge is kind of just arrow down. Do you maybe see a swap out here, Furgraf join the field, no fake out, and try and get damage into it sooner rather than later? But Dawei won't stick around for any sort of fake out. Instead, a switch. It was just going to be Incineroar to make an appearance and a switch out, but Rock Slide, Milotic will void the attack, but it will be some crucial damage into the Ceruledge to start off the match.
Yeah, we could see the Ceruledge just go for the Bitter Blade into the Kingambit. Exactly what it's doing here, just to recover any health lost and get some big damage onto that Kingambit. Break the sash in the process and just keep yourself in a healthier position, especially when you're in front of that dark threat.
I mean, yeah, you don't even need the boost for the amount of damage, but Lokek in the Milotic, make sure that it's not going to swap in freely. But now Kingambit, it's already taken so much, and I mean, you can't safely go for a Sucker Punch because both of the Pokemon on Daiwei's end can just go ahead and set up instead.
That is the problem, and I think you've got the ability here with that kind of mind game going on. I don't think Eric's going to click that Sucker Punch. It's very unlikely to, where you could almost cycle in the Incineroar again to get an all-important Intimidate onto that Aerodactyl. Yes, you're activating the Define, but we talked about the lines of Sucker Punch being a bit risky because of the setup here. So you could go for that, weaken the Aerodactyl and go for a Bitter Blade into that Kingambit. Of course, there is risk to that. We talked about if the Sucker Punch is chosen, +2 would be enough to pick up the Ceruledge, no doubt, from this range. So you've got options where you could maybe try and get a Coil in and protect here, put yourself in a bit more of a stable spot going into the next turn.
Yeah, Ceruledge at full HP wants to stick with that for this turn, but of course, if we're going to see something that's a smidge more passive from Dawei, an opportunity for Eric to set up the Tailwind, set up the speed, and go for some damage. Milotic and miss onto the Kingambit, so not going to be able to finish that off. Just going to get some crucial damage into the Aerodactyl instead.
Yeah, really valuable damage into the Aerodactyl, but that Tailwind so important for Eric now. This Kingambit going to be ahead of the Ceruledge, and the Ceruledge does have priority, but the Shadow Sneak is going to be nowhere near enough to pick up the knockout, where the Kowtow Cleave could be enough to pressure the Ceruledge, especially when you pair that with a Rock Slide. Or do you go after the Milotic here and say, I want to remove that target first? But I think with how problematic that Ceruledge was in Game 1, you go after that, especially because it has just protected, so it's an easy slot to chase down Kowtow Cleave and that Rock Slide.
And the fact that it has just protected it, it is an easy target. Do we potentially see a switch here? Like, it's going to be a tough one because you can bring in Incineroar, but that is then going to be the Defiant boost afforded over. And if you don't have a way to counter that right here, right now, well, you certainly can't let this Kingambit get out of control. It'll be Milotic instead to switch. And for the Pokemon, it will be Incineroar, so a second Defiant boost. So you have to imagine the Ceruledge has to go on the offensive, and you need to get rid of that Kingambit.
Yeah, and Eric deciding to go with that Mega Evolution finally after so many turns of not doing it, committing to it. Once that Tailwind set, will the Rock Slide here be enough and impactful enough to get them through this turn?
All right, a good amount of damage into both of these Pokemon, but Kingambit, I mean, the amount of damage that can do through all this could be crucial. Of course, we have the Cobra Berry that is going to reduce the amount of damage, but we got two Defiant boosts over the opposing end, so Ceruledge cannot hold up. It doesn't matter about the berry.
Yeah, those Defiant boosts really going back and punishing the switch in there from the Incineroar, and in the position that Eric's in now with this Aerodactyl, Kingambit, with the Tailwind setup, we feel like they're in a spot to start running away with the game, but it's not over yet. The Milotic coming onto the field, you've got the active Fake Out on the Incineroar, you can slow things down slightly. If you go for the Kingambit with a Fake Out here, try and get that all-important Muddy Water and try and clear the field. Hope it hits this time around, and if you do, you know the damage that we've seen before will be enough to help break and get rid of these two threats on Eric's side of the field.
And I mean, these two threats for Eric have stuck around for so long. This was the two Pokemon to be leading the match, and they have put in so much work.
Yeah, and you need neither Pokemon on Eric's side have Protect, so it's an easy choice to go for, but the problem is going for that is the fact that this Furgraf could always come in and the Armor Tail could activate. Not falling for it this time around, though, as the Sinistcha makes its way onto the field.
I mean, the Milotic at half health, you have to keep it healthy to have any staying power in this match. And Kowtow Cleave, that Sinistcha Hospitality boost was so necessary. Milotic Muddy Water in response, enough to pick up the Kingambit and to bring her, get some damage in for a grab.
Yeah, really nice to get rid of that slot, and what a survival there for Milotic, and now able to reap the rewards of that recovery now with the leftovers. He's going to need a few more turns to take over to get back in shape for this game, but The most important thing is that you've got that Intimidate in the back that you can switch in pretty freely now to take advantage of that fake out. Well, as long as that Choreograph is removed, that's the problem here, the Choreograph. I think now with the Melodic, you're probably looking like you want to go for a Protect here. You do have recovery options with the Sinister and go for that Life Dew, and that could be your way back into this game with the Melodic.
I mean, there's still like, you have lost your main damage threat with that Cerulege. Milotic on just a little bit of health. And now we have a new problem to the whole equation with Sylveon being the adjusted. No Intimidate drops in the world are going to matter with these two special attackers. And we've gotten to see the amount of damage potential that Sylveon can have. So of course, living on a little bit of HP, Milotic will go ahead and protect his Sylveon. Fires out with a Hyper Voice, start dishing some damage so much into the Sinisha. In the follow-up, Twin Beam from Choreograph. You know, not going to be quite the same impact as that Sylveon has. So Sinisha down to about a third of its health. But you talked about that recovery. You talked about how Dawe can make her way through this. And Life Dew is the first part of that.
Yeah. It does help out a lot, but when you're looking at what the threat is in front of you, you're probably going to be able to take a Hyper Voice because you've got that redirection, right? So you can pull at least a single target attack away from the Choreograph to protect the Melodic. The Sinister probably does take a Hyper Voice. It just puts you very close. I think you've got to now start thinking about going for those Hypnosis attacks and trying to shut down some of these threats. If you can get the Hypnosis into the Sylveon, slows that down, it gives you that little bit extra room to start getting back into this game, recovering and going forward a little bit more effectively than you are doing at the moment with your back against the wall.
I mean, Hypnosis not known for being the most accurate of moves, but it's still going to connect in the crucial moments of this match. Sylveon is put to sleep, and that is going to be another piece to putting this puzzle together. But Thunderbolt into the Milotic is enough for another KO taken on Eric's side of the board, getting closer and closer to closing this out and making his way to top 4 yet again at NAIC.
Yeah, great call there from Eric, going for that target and into that, thinking that the Hypnosis could be an issue. So if I don't get the Hyper Voice, I'm going to go into it with the Thunderbolt, picking up the knockouts here, and now Dawe has very few options to be able to close this up, especially with that Aerodactyl still in the back. You do have the ability to Life Dew your way back into a bit more of a comfortable position with the Sinister, and at least the Incineroar is putting a bit more pressure onto this Choreograph than you had before. It is threatening super effective damage with that Throat Chop right now, and you do have the Throat Chop as well to stop potential Hyper Voices when that Sylveon does inevitably wake up if you get to that point in this game.
I mean, even if you stop a Hyper Voice, though, there is still so much damage potential. So maybe just trying to go for a KO sooner rather than later. Player Bliss brings the Sylveon to half. And now, are we 2K? Matcha Gotcha, see how much damage can be done. None into the Sylveon, though. The miss. You're only going to deal damage into this Choreograph. Now we'll have to see if there is going to be a wake up and then how much damage this Choreograph can do. Sylveon does stay asleep. Thunderbolt into this Incineroar. Really just not that much, but now you have to eye the Sylveon because that's going to be waking up.
Yeah, but you still got to wait out into this. I think it's going to be very difficult, but if Sinisha can get itself into a healthier position, you can get rid of the Sylveon before it wakes up, then there might be a chance back into it. It's going to be very, very difficult though for Dawe with the 2 Pokemon they've got remaining. Like we've said, the Aerodactyl's waiting in the wings in the back to come in, and as soon as that Sylveon wakes up, it is going to be back in game.
And it's going to be detecting for the first time back into the game. So Incineroar trying to stop the potential Hyper Voice, not really going to be able to accomplish too much. Matcha Gotcha, again, Sylveon stays safe, deal a little bit more damage into the Choreograph. The Choreograph can go ahead and go for another Thunderbolt to just chip this Pokemon down even more. And the Matcha Gotcha just bringing the Choreograph to more health than before. But look at this instead. It's just going to be a side roar, get Sylveon off the field and bring Aerodactyl in safely.
Yeah, it's a great play from Eric and utilizing that roll perfectly. Now this Aerodactyl in a prime position to throw out a Rock Slide or even one of those Dual Wing Beats. Probably going to be enough to pick up the Sinistra, but you could just go Dual Wing Beat into it, and then once that's gone, the lifeline for getting the Incineroar, any sort of recovery is gone, and you've just got 1 against 3.
What a play. And this Aerodactyl now, this Mega Aerodactyl set up for so much more success to be able to go for this. Dual Wing Beat will connect. and Seneca goes down. There's only this Incineroar left for Dawe. Eric, the switch up going into game number 2 has paid off so well. And yeah, throw chop in retaliation, Aerodactyl will still hold on with 1 HP of health. It's just not enough there, so Incineroar sticks around, but that's going to be chances in the match just gone.
The paralyzed there on the Incineroar, really unfortunate now. And that, what a survival on the Aerodactyl, the invisible focus sash. We say it time and time again when it happens, but this is so pivotal here because it allows this Aerodactyl one more rock slide, and that's probably all you're going to need with this Aerodactyl onto the Incineroar, as we do see the forfeits.
And with that, it's going to be none other than Eric Rios 2-0 to win the match and move on to top 4 here at NAIC, a stage that he made his way to last year. He can do it once again.
Incredible from Eric there, and the adjustment going into game 2, we said he needed to adjust. I think the game plan in game 1 was not going to work like he was expecting it to, and the adjustment to the Aerodactyl was perfect going into that one. Was able to pressure like he wanted to. He was able to kind of mitigate the Intimidates with the King Gambit and take full advantage of it. There was some fortunate turns. The Muddy Water miss onto the King Gambit really useful there, but utilizing the ability with that Tailwind to remove the biggest threat, which was that Serra Ledge in this game round. You saw that Dawe did not bring their Mega, so Serra Ledge was that kind of the centerpiece of the team. Once that fell, everything became a lot harder, and Eric just had to put the pieces in the right place, click the right buttons, and then it was all downhill from there for Dawe.
And I mean, for Eric to go up against something like a Milotic and like that Serra Ledge, it's not necessarily the most common team out there, but being able to correctly identify what needed to happen, I think was so absolutely done. I love the little side forward play at the end too, to make sure the Aerodactyl could get in, and of course an invisible focus dash to make sure your Pokemon can stick around is always going to be nice. So great adjustments in that game too to make sure he can come out on top. And 2-0 to make his way onto top 4. Very nice.
Yeah, very, very nice to see. And congratulations to Eric and for Dawe for progressing to the top 8 of this tournament. They've been incredible this weekend. And it'll be great to see how much further Eric can go on. Can they claim their 2nd international championship this weekend? That would be great to see, wouldn't it? I think you could see how much it meant for Eric when that Aerodactyl, even in game 2, when it survived that throw chop, just that 1 HP, I think you could see that emphasizes how tough a match it was for Eric there, and to have that survival to make that matchup that little bit easier in the end game there to close up, really, I think just solidified how close this was right down to the wire.
I mean, right down to the wire is a perfect way to explain it. And I feel like, too, just encapsulates how so many of these matches go. These internationals are so incredibly tough. You saw how stacked our top cut bracket was. So it's just even more of an accomplishment for a trainer like Eric Rios, back-to-back years, to be able to make his way to top 4. I mean, it's a testament to his strength, his skill as a trainer. And I would love to hear from him now as he's standing by for our interview.
Thank you very much. We are here with Eric Rios, a familiar position for you, top 4 at an international championship. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling good. I'm in the same position as last year. I'm top 4. I got lucky to win this match, but it was a great game, to be honest.
We got to talk about the side roar. 1, when did you think of it in that match? Like, how long were you thinking that might be your game plan to get Aerodactyl back in? And 2, how many times have you side roared the entire weekend?
I think this is the first one. Yeah. Preparing the tournament, I self-roar a lot of time into, for example, Perish trap teams. It's really good to roar the Gengar or self-roar to win the Weather Wars into rain teams as well. But to be honest, in this tournament is the first time I self-roar.
And so when you're facing off against Dawe, the Cerulege, the Milotic, right, some really tricky Pokemon to deal with. At what point, especially in game 2, not even bringing a Mega Evolution in game 2, right? How do you handle those certain matchups that don't have just the most simple or the most common Pokemon on the other side?
When I saw the matchup, I thought, okay, this is really difficult because Cerulege is counter to Charizard, and Milotic helps into Aerodactyl Gambit. So I think Aerodactyl Gambit is good into the composition of my opponent. So I was thinking, okay, I think she's gonna update the game plan to put Milotic from the beginning and Thirulets. So that's why I put Garchomp Charizard. I think it's a lead-based matchup. I have to read the lead and then play better, or maybe got lucky, but yeah.
And then this is shaping up to be an unbelievably stacked Final Four trainers at NAIC. How is your confidence going into the rest of the tournament? Do you feel like you can take home another title?
I want to take it home. I did it 3 years ago in Europe, and I want to do it again. I lost in top 8 at Europe International this year. I lost in top 4 last year, top 8 2 years ago in like. I think this is the right moment to win it again, and I will do it for all the people that have been supporting me from home.
I like your chances. Speaking of those people supporting you from home, would you like to give any shout-outs to any friends, loved ones supporting you on this journey?
I want to shout out all my family, friends, Sergio, David, all the guys from Costa Rica. Have been preparing with them. Also, all the Koi community, Canecro, Movistar Koi. Thanks to everyone.
All right, congratulations, Eric. Best of luck in top 4. I really need Scott to break down that last match. Scott, take it away.
Easy, Joe. Critical hits are good, and we're done. No, there's a lot of interesting things in that match, I think. Thank you, Joe, for. And Lee, thank you for joining us again.
For having me.
Running back and forth.
Yeah.
You're getting your miles in today.
To come over and get your thoughts, Scott. It's been very insightful this weekend.
Yeah, I think this one was I think it was more interesting than maybe it felt, right? Where it's hard to not hone in on a few key turns in that match, but yeah. I think there are actually some other interesting turns where things could have turned the other way as well. One of the more interesting team matchups we've had as well over the course of this weekend, we've seen the team Eric was using. I believe it's the same thing that Alex Gomez was using on stream before.
Yeah.
And once again, we get a side roar. I will warn you, the side roar is not part of the package here, so rewind if that's what you want to see. But I think there's some other fun stuff to check out in this one. Just to kind of one more look at this awesome team. We never did see the Floette. Maybe the most picked Pokemon on stream is for the Mega Evolvers, but this is a Mega Evolution optional sort of team. I still think it's like such a cool way to approach this format. We've seen other teams that play around, building up one stat boosting Pokemon, but this is so different than the other ones we saw. So props on this team. Is really fun to watch over the course of the weekend.
I think, a really, really good take on that sort of strategy as well. And I think sometimes when you say to an opponent, oh, well, you kind of were forced not to bring your Mega in that scenario. I don't think Darwin has that situation. I think whatever you bring into the game is going to be the strongest element. And even in that game 1, you thought, well, you didn't miss the Floette. The Ceruledge almost acted like a Mega on its own, but just down to the way that Darwin was able to position it and play around it and use that supporting cast so well.
Yeah, I'd be kind of curious when Dawei opts to use the Floette. Like, is it completely a distraction? Is it kind of the reverse? Where, like, well, if you're really weak to it, I guess I'll use the Floette, but, like, I don't want to. Cause, yeah, it's hard to think of too many common matchups where the Ceruledge mode doesn't work. Yeah. It really is an interesting approach to this format.
It's so strong once it gets set up with that bulk up as well, and the recovery with the Bitter Blade. It's just a very, very strong combination. I'm surprised more players haven't really looked at that as a Pokemon to utilize and kind of crack, but Darwin seems to have found the formula to actually unleashing that Pokemon and doing it so well in this tournament this weekend.
Yeah, I think especially her record was so dominant, right? She's kind of the top player in the field the whole way. I think had among the highest opponents' win percentages the whole way through. I really just want to emphasize how hard that was. Where that's a tough team to pilot, right? I think we see some of the ways it can go wrong during this set, but I think a lot of us tried the Ceruledge stuff after Indianapolis. Like, oh wait, it looks great on TV, but at home not so easy. Looking at Eric's team as well too, it's a strong team, right? I think the Farigiraf in particular is pretty interesting, where it's a little bit different than the way we've seen other trainers run that Pokemon. Kind of neat that there's like 2 different Aerodactyl, Charizard, Farigiraf-based teams running around here in Top Cut, where even though the Pokemon are similar, they are like meaningfully different takes.
Yeah, and I love the Farigiraf and the way that you can kind of allow your Aerodactyl and King Gambit to not really worry about not having the protects there. The Aerodactyl can function because it's generally going to be faster than most of the format anyway, so it's always going to be able to get the supporting options off. And then it allows you to use that kind of second Mega if you want, but it also has that positional sense where if you are threatened by Fake Out in any scenario, those Pokemon are easier targets because they don't have the Protect that you would usually see to get around that. But then the Farigiraf just enables it, which I think is really well designed in Eric's team. The move choices in particular, they're really pivotal in particular in this game.
Yeah, I gotta say too, I think a lot of the audience might not like what I have to say about this one. I actually really like how Eric played this match. Obviously, there were some roles in his favor, but there are a lot of things that he did I thought that were really smart, and there's a reason why he got to the top 4 beyond hitting a critical hit at a key moment, right? I think the first thing I want to point out, you know, Charizard and Garchomp, kind of like the iconic, like, spread move base duo. We've been seeing it since way back in 2014 when we first got Mega Evolution. And I think the important thing to play against Oe's team is you need to keep pressure all the time, right? If you play passively, Saralage is just going to eat you, right? We almost see that in the first game where, you know, we have a couple of quick turns here where the Malloy gets scared out of battle. The Incineroar has to come in and help out. No Kingambit this time to help mitigate the effects of this. And despite that, though, there's still a ton of damage going the other way. We don't see soft sand on Garchomp very frequently, but as we'll see in just a moment, it was dangerously close to immediately winning the game for Eric. And I think it's kind of easy to forget that with the way that the match ended.
Yeah, it was, I think, a really good lead. When I was coming into this match, I thought that might be the best optimal lead for Eric in game 1 because you do pressure that Milotic that feels obvious to come out that can cause so many issues, and you've got that Earthquake and then that Solar Beam combination, so it almost forced it off the field because of how well Eric led. It's kind of like more testament to how well Darway adjusted to that and taking the opportunity in this moment to say, well, I'll get an Intimidate on. I know my team inside out. I know I'll be able to take at least one of these Earthquakes with my Saralage and get that all-important bulk up and start that cycle early.
I thought this next turn is really interesting, too, where, you know, the threat of Farigiraf is so important, right? It's not always that impactful while it's on the field as a Pokemon. Certainly, if it had no ability, no one would use it. However, Armor Tail, one of the very best abilities in the game, and you really have to respect the possibility it could be in the back. I think they're kind of a big part of a game 1, kind of getting a feel for how your opponent wants to play the matchup, and I think this is a very bold fake out of this turn, hoping that Farigiraf doesn't come in, or if it does, that you're going to survive the attack on the Saralage. Obviously, we all remember this game did not end in 2 turns, so it's going to survive, but I think the damage numbers here may be something that's important to remember.
Yeah, I think really probably a lot closer than what it appeared to be. I think, yeah, a really great turn from Eric, and I think this game plan was probably mapped out early on. The Stomp and Tantrum there.
It's a 1 HP survival, right? Like, you know, I think we're talking about a very different set if that game ends right there, where you would assume it has a chance to be. Instead, though, incredible healing, and we get to see Saralage doing Saralage things, which it was a lot of fun to see again. You know, it's a Pokemon we don't get to see pop off on stream very much.
Yeah, and that has got to be a role, I think, there. So, you know, like you say, Scott, I think if the Saralage falls there, I think the game plan becomes very difficult for Darway to get back into this game from that point, and really well executed early game plan from Eric. Just a little bit unfortunate maybe in that scenario not to get the knockout there after having that plan in place and being able to try and pressure and pin Darway into that spot. But yeah, Darway playing to their outs, getting the bulk up off, and that all-important bit of blade into the Farigiraf to recover that lost health.
And then so jumping ahead a bit, it felt so over the other direction after this, right? Where I believe this is turn Kingambit switches in. I think Sidisha switches in as well. I guess it's already out there. Hi, Sidisha, what's up? But we're going to end this turn with the Saralage all the way back to 100% of its HP, right? Literally down to 1 and full healed. Not something we pretty much see ever, especially without using like a direct recovery move. It's all just by leeching HP. It's, again, a very cool strategy that you know, trainers aren't prepared for, right? In this form, you're kind of used to like, well, I needed to be able to beat 3 archetypes and maybe like 4th with Perish Song, right? And this is like pretty out of left field. So it's really cool to see this, but we'll all remember kind of how this, whoops, too far. We'll kind of all remember how this broke down, where you know, things happen here, and if you're a newer player, you're not familiar with these mechanics, critical hits are real good in Pokemon. It's not just that they do times and a half the normal damage, but also if your attack has been reduced below your neutral level, it ignores that, and more critically, if your opponent's defense has been increased above a neutral level, it ignores that too.
Yeah, and this was just game-changing, instantly lost Darway the match on the spot here, that critical hit, because without it, you know that the Saralage takes that, it probably picks up the knockout onto the Charizard. Yes, the Milotic probably goes down to that combination, but at this point, you remove the Charizard, and then all you've got to deal with is that Garchomp that's already so weakened. You can just kind of take your time, chip it down, and remove it slowly but surely, but unfortunately, that's not what the game wanted to happen.
No, and you know, the game wanted some things to happen in game 2 as well. Once again, I really like Eric's adjustment. I actually think he super won the lead matchup here. You get the Defiant boost and King Gambit, which eventually spells Dawei's doom, but Aerodactyl doing a great job here, and I think it covers a lot of different lead combinations, right? If Incineroar is not out, then Aerodactyl is pretty horrifying, and again, you have that chance, if you just get a Rock Slide flinch, that could end the game too. The Ceruledge is by far the most vulnerable before that first bulk up, so I think this is a really great approach to the match, and again, you know, there's some stuff that's going to happen after this, maybe just kind of skipping ahead to the first instance, where, you know, we get this turn 3 play, I think it is, Ceruledge. Again, being threatened by these Pokemon, having to rely on Milotic to help out, and this is one where things could have gone differently. Tailwind going to be pretty integral here, and Milotic gonna not be able, I mean, the bright lights of the stage are maybe a little too much for it.
Yeah, blinding it, just targeting just slightly off there, because so important here. We saw the damage later on, and this would have been enough to take that King Gambit down from the health that it was at, and that would have made things so much easier for then this Ceruledge to go forward in the match and be able to just have the ability to get through the remaining Pokemon, even under these tougher conditions, because then you're freed up to utilize the Intimidate a bit more than you're able to here, where almost bringing it in to weaken the Aerodactyl kind of punishes you, double-edged sword, I should say, and then, yeah, it falls back on the Ceruledge rather than what you would kind of want it to.
Yeah, just forced to take a big risk here, right? And yeah, unfortunately, the Ceruledge not going to benefit from this risk, where it's proven to be too big of a threat to be ignored, gets double targeted here, and yeah, bulk up, only 1 level of boosted defense at this point, not going to need a critical hit with 2 levels of boosted defense of that King Gambit. You know, we see why this is such a great Pokemon, and even with the Colbur Berry there to have the damage of the super effective move, enough to pick up this knockout. Obviously, the battle continues from there, and I think Dawei did a great job of not just like making the game instantly over, or at least like you could kind of imagine for a while there may be a path where Milotic could bring it back, but I think the game really ends right here. You know, it's a very Ceruledge-based team. It was so cool, but Eric did a great job of keeping the pressure up, right? It didn't take a whole lot of things going right for him in order to pull that one out, and you know, he got maybe a few more than he needed really in the second game, but I think that pressure is really important, and I think that's kind of a thing to learn if you're playing this sort of team, right? Where you know, it is a little more vulnerable to critical hits too, where he's going to attack more frequently as it keeps, you know, boosting and healing and boosting and healing. But I think it's really the constant pressure that's the important thing. You can't give free turns.
No, and Eric did, like you say, a great job. And I think that performance from Eric can be overshadowed maybe by the critical hit with how impactful it was. But you can't take away from how well Eric positioned a lot of the Pokemon and how close they were to just taking down that Ceruledge. Anyway, I think it's good that you really highlighted that to say, okay, that probably was a roll, and Eric did everything right up to that point. Just a bit unfortunate in that scenario not to get it. Dawei definitely unfortunate to lose the Ceruledge the way they did, but Eric did great adjustments in Game 2 to really turn it around. And then if it even went to a Game 3 from there, if Dawei took Game 1, you would have expected maybe Games 2 and 3 to play out like Game 2 did anyway.
Yeah, I think it would have been really fun to get to see a 3-game set there, but hey, sometimes this happens. Great job by both of those players, but hey, as much fun as that top 8 match was, we've got one more left. So back to the casters for our final top 8 match.
Last time we were here in New Orleans for the North America International Championships, we were this far in the tournament and there were no North Americans left. And taking a look at our top 4, I'm so glad we have this last top 8 match to at least give North America one chance. We've got Marcus Dion versus Wolf Glick, as Shoma Honami from Japan, Francesco Piopera from Italy, and Eric Rios from Spain are waiting in those top 4s.
There'll be one North American player in the semifinal. There won't be necessarily one player from the United States in the final. Marcus trying to represent Canada up there in the semifinal, but has a tough opponent ahead of him. Wolf and that Toxapex standing in the way.
Marcus Dion is facing up against a giant. I feel like Wolf needs no introduction to the numerous list of accomplishments that he has. 10 times a regional champion, probably enough to look at if you weren't already looking at the fact that he was a world champion in 2016. But Marcus Dion really represents a new era of video game player. He has consistently performed better and better every single season. Last year, even getting a 2nd place at the Merida Regional Championships and performing on those international stages, but this is by far his best performance to date. Something that I know he's taking to the bank, but he's hoping that he can get even more out of.
Right, one of the players who really broke out in Scarlet and Violet and trying to carry that over into Pokemon Champions and having a lot of success with this Lycanroc, Froslass, Scovillian composition. We've seen a lot of this team in Phase 2. So much of it that Lycanroc showed up as the 12th most used Pokemon in the format, but Marcus is the last one standing.
And funny when he said in his interview earlier that he barely had any experience on this team. He just reached out to someone and said, hey, can I use this? And that's what he locked into for the North America International Championships. And maybe it's that weight off his shoulders where he was able to get away with a top 8 so far, and maybe even more.
He's had 15 matches in the tournament to practice with it at least, and now has Wolf on the other side. This team really based around positioning the right pieces at the right time. Frostlass can put so much damage out with Blizzard, but really crucially checks down Garchomps on the other side as well. Lycanroc helps to chuck down Charizards, which are so frequent. Basculegion and Kingambit, the 2 most used Pokemon in the format, so why not fit them? And Sneasler, the 3rd most used in the tournament, fit in as well. Have all of these crucial non-mega attackers, and then Scovillain can provide such useful support. Its Spicy Extract will help burn Pokemon when it redirects with Rage Powder after Mega Evolving, and may play an important role in this match.
But I'm looking at that Lycanroc, a Pokemon that has made very few appearances when we've actually seen this team on stream previous. But Marcus did bring it in his Swiss match, or sorry, his Top Cut match that we saw, and it looked amazing. Charizard, why is the mega Pokemon of choice on Wolf's team? And that's exactly what this Lycanroc is built for.
Right, there's no alternative mega on Wolf's side. And we've seen in a lot of Wolf's matches, the Wide Guard and Toxapex can do such a good job of protecting Charizard because most rock offense in this format is Rock Slide. Lycanroc, one of the few ways to do single target rock damage in this format, could be really helpful to break through Charizard. The Swords Dance Kingambit on Marcus's side also can be really crucial for getting boosts up, immune to Toxic from Toxapex, and if it can get enough attacks that it can break through these Pokemon, but it has to be really weary about the Charizard on the other side, which is, again, is where the Lycanroc comes in. There's a lot of checks and balances in this matchup. If one player can get the right positioning at the right moment, they were going to be able to bust the game open. Wolf has been able to do that in a lot of games with the Sway Scarf Hydreigon, but other options like Sneasler and Mamoswine can provide the right offense at the right time to open up something like the Kingambit, eliminate it so that Toxapex can close out a much longer game. But we've also seen Wolf lean really hard into Incineroar in other games. And the Flare Blitz could be helpful damage in the Kingambit. You've got to be afraid of Defiant here as well if you're really worried about, you know, at some point a Kingambit, if it has attack, is even threatening the Charizard itself with Sucker Punch, and then things might start to look really difficult because Toxapex can't do much to support Charizard away from that.
But you do have 2 instances of Fake Out on this team with the Incineroar and the Sneasler, so maybe that's one turn where you can guarantee some damage into that Kingambit. But I'm really curious about the Mamoswine. Wolf hasn't brought it to any of his previous matches we have seen on stream, and we've got a good handful of those. But can it come to this one?
So far, it's just been the threat of Mamoswine, and I think that'll probably be how it stays. I'm not sure it matches up that well here, but could be brought. The Earthquake could be really useful into Marcus's team, but also 4 Pokemon on the other side with super effective moves into it. The Focus Sash does some, but if you already have it broken, it could be a momentum black hole. We have seen Toxapex brought to every game, but that's not necessarily a given. Wolf probably has other game plans, doesn't have to lean on Toxapex so hard if he's worried about the threat of some of the options on Marcus's side.
Let's get into it. Our final top 8 at the North America International Championships of 2026 between Wolf Flick and Marcus Dion. That Charizard hits the field next to Wolf's trusty Incineroar, and for Marcus, it's going to be the Lycanroc and Basculegion.
Great timing for Incineroar, gets an Intimidate into 2 physical attackers and dodges the Defiant on this turn. Immediately has Fake Up pressure into Lycanroc to try to stymie a Cellrock from the other side. For now, Basculegion wants off the field.
It's going to be the Sneasler that comes in to take its place, so maybe we just end up seeing a Protect out of this Lycanroc. But the Incineroar is also going to go back to its Pokeball. It's done its job of that Intimidate drop. Charizard Mega Evolving, Drought, Set, Sun activated, and this Charizard is ready to throw out those Heat Waves or maybe even a Solar Beam at this Lycanroc. Let's find out. Is Lycanroc, though, going to protect for this turn, so it's not going to take any damage? But the Sneasler could be worse for wear. Just kidding. Charizard's going to protect too, but it fails because there was nothing else happening this turn.
So it may be important for Wolf that Protect is still available on this next turn. Wolf makes a classic play in Pokemon when you have 2 Fake Out users, bait the Protect by showing 1 Fake Out and immediately rotate to the second one. Now Lycanroc can't protect it this turn, but Marcus, 1 step ahead, also got Sneasler on the field, is able to get the faster Fake Out and flinch the Sneasler in Wolf's side.
So Lycanroc is free to go for the Rock Slide, but it's going to miss the Charizard. Critical here, as this Charizard is not going to take any damage or even be under threat of a knockout. Sneasler takes a little chip, but this Charizard gets the breathing room that it needs. A Heat Wave to connect on both Pokemon. Gonna break the Focus Sash on that Lycanroc, and that's just gonna take another one to clean up both of them.
a devastating miss for Marcus. Would have just had the KO on Charizard there, most likely. The Intimidate on the Lycanroc, but it's still a lot of damage back the other way. We see Jolly speed alignment plus speed on both these Sneaslers, so both moving quick. Maybe Wolf hoping his Sneasler would be able to move first, but Marcus is able to get out with the faster fake out. Now though, Lycanroc, once off the field, no Charizard can just protect itself with this turn. A little bit too much danger, so instead Basket Legion onto the field.
Basket Legion gets in for now, as Charizard does have that protect, but Sneasler can go for the close combat. Doesn't fall for the ghost type on the other side, but actually doesn't get the knockout into Marcus's Sneasler anyway. The defenses drop, but that means that the White Herb gets to activate, and that will be the Sneasler getting an unburdened boost for the next turn. But it's got to take a close combat on the other side. You can see just how these Sneaslers trading those close combats, dropping those defenses, and the White Herb activates 2 for Marcus.
I think this is a really strong turn for Marcus. The close combat into Wolf's Sneasler, very helpful for trying to put it into Aqua Jet KO range. The White Herb does get rid of the defense drop there, so maybe not an Aqua Jet KO range. The Lycanroc rotates off the field as Charizard protects itself, maybe hoping to find a close combat into that slot on that turn that Basket Legion would have switched in immune to, but still Basket Legion lands into a pretty comfortable position here. Has to worry about Solar Beam on the other side though. You might protect through a turn, try to get to the other end of the Sun as well, only 2 turns left for it.
So that's why we see Wolf actually take this Charizard off the field. You want to make sure that that Sun is going to be active later. Charizard's also still so healthy, so that makes a great resource to rely upon later in the game. As the Incineroar comes in, gets the Intimidate drop into both of these physical attackers, we see the Sneasler protect itself from a Dire Claw. Basket Legion, though, in the Sun, is still going to fire up this Wave Crash and not get the KO onto Wolf's Sneasler.
Wolf's Sneasler able to hang on even through Wave Crash in the Sun. Very comfortable there. The extra Intimidate coming into Basket Legion, helpful for that turn. And now Sneasler protected itself in the previous turn, but Incineroar rotates in to threaten a fake out in that spot. Sneasler, though, now so low on Wolf's side, probably in the Aqua Jet range, but that Wave Crash did so little that maybe not. It's definitely a little bit close there. Definitely a back and forth battle here. Charizard getting out of harm's way, but has to also know that Lycanroc is in the back. You don't want to preserve Charizard for the last Pokemon, but you know your opponent's doing the same thing with Lycanroc, and so maybe some urgency to get value out of other Pokemon in the meantime, shift up this board position.
Well, we're not going to see the Toxapex in this game. Instead, it's going to be the Hydreigon with that Choice Scarf. A switch in that would for sure be able to take the Aqua Jet if you were expecting it to be a roll from the Basket Legion. But a fake out into Marcus's Sneasler is going to send it back hacking, and the Sun fades away.
I really like that play. In any earlier turn, the Hydreigon would have been really vulnerable to the Sneasler on the other side. It had unburdened itself, so it would have been faster than the Choice Scarf. Hydreigon had been threatening a super effective close combat. But you know that on that turn, you're throwing a fake out at a Sneasler that just protected itself. Sneasler is doing one of 2 things. It's getting KO'd by fake out like we just saw, or it's switching out to the back, removing that unburden so that you don't have to deal with it in the future. Either way, this is a great time for Hydreigon to come onto the field and assert itself. Now finding itself in against 2 Pokemon weak to Dark Pulse, ready to lock in. And then Frostlass doesn't find itself in a great position here. While it's worried about Choice Scarf, Dark Pulse on one side, it's worried about not doing much damage to Incineroar on the other side, and then getting damage back. Now, the good news for Marcus, the Sun did just expire. Basket Legion looking completely healthy here. It's not the target for Dark Pulse, and it has free firing into Incineroar. So this is one of those situations where both players have so many valid targets they can make. If you find yourself on the wrong side of where the targeting is, crucial damage could land right now.
But on the flip side of things, you got to be really careful about when you actually set this snow. You would love to be able to throw out those blizzards, but the Charizard is always waiting in the wings from Wolf to come back in and take that snow away. As we see the Frostlass Mega Evolve in this turn, it's going to be the Sneasler joining the fray from Wolf's side of the field. The Hydreigon has set its targets on this Basket Legion. A one-hit knockout with the Dark Pulse is going to bring Marcus in his first game down to just 2 Pokemon. Frostlass gets to use Blizzard though, so you're going to end up having to trade your Sneasler for the Basket Legion, and you don't get the KO onto the Hydreigon either.
You don't get the KO on Hydreigon, but you leave it so low that a Celerock is a future threat for a KO. We're really used to seeing those Basket Legions when they're holding Citrus Berry be bulky enough to take a hit, even when it's super effective, like a Sucker Punch from a King Gambit. But Hydreigon, they're having enough special attack to just get the KO and then withstand the hit back. But now this is the Lycanroc's moment to shine, threatening a Celerock as a KO into the Hydreigon before it can move, threatening a ton of damage into Charizard before it can move with Rock Slide. Now Wolf's got to start making a pivot. The Incineroar in the back, very healthy. Doesn't want to take a rock move, though. You'd like to get in, somehow have fake out pressure to protect one of your Pokemon so they can go out on the offense. It's a really delicate dance here. And Marcus still has his own resources to put out damage. The good news is with 2 KOs down for Marcus, you don't have to worry about switching anymore. You don't have to worry about Snow coming back, and you can find a, Marcus protecting at the right turn and find one vulnerable Pokemon and get up a Pokemon. It would be huge, but no Assault! Just Dark Pulse! Lycanroc down!
Lycanroc just falls to the Dark Pulse there, and so that's going to be the Frostlass left to fend for itself. Try to bring that Justice back for its teammates. It fires off the Shadow Ball, which is going to be good to get the knockdown into the Hydreigon, but Charizard's free and clear. You just throw a Weather Ball at this Frostlass, knock it out. Doesn't even not going to be the Weather Ball, it's just going to be the single target Heat Wave. In game 1 goes to Wolf.
Yeah, I think Wolf there saying you can only have one thing or the other. If you take the Accelerock into Hydreigon, then nothing is going to stop this Heat Wave from coming out, and it's going to KO the Frostlass and possibly just the Lycanroc as well. And if you don't go for Accelerock, well, then you're just losing Lycanroc in the game on the spot with no way to stop the Charizard running over. So just having the options there, and even if you give up a KO, you have the Incineroar in the back to end that game.
Oh, it's such a tricky spot because you're right, you can only Accelerock one thing. And maybe the call from Marcus is also, I think you're going to end up protecting the Charizard. If it's an Incineroar switch in, then maybe also the hope is that you just get some damage down. It's just so tough, I think, with only 2 Pokemon remaining, not having the Snow, you can't just freely send out the Blizzards, and it was also really unfortunate that you didn't get the Blizzard KO onto the Hydreigon the turn before.
Yeah, that Hydreigon had already been down, and you at least forcing Incineroar on the field. I think things are maybe still enough for battle because the Intimidate and the Fake Out are really useful there, and the Incineroar can try to end the game itself against Lycanroc. But yeah, the threat of both attackers, Marcus is looking to make a read on which is going to protect or switch, but Wolf doesn't have to do either. It's up enough to just give one away. Now we're back into a game. New leads, Sneasler and Charizard versus the Lycanroc and Basculegion. In this situation, the Lycanroc once again on the field trying to threaten down the Charizard, but finds itself up against Fake Out again. Basculegion versus Charizard we've seen a few times in the lead position this weekend. With the sun going up, you don't immediately lose a lot of your damage potential. You're worried about Solar Beam coming the other way, especially when there's no Focus Sash on the Basculegion. It can mount to a lot of damage really quickly, and so Marcus may be forced to make a pivot in this situation, but these teams, they move so fast, and they do so much damage so quickly, they being down some advantage in the lead position is so difficult. But you can also try to just protect Lycanroc through a turn, try to then assert the Accelerock on a future turn, but that's where Intimidate is for now, though. No switches, just Mega Evolution.
Mega Evolution for that Charizard. You know that's the only Mega on Wolf's team, so you should expect that every game if it's on the field. Drought set. Sun once again activated, which is going to limit this Basculegion's damage output quite a bit. This Lycanroc is going to protect itself. Under threat of Fake Out, it does not want its Focus Sash to be broken, and it also does not want to just get KO'd right here. Charizard is going to get set up for a Solar Beam, and the Solar Beam doesn't go towards the Lycanroc, it's into the Basculegion, not protecting itself. Does get taken down into the red, but that's what the Citrus Berry is for. It's going to be able to get a little bit of HP recovery back and hopefully get something done with this Wave Crash. But it's in the sun, and the Sneasler is so bulky, as we saw from that last game. It's not going to take very much from that.
Yeah, this Sneasler able to take hits so well, and Wolf basically just makes the simplest turn there. Says, I have to stop Lycanroc from attacking to keep Charizard safe, so I throw a Fake Out there, and then I don't want to put all my eggs in one basket, so I'm going to throw damage at the Basculegion as well. Marcus doesn't double protect, so gives over a really big Solar Beam there, and now is worried about close combat into the Lycanroc, and so has to bring Frostlass in to try to take that. Meanwhile, Charizard, scared of Accelerock, leaving the field itself for Incineroar to get a pretty valuable Intimidate into Basculegion. Would have been 2 valuable Intimidates if Frostlass hadn't just entered the field.
Ghost types means that no close combat from this Sneasler is going to land. But another Wave Crash will. Sneasler still hanging on through that. And now there's an Incineroar here to join the party.
Incineroar finds itself in a pretty nice position here. With Sun up, you're not as worried about Wave Crash, but of course Frostlass can just change the weather and can do that even while protecting itself if it's worried about Incineroar coming back the other way. Sneasler may not have the offense to deal with Basculegion yet, especially as bulky as they are, as bulky as we've seen the Sneasler is.
Where there's 2 Ghost types on the field, there's no close combat, there's also no Fake Out. So the Incineroar isn't able to go for that on this turn. Also naturally slower means that this Frostlass is going to be able to guarantee a Blizzard, a KO onto the Sneasler, and some nice chip to start getting this Incineroar whittled down. but that means it's still here on the field to have this wave crash. And since the snow took that sun away, Incineroar's just gonna get knocked out. A double into the Incineroar takes it down, and it's a 2 knockout Pokemon advantage for Marcus Dion.
Yeah, Marcus basically just makes the simplest play once again.
Actually.
Says that I can get the Blizzard and I can get the Wave Crash. I don't mind losing Basculegion because this end game becomes so difficult when I have Focus Sash intact Lycanroc and you have Charizard coming in afterwards. But Wolf's options to pivot out of that are just so poor now. Like, you don't want to bring in Charizard and then have the Mega Evolution happen afterwards. Your Hydreigon in the back so important. You don't want it to take a Blizzard, and so he's kind of forced to give over to KOs there. But yeah, this looks so difficult for Wolf at this point. You get a few positive things, but I'm really worried about that Lycanroc in the back for him. There's options to try to pivot the Frostlass in if you want weather control, but it seems like it's more important to keep the Lycanroc healthy, so I'd imagine Frostlass just tries to fight through this as it is. You basically have two priorities. You want the Hydreigon, the Sneasler to try to land a close combat into the Hydreigon, and you want the Accelerock into the Charizard. If you can make those happen, you're going to be in a great spot. For now, you need Fake Out to stop the Charizard offense.
But Hydreigon just goes for the Dark Pulse into the Sneasler. Maybe thinking like, okay, well, at least I can get some damage down onto that, or maybe even better, I break the Focus Sash on that Lycanroc. But the Blizzard comes out, connects into both in the sun, because this Frostlass is just built different. And so that's going to be some great damage down into both Pokemon. And if it wasn't looking difficult before, it's looking pretty impossible now.
Right, Wolf locks into Dark Pulse. Maybe just doesn't think you need so many Draco Meteors that you can afford the special attack drop. Maybe already looking for flinches. A flinch here could be really impactful if you also get Blizzard misses, but it may just be Shadow Ball to close up a safe KO.
Yeah, it's just going to be Shadow Ball into the Hydreigon. Took so much damage from that Blizzard before that this Tickle is going to take it down. Charizard can still maybe fire an off attack here, but it depends on whether or not this Sneasler can actually get through that. Dark Pulse does actually get the flinch, but it doesn't really matter. Charizard gets the Heat Wave here, and we're going to be able to bring the Lycanroc back in with that Focus Sash.
Yeah, it's all for naught because Lycanroc is going to come in with extreme 1v1. When you write down Lycanroc on the team sheet, this is what you envision. You envision Charizard on the other side, Lycanroc sitting opposite it, Accelerock with priority, able to move first and KO Charizard. You wouldn't need the Focus Sash. You could be at 1 HP and you'd have 100% win condition here. The Focus Sash just means that you have extra credit on the game to win, extra credit on bringing us to a game 3.
Accelerock, final nail in the coffin for this Charizard. As we finish out game 2, Marcus Dion evening it up. We're going to go to a game 3 to decide, will Marcus or Wolf move on to top 4?
You can see how fast and furious these games are going. One bit of mispositioning where your opponent is swinging out with attacks that you cannot withstand, and you will lose Pokemon so quickly. This turn where Wolf just loses everything, takes the KO into the Sneasler with Blizzard, takes the KO into Incineroar with Wave Crash. There's just no way to fight it back after that. Your Charizard is a sitting duck waiting for a Accelerock in the future. Your Hydreigon has to pick one move and has to worry about close combat and Blizzard before it could ever try to deal with a Lycanroc in the future. All because of one bit of mispositioning where Wolf doesn't have an answer for that offense.
See, like, you know, you see actually Marcus kind of popping off there when the Heat Wave double connected, but that is because that Lycanroc gets to come in and just finish up the job. Gets it done a little bit faster, and then we get to prepare for this game number 3. So far, Wolf has not brought the Toxapex or the Mamoswine to either of these games. Is this the game?
So far, Wolf has opted us into these fast games. Wolf's games on Broadcast so far have all been slow, methodical, positional with the damage from Toxapex. But Toxapex could really struggle against the bunch of the Pokemon on Marcus' side. But maybe the one that would struggle the most against the King Gambit, I don't think we've actually seen from Marcus yet. So maybe there's an opportunity for an adjustment. Or maybe you just think, I won game 1 in the damage trades and we win game 2 in the damage trades. These are going back to the leads from game 1 where Wolf was able to win and finding the same leads on the opposite side for Marcus that Wolf got in game 1. So gets a really valuable Intimidate back. Once again in a position where Intimidate helps to keep, combined with Sun, the Incineroar a lot safer on the field. You have to worry about Charizard obviously significantly here, but if Incineroar can find the right impact, find the right pivots, I think we saw Hydreigon pretty quickly enter the field in game 1 here, would threaten both of these Pokemon quite a bit. Yeah, Incineroar right off the field once again, but now Sneasler on instead.
Same run back of what we ended up seeing in that very first game, except this time we aren't going to end up seeing an additional pivot coming out from Marcus.
Remember the crucial Rock Slide miss early on in game 1. Wolf's not going to probably get that again.
Charizard is going to Mega Evolve here, but protects, so it might not be a rock slide miss now, but the Sneasler has to come in and maybe take some damage. Basket Legion was throwing out Aqua Jet that Charizard's way, so the Protect is good to stave it off. And the Rock Slide from the Lycan Rock will connect onto the Sneasler and start to chip it away.
Yeah, not too significant of damage. The Sneasler pretty bulky, but it could matter in the end. The critical hit helping to break through the Intimidate and do as much as it did. It was the turn 2, I believe, that the Wolf risked leaving the Charizard on the field and the Rock Slide swung out and just missed. Do you risk Charizard once again? You can throw a Fake Out at Lycanroc on this turn. You can throw a Solar Beam at the Basket Legion. You can try to fight in this position, but at some point, you're going to really need to answer that Lycanroc. It can just protect itself through Fake Out and then present the Accelerock pressure once again. And with enough Intimidates, the Charizard can pretty easily cycle out to Incineroar, and even though the Rock Slide is super effective at -2, you're probably not that worried about it. But you do have to find the damage into Lycanroc, and you probably don't want the Lycanroc to escape in the back. This is huge. Focus Sash broken. Fake Out lands this time.
Yeah, and that leaves his Lycanroc vulnerable. It's not going to be able to get an attack off on this turn, and Charizard's just going to launch out a Heat Wave. It misses the Basket Legion, but not the Lycanroc, so it's going to make it a lot easier to clean up on a subsequent turn. Basket Legion Wave Crash in the sun is going to hit its primary target in that Charizard, but only takes it to about half. So it's going to be recoiled back. You might have loved to have with the Heat Wave, but at least you're doing a little bit.
The Sun and the early Intimidate means that Wave Crash is not such a threat to Charizard. It's still really impactful damage, makes sure that Accelerock is really threatening a KO, even with an attack drop on Lycanroc. Meanwhile, I think that's a really positive turn for Wolf to get a Fake Out in the Lycanroc, get significant damage into Lycanroc, not have it flee into the back. I think Wolf has shown a willingness to show Fake Out and switch to a second Fake Out Pokemon, this time actually clicking the button and getting rewarded for it. But I think still an uphill battle here. You've got to respect Lycanroc's offense. You really love to load land close combat from Sneasler into Lycanroc while protecting Charizard, but both players know that's what Wolf wants. Marcus has consistently shown willingness to switch Lycanroc out, and the situation where you switch Charizard out and Lycanroc switch out, that's what leads to the late game between Lycanroc and Charizard.
Oh, it's going to be a rotation of Pokemon. Charizard leaving for Hydreigon and Frostlass coming in for the Basket Legion. As Lycanroc does use the Accelerock into the Hydreigon, it's going to be a nice switch in to have, as Sneasler does land the close combat. So Lycanroc is taken down out of this game. One Pokemon already secured as a KO for Wolf in Game 3.
This is a disaster of a turn for Marcus. Tries to fish, says, Wolf, you might just risk that Charizard. I'm going to click Accelerock into it, but is punished so hard. Not only punished by the Accelerock not landing much damage, and the close combat cleaning up the Lycanroc so that Charizard feels safer in the future. Even more punished by Hydreigon coming onto the field at the exact same time that you bring Frostlass on in the field. This is Hydreigon's dream position to be able to have the speed advantage and swing out with Dark Pulse. Yes, you have to worry about the Mega Evolution and the Blizzard back, but the damage may be done. The Sneasler also got the Unburden on the last turn, so safely faster than either thing on Marcus' side, and healthy enough that Aqua Jet is not relevant in this position. That means you could try to swing with Dark Pulse, and Dire Claw might be enough damage into Frostlass. Be close. I think we saw Dire Claw just miss a KO into Frostlass earlier, but even if you don't get that, if you get enough damage back and eventually get control of the weather again with Sun, Wolf has created such a big lead for himself on that last turn, on the positioning of this Hydreigon. This is the kind of situation where with these teams swinging out at each other so aggressively, when you get in this mispositioned place, it can be a big problem.
Frostlass and Basket Legion both have the option to protect, but it's not going to. Basket Legion knows that the Dark Pulse is going to knock it out, so the Sneasler gets to come in instead. Frostlass Mega Evolves means that it's going to take away the sun, set the snow, and be able to get those 100% accurate blizzards. That's something that this Hydreigon will fall to based on how much damage we've seen so far. But the Sneasler says, not right now, gonna protect myself. As the Hydreigon does throw out the Dark Pulse, the Frostlass is going to be down to 23 HP, but I think this Hydreigon's gonna trade itself. I think you like it though, as Frostlass's Blizzard lands into the Hydreigon. I think it's gonna be out of here, and we get to see the Charizard come back in and take away the weather.
Charizard may come in, Incineroar may come in as well, provide a valuable Intimidate, provide a Blizzard resistance. Either option pretty good for Wolf. We have seen Hydreigon take Blizzard earlier on to the Accelerock chip, helping to make sure that Blizzard can clean up the KO there. And like we mentioned, Dark Pulse not quite enough damage. Marcus dodges the really big risk of a Dark Pulse flinch there. That might have just been game ending. Hydreigon does take a Blizzard and go down, but lands that really valuable damage. Wolf has the Unburden, Marcus doesn't have the Unburden, but Marcus has the Fake Out, Wolf doesn't have the Fake Out. So bringing in your own Incineroar helps to also offer that, so that you know kind of can think about all of the options here. If you think that the Sneasler on the other side is going to fake out, then it's your Sneasler or your Incineroar that will get to swing out and attack on this turn. I'm not sure that Blizzard is a KO into either of these Pokemon from this position. And if you're worried about Sneasler swinging out with close combat into Incineroar or even Sneasler, we've seen Marcus willing to do that to get some chip in and get his own Unburden activated, then you can use Fake Out to block that. So a bunch of options on the table here, kind of more options for Wolf than Marcus at this point. And again, showing the Fake Out, making you respect it, and then getting it off the field, taking the snow away, getting Charizard back.
Going to take away the accuracy of these Blizzards as well. So this Frost Blast, if it wants to guarantee damage, is going to have to go for those Shadow Balls. As Sneasler flinches, Frost Blast is going to just hit a double Blizzard anyway. As Sneasler and Charizard do survive it, they're at slivers of HP, but still able to provide something of value to this game.
That was not what Wolf wanted out of that turn, was maybe hoping the threat of Fake Out or the threat of Incineroar just staying on the field, taking a Blizzard and KOing Frost Blast was going to be so much that Marcus wouldn't make that play. But that's exactly the play that Wolf couldn't afford, especially when Blizzard hits in both spots. Because now the Sneasler on Marcus's side is threatening to just KO the Sneasler on Wolf's side. Charizard just vulnerable to a Shadow Ball. Frost Blast certainly moving before it. Sneasler also moving before it and threatening a Dire Claw back. I do believe the Sneaslers between the two sides are at the same speed, so you could hope for Wolf's side that it moves first and could at least threaten a KO back into Frost Blast. But Sneasler and Marcus's side completely healthy here. That turn gave up so many resources, and there, Marcus wins the speed tie, but it's just close combat and Charizard getting the KO there.
Wow, so that's a huge Pokemon knocked out. Wolf does not have this Mega Evolution anymore. Going to be forced to bring back in this Incineroar, but you gotta hope that you can even up the Pokemon count at the very least, as Dire Claw is going to take out the opposite Mega. But that was a 2v2 between Wolf's Sneasler and Incineroar, and Marcus with the Basculegion and Sneasler.
I'm not sure this is a winnable 2v2. The Intimidate is going to help. The Sun is going to help mitigate the damage from the Basculegion on the other side. But having full health on both the Sneasler and the Basculegion is so much to ask Incineroar to deal with, because Sneasler is really not going to offer much help at this point. With only 15 HP left, maybe not vulnerable to Aqua Jet, but most likely vulnerable to Aqua Jet, definitely vulnerable to Marcus swinging out with Sneasler in that spot. And Incineroar is facing down close combats and wave crashes. Yes, they're mitigated, but it's going to be a lot of damage coming back. I won't say it's over. Definitely with the right targeting at the right time, it's possible for Incineroar to get through this, but it's an uphill battle for Wolf. Wolf relies on this Incineroar so often. This is going to be a moment where he needs it to come through for him.
It's got to come in clutch. Wolf's trusty Incineroar. Wolf, the North America International Champion from 2019. Wolf's Incineroar having to be on the receiving end of a close combat. It does get taken down to below half HP, but can the wave crash from this Basculegion actually finish it off? At the very least, this Incineroar does get a bit of HP back from the Citrus Berry, and hopefully its partner Sneasler can help it out with something. A poison may be huge here, as it does get that activation onto the Basculegion, with maybe some poison recoil at the end of the turn, wave crash recoil adding up, but it's looking tough. This Sneasler is still very healthy.
Yeah, the Sneasler health is huge, but you dealt with one of the threats. You don't even need the poison damage, just being able to withstand the wave crash in the sun with the Intimidate, withstand the close combat with the Intimidate, but now your Pokemon are so low. Both clearly in close combat range for Sneasler, but close combat has had to come out a little bit too many times from the Sneasler. It is starting to drop its own defense. The Wild Herb was burned on the first one, is now at -1 defense, -2 defense, and so will take a lot of damage. Can only KO one thing at a time. Wolf also has to protect, and Dire Claw.
Wow.
Oh, look how much damage the Dire Claw is.
It does half to the Sneasler. There's not going to be an additional status that ends up getting activated, but the gong shot from the opposing Sneasler is going to be able to bring this down to a 1v1. Oh my gosh, when it comes down to this, a Sneasler versus Sneasler.
I believe this is a Sneasler speed tie. I believe this is a 50-50, plain and simple.
Which one moves first? That's going to secure a top 4 spot for this trainer. Marcus or Wolf needs to rely on their Sneaslers right now, and it's going to be Wolf Sneasler that moves first. A close combat is going to finish off Marcus's, and Wolf Quick, 2019 NAIC champion, might get another shot moving on to the top 4.
There was one too many defense drops on that Sneasler. Had it been able to withstand 2 attacks, Marcus had it wrapped up, but it had to close combat one too many times, had to close combat into Incineroar, had to close combat into the Sneasler on the other side, had to close combat a Charizard at one point to pick up a KO there. Didn't want to risk Gunk Shot in any of those moments, didn't want to risk that 85% accuracy, instead takes all of those defense drops, and that's one too many. Sneasler able to pick up the two-hit KO on his counterpart, win the speed tie at the end to swing out first and finish that KO and move Wolfglick on to the semifinals of this tournament.
It was so hard when we did see the Sneasler's White Herb consume because the Incineroar had switched in. The White Herb shed the first Intimidate drop, so you were able to bring it back down to neutral. But Wolf ended up cycling so well that he got a second Intimidate drop onto the Sneasler, was already doing less damage. But it all started all the way back at the beginning of this Game 3, where we saw the trade of the Mega Evolutions, and also the fact that Marcus had to give up that Lycanroc so early.
Yeah. Marcus getting a few turns wrong, hoping Wolf would expose a little bit more risk, meant Lycanroc went down easily. Then it felt like Marcus was clawing it back. This turn where Charizard switched into a Blizzard that hit both targets felt like it put Marcus so far ahead, and then following up on that, Marcus is able to get the close combat into Wolf, but look at those defense drops adding up in the background while Marcus is getting the KOs, and Wolf has all the damage he needs, enough damage mitigation. The Intimidates and the Sun helping so much to mitigate what the Basket Legion can do in return, and Incineroar able to take that double up, that massive double up of Wave Crash in close combat, and still swing out with Throat Chop at the end of the turn.
I do wonder if this looks any different, if maybe Marcus ends up targeting the Sneasler with the Gunk Shot instead. If it connects onto the Sneasler, do you actually think that you survive an attack from the Incineroar? It's a Flare Blitz in the Sun, so I have to assume the answer is no.
Oh yeah, the Incineroar Flare Blitz significantly more damage than anything Sneasler was doing. Might have been a one-hit KO regardless of needing 2 turns. So I think that was the right targeting, but then just had too many defense drops. And Dire Claw doing 50% to the Sneasler on the other side.
And if you weren't confident that you were going to get the damage roll, then close combat for sure seals up the deal for you for that second attack. What a photo finish, though, between Marcus Dion and Wolfglick. Marcus, of course, one of his best finishes to date. Getting top 8 in an international championship is huge. But for Wolf, this is a redemption run. Getting second at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Getting so close to being able to claim that title. Now maybe gets a chance at a second North America International Championship title. Let's hear how he's feeling.
Congratulations to none other than Wolfglick, securing a spot at top 4 here at NAIC. Incredible. I mean, talk to me about that match, specifically that Game 3, because that was so stressful.
I think the first thing that I'd like to ask for is a round of applause for Marcus Dion, because my God! What I will say is I got the chance to talk to Marcus a fair bit before the set because we were the last set, so we had some waiting time, and he's such a kind, thoughtful, articulate, and smart young man. Like, he's I don't know, maybe it's that I'm unk status now, but he's still so young, and he's so mature, and I mean, his gameplay is just unparalleled. Like, that was... I thought I had a good matchup. I thought I had a good matchup, and then I ran into Marcus Dion, and I said, I maybe should have thought about this a little bit more. But yeah, no, I mean, Game 3, I felt like I understood his macro plan, but actually handling it was pretty difficult. I felt pretty good early, but yeah, with the way that the position just weaved in and out, and the fact that our Sneasler was speed tying made it really complicated to plan. I honestly thought that when I was down to just Incineroar and Sneasler with like no health left, I thought that it was over, but I tried to find outs to maybe turn it around, and I mean, I was able to do it, but only just by the skin of my teeth.
I mean, it's been so impressive to see the tournament run that you've put together here, especially to these internationals. I mean, you've been competing for so long, but the internationals have only gotten more stacked. There's so many players competing. How does it feel to be able to be in top 4 and on this stage?
It feels incredible. I mean, honestly, I knew it was a tall order to go from Indianapolis not even 2 weeks ago and say, okay, I want to build an entirely new team, and I got nothing. Like, I'm not running back Steelix. Like, Steelix did a good job. He's going on the bench. So, yeah, I mean, starting from basically nothing and having to build a whole new team, you can never expect to do anywhere near as well as top 4 at International. So, I'm really proud. I'm really happy with the team that I built. I feel like it's been a really good call. I felt like my matchups have overall been good. But yeah, overall, I feel like last year I was eliminated on day 1 of NAIC, and I think it stuck with me a little bit. Like, this is a tournament that I have history with, that I care a lot about, and so to be able to not only redeem myself and make day 2, but you know, now be in the semifinals, it's a great feeling.
And I know, I mean, coming off of Indianapolis with the Steelix, even as bench now, you come into this tournament, you have a Toxapex, you have a Mamoswine. You're constantly finding new ways to like innovate within the meta. And I know there's other people that compete, that look at the teams and want to be like you. Any like advice for those that are trying to find their way within this competitive scene?
I think it's really easy to look at kind of the top performers of any tournament, especially when there's something unusual or something different, and be like, oh yeah, like they're making their weird Pokemon work, I'll make mine work. But really the best advice I can have is that the better you understand Pokemon fundamentally, the easier it is to find the spots where some of the more niche picks can shine. And so if you're a beginner player and you want to use weird Pokemon, like a good exercise is to get experience figuring out why are the strongest Pokemon the strongest? Why is Kingambit at 70% usage? Why is Basculegion? Why are Garchomp so powerful? And when you understand why these Pokemon are so strong, you can not only look for the strengths of other lesser used Pokemon, but you can also find their weaknesses, right? Toxapex was added initially because of the Floette Incineroar Sinisha combination. I said, I had such a hard time with Steelix, I'd like to have a good matchup versus that, right? And it's because I understood the strengths of that combo that I feel like I was able to spot Toxapex.
And I mean, you keep popping off, you keep making these runs in this tournament, and congratulations. So I want to make sure you can rest before your next match. But any final words for those watching? I've
had so much support. I've had so much support over the course of my life, but especially for this run. I want to give a huge shout out to Yuki and to Dylan, who helped build this team. Helped is the wrong word. We all built this team together. It was a collaborative effort, and yeah, especially under a time crunch, it was really, really great to have a whole squad, working together on it. Brendan Zhang, I want to give a huge shout out to. Helped me a ton in the preparation for this match, even maybe made him a little late for his flight. Sorry, Brendan, go next. Aaron Zhang, Aaron Trailer, big shout out to them. Justin Karras, Marcus Haman, and Dr. Aaron Trailer, excuse me. They all helped play some practice matches for this as well. Ed, always helpful. I'm sure I'm forgetting tons of people, but I really feel like I stand on the shoulders of giants. I have so many incredible people in my corner, and I'm just so grateful to be where I am.
I mean, you definitely need that community to be able to help you along your way, and it's great to hear about that. Wolf, congratulations. Best of luck on your next match. As for us, I mean, what an incredible series. It's been a fantastic day. Let's hear a little bit more about that one. Let's go.
Thank you, Sierra. Really fun match there. I can't believe Wolf forgot to shout out his #1 fan, Mamoswine, who I think he left his Pokeball back home, but cheering for him wherever he is.
Poor Mamoswine. I feel like that's one of the Pokemon we've looked at this roster and said, come on, please, Mamoswine, just once. And it hasn't made a single appearance in any of the 3 game sets that Wolf has played on stream.
Yeah, I was joking before he came on here. Yeah, maybe he forgot to train it like Zach Drokamp in the old days. It's the... Anyway, really fun matchup here. We've kind of seen both of these teams on streams a number of times, so I'll jump right into some of the turns I thought were really fun here. I think it's easy to forget how fun game 1 and 2 was because of the tension in that last one. So while all of our blood pressure recovers, let's remember the good times, the bad times, the heat wave times. Jumping right into turn 2 here, there's some pivots before the first turn, and we get our first bit of shenanigans in this matchup where Lycanroc, Len and I were dunking on it a lot. It wasn't Lycanroc's fault here. I think it looked really good throughout the course of this match, and things just didn't want to work out for it. Big missed rock slide there, where this match would have been very different if that didn't happen.
That's true. I feel like on the flip side of things, Charizard felt like it was really trying to put in some big heat waves. Did end up getting a double connect here, and I think that made things also a lot more difficult for Marcus.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I think this is an interesting turn. Maybe I'll just move a little bit forward to try to get some Pokemon. Well, we can look at some health bars. I love health bars. There we go. So I think this is really neat, too. I think throughout the course of the match, Wolf is maybe the best of the world at cycling fake outs, and I think he did a really nice job to set this turn up where he had threatened fake out, but then because of the threat of the fake out, brought in another fake out Pokemon the following turn in order to kind of keep that pressure up and try to keep his opponent off guard. He did that so often throughout the course of this match. I think it was really impactful, and he ends up getting a lot out of this one where, I think the Sneasler is at 9 HP or something, which you get the very wonky knockout with fake out, which not what that move's for, but hey, it can be extreme speed if you want it to and you believe hard enough. But more critically, he reveals the Hydreigon and brings it in a situation where it's checking the Basculegion. I thought it was an incredibly valuable play for Wolf.
It was so good too, especially with that choice scarf. You know that you're going to be faster than Basket Legion, or bare minimum, you're going to have to try to lock it into something like the Aqua Jet if you want to guarantee that it's going to get any damage down. But then even better, the Frost Blast comes in, so you get to pick your poison with the 2 ghost types you'd like to hit with that Dark Pulse.
Yeah, to me this just feels so over here, where, because yeah, like not only do you come in and like I think I was expecting an Aqua Jet from Basket Legion into the Hydreigon slot, which still would have been great, right? Still would have been an incredible play for Wolf, but because he gets the Protect instead, you know, Basket Legion probably doesn't want to double Protect, or if it does, you still have like that 70% chance of knocking it out. Frostless doesn't want to take the Dark Pulse, and because of the wonky stuff that happened in the first turn, Lycanrot's also at half HP, so it's not really an option to switch that in the slot. If it does, you deal with that, and then maybe Charizard just wins the game for you. So it winds up being like a really decisive game-winning play, I believe. And we can see what happens here, where Frostless does Mega Evolve, does its best here, but Hydreigon showing us the Dark Pulse calc, very good against 2 Ghost-type Pokemon.
Which is so funny, because, Len and I were talking about this. When you look at the Citrus Berry, you expect that the Basket Legion is going to be a bit tankier, especially to take those physical Dark-type attacks. But that's what Hydreigon is so good at as a special attacker. It's going to ignore all of that defensive investment that you have on that Pokemon, and so bye-bye Citrus Berry.
I think it's especially great too. I mean, first of all, Wolf played back at a time where Hydreigon was Floette, right? And he was the best special attacker in the format. So it's easy to forget sometimes how strong this Pokemon is in that regard, where it is really good. And because this is such a physically based metagame, I think a lot of trainers are really training their Pokemon to survive physical attacks instead. So kind of get to pick away at that special attack. It feels like Hydreigon's special attack stat maybe a little bit higher than it is. Let's get one more turn for that first game too. We get this play here where Lycanroc is maybe trying to get an Incineroar on the switch, and Wolf kind of realizing, hey, you can't Accelerock both of my Pokemon, so I'm just going to attack. It looks a little goofy here as poor Lycanroc just lets itself get knocked out, and there's no way for Wolf to lose from here.
Yeah, because I think the other alternative here is that you're hoping maybe you just get like the Rock Slide too, but if you're Marcus trying to hedge your bets, you think that maybe the Dark Pulse is going to go the Frostless this way, maybe you survive that, and then the Lycanroc is able to just land the Rock Slide to finish it off, and then you've got the Frostless to follow that up with the Shadow Ball, but unfortunately just gets that call wrong, and we go to game 2.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of a tail of this set, right? Not either player individually getting a lot of calls wrong, but there's a lot of calls you have to make in this matchup, right? I think it was really fun to watch. These guys are both so smart. They're so good at reading the board state, where I think they both had turns where they looked really good. They both had turns where they looked really bad, right? And that's how you get to this point in the tournament, right? You're going to win some, you're going to lose some. We see a sort of fun matchup here. Once again, Charizard trying to sneak around this Lycanroc, and I think at this turn, Sneasler does go for the fake out there, but it's not going to matter because Lycanroc is protecting, wants to preserve its focus sash, I think critically in the game where Marcus won, and Charizard forced to take this Solar Beam into the Basket Legion instead. I think I mentioned previously when Wolf was on stream, Charizard's trained a little differently than some of the others, so not going to get a one-hit KO there, and I think it actually influences some things that we see in the third game.
Yeah, the Basket Legion survives with just enough HP too, where the Citrus Berry makes things super, super awkward. Because I don't even think from that position, like the Dire Claw looks particularly strong. But with the Wave Crash recoil, maybe that ends up being a different story. It still looks very hard.
Yeah, well, things are going to look worse fast. So the turn we skipped here, this is the third turn. Marcus made a great play to switch one of his Ghost-type Pokemon into a close combat and avoid critically that White Herb activation and thus the Unburden, and things get real bleak from here, where this time Marcus is the one who just sets up everything perfectly. This is a double knockout with the help of these 2 Pokemon here, putting him kind of at a lead he couldn't possibly blow.
Blizzard to finish off the Sneasler, and then the Incineroar there. You've taken away the Sun, so these Wave Crashes are full power. You do have to take a lot of recoil in response, so I remember getting so excited that Marcus ended up taking a double knockout here, but Basket Legion took so much recoil and knocked itself out of the process.
Yeah, it's, these things happen, and hey, I think Basket Legion very happy to get that knockout for its team. Also critical here too, where again, you could have consider the Pokemon in the back, or there's still that Charizard lurking in the wings, and this time Lycanroc is still around, and much easier to find that matchup if it needs it. I don't even know if we get to this point. Wolf trying to make a little goofy play here because he doesn't want to get in a situation after this turn where he's getting the ISO on Charizard versus Lycanroc, which is unwinnable. I think it winds up happening anyway, but does his best to avoid a situation where he knows he's going to have a 0% chance to win, and we wind up in a very fun game 3.
Yeah, that one was hard because it looked good. You look at that turn and you go, hey, wow, Wolf just got 2 Pokemon knocked out. But the fact that you had that 1v1 with the Lycanroc and you were able to just get that increased priority Accelerock, it was always going to be able to take that knockout. So even though you're like, whoa, what a fast way to get that Pokemon count neutralized, that Lycanroc got exactly what it wanted on the other side.
Yeah, I think it's a fun cat and mouse, right? Where, you know, Wolf and Dragon, where you can just see that dichotomy through the whole set. I think Wolf did a great job of not getting caught. And again, you're kind of discussing, you know, how good is Lycanroc really? I mean, Marcus piloted it really well, and Wolf was still able to kind of keep just safe enough to get away from it. But you kind of see why, you know, one mistake, and we're talking about how easily Lycanroc won that match. At the beginning of this one, we kind of get an interesting series of plays here where you get something similar to the previous game, but you know, the Lycanroc, I think, very cleverly doesn't use Protect here. Charizard does. The previous time there was a swap in both the other slots, and I think in game one where we saw the same leads, which caused Charizard to fail its Protect very usefully. This time Lycanroc, I think, anticipating that Wolf might go for a cycle, doesn't go for the Protect, so it has the option of doing it on the next turn, though it winds up not faking it, or not protecting anyway. I think critically losing its Focus Ashes. That fake out comes in, and pretty critical over the course of this game. Also critical, I believe, for this turn is a Heat Wave miss. It winds up not, I believe, mattering too much because there's the recoil damage from Wave Crash anyway. I kind of wonder on this play if Wolf wasn't just fishing for chip on the fish, so that if he went for a Solar Beam again later in the game, he wouldn't activate the Citrus Berry.
Yeah, but I think, yes, like the Heat Wave missed here, but I feel like maybe we were kind of just seeing Wolf really start to figure out, okay, how am I going to get to the end of this game? It's always going to be about the Lycanroc. I feel like that was always going to be target number one to prioritize so that your Charizard didn't have a hard time. Target
number one, I'm so glad you mentioned that. I think this is just the next turn here on turn 3, and you know, it's the best of time, the worst of times a little bit, where Lycanroc goes for this Accelerak, does not find its intended target as Charizard has escaped battle. This gets picked up by the Sneasler, who stays in the battle for what feels like forever here from this point, where really impressive run from it. You know, still a Pokemon you can think of as being very frail, but you know, watch that slot. It's going to be in the rest of this video. Really big White Herb activation as well, but you know, things turn the other direction pretty soon. Where I think it's 2 turns later that Marcus gets his revenge and makes this game really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so fascinating to see the fact that you had this Charizard come in, be able to actually take away the weather from this Frostlass. And even though you ended up seeing that the Sneasler for Marcus was able to get that fake out, this is where we kind of confirmed that this is a speed tie between these two Pokemon when the Sneaslers both freshly come in and are really helping to fake out each other.
Yeah, so winds up just being crazy. I didn't realize it too. I didn't look down at the team sheets, and Marcus hasn't moved first so many times. Like, oh, like surely he's just quicker, right? You know, Wolf is running some strange training spread as he tends to, but
it looked
no.
pretty bulky, so you know, I think that's a pretty good bet.
Yeah, and so and I think for that point too, like I'd kind of got lost in the sauce a little bit in this end game because like, oh, that's why Wolf plays things the way he does. But of course, you know, we end up in a very fun end game situation where you know it comes down to which of the Pokemon win the speed tie, and Wolf gets it, and you know, something's very appropriate with such a closely played match there, right? Where it was just so close between them the whole way, and it really did just come down to a coin flip on that one. Wolf's really been living, right? Where it's kind of the 3rd time we've seen him win a game on the final turn by getting a lucky roll, but he put himself in those positions too, right? And again, like he said too, props to Marcus. I think played a really excellent set, and props to him as well for picking up that team so quickly. I think one of the challenges for the players playing that Lycanroc team is that I don't know if anyone's seriously doubting how good it is, but hey, you know, everyone kind of learned at the same time. It all had a very public showing on stream last weekend, and that he was able to learn it so quickly, get this far in the tournament with it, I think was a really impressive showing from him.
Absolutely. I mean, he said it himself in the interview that this was just like, okay, I got maybe a day with this team, but I'm going to figure it out. I'll play right over, and here we go. Like, we've got this. And the fact that he made top 8, I mean, Marcus Dion has always been one of those competitors that he's getting really, really good. And I think they's just 2 events away, maybe even 2 ICs away from claiming that title.
Yeah, and he made it further than he did last year, right? I think his same top 16 opponent as last year, able to get through it this time, defeat the reigning champion. So I'm sure he's feeling pretty good about that run. I think very impressive run by him, and doing a good job of representing his country as well. You know, the other part of a North America region showing it still got it too.
Absolutely. At least we have one hope left in this top 4, right? We've got Wolfglick representing the United States, and across from him we have Eric Rios from Spain. On the flip side of the bracket, we've got an Italian, we've got a Japanese player. Scott, who's taking it?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I guess I got to root for Wolf there because he's going to get our stream numbers the biggest. But you know, I think it's going to be a lot of fun no matter how it plays out. You know, these international championships feel more and more international every year, and you know, I can't wait to see what happens next. So we're going to have to go to a quick little break, but soon we'll be back with the semifinals.
other Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here with two more incredible Pokemon trainers in our community. This is Curly Swirly Maria and Kay Barry Kim. How's it going, y'all?
Great, having a great time.
How about you?
Awesome.
So you both are known for your incredible Pokemon plush collection. So I want to start with you, Maria. How did you get into Pokemon?
I remember very vividly. I was about 5 years old, and I remember the SS Anne episode aired on TV, and I heard that was like the intro promo episode for Pokemon, and I just saw the cutest little yellow mouse ever, and I fell in love ever since.
I mean, Pikachu is very dashing. How about you?
I started with Pokemon Blue, so much fun, and my first plushie was the talking electronic
E aí, chat, tô de volta. Tô vendo aqui o jogo do Brasil, tá, gente? Espero que... Eu tô vendo aqui também, eu tô acompanhando. Finalmente já estamos no top 4, né? Com 9 horas e 27 de live. Lembrando que quem passar do top 4 A e B vai jogar amanhã na final, junto com todas as finais de todas as modalidades que a gente tem nos campeonatos internacionais de Pokémon, tá? Então, a gente tem Unite, Pokémon GO, TCG e o VGC, né? No caso. E aí são sempre as categorias, né? Júnior, Sênior e Master, sempre essas três, tá? Então já volto e fiquem aí com a live.
Do you have any advice for anybody who's looking to start their own Pokemon collections?
I would say my biggest advice is don't rush into it. Don't feel like you have to collect everything. Every collection is special, so don't feel the pressure to buy everything if you don't need to.
All right, how about you?
I'd say have fun, start with your favorite plushie, your favorite Pokemon, get a plushie of that, and go from there.
All right, the last question I want to ask you both is that you take fantastic photos of your Pokemon plushies. Do you have any advice for me? Because I'm trying to get better at taking photos of my own plushies.
I would say try portrait mode and really good lighting. Those are my two tools that I use the most.
All right, and Kim, I mean, you have such great locations with yours. What about advice from you?
I'd say, grab a good size, medium sized plushie, put it next to your cheek, smile, put it up front. There's so many fun poses.
All right, well, thank you both so much. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody who might be watching at home?
I want to shout out for my husband, Frank, and also for my friend Lauren. You're right here. So those are my shout outs.
Thank you.
Shout out to my friends and family. Hello.
All right. Well, thank you both so much for your time. I really appreciate talking with you. Have fun at the North America International Championships, and we'll be back with more action soon.
Yay.
All right, let's play Guess the Ditto. Let's see which one of you it is. All right, let's describe this Pokemon in one word. Puka?
Fast.
Hey, fast.
Cool.
Uh-oh. Words are hard. Stylish.
Stylish.
Hot.
Hot.
These are really different words.
We've had cool and hot. Interesting.
Cool, hot, stylish. Isn't that kind of also like cool? I feel like it's similar. Sleek.
Sleek.
Fast.
Also fast. Okay, let's guess who that Ditto was. Point it. Who do you think the Ditto is? 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah. All right, Wonder Chef, were you the Ditto?
Yes. You gave me nothing. Y'all gave me nothing.
Wonder Chef, could you make a guess what Pokemon was the word?
Not even close. Okay. The Ponyta.
Oh, so close. It was Rapidash. All right, thanks for playing. Good job, everybody. our next wave of battles.
We get to see the Mega Evolution come out.
But critically, it does get a freeze.
He gets the double protect.
Team it up, and there it is.
That is the match. The double KO was more than enough to secure it.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. Over 1,000 Masters entered the North America International Championship yesterday. And here we are, the first ever Pokemon Champions International Championship, and only 4 trainers remain. I'm Joe Brown, joined by Gabby Snyder for our first top 4 matchup, and this is going to be incredible.
It's going to be a champion time to steal something from a previous generation. We got it out of the way. Now we can move forward into our first semifinals matchup. Joe, I'm so excited.
Yeah, so let's take a moment. Let's really let it sink in the caliber of play here in top 4. Shoma Honami. There are not many trainers more significant to the history of competitive VGC than Shoma.
He will be facing Francesco Piopero, who is one of our incredible Italian players who have just been on a tear throughout this season, really defining the VGC metagame throughout Scarlet and Violet, and now setting the pace for Pokemon Champions.
And on the bottom of top 4, an incredible dream you can only imagine. Eric Rios, if he wins a second international championship, Eric will put himself in a conversation as one of the greatest VGC trainers of all time.
And what else can be said about Wolf Glick? I mean, who else remembers that iconic line? It wasn't enough. Here he is on the cusp of making it to a second international championship finals. He has such a unique team. He has the skill, but will he make it there? Time will only tell.
And time will only tell if he actually brings Mamoswine in top 4. I guess we'll have to find out after this first top 4 matchup. I am super excited. Shoma and Francesco. Shoma is as I said, very important player, winning what many consider one of the most difficult top cuts at the World Championships we've ever seen for VGC. Also receiving from this top 4, would have got the World's Invitation, but already had it thanks to the Japan National Championships last week by qualifying and I believe finishing 49th at the Japan Championships. So at his top level right now for Shoma leading into Worlds.
Yeah, and I know that sounds like a little whelming, right? Like 49th, but you have to understand that was after a couple of online tournaments to even make it to the in-person stage, at which point you had to do well in a best-of-1 closed team tournament to make it to day 2 of the competition, to then do well enough to lock in your World's invite. And if that wasn't enough, here he is in top 4 of this competition, competing for his opportunity to compete in the finals tomorrow. So a very strong player competing here this weekend.
Yeah, and then Francesco Piopero, like we were talking about, we've seen him multiple times. We've actually had the pleasure of casting broadcasting both of his games on stream today. One of the top Italian trainers, but got very fortunate facing off against that Lycanroc Italian variant a couple of times, and obviously he's very familiar with some of his comrades, his teammates that have also helped popularize that team, but it's going to be a lot more different against Shoma, a player of Shoma's caliber.
Yeah, and the other thing I want to mention about Francesco is that last year got top 8 at the North America International Championships. Earlier this year, got top 4 at the European International Championships, but still has yet to win a major international championship title. This could be his opportunity to finally take the crown home.
That's right, and put himself on the map of the absolutely illustrious group of Italian VGC trainers that have won international championships. He could be the very next one. And I have a little fun fact. You love statistics, Gabby.
Ooh, I love statistics.
100% of the remaining trainers have a Charizard on their team.
And I believe those are all also Charizard Y.
Yes.
So that is going to be an interesting number to crunch later on today. But for now, we're going to go ahead and jump into our first top 4 match of the evening here.
This is going to be incredible. Shoma Honami versus Francesco Pio Pero. Shoma, the 2015 Pokemon World Champion. They're getting set up. They obviously have some similar strategies, and they've had the fortune of seeing each other playing on stream, so you can try to figure out your opponent's play style.
Of course, and Shoma has some incredible accomplishments, of course, the World Champion, but also throughout the Japanese circuit. And what's been really exciting as well has been seeing him compete throughout the international circuit throughout this year. So while we can only show these incredible accomplishments here, it's been really exciting seeing him compete consistently throughout this season, only to end up here on the stage.
And consistent is a great word we can use for Francesco today, Gabby. He, in his 2 prior stream matches, has been incredibly consistent, controlling the pace of play, forcing his opponent into difficult decisions that feel suboptimal, but it's going to be tough to do that against a world champion.
Exactly. So if you are just tuning in, Shoma Honami is running Charizard with that Charizard Y Megastone, Floette Eternal Flower form with its Megastone, Basculegion, Garchomp, Kingambit, and Whimsicott, which is going to be such a key piece here, as that Whimsicott is the Pokemon with Tailwind, is the Pokemon that is going to be setting the pace of battle for Shoma.
And this is the Whimsicott version, as we've talked about all weekend, the more common variant of the Charizard Y Mega Floette teams, because you have priority Tailwind with your Prankster ability. You don't have to worry, as long as you're not faked out, right? As long as there's something not preventing you from actually attacking for the turn, you will guarantee get that Tailwind up.
And if you go back and watch some of Shoma's games from earlier on in the tournament, which you can find the VODs over on the Pokemon YouTube channel, you'll see that he also likes to use Encore to lock his opponents into moves. He likes to use Moonblast when the Floette has Mega Evolved to take advantage of that Fairy Aura ability. You know, he's really been a Whimsicott aficionado throughout this tournament, showcasing that it's not just a support Pokemon, but it can do a lot of offense as well.
And that Kingambit holding the Aka Berry, not the most common held item for Kingambit. You'll likely see more Chople Berries and Black Glasses, but when your opponent, like Francesco, has a Charizard, it might be very beneficial to have Aka Berry Kingambit.
Well, talking about unique items, let's go ahead and look at Francesco's own team and Francesco's own Kingambit, which is actually going to be holding a Chople Berry as well. Player's going to go ahead, bump this, exchange team sheets, and go and get started. Francesco has a little bit of a different approach to this Charizard Mega Y team. Yes, you still have the Tailwind support with the Mega Aerodactyl, but you also have Sylveon there providing some good support with Yawn to provide that switch pressure that the Whimsicott and Encore bring for Shoma.
And Francesco has a bit of a remixed version of Shoma's Charizard squad here. Aerodactyl as your Tailwind setter instead of Whimsicott. Does a lot better job of dishing out damage than the Whimsicott does. And Sylveon as your strong fairy special attacker instead of Mega Floette. They're using different pieces, but for the same archetypes.
The other thing that I find really interesting when you compare these teams side by side is that both these trainers are also running two completely different Garchomp. They both have that jolly sat alignment, so it's possible they are trained to the maximum amount of speed possible. But Francesco has the Citrus Berry and Protect on his Garchomp, whereas Shoma is running the Roselli Berry and no Protect on his Garchomp, instead opting for Poison Jab for more type coverage, which is something that you typically see on the ladder in Pokemon Champions and not really in these in-person tournaments.
And it could help you survive a Hyper Voice from a Sylveon and then respond with a super effective Poison Jab. So let's get into it. Top 4 of the North America International Championship. Shoma Honami versus Francesco Pio Pero. Shoma leading Whimsicott and Garchomp versus Francesco's Charizard Sylveon.
Whimsicott and Garchomp is a very common lead for these teams that bring Whimsicott because it gives you a variety of ways to respond to these Charizard teams. Normally, Garchomp would be threatened by a Pokemon like Sylveon, but like you said, Joe, thanks to that Roselli Berry, there is a little bit of survivability for this Garchomp. It can take a Hyper Voice from this Pokemon and have the opportunity to return an attack if it decides to stay on the field. Whimsicott also not too threatened by this position. Thanks to the Prankster ability, it will have priority, and it should be able to attack at least once thanks to the Focus Sash.
And that's going to allow, if he wants to go for Tailwind, allow the Garchomp to be super duper speedy. But no Tailwind just yet. Just a Moonblast into the Sylveon does not do too much damage. There's no Fairy Feather boosting Whimsicott's damage on the turn. And a Rock Slide bringing Sylveon down to close to half HP. Kingambit just swapped in, so it won't get the chance to attack, and Sylveon breaks through. Does not flinch. Huge for Francesco, because even with the Roselli Berry, it brings Garchomp down low enough that the next Hyper Voice KOs it.
That Charizard was just too tempting of a target for Shoma. Charizard with the sun on the field, we know just how much damage it can do with those fire-type attacks. Being able to land an early Rock Slide on that Pokemon would have swung the momentum so much in Shoma's favor, he just had to go for it. Unfortunately, Francesco made a great switch there as Kingambit resisting that Rock-type attack. It barely took any damage. That was a great play for him. Now he has the opportunity to respond. Like you said, the Roselli Berry is gone. Kingambit also can threaten some fast damage if it decides to go for a Sucker Punch. The field is much more open to Francesco this turn compared to it was last turn.
There is something key in this matchup with Sylveon not having Hyper Beam. It has Yawn. At some point, Francesco might want to force his opponent into a bad spot and maybe fall asleep. But for now, it's just going to be multiple priority attacks. Quick attack from the Sylveon will take the rough skin damage so that Sucker Punch can follow up, and you don't care about Tailwind, you don't care about Garchomp being one of the strongest attackers in the game when you can knock it out before it attacks.
Usually these Kingambit that hold these damage-reducing berries, such as Chople, such as Akka, don't necessarily have the attack investment you'll see in some of the other Kingambit in the metagame. So that quick attack was just additional insurance that Francesco would get the knockout there. So very well played. Shoma does have the opportunity to get a Pokemon in, though, on the first turn of Tailwind. So this could be a great opportunity for him to respond. And we get confirmation that he did bring his Floette to this battle.
Yep, there is the Floette. Can Mega Evolve with its Fairy Aura ability. There'd actually be 3 Pokemon on the field, Gabby, that would be boosting their Fairy damage.
That Sylveon has already taken over half of its health in damage. And regardless of the Tailwind being on the field, Floette is just going to be naturally faster than the Pokemon on Francesco's side. So overall, this Floette is pretty well positioned to start going on the offense for Shoma.
Kingambit is relatively healthy, though. A Fairy attack, while boosted by Fairy Aura, is still only a neutral hit. Shoma does not have Calm Mind like we've seen so many other Floettes, having. It's that Light of Ruin where you sacrifice your own HP to do massive damage.
And that's also Floette's signature move. It would be so cool to see it in this top 4 battle. Shoma starts the Mega Evolution. Let's see what he follows it up with.
That will be Mega Floette on the field, activating Fairy Aura all fairy damage boosted by 30%. That means the quick attack does even more into the Whimsicott, but it's still not enough. Has to follow up with a Sucker Punch, double target, and Whimsicott is knocked out. Shoma no longer has that support from his Whimsicott. Dazzling Gleam into both of Francesco's Pokemon, but Sylveon hangs on with 8 HP.
Francesco again relying on the double priority attacks, recognizing that Whimsicott's best option there was to go for an attack itself. You can't use the Prankster ability to target down Dark-type Pokemon, so you couldn't, for example, use Encore to lock that Kingambit into a Sucker Punch so it couldn't target the Whimsicott. Likewise, you couldn't necessarily do much with that Sylveon because you'd just be locking it into another quick attack, which would still end up hitting you. So overall, recognizing that Whimsicott was the weakest link on Shoma's team that turn.
And now Shoma has to reveal his final Pokemon here in game 1, which it is the Mystic Water Basculegion. You have access to Protect where a Choice Scarf version would not. And now you have those last two Pokemon. Evi's Last Respect is pretty strong.
It's going to be pretty strong, but Shoma will have to find a way to remove the Kingambit from the field before you can feel a little bit comfortable going for that big attack. I mean, the reason why Kingambit has been so popular throughout Pokemon Champions in the MA format is because it's a great counter to Pokemon like Basculegion thanks to priority, but this is one way around that.
You have to Aqua Jet Sylveon because Quick Attack Sylveon is just too oppressive. That's so crazy to see here in top 4. But that's what Shoma needs to do to try to win this game. And now with Dazzling Gleam into the single target on Kingambit, you pick up 2 clean KOs with the Basculegion, is still very healthy, and it's not choice locked, it's Mystic Water, so you can go for Wave Crash, you can go for Last Respect on the last turn of Tailwind.
But Francesco didn't take the bait. That Sucker Punch didn't target the Basculegion, so he still was able to get damage out of that turn while the Kingambit was making its way off the field. So even though both of these trainers are down to their final 2 Pokemon, I think they got the maximum value out of their first 2 Pokemon in this game.
And that is something that is very important for Francesco. If he can just endure this last turn of Tailwind and then Shogun's Pokemon will not be outspeeding him. You can do that with Protect. Obviously, you can maybe try to tank a hit. This is potentially a bulkier Garchomp since it is holding the Citrus Berry item.
It is, and that's going to be the key thing to look out for moving forwards. I think the double Protect here is a pretty safe play for Francesco, and we see one, and I'm assuming we're going to see the next one real soon.
There it is. Yep, not even going to Mega Evolve yet. Charizard waiting for his moment in the sun until next turn when you actually want to activate the Drought.
And that's just great recognition of the timers in play for these Pokemon battles by Francesco. If you go ahead and Mega Evolve and then immediately use Protect, that's a turn of sunlight that's just gone. By using Protect and then just waiting that turn, you're not necessarily wasting anything. So you can go for the Mega Evolution now, and you can get the full value of your sunlight turns strictly for damage.
A lot of Charizard players like having the sun up against Basculegion when they're locked into a Wave Crash or Aqua Jet because it reduces the amount of water damage when the sun is up. However, Shoma has Last Respects. Neither of Francesco's remaining 2 Pokemon resist ghost attacks, so the sun is not even helping defensively here.
Exactly, and the other big question on my mind too is just how critical is the amount of damage that Floette has taken throughout this match when it comes to facing off against the Charizard and the Garchomp on Francesco's side of the field. Francesco also still has some speed control available to him via Rock Tomb on that Garchomp, so that could also be another way through this battle for him.
See how this turn will play out. Absolutely crucial as we get towards the end of game 1. Basculegion protecting itself from a potential Solar Beam or any attack going into that spot. Moonblast though into the Garchomp, and Mega Floette will not allow Garchomp to stay on the field.
Just going for that single target attack, going for the guaranteed knockout, and here comes a Solar Beam. Unfortunately, if it targets that Basculegion, it's not going to be able to do damage.
That's no damage. Basculegion's still super healthy, and it's 2 versus 1. Charizard might be the main character of Regulation MA, but it's going to be real difficult to take down pretty much 2 fully healthy Pokemon.
But this does give Francesco time to go back to the drawing board and start thinking about his approach to game number 2. As there's still a couple of potential turns here you can play through to get that extra time to think.
There's Aqua Jet in the sun. It does some solid damage to the Charizard here, but the Moonblast on the follow-up is resisted. But when it comes from Mega Floette, resisted doesn't mean much. 2 hits brings Charizard down to under 50%. Here's the Solar Beam, though, super effective because the sun is up, does not take 2 turns to charge, will be automatically targeting down that Basculegion. Is it enough for full HP? Yes, it is. Sometimes, we saw yesterday, we saw Basculegion live on 1 HP. This one was not able to.
And that, again, great information moving forward for all of these trainers. And what I'm wondering right now is whether or not this Moonblast will do enough to pick up that KO. It's going to be close, and then you have to worry about the Weather Ball firing back as well. You know, I think this is a lot closer than it appears.
There's still 3 turns of harsh sunlight, so it's not like Shoma can try to hang around and wait for the sun to go down. Consistently, though, Shoma has outsped, and that's because on the open team sheets, Mega Floette is timid on the stat alignment versus Francesco's modest stat alignment.
Yeah, and Francesco is going to be trying to utilize Weather Ball, which is guaranteed to connect thanks to the accuracy and will be stronger thanks to the fact that the harsh sunlight is still active on the field.
1 Pokemon apiece here in Game 1. The 2 most important Pokemon in the metagame here.
No,
with the Light of Ruin, it missed! It doesn't do any damage to Charizard, and now a sun-boosted Weather Ball takes out Floette. Francesco Piopero and his Charizard dodge Floette and might, with 1 more win, move on to the finals.
Shoma needed the extra bit of damage Light of Ruin provided to guarantee the KO against that Charizard, but unfortunately the downside to Light of Ruin is that it is not the most accurate attack, giving Charizard the opportunity to fire back and get the win for Francesco. What an incredibly close game there. I mean, it started out so much in Shoma's favor. It felt like he had that momentum and that Floette exactly where it needed to be.
Quite simply, Shoma's Floette was a monster that game, Gabby. It got, I believe, all 3 of the knockouts, the double Dazzling Gleam KO and then the Moonblast into Garchomp. He never had to click Light of Ruin. He never had to waste his own XP or risk the accuracy of Light of Ruin compared to Dazzling Gleam or Moonblast. But in that moment, we saw the first Moonblast it did maybe close to 50% on the Charizard with the resist. So Shoma knew he had to risk Light of Ruin, and that's what happened when you don't run fully accurate attacks.
Going into game number 2, though, I mean, it's such a tough question to ask yourself, right? You feel like you have the right game plan, except for the move misses. Do you just uproot your entire plan and hope that you just land the attack in game number 2? Or are there other adjustments that you can make that give you a better line into your opponent?
I'm starting to wonder how significant the tailwind from Whimsicott is, considering Francesco was able to just ignore 2 turns of tailwind by clicking Quick Attack and Sucker Punch consecutively on 2 straight turns, Gabby. So maybe that could be an adjustment. Wait for Whimsicott a little bit later in the match to ensure that your Floette outspeeds and it doesn't have to worry about Fairy Aura boosting Quick Attack's damage.
That certainly is one way around it, and I also have to wonder as well if Whimsicott is not out on the field at that point in time. That also means you can put a Pokemon that has a bit more damage pressure in its spot too. Like we saw how much Moonblast does with Fairy Aura in other battles in this matchup, but here it just didn't seem to find the alignment it was looking for.
Shoma Honami, not an unfamiliar situation, did lose game 1 of his top 8 match as well and was able to pull off that comeback. So now's the time for the world champ to show what he's made of.
But finds a lead with a Garchomp staring down a Sylveon once again, but this time it's going to be the Basculegion and the Aerodactyl out on the field for Shoma and Francesco. And we saw just how much damage Garchomp took from the Sylveon in game number 1, so it's not too afraid of this board position, and Basculegion is certainly happy to stare down and threaten the Aerodactyl on the opposing side of the field.
Especially while there's no threat of Wave Crash actually being, or having its damage mitigated, since Charizard's not on the field to set up the drought. It needs to take a turn actually Mega Evolving. So you know, if you click Wave Crash into either a Francesco or Pokemon, it's going to do a lot of damage.
Exactly, and Shoma also making a defensive switch here, not even ready to lose the Roselli Berry, sending in the Whimsicott instead.
There is the Whimsicott we were talking about, not leading it, but bringing it in the back for a situation like this. Tailwind doubling Francesco's speed on his field for the next 4 turns. Hyper Voice does some solid damage into both, but Wave Crash picks up the one-hit KO.
And by sending in the Whimsicott in this position, you've now also staggered your Tailwinds so that when Tailwind does expire, you have 1 extra turn that guarantees you will be faster, and Francesco just lost the ability to reset it.
Garchomp swapping in for Francesco now. Down the Aerodactyl, not necessarily the end of the world because these Charizard teams are very capable of bringing both of their Mega Evolutions in the same battle.
Yeah, and arguably in this matchup, you don't necessarily want to Mega Evolve the Aerodactyl unless you're positive that your opponent's going to be bringing that Charizard. So Francesco, that probably wasn't really part of his game plan. Now that you have the Garchomp out onto the field, the Basculesian is most likely the target that Francesco is going to be aiming for. The big question is, though, how can you find an attack to land against it if you expect the Tailwind, but Whimsicott here making another tricky play?
Choma playing it safe with Protect on both of his Pokemon. You would expect when you see Whimsicott hit the field with that Praxer ability and a Focus Sash intact, you're expecting a Tailwind, but no, you brought up a great point, Gabby, about staggering Tailwinds. Now Francesco has wasted 2 turns of Tailwind, so you'll have 2 turns of that stagger if Whimsicott clicks it now.
Just safe plays from Shoma, switching in the Whimsicott, taking some damage, using Protect on both of your Pokemon, stalling out yet another turn of Tailwind, slowly ticking that timer down. He is in a position now where he will be forced to either switch or finally attack, but knowing that you have 2 turns of Tailwind now in your favor at the end of Francesco's Tailwind, that's a huge advantage on his side. And if the Whimsicott hypothetically gets knocked out this turn, that just means a more powerful Pokemon can come in and take advantage of those.
Whimsicott finally clicks Tailwind, doubling Shoma's speed for the next 2 turns. Basculesian goes for Aqua Jet into the Sylveon, though, and it does okay amount of damage, but the Rock Tomb for Francesco brings Basculesian very low enough for Sylveon to pick up a double KO. This does, if you think it might be bad, oh no, Shoma's down to only 2 Pokemon remaining. Now it's Shoma gets 2 full HP Pokemon in with 3 turns of Tailwind.
One of those Pokemon is going to be that Garchomp from earlier, and you can only assume the other one's going to be his Mega Pokemon of choice, and it's that Floette once again making an appearance.
So Sylveon has taken some damage. Garchomp is full HP, but it's staring down the strongest fairy attacking Pokemon in the meta right now in Mega Floette.
Sylveon also has taken some damage as well, which would mean a Poison Jab is enough to threaten it off the field. Now, this is something that Shoma would be more aware of than we would be. I would assume that if that's something on his mind, we'll see him go for it this turn. I'm more curious to see if Francesco's thinking about repositioning his Pokemon now, because the thing about Shoma's position is, yes, he has these 2 great attackers on the field, but also he has lost any ability to pivot, and he has lost any ability really to adjust at this point. His back is against the wall. He has to attack if he wants to find his way into the finals.
And Shoma needs to find out who that 4th Pokemon in the back is for Francesco, who has not been revealed yet. This is the final turn of Tailwind for Francesco. His Aerodactyl was knocked out. There's no way for him to boost his speed anymore outside of lowering Shoma's speed with the rock attacks there. Garchomp does hang on. It's so bulky and can respond with the Rock Tomb, just like I said, lowering Floette's speed by 1 stage. Now you have Garchomp with Poison Jab on Shoma's end. Super effective. Sylveon's down.
So with the speed lowered on Floette, that could start adding up over time once Tailwind has expired, or honestly, once there's enough speed drops to just mitigate that Tailwind entirely. But does Garchomp have enough time on the field to even get there?
Francesco didn't even bring Charizard in this game, was willing to not Mega Evolve Aerodactyl for the illusion that Charizard was in the back, but it's Basculesian with a Focus Sash in the back.
So Basculesian is going to have to take 2 hits to pick up the KO on it, thanks to that Focus Sash, thanks to the fact fact that it is at full health and it will be able to withstand one big hit at first. That all being said, though, Shoma still has a lot going for him this turn. Francesco's two Pokemon can go for a Protect to stall out of turn of Tailwind like we saw Shoma do earlier on in this match, but overall, Shoma still has a ton of board pressure with a ton of damage threatening.
Basculegion and Garchomp will protect on Francesco's side. There are 2 turns of Tailwind remaining. At the end of this, it's just the one. Because of the speed drop from Garchomp earlier, Mega Floette, once the Tailwind end, will be slower than Francesco's Pokemon. We've seen a lot of double protects over the weekend, Gabby, and Francesco might need one more.
Shoma, though, using the targeting that turn to try and break the Focus Sash on Basculegion and then follow it up with a Dazzling Gleam, most likely fishing for the double KO onto the Garchomp and the Basculegion. Now, whether or not he goes for that a second time is a bit of a mind game here, because typically when players go for double protect,
it doesn't work.
That one didn't work.
Only a 30%
oh, but he got it on the Basculegion.
That's a huge double protect. 30% chance to claim
he went for
consecutive ones. The Dragon Claw goes into Basculegion. There's no damage. And he doubled. Shoma doubles the Basculegion because of the Focus Sash. He needed 2 hits to secure a KO and gets no hits.
He changed from the Dazzling Gleam to the Moonblast just to ensure there was that little bit of extra damage in case it was needed to pick up that KO, but unfortunately was punished for it because that 1 in 3 chance of Protect succeeding twice in a row on a singular Pokemon. Francesco was able to scout out what Shoma was targeting and take advantage of it with that move. Now with the Tailwind gone on the field and with that speed drop on the Floette, he will have an opportunity to try and get some damage down. But these Garchomps, we haven't seen how the speeds interact without Tailwind. This could be a potential speed tie as both of them are jolly.
New Orleans is known as the spookiest city in the country, Gabby. But there's nothing spookier than all these double protects that have been coming out throughout the weekend. Rock Tomb into Garchomp on Shoma's side will lower its speed that allows Basculegion to now outspeed and go for last respect, taking down Shoma's Garchomp. You see the frustration on his end. He was hoping Garchomp would endure that attack, but the Rock Tomb was so clutch for Francesco in both of his top cut matches so far, lowering his opponent's speed.
Francesco looks absolutely speechless on his side of the screen. He wasn't expecting to be here. He wasn't expecting to lock in this win, but he is so close to making it onto the finals here in New Orleans.
Francesco Piopero looking to pay his respects to Shoma Honami, one of the greatest trainers in VGC history. His respect with the last respect into Mega Floette, takes it down, and Italy is in the finals.
From top 8 last year to top 4 at the European International Championships this year to now to the finals here in New Orleans, Francesco Piopero is your first finalist of the 2026 North America International Championships.
Francesco's beside himself right now. He is popping off. He can't even believe what just happened, taking down one of the titans in VGC for your chance at your first international championship.
But what an incredible run from Shoma Honami throughout this tournament. He has played so incredibly well. It was just a little bit of luck that gave Francesco his way back into the game, that opened the door for that last respects to connect, to get that knockout, to find his way back in. But I mean, think about the innovations here. The Rock Tomb on the Garchomp, that secondary mode of speed control, it was the fact that he had that available to him that allowed him to capitalize on that double protect to make this out even possible.
And that's why it's so important, the minute differences from team to team. These are all very common Pokemon. These are all very common strategies, but having Rock Tomb instead of Rock Slide, where you'd probably argue maybe what, 80, 85, 90% of Garchomps, if they're holding a rock attack, will use Rock Slide to go for flinches. Francesco understood it's not the flinches that'll get me the victory, it's lowering Floette speed. Floette and Charizard, similar tiers, right? Non-Scarf Basculegion needs to lower the speed of Garchomp, lower the speed of Floette to outspeed. Rock Tomb has helped Francesco find himself in the finals.
And what an incredible finals it will be, too, as the other two trainers on the side of the bracket will certainly give him a run for the title. It does not get easier. Yeah, you beat one world champion, but you could be facing another, or you could be facing one of the strongest players that Spain has to offer. I mean, talk about what an incredible event we're going to be setting up for tomorrow.
Absolutely. I am so excited to see how Francesco does tomorrow, because we've had the pleasure of casting all 3 of his stream matches today, and he has been playing phenomenally. We need to hear from Francesco. Let's head over to the stage to see what he has to say.
Thank you so much, Gabby and Joe. I am here with our first finalist in NAIC 2026, Francesco Piopero. Francesco, the last time we talked, you were so locked in after your top 8 match. You were so stoic. But now that you've won your top 4, you're going to the finals. How you feeling?
I don't know.
It just hasn't sunk in yet, has it?
Yeah, I mean, the game was something else. I don't know. The game just smiled to me today, so I'm thankful for it, yeah.
Yeah, that game 1, we did see that Mega Floette miss that Light of Ruin, but in game 2, we could see it. The emotion starting to come over you when you had your Basket Legion at the very end, knowing you were going to get that final last respects. When was it in that second game you realized you're going to the finals?
I realized it when he went for Moonblast on the Basket Legion, which I wasn't expecting, because probably my opponent feared that the double up with Dragon Claw plus Dazzling Gleam wouldn't pick up the KO. And so he went for the double onto the Basket Legion, and I went for double protect with both of my Pokemon. And I needed that in case he went for Dazzling Gleam, but since he went for the Moonblast, Basket Legion was the only one who needed the protect, and they actually got it. So I was like, this is unreal. Why didn't he Dazzling Gleam? I was like, I'm in finals. And it was incredible, honestly. Like in both games, I think during game 1 when I avoided the Light of Ruin was because our Floette and Garchomp speed tie. So I had to either decide if I was to double up the Floette with a Rock Tomb plus Heat Wave or Weather Ball, or if I had to Rock Tomb and Solar Beam the Basket Legion. And he won the speed tie, so it didn't matter on my end. But in case I had to go for the Weather Ball on the Floette. So that was a 50-50. But in the 50-50, there was also the chance that Light of Ruin can miss. And when testing for this tournament, I mean for Turin, I tested both teams, and at one point I got mad because Light of Ruin kept missing on turn 1s, and so I switched back on this team. I'm glad I did, and I'm glad Light of Ruin has 90% accuracy, I guess, so yeah. And in game 2, I think the turn where Shoma did an amazing play, which was double protecting with Whimsicott and Basket Legion, and I think emotions got me there, because I should have gone for a different play. Instead of the Rock Tomb plus Hyper Voice, I should have gone for Yawn on the Whimsicott to lock myself into a better position and better solve the Tailwind, seeing what he was going for. But instead I gave him double Free Switch, which was a mistake. And then I think I messed up again after that. So, I mean, like, the game just said, don't worry, but I got you this time. So, yeah, it was like, I got here in Top Cut in International so many times that at one point, I think just by luck, by getting the second top 4, first time I got out, the second time I just, you know, a little bit of luck helped for sure with the mind games. And yeah, that's it. I'm in finals.
It's so nice to see that Arceus is smiling down upon you for this one, because I have seen you get a little unlucky in some of your stream matches before. But Francesco, you've got 2 powerful opponents on the other side of the bracket. Who do you think you're going to be facing? Is it going to be Wolfglick or is it going to be Eric Rios?
I don't know. Both are amazing players. Eric knocked me out from NAIC last year, so a rematch would be nice. Yeah, I guess like a rematch with Eric would be like the rematch of last year. That would be cool. But facing Wolfglick in an international finals, that would be nice too. Yeah.
You got your work cut out for you, Francesco, but you got all night to prepare. Any final words to the people supporting you?
Thanks, everybody. Thank you. See you tomorrow.
All right, everybody, give it up one more time for your first finalist, Francesco Piopero. we do that and get ready for our final top 4 and match of the day, we're going to have Scott's thoughts.
Thank you, Rose. Wow, I don't know what's going on in this tournament today. We've seen some really crazy matches. I feel like, we've been doing this for a long time, right? I think it's like year 13 of the stream, and still I'm seeing things that I've never seen before.
You got to start keeping a list, I think, so you can maybe check things off or at least compare to past years.
Yeah, maybe it's not as crazy as it seems, right? It's just, well, it was a lot of fun in the match, right? Two really good players. This is a strange format, right? Where there's a really small margin of victory. Again, teams are similar. Everyone's got similar tools. Everything does so much damage that I think it's just a little bit more, there's more possibilities for things to be a little wonky than normal, and that was one of the wonkiest.
Oh yeah, but it makes it fun as a viewer, so I'm really excited to hear your thoughts about how that match progressed, because really, it just felt neck and neck.
Yeah, I think to me, the thing that's most interesting about both games is the way that Tailwind was managed, right?
Oh, yeah.
Tailwind has been so important for these teams throughout the course of the weekend, and I think there were some cool solutions to it in both games. Maybe the outcome wasn't like the most mathematically probable outcome in either of the games, but I think that some of the transitions are interesting things. So I think jumping to the first game here, so we see at the beginning relatively normal Pokemon, right? It's like, oh, we're gonna have a normal game. They're gonna be super normal here. And it is at first kind of one of the things we see a lot of, right?
Yeah.
Where one side gets a bunch of chip damage, the other side sets up a tailwind, and just kind of making a trade where both sides have some advantage.
Yeah, no, this was honestly what felt like a pretty normal start to what I thought was gonna be one of those games where, Whimsicott and Aerodactyl kind of hang out, have fun, but because it was Charizard at the beginning, but overall just felt very standard.
Yeah, so first turn, just trade some damage, like really big Hyper Voice the other direction.
Yeah.
Roselli Berry gets broken, which pretty critical throughout the course of this match, and then the following turn, it's gonna be okay. Well, we've got a very easy, air quotes, easy, Tailwind coming, and surely the player with Tailwind will get an advantage from the speed control. And not really what ends up happening here, where Whimsicott goes for the Tailwind as it needs to. It's being threatened with a knockout, and but it doesn't get targeted here. Instead, multiple priority moves.
Well, and I think this was just that innovation that Francesco has brought throughout this tournament, just recognizing that you don't care about the speed if your priority is always +1, right?
Exactly, yeah, and I think it's a really good solution to this, where otherwise it would have done devastating damage, kind of no matter what Garchomp ended up doing, but surely that can't happen again, right? Whimsicott tries to go on the offense the next turn, and oh no, this looks pretty familiar.
And I mean, he makes this look so easy, but he had to call this right, like every single turn. I mean, he's doubling down into a target. That's a big risk.
Yeah, if it's the switch instead, especially this turn where Floette would have did all this damage anyway, it was pretty big error, but calls it exactly correct. And then we wind up at this spot, I think turn 5, where Tailwind is expired, and it was like almost completely irrelevant, right? I don't think it actually changed the order that Pokemon moved in at any point. And it left us with a really interesting endgame here.
It did.
So there's both sides now, Tailwind is expired. They kind of have to make a call what their opponent is going to do. Basket Legion is going to do a great job of eating a Charizard Solar Beam here. Floette's going to pick up the partner. It seemed pretty over. I guess as we learned in the interview, speed tie. So it could have gone very differently than it did here.
Yeah, I know. I'm really glad that he mentioned that too, because that was one of the things that was bouncing around in my head a little bit. But to get the confirmation from the players is always great.
Yeah, so at this point, it looks like the game is pretty over.
Yep.
And it's not. Solar Beam eventually lands. Floette, again, you use Charizard in large part because it does well against Floette. So because Charizard's able to pick the Floette up, we wind up in this familiar turn, and I'll make you all watch it one more time. But yeah, this is the risk of using this Floette, where it can do a lot of damage, but it can also do 0 damage.
Yeah, and I mean, just to hear Francesco talk about it too, right? And, like, this happened to him so much in practice that he ended up switching teams, and then to have this be one of the reasons why he wins game 1. I mean, talk about storytelling.
Yeah, and very relatable, right? Because I'm sure the same thing happened to a lot of us where I tried that team too. It's very popular in Japan during the PJCS in general, and I was like, I'm shocked it works so well there, given it's all best of 1, or not all best of 1, but primarily best of 1, right? And it's just so easy for that to happen.
Yep.
So yeah, this game we see another Tailwind trade to start out the game, but kind of in reverse, where instead it's going to be Francesco who gets the Tailwind up early and starts trading some damage.
Exactly, and I really love the play that Shoma made here, just going for that double protect to waste this Tailwind turn here. That was such a unique approach to this game.
Yeah, we're going to see that following up here. So first, Basket Legion is going to do its best, do a little damage here, but yeah, I agree. I'm kind of surprised I don't see this more. And it really makes a huge impact later in the game because it forces Francesco to do the same thing much later on and blow both the protects. I think without the double protect on the subsequent turn, where I forget if I clipped it or not, because, you know, okay, let's watch.
We can just watch
Let's watch the protect animations. I love the
Yeah.
protect animations.
I think we need to come up with a different term for both Pokemon using protect.
Yeah. I was thinking the same thing.
Protect.
Yeah. It's like the problem of like bi-weekly or like bi-monthly, where like, do you mean twice doing those periods, or do you mean once every? Yeah. Both Pokemon Protect, whatever you want to call it, it doesn't matter. And it does a great job of creating a situation where, you know, it's able to, or Shoma's able to match the Tailwind, only one turn of overlap. But, you know, some more stuff happens during that Tailwind. Garchomp critically, I think, probably a clip of this one, you know, gets the Rock Tomb drop, and, you know, I was mentioning the last time, oh, you know, there's no wide guards left unless you're in a Wolf. Maybe Rock Tomb won't make such a big deal, but winds up being critical here. This is the one turn of Tailwind that Shoma gets to take advantage of. Both sides really only getting one turn out of it, and while this is a very positive trade, this Rock Tomb winds up being a huge problem later in the game.
Exactly. I mean, that's that speed tie completely off the table. Now Floette's guaranteed to move second. No longer are you worried about that Pokemon, really, at least in terms of, you know, the speed on the field. Certainly, it's still one of the biggest damage dealers for Shoma.
Yeah, so that winds up being huge. And then, yeah, the Tailwind expires, and we wind up once again in some bizarre situations where, you know, why wouldn't we? You know, it's been it's just been the way things have been going. So that double protect, and yeah, this time, you know, no matter how you're considering a double protect, it's going to do both of them. Basket Legion going to get the double, like Francesco mentioned. You know, it makes sense. Where I think it's like fairly likely with how bulky that is. You know, the Dazzling Gleam isn't enough. You feel like, you know, it's always, you almost, you know, it's a confirmed KO, right? You know, he's protected the last term. Surely I'm going to get this one, but he doesn't. Then the you know, the Tailwind expires, and we wind up in this exciting play the last turn where, speaking of speed type Pokemon, I believe these Garchomp are as well, and you know, it comes all down to it.
Yeah, I mean, both of them had that Jolly stat alignment, so chances are they were max speed. And I mean, this is Pokemon at the essence of it, right? You have to take these risks. You have to just hope for that little bit of luck. And like Francesco said, he's made it this far so many times. Just that little extra bit was what finally got him through to the finals.
Yeah, and sometimes it's what it takes, right?
Exactly.
Where, you know, every game can't just come down to like, oh, you know, I floored my opponent because I made all the perfect decisions. You know, the margins are going to be smaller at this level. Everyone got to this point in the tournament for a reason. Certainly some bounces going for Francesco's way, but, you know, easily some other things could have happened differently earlier in the game that would have caused us not to need to be in that situation anyway. You know, there's always going to be bounces both directions, and really fun match by both players. Certainly my heart goes out to Shoma, where that's a pretty rough way to go out, but he played an excellent tournament too. So, you know, congratulations to both of them on a great run, and that was just one of these incredible semifinal matches.
I know, we still have another incredible semifinal match coming up. I mean, Wolf, Glick, Eric Rios, who could ask for more?
Yeah, well, you know, I'd love to send you all, you know, 15 or 20 minutes of video, but unfortunately, I think the match is ready. So, casters, back to you.
Lucky us, Scott is right, and we do have that final match of the day ready for you. Francesco Piopiro waiting to see who he will face off against in the grand finals tomorrow on Championship Sunday. My name is Rosemary Kelly. I'm once again joined by Len Duell, and we're going to have the extreme honor of taking you through this final match.
Such an important match. Both players trying to make their way into the final, like you say, up against a waiting Francesco who is ready to play tomorrow. But only one of these players, only Eric or Wolf, can make it into that Championship Sunday match.
Both of them are international champions. Eric Rios won the EUIC back in 2022 in Frankfurt, and Wolf is part of a very extremely elite club of competitors that has been able to win multiple international championships in the Masters division. Wolf has a win from 2019 NAIC as well as a win from EUIC back in 2025. So, can Eric join that club? He really wants to, but he's got to get through Wolf Glick first.
And Wolf wants to move on from 2 to 3 international championships, but has to first make his way through Eric. Now, we've seen this matchup already once before. Alex Gomez against Wolf earlier on in the broadcast, exactly the same team. In that matchup, Alex seemed to have the advantage in game 1, had the Frigoraph positioned against the Toxapex with its full special attack, but Wolf got the critical double protect with Baneful Bunker to win that game. And then in game 2, it was all Wolf. He used the Incineroar much more effectively, mitigated a lot of Alex's damage, and ended up coming out on top. Now, both players have had a lot of time to digest that match against Alex. themselves and with all of their support network to find new game plans, to figure out what went wrong and went well in the previous time that these two teams matched up against each other. And it's also a different player on the other side. Eric will have his perspective on how to approach this. It'll be interesting to see if there's any major departures. Will Wolf still focus on the Toxapex and trying to create that win condition? Will Eric focus on Fergraf as a way to handle that, or will he focus on other things like Garchomp as the in-game condition? Because you really do have to find a way to eventually deal enough damage to Toxapex.
Either way, I'm expecting a methodical match between these two competitors. Eric Rios and Alex Gomez, both pretty famous for not wanting to take huge risks in their play. Similarly, alongside Wolf Glick, someone who always looks for the most optimal play with the least amount of variance. So one thing's for sure, it's going to be a very intense game of chess between these two competitors.
Right, we've seen a few fast and furious matches in a row on broadcast. Wouldn't be surprised to see this one slow down a little bit. Now, Wolf's actually been against this 3 times. This will be the 3rd time on broadcast. Was against Alex Underhill in phase 1 of the broadcast. That one really focused on the King Gambit being led, and the Infestation was able to break Focus Sash and finish off King Gambit there. But a lot of tools here are able to put out a ton of damage and threaten the Charizard, which is obviously always important for Wolf. You think about the Toxapex, you think about the in-game, but you're only in an in-game once your opponent's down to 1 or 2 Pokemon. You've got to fire off the quick offense to get there.
And that's where I think you have to worry about this Toxapex, something that can stall out the match. It's going to be a Pokemon that you're really going to have to put a lot of thought into. Do you have the game plan at the end of the road to deal with it if Wolf is deciding to try to bring this to a 1v1?
So the way that Wolf usually tries to get there is that damage from Sneasler, and especially the Choice Scarf Hydreigon paired with the Charizard. Especially when you've locked something in with that Infestation, the Hydreigon can threaten so much damage back on the other side with Draco Meteor, crucially against the Garchomp on Eric's side, which with Stomping Tantrum is a much bigger threat into Wolf's Toxapex than most Garchomp that carry a rock move would be. Also, the Incineroar is so important for mitigating damage in the middle of the game, can intimidate Garchomp and Aerodactyl, can put important fake outs out, and can resist Charizard's own offense on the other side to make sure that Wolf has the time to put the chip down where he needs to for Charizard and Hydreigon to finish off KOs.
Big players in this match are going to be your Mega Evolutions. You have an option of the Mega Aerodactyl for Eric Rios, a matched Charizard Y on both teams. Wolf, without only one singular Mega option, is going to have to find a way to make sure that this Charizard can stand tall to the threats on the other side.
Right, you really need damage from Charizard and the Hydreigon to land to get you to that end game. And so much of that is about getting good value out of Incineroar. In the game 1 against Alex, Incineroar got no value, switched in and immediately was KO'd. In game 2, got much better value. Let's see how these play out. We're ready to go into the leads.
Wolf is actually going to bring the Incineroar and the Mamoswine, a Pokemon that we have yet to see make an appearance in this NAIC broadcast. So exciting to see it here, and I think this Aerodactyl is not going to be super happy about that, but the King Gambit loves to see this Incineroar from here.
It's not a rumor, it is trained, and it's on the field. Mamoswine finally ready to fight. Next to Incineroar, immediately led, gets a valuable Intimidate against Aerodactyl, but does give over the Defiant Boost to King Gambit. Now, a King Gambit without Protect is sometimes a little bit less risky to give a Defiant Boost over to, because you can focus fire into it when you need to. Something like Incineroar going for Fake Out to break the Sash, Mamoswine can swing out on the offense in future turns. Aerodactyl also has to be a little bit more worried than usual, because if it gets relatively low, Mamoswine would love that as an Ice Shard target, but not threatening a KO right off the bat by any means here. A little bit awkward too. You would love to Earthquake with the Mamoswine that carries no single targeting ground move, but you can't do that next to Incineroar, so maybe some incentive to try to find a switch. You can imagine landing Hydreigon or Charizard on the field next to Mamoswine and finding your Earthquake that way.
We're going to see the Mega Evolution onto the Aerodactyl, so maybe Charizard from Eric has not been brought to this very first game. Aerodactyl's going to get a boost to its speed as well as activate that Tough Claws ability. Incineroar goes out on the offense first to fake out this King Gambit so it cannot move on this first turn. Maybe would have tried to go for a Sucker Punch here as we see that animation fall. Rock Slide from the Aerodactyl does land to the Incineroar and the Mamoswine, but can the Mamoswine move? Mamoswine flinches! It is not meant to be. It will not see an attack first.
A brutal turn for Wolf. Both the critical hit, Rock Slide, and the Mamoswine, showing how relatively bulky this Mamoswine is. That's not that much damage for a critical hit. Would have been even less, accounting for the Intimidate that the critical hit burst through. But then crucially, the flinch on a Mamoswine means that it doesn't get to swing back out, most likely going for Icicle Crash into Aerodactyl based on it not being Ice Shard and Incineroar not leaving the field. Would have taken taken Aerodactyl very low, if not KOing outright. So a big lost opportunity for Wolf there with the flinch, and now things get a little bit more dangerous. You've spent your turn of suppressing the King Gambit with the fake out. King Gambit would love to swing in the Sucker Punch into the Mamoswine. Incineroar wants to be off the field, doesn't want to fight either of these Pokemon, so Toxapex out instead.
Toxapex is going to be able to take these attacks a little bit better, but Aerodactyl's not going for an attack. He's going to end up going for the Tailwind. Gives him speed control over to Eric so that King Gambit is free to use Kowtow Cleave instead of that priority move Sucker Punch, which would have done less damage. You're going to secure the knockout into the Mamoswine, and so Wolf has to bring in another Pokemon here. Ends up being the Charizard to replace that Mamoswine.
This is such a difficult position at this point. You give up the Tailwind because you didn't land the Icicle Crash on the previous turn, and then the Tailwind means that King Gambit can swing into the Mamoswine, and King Gambit boosted can do it unopposed. But things recover a little bit here. After giving over the KOs, Wolf gets to set the position he wants, which is Toxapex paired with Charizard. Toxapex Wide Guard will keep Charizard safe from Aerodactyl's Rock offense, and Charizard with the Focus Sash broken on King Gambit is swinging away. But this could be a really poor damage trade as well. Sucker Punch plus Dual Wing Beat might just be a KO on Charizard, and if it's not, it will leave Charizard extremely low. So nothing safe here, but Wolf's still going to press the button, get Charizard Mega Evolve to get the Sun on the field.
Already one Pokemon down, Wolf is going to have to try to get himself back in this with a KO. The King Gambit would look really good, but you know that there's going to be a Rock Slide threatened by this Aerodactyl and that double up, as you mentioned. Toxapex protects itself, so at the very least, Toxapex isn't taking this damage, and Rock Slide doesn't fall for the bait. This Aerodactyl unleashes it into the Charizard, is able to get that damage down, and also leave this Charizard vulnerable to a knockout from the Kowtow Cleave. But that was in the direction of the Toxapex, so this Charizard would have had a chance to do something, but it flinches. A second flinch from Eric. This Aerodactyl is on fire.
Wolf not relying on Wide Guard to protect the Charizard, but just the Intimidate from earlier on to lower the Aerodactyl's attack stat and make sure that Charizard can withstand one Rock Slide. Knows that the focus might be Toxapex. If you can get a +1 Kowtow Cleave and a Rock Slide into it, that's so much damage. It's so much easier to deal with later. But another crucial flinch. Wolf gives up so much of his resources left in this game by taking that 75% damage on Charizard and doesn't get the massive Heat Wave back in response.
Wolf has no choice except to bring in this Incineroar. The common goal here is to get the attack drop onto this Aerodactyl, but you have to give up another Defiant Boost over to the King Gambit. So you end up seeing the Protect here from the Charizard. Rock Slide now out at -2 into this Incineroar does actually bring it down to the Citrus Berry, so you do enough damage that you can at least get that recovery back from your held item. But what did this King Gambit do? It's at +2 now. Was trying to go after the Charizard, so it's going to feel its mark there. And now Wolf has a shot. He's got this fake out on the board.
Has fake out on the board. I think we're going to learn a lot about Wolf's mindset from where this fake out goes. Do you put in the King Gambit and maybe stake the rest of your hopes in this game on a Rock Slide miss? If you can get flinch on a King Gambit and a Rock Slide to miss, then Charizard's able to swing, but maybe you can't even take a Dual Wing Beat. But yeah, fake out into King Gambit. Let's see what Aerodactyl does.
Aerodactyl wants to hit this Rock Slide again for Eric to win him this first game, and it is going to land. Charizard down, and Incineroar going to have to carry a lot of the dreams of damage for the rest of this first game. It's not over just yet. There's still that Toxapex in the back that hasn't taken an enormous amount of damage yet, but there's no damage on Eric's side either. This Aerodactyl and this King Gambit are so healthy.
Yeah, I'm not sure there are any dreams remaining at this point. I think they've all been eaten, whether there's a Gengar on the other side or not. Those flinches have consumed them. At this point, +2 attack on the King Gambit and really hard to find the chance for damage against it. Kind of your last option is Flare Blitz from Incineroar. In the Sun would pick up that KO, but first you have to make it through the turn.
Toxapex is going for the Wide Guard, so you know that the Rock Slide isn't going to connect onto either of those Pokemon. But King Gambit can still swing out here. Aerodactyl sets a Tailwind to ensure that this King Gambit is going to end up being faster than this Incineroar, and it goes for the low kick. Incineroar, it's not that heavy, but at half HP, it's going to fall regardless. And now Toxapex left on an island. A 1v4 looks impossible. Wolf knows it, throws in the forfeit, and Eric Rios wins the first game of this set.
A brutal game. The only damage Wolf ever got were 2 fake outs from the Incineroar, both in the King Gambit. Every other attack failed from a Rock Slide flinch. A game plan that really did rely on being able to withstand those Rock Slide flinches. First putting Mamoswine on the field and making it through a Rock Slide to get an attack out, and then trying to put Charizard on the field to take a Rock Slide and get an attack off. Both of them failed. Both of them cost so many resources that Wolf was not able to recover afterwards. Part of that is the King Gambit immediately being led and getting a Defiant Boost so that the pressure was huge. When when you're missing turns in front of a +1 and then +2 King Gambit, you don't have much time to recover.
I would love to know if that Mamoswine would have just secured a one-hit knockout onto the Aerodactyl. If it had had a chance to move and you get that Icicle Crash, maybe this game looks super different.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously all down the path that includes that first Rock Slide. Wolf led the Mamoswine for a reason, was ready to take the chance on the Icicle Crash into Aerodactyl for a reason. It could have swung very much the other way, but we only see the one way it plays out, which is that 30% chance of Rock Slide flinching, taking away Wolf's action on the turn, and then of course having it happen just 2 turns later for the Charizard as well. So then you have to wonder, when a game goes that poorly, you get 2 fake outs and nothing else, you go back to the drawing board, look for a new game plan, look for a new path, may have already prearranged kind of what your game 2 and game 3 approaches to this match are, or do you say that would have worked if only the flinch doesn't happen, and the flinches are in my favor, so maybe I will take another shot at it. But can you make it happen twice? If you're expecting to not get flinched a couple more times, then it gets a lot more difficult. It's hard when you're down a game to withstand those kinds of odds.
Pressure mounts as Wolf's back is against the wall, but he still decides to hedge his bets on this Mamoswine. Toxapex, the partner of choice for the second game, but Eric ends up bringing the Charizard as a big adjustment for his Mega Evolution.
Yeah, crucial difference for Wolf that Toxapex immediately is on the field here. Both doesn't give over the Defiant boost to King Gambit, what would have been offering Wide Guard to stop Rock Slide. You can't get flinched if you're not getting hit, but Eric one step ahead, has Charizard on the field already. The missing fake out really important here as well. You can't stop the King Gambit from attacking for the turn, and you can't easily break the Focus Sash. Charizard kind of loves this position, wants to swing into the Mamoswine, get a lot of damage back, isn't that worried about what Mamoswine does back to it. Icicle Crash would be a lot of damage, but you're not threatening a KO, and Toxapex, of course, would take a lot of time to mount damage against Charizard, so it's somewhat rare in this format that you get completely free opportunities to just swing out with Charizard, and it feels like Eric has found himself in one right now.
See the Mega Evolution immediately as this second game is off to the races. Charizard to set the sun. These weather balls for this Mamoswine are gonna hurt a lot. Whether or not that ends up being the case, though, this Mamoswine does have a chance to protect itself, but it ends up being a Solar Beam from this Charizard as the attack of choice. It unleashes its first powerful attack of this game into the Toxapex. Does about a third of its damage, but the Mamoswine lands the Icicle Crash, a move that we were hoping to see in that first game. But that Charizard takes it like a champ. A critical hit, though, maybe evening out the karmic balances a little bit as King Gambit finishes the turn with a Kowtow Cleave.
Then Infestation into King Gambit breaks the Focus Sash. And maybe a relevant critical hit there, but doing more to even out that karma, as you put it. I think that's an incredibly strong turn for Wolf. We talked about it in earlier matches. If you invest a lot of resources into putting damage on Toxapex, that damage can be undone oh so quickly. A few turns of leftovers, Regenerator switching out, suddenly it doesn't look like you spent 2 attacks into Toxapex at all. Eric probably expecting Wolf to protect Mamoswine. Solar Beam plus Sucker Punch could have just KO'd the Mamoswine before it moved. Wolf stakes the semifinal down 1 game on a huge risk there and gets a lot of value back. Has really done significant work now. The King Gambit has its Focus Sash broken. Mamoswine could swing for a KO with Earthquake or a future KO from Charizard with Heat Wave. So much damage on the Charizard, the critical hit helping to make sure that's really significant damage that could add up. And the Infestation trapping King Gambit on the field. No protect, trapped, very vulnerable Pokemon at this point, but it doesn't mean the pressure is gone. I don't think Ice Shard is threatening a KO into Charizard, so the threat of Sucker Punch plus Solar Beam is still very real.
Charizard will end up moving first unless there is that increased priority, and so the King Gambit ends up swinging. The Heat Wave, though, is going to be the move locked in from this Charizard, expecting no Wide Guard from the Toxapex. So as that lands into the Mamoswine, that one Icicle Crash is all that Wolf is going to get of value out of this Pokemon for this second game.
Wolf tries to get away with it twice, tries to expose Mamoswine once again and gets punished for it this time. The Sucker Punch and Heat Wave do land. Eric isn't as worried about the Protect on Mamoswine this time, isn't as worried about the Wide Guard, thinks he's put enough pressure into Toxapex that Wolf will respect that pressure in Toxapex, doesn't want to give up with the Pokemon that early, and so your damage has forced a protect from Toxapex on that turn that is exploited by a KO onto Mamoswine and a quick 4-3 Pokemon lead for Eric. But it is a lot of damage mounting, and again, the positional advantage for Wolf. We've seen Wolf being one of the few players with a plus speed stat alignment on his Charizard, means that it should be safely moving before either Pokemon on Eric's side, barring Sucker Punch, and the Icicle Crash crit means that that might be enough damage to just be threatening a KO back with Heat Wave. So Wolf finds himself in the right position with Charizard here.
Gambit still tries to swing for the fences. The Sucker Punch bringing this Charizard down to half, but the King Gambit's going to miss on the Heat Wave Charizard. You need to get your eyes checked because you missed the KO onto the opposing Charizard also. So it means that Eric's own Charizard gets to go for Weather Ball. Wolf hangs on. This Toxapex is going to be able to contribute something with the Toxic back. So that's going to finish off the Charizard, but you needed that damage onto the King Gambit.
Yeah, really crucial. A couple of things there. Like, almost all of it has to go wrong for Wolf to still be vulnerable to Sucker Punch on the next turn. You both have to miss the KO on Charizard so that you take the Weather Ball back, and you have to miss the KO on the King Gambit so that the Sucker Punch threat is still there on the field. But between those two things, Charizard now is vulnerable. On the other hand, King Gambit still can't protect itself, still can't switch off the field, so Charizard has some wiggle room to just protect itself, try to find the right threat opposite the King Gambit. But yeah, you could see it in the player cam, Wolf not getting exactly what he wanted out of that turn. And whenever there's a KO in this format, it feels like that player immediately takes positional advantage right back. And again, it happens for Eric. Getting to land Garchomp on the field, threatening a Dragon Claw KO into Charizard, you do not have to worry about the wide guard in the situation and going for spread moves. You just have the KO on Charizard. And so for now, Toxapex needs to go on the field. You need to find a new way to threaten these Pokemon, even though that means freeing the infestation.
Freeing the infestation and also giving over a Defiant Boost to this King Gambit. Your hope here is that you're going to be able to take it out with a Fake Out on the subsequent turn and the Charizard following it up with something like a Heat Wave. But the Dragon Claw is good. It's going to land into this Protect as the King Gambit tries to go for the low kick into the Charizard slot as well. Covering for if the Incineroar had maybe switched into that slot, or knowing that the Dragon Claw would have knocked out the Charizard and the low kick would have redirected into the Incineroar.
Yeah, I think Eric fishing for the Incineroar coming and knowing it's very likely that Wolf's position is so poor there, something has to change. And he doesn't think Wolf is going to let it change just by giving over KOs. So instead, Incineroar very likely to hit the field, so wants to find it with low kick. Good for Wolf there that Incineroar instead successfully lands in safely. But then Charizard's still in a really tough spot here. Still threatened by Garchomp, maybe going to force another switch from the Charizard spot. And then Incineroar can try to cover that with Fake Out, but you can't create an opportunity for Charizard to attack with Fake Out because both Pokemon are threatening KOs into Charizard.
Toxapex comes back in with the Regenerator healing, is going to get a little bit more staying power, and it's also going to make that Sucker Punch fail. As Toxapex also takes the Dragon Claw, maybe this Incineroar can finally finish up the job that this Charizard started. A Blitz in the sun is good for the knockout, and that's going to bring Eric down to his final two Pokemon in the second game. Wolf has a chance, a Pokemon advantage. That's what's keeping him in this.
Marrocos. Na moral, que joguinho festas esse do Brasil? Esse é o Brasil, todo mundo tá falando aí, ó. É isso. Ainda tem Haiti e Escócia, só lembrar.
So it's really going to be about Incineroar and Toxapex having to deal with Garchomp. That's an uphill battle. These are two ground weak Pokemon. These are Pokemon who are not there to fight Garchomp, and yet that is the task asked of them at this point.
Garchomp has a single target ground type attack as well in the Stomping Tantrum, can pick and choose its target. While the Charizard has the flying typing, it would be immune to those ground type attacks. It still leaves yourself susceptible if you were to see something like that Dragon Claw from the Garchomp instead. But it is the Stomping Tantrum into the Toxapex. It's going to take another one in order to secure the knockout. Maybe Incineroar can get something done. Decides to limit the damage output of the Sylveon. While the Incineroar switches out, the Charizard has no choice except to come in and take its place. And is it going to come in just to faint?
Maybe hoping that -1 special attack Charizard can take an attack. You also want to be able to bring Incineroar in to intimidate again in the future, but no Hyper Beam, you're not taking that.
Hyper Beam is going to be Sylveon's move to knock
because Charizard was ever going to itself have an impact on this game again, the opportunity was lost for that once Garchomp was at full health and Charizard ended up so low. But if Garchomp had navigated safely in, then Toxapex would be able to rotate to Incineroar and get itself a regenerator boost. And then you can imagine with the regenerator boost that you have the time to whittle down the Garchomp. But now, because Charizard gets KO'd on the switch in, Toxapex has no more opportunity to heal itself except via leftovers. The Sylveon is going to have to recharge her turn. You do have fake up pressure into Garchomp. You're going to be able to buy space on this turn, but it feels inevitable that at some point the Stomping Tantrums will land into Toxapex. The good news for Wolf is that it's now -2 on Garchomp. The Garchomp has no way to switch out and mitigate them, but no fake out. Just Earthquake into these Pokemon. Toxapex so low.
It's low, but it hangs on. Incineroar is going to be brought down into
Cortei,
Super Spirit Range.
vamos lá. Será que o Wolf vai virar isso aqui, cara?
Sylveon hangs on for
Pega Burn, pega Burn, pega Burn, pega Burn. Não! 16. Ah, tá. O cara vai ficar, né?
Going to take Sylveon out, and now it's down to just the Garchomp. But with one more Earthquake left, Eric is 2 Pokemon KOs away from being able to lock his spot in the finals. And Wolf
Bora, Wolf, empata. Vamos, empata, Wolf. Wolf dos Glicks, na moral, empata.
Wide guarded for too many turns, then you are just going to lose to Toxic. So instead, you probably need a Stomping Tantrum. You'd rather Stomping Tantrum the Toxapex, but it could just protect itself through the turn. And if you take a Protect there while the Incineroar is doing damage into Garchomp, there's a way to lose. And if you swing into Incineroar with a Stomping Tantrum and Toxapex isn't going for Wide Guard, but is just infesting, then maybe the damage over time adds up fast enough.
Baneful Bunker, it's not a
Baneful
Wide Guard.
alguma coisa. Eu nunca sei o nome desse ataque.
That would be good for a KO.
Stop
Potentially, if not a -2, but the Incineroar is going to hang on through this. It's going to be able to get one more attack on the Throw Chop into the Garchomp, helping to whittle away at some of that HP as it knocks itself out from the Rough Skin ability. A 1v1 now as Wolf is hoping
Mano, é
to
Toxapex contra Chomp, cara.
poison damage starts to add up for this Garchomp.
Se proteger agora é tranquilo, mas eu acho que ele já usou Protect.
Incineroar makes it through the turn and Wolf probably gets out to the other side, but Eric gets the targeting right, doesn't hit into Protect. There's no infestation for Wolf on this turn that also would have made it easier to protect on the following turn. Wolf gets it wrong. Eric makes the right call, but it really was no information advantage for either player. It was just, where are you going to go? Do you see the rock, paper, scissors match right? And Eric gets it right.
Wolf has won 2 games on stream by getting a critical. Baneful Bunker double back-to-back. He tries it again, but the third time it's going to fail. And Eric Rios, one more Stomping Tantrum, knocks out the Toxapex.
Ah, é. Wolf Glick caiu na top 4. Bosta, mano. Não teremos Wolf Glick na final, hein? Teremos Eric Rios, também que é um baita jogador. Se bem. É, o cara... Mano, bancaram vários jogos, hein? Vários campeões. Eu não sei se o Piopeiro passou.
At the right times to put pressure on the Toxapex and get just enough turns right to weather the storm, to weather the toxic damage, and have the Garchomp the last Pokemon standing.
Eu não sei se o Piopeiro passou. Tem que dar uma olhada. Se o negócio não falha agora, pô. Deixa eu ver como é que tá o top 4. Oh, caramba! É o Shoma, né? Tá, então, deixa eu ver como é que ficou. Ah, não, é Francesco Piopeiro e Eric Rios. Tá, ok. Caraca, mano, aí é very nice. Mano, a roupa dela hoje tá sensacional. Ela tá de grega romana, sei lá o que.
Right, I mean on the Baneful Bunker turn, if you can get that turn right, that was where it was still up in the air for both players. If you can get the targeting right, Eric gets it right, lands the Stomping Tantrum away from the Protect into the Incineroar.
What an incredible match, though. I'm sure Eric must be
Tá de grega romana.
buzzing. So let's hear from Eric Rios about how he's feeling
feeling. Moving on to the finals of NAIC.
Let's give it up for your finalists here at NAIC. Eric Rios, everyone.
Eric Rio.
What a match. You're in the finals tomorrow. You will be competing on Championship Sunday. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I can't believe it. I'm again in finals after 3 years. When we won the European Internationals, I want to give my best tomorrow to win the whole thing.
I mean, for yourself, we got to see a top 8 at UIC. Last NAIC, you competed on this stage and top 4. How have you made this journey back? Like, talk to me about the work to make sure you could be on the stage again and you could have that chance to get yourself a second international title.
I work a lot. I have a really good group of training. I usually prepare for a tournament, and every internationals I play, I want to try to like competing at the highest level. Every year is difficult. Winning like an international like this is really difficult. There are a lot of people competing. I have no words for it.
We're gonna get a couple more words because we need to talk about that match. You're trying to fight for your spot in the finals. You're up against a world champion with a Mamoswine and a top effect. So what's even going through your mind then? Because that is definitely a difficult journey.
The matchup was really difficult against Wolf. He played well. Game 1, I got super lucky with the Rocks of Princess. I was expecting it because Alex always, my teammate, played the Wolf.
Cara, esse Eric Rios, ele tá classificado pro Mundial? Acho que sim, né? Porque ele... Eu tinha que saber pelo Marlon, pelo Dragabu. Ele saber de um melhor.
I don't think Gambit is too good in the matchup, but at least the stops the intimidate. So it helps against top Apex because top Apex is difficult to deal with, plus intimidate. So yeah, I played around a lot until Gambit. He led with Insane, so that was good. And then in game 2, I tried to play Charizard because I felt that Charizard would be good into top Apex and do a lot of damage. And he bring Mamoswine, I didn't expect it, to be honest. But yeah, it worked. So.
And I mean, you talked about the support of people that have helped you get to this point, and I want to give you an opportunity to thank those people in any final words before we see you again tomorrow.
I want to thank all the friends that have been helping me for this tournament. Also, David, Sergio, all the Costa Rica people that have been preparing this team. Also, Leo, Chinchilla, Canecro, all the Koi community, all the Spanish people, family as well, friends. I'm gonna do my best to win it tomorrow.
And best of luck one more time, everyone, for Eric Rios. Congratulations and good luck tomorrow. As for us, it's been a wonderful day at NAIC. It's time to close out with our casters.
Well, thank you, Sierra. You know, definitely no more thoughts left after this.
Cara, ainda vai explicar? Sério?
Exhausting string of matches. You know, it's been really exciting.
Eu tenho que ver que horas que é o...
No, it has been definitely a tough bit to remember.
Que horas que é o de amanhã?
We've had some incredible games. Been able to feature as well some incredible players so far, but of course now
amanhã
we're down to the
10h30.
final 2 and they'll be deciding who will be a champion tomorrow between
Bosta de goleiro joga no meio de campo. Enfim, voltei. Bem-vindo de volta, Zuri. Tu também foi ver o jogo do Brasil? Ô, louco. Perdeu teu tempo. Viu o Brasil tomando uma sova pra grande seleção de Marrocos, né? A grande seleção de Marrocos fez acontecer. É culpa da zaga, né? A zaga não parou o cara, o goleiro teve que ir, né? Fazer o quê?
This top end, the fine margins and the tiniest thing going your way or maybe against you makes such a big difference in these really tight games, and Francesco just edging it, and like you say, against Shoma, just such an incredible player, had a great run coming into this tournament. pushing Francesco to championship Sunday, and he will be.
O Piopeiro tá... ficou desnorteado ali. Mano, o que aconteceu? Que doideira. Calma, Zurli. Essa é só a primeira rodada, tá? Ainda tem Haiti e Escócia, tá? O Brasil enfrentar. Prepara o coraçãozinho, Zurli. Prepara. Prepara que você vai precisar. Amanhã tem Holanda e Japão, eu vou assistir esse jogo com certeza, com certeza. Ah, e não reparem se eu tô com uma voz meio rouca, tá, gente? É porque realmente eu vibrei no gol de Marrocos, tá? Cara, o Wolf ficou 12-1, cara. Pra não dar rodada. Sol, papai. Então é isso, ó, senhoras e senhores. Teremos Eric Rios e Francesco Piopeiro na final de amanhã, beleza? Lembrando, gente, que amanhã, 10h30, estamos começando a live, beleza? Amanhã é a final de todas as modalidades que tem no Internacional, né? Unite, Pokémon GO, TCG e VGC. Lembrando que Pokémon GO, TCG e o VGC vão ser, tem as 3 categorias, né? A Sênior, a Master, a Sênior, Júnior e Master, tá? Então veremos todas essas modalidades, então se preparem, amanhã 10h30 estamos aí e volta aos trabalhos, ok? Lembrando, ó, quem não pegou, ó, ainda dá pra pegar o Plus 2, entendeu? Quem ainda não pegou, podem assistindo lá por 1 hora lá lá na roxinha, beleza? É isso, eu acho que já estamos prestes a acabar. Eu acho que é, né? Ó, aí tá ensinando, tá? Depois de pegar, vocês vão visitar o site da Pokémon, né? Se não criou a conta, logar com a tua conta ou criar uma, vincula ela, loga na Twitch, né, com ela, e aí tudo que você tiver de drop, você passa para essa conta, né? E aí, lembrando, a conta que vocês criarem pro Champions, tentem usar o mesmo usuário, o mesmo e-mail que vocês pegaram o drop do Blastoise, porque assim que vocês colocarem para resgatar, ele vai para essa conta e vai pro Pokémon Champions, beleza? Então, aí vocês já abrem o Pokémon Champions de vocês. Além dos Pokémons que já tem, né? Que vocês já vão ganhar, provavelmente eu acho que já vão ter alguns. Aí vocês vão ter mais alguns pra... No caso, esse Charizard também. Lembrando, gente, eu devo estar brotando aí por volta de quarta-feira. Quarta-feira a gente deve estar fazendo live. Se eu não me engano, quarta-feira que lança o Champions, beleza? Então, quarta-feira, 7 horas eu devo estar em live aí, pra gente jogar o Champions, como é que vai ser aqui no telefone, beleza? Vou estar fazendo live aí do lançamento do Pokémon Champions. Vamos estar aí jogando. Eu vou tentar fazer uma conta diferente pro telefone, né? Pra ficar, como é que eu posso dizer? Pra ver como é que vai funcionar a mecânica, essas coisas, tá? Aí a gente quarta-feira a gente vai dar, entendeu? E aí eu acho que eu volto, depois de quarta eu acho que eu volto na sexta pra gente ver o episódio, o último episódio de Digital Circus, beleza, gente? Então, né? É isso, eu acho que é isso, mas alguém tem mais alguma coisa a dizer? Depois de muitas horas de live aqui.
That's enough for today. Tomorrow is a new day for a new exciting Pokemon battle. So get some rest. Make sure you get some snacks or something. I don't know, and we'll see you tomorrow.
O Wolf. Pena que ele ficou top 4, eu queria que ele ficasse. Mas é o que eu falei, eu quero que quem ganhe não tenha ganho nenhum regional. Eu não sei se o Eric Rios ganhou regional. Esse que é o negócio. Francesco Piopeiro eu acho que ganhou. Agora o Eric eu não tenho certeza. Mas se o Eric ganhar vai ser legal. Teve o Shoma e o Kotsukid. O Francesco. E o Eric Rios. Aí eu vou. Um 4 de contrário. Nerd mate. Na área de mate. Mas eu acho que é isso. É isso, chat. Eu vou ficando com a live por aqui. Depois de 10 horas e 55, estamos finalizando a live. Lembrando, amanhã estamos de volta para o último dia, beleza? A ver todas as finais de todas as modalidades aqui do Internacional. E é isso, gente. Um bom restinho de sábado para vocês. Nos vemos amanhã. E falou! Fui! Tchau, chat. Até amanhã.